Hello, everybody. This is Sunkiss. Let's talk about it. Let's discuss the elephant in the room. Let's talk about accountability. Let's keep it a buck. Should have got me something to drink. Hi, creating one. Hi, my girl. Thank you for being here. You did? Good. I'm glad. Good. Good. How's your day been? No, you have great energy. I'm good. I'm good. I'm doing good. It's by choice. The help of my God. It's by choice. Yeah. Oh, okay. That's good. Your body's just want to be hydrated. It's good you're listening to your body. Maybe that's all your body can take. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. I value that. Thank you. Um, Thank you. That's really sweet of you. Okay, so here's the thing. I want to go ahead and I'm gonna get started with you. I'm big on accountability. Um, I'm big on Hi Liam. How are you, sweetheart? The one and only Sunkiss. How are you? It's good to see you. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. Um, Hi Mia. Hi. Thank you, my sweet love. Hi, Wondering Chick. Hi, babe. How are you? Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You are welcome to the lemonade stand. Thank you for stopping by. Um, I wanted to go ahead and get this out the way. I wanted to discuss what happened last night. And I should have got some water. Shoot. And clear up some things that took place. Hi, Michelle B. Hi, you lemon drops in my lemon head. Thank you for showing up. Thank you. Um, again, and I might have to go back and forth and start so different ones can kind of and whoever that may want to kind of show up a little later, you guys kind of if you don't mind, different ones can kind of fill them in, get them caught up. But at any rate, I wanted to go ahead and go ahead and address this. For one, again, I'm tired of apologizing because I'm getting to where I don't like. This is why I didn't want to do YouTube, because if over the years when people would beg me to do YouTube because they like the way I may express myself in certain ways whenever I will call into shows and all that. Thank you all for the lemons. Thank you. When I used to be in the chat, I used to see how toxic the people will be in the chats. And because I saw how toxic they were, I don't do, first off, I'm a grown woman, and I don't do bullying or covert bullying. And I know how covert bullying is. And over, of course, everybody knows what over bullying is, but the covert bullying or the passive aggressiveness. And a lot of times that passive aggressiveness, that covert bullying comes through that. And because of the way I was raised by a covert bully, a malignant covert bully, by my egg donor, and I don't call her my mother for a reason. I know what that looks like. And because of that, when you are abused as a child, you have to be hypersensitive, because you want to make sure that you step into the left or step into the right, sitting down or standing up at the right time. So you're constantly reading the room to make sure that you're doing everything just right so that you won't get pounced on. So you're constantly, and then when you get older with wisdom, you know how to read the room. And especially when you are amongst your own kind, or when you are amongst your own gender. Now you take all that and you culminate all of that, you're up on it. And so being empathic, you add that in on top of it. When you're empathic, you're in tune to other people's emotions, because you run around fixing broken wings. And as you guys have heard me say before, I was the fixer in the family. So you add that ingredient into that. So again, that's everything I just named. That's me. On top of being bullied in these YouTube streets, just as someone in the chat. And because I was that one that everyone wanted to come up out of the chat because they wanted to hear what I had to say. I didn't ask for that. Whenever I made a comment, they would say, "Oh, do you have a YouTube channel?" No, don't want one. Please get one. No. Sunkiss, do you have a YouTube channel? Or do you want to have a YouTube? No. Or Sunkiss, do you ever want XYZ? Do you this is any other? Or the content creator will say, oh, I get so excited when you call in, or they want you to come back, or they may want my information because they want me to come back, or they want to network with me. The content creator wanted to network with me. I didn't ask for that. Okay? So here's the thing. People will hate you for things that you didn't know that you had. You were too fearful to know that you had because your parent oppressed you, or because your parent hated you for that. So you water that down because your so-called friends or your sisters, your aunts, the matriarchs of your family hated you for that. Your teachers, people that you were rooting for, hated you for that. And it was another content creator had to get off the panel from other women that she was on a panel with. They hated her for that. And so I started following her, and I didn't know what was going on because I try to lay low with these YouTube streets because they're toxic. And it was another YouTube content creator said that these YouTube streets are very bipolar. And she was right. And this is the reason why I did not want to do this. And so this is why whenever I go to do something, I always warn people, look, this is what's going on. And this is what's going to happen, because they're going to see my face. And they're going to try to come for you because they want to come for me. And as I said before, I heard another content creator say, no one else can hate a Black woman like another one. And I know that because of the woman that pushed me out of her womb. I'm going to start with my backyard first. I washed her vagina and her behind better than I washed mine, and I know how well I wash mine. And that was not enough. I bought her more than I bought myself. That wasn't enough. And I took care of her kids better than I took care of I could ever take care of what I could ever push out of me. And I don't have none. But my thing is this. You have grown women that are baby boomers, that are jealous of the young chicks that are being schooled by us. And instead of them coming in and saying, yes, let me high five y'all, and let me give you some more lemonade to turn pink, they'll come in and sprinkle and spread venom. And I'm telling you, for what's in my backyard and what was done, trying to be done, what was done to me. And that's why I live underground. Don't know, none of my relatives know where I live or know my phone number. And I'm sick of it. And I'm sick of the ones. Sick of the ones that sit up and they say it so nice and so polite. And they have soft voices. And oh my goodness, if they drop a tear. But because Sunkist says it with passion, it's a problem. This is why these Karens exist, because that is they gatekeep that. They gatekeep it because they say it so kindly. They're so passive aggressive. See, that's why it's so many channels with the Karens and the Becky. See, that's where that come from. But see, if I come with emotions, and if I'm telling the truth and hitting it dead on the nail, but because I said as an angry Black woman, I'm not angry, I'm passionate. There's a difference. But if I say it like this, I'm shut down. I'm muted. I'm not heard. So let me address this. When I say to you all, how can you come in our house? What I was saying was, I want to clear this up, as a Black woman's space. When I say that, because this lemonade stand, I don't care whoever enters this space, this is ours. I open this lemonade stand up, and whoever comes in here will respect, with fairness. And I only charge 2 cents. Your common sense and your 2 cents, TOO. Your sense too. It's our house. This is our lemon stand. And I give you permission, as my lemon heads and my lemon drops, that if anybody come in here, covert bullying or overt bullying, you let me know, because they out of here and they won't be back. Ain't no leaving and coming back and say, oh, I'll make things better. You make things better at somebody else's space, but not at the limit, because when whoops, just like Maya Angelou said, once a person show you who they are the first time, believe them. You got one time to make any of my lemon heads or lemon drops feel drowned out, unsafe, bullied, uncomfortable, laughed at, or anything on that playing field. You messing with me. And I promise you, you won't win. I'll lose sleep to make sure you won't win. Because I am passionate in that area, because that is what I live with my whole life. And down to this day, I have had to train schools because of the teachers that give me a hard time. I have had to change classes because of that. I'm very sore to that. I'm very sore. So I take that very personal. So I'm gonna tell you this. If you think you're gonna come, anybody think, I don't care who's watching now or later, anybody think they're gonna come over here with that soft voice and just saying anything and think they're gonna get by? Run it, because I can read a room. That's why I sit back. And the thing is, come over here saying you got a problem, and I don't like you talking about black men. We don't have to bash black men, but we call a thing a thing. Because like I said, I don't know what color my husband gonna be. He may be whatever color. I don't have a problem with whatever color my husband is gonna be. I don't have a problem with whatever color my husband gonna be. Now, did you just see what I did? Put some lemons in the drop in the comments if you saw what I just did. Did y'all see what I just did? Huh? Hi, Yolanda. Thank you. Welcome to the lemonade stand. I don't play bullying. I play fair. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, Liam. It is not ever a dumb, stupid, immature question around here. If it is a decent, fair, honest, respectful question, ask it. Ask the question. I don't care if you're 200 years old and if you don't know the mere basics of life or dating or whatever the question may be, if you want to level up, ask the question. And if anybody make anybody feel uncomfortable, or somebody shoot that person down or laugh, you're getting blocked. I don't care how much you and me we get along, or how much you've been all alone, or how much you've been riding for me. You got one time to make one of my lemon head or lemon drops feel uncomfortable. I don't care. You've been riding with me from day A, second A. You getting blocked. Because none of us have the answer to every question. That's why we're in spaces like this, so that we can level up, so we can elevate. And let me say this I'm big on loyalty. I'm huge on loyalty. If you have someone that you're loyal to or you're friends with, I do not care what is going on outside of your friendship. You always listen to the one that you lock arms with, you always listen to them. You never cut them out. Communication is huge with me. I'm a communicator probably to a fault. And if you don't understand them, you say that to them. You say that to them. And you say, what is it? I don't understand you. Explain that to me. Explain to me what do you want, what you expecting, whatever it is. But you never cut the person out that's riding for you. And if at that moment, that person may seem to be something that you just don't get, just don't get it for that moment. But you never, ever put anybody else before that person. Because what you do is you look back and you start from whenever, and you look at the pattern of how that person has been riding for you. As I said before last night, you watch the pack, do it again. You did it once, okay, do it again. You say you love me? Really? Okay, now show me. Do it again. Do it again. And if that person keeps on doing it, they showed you who they are, believe them. But if you have people that keep showing up every so often, long enough to drip some venom and then leave, that's only in your comments saying something negative or indirectly shooting at your counterparts. Or showing up long enough to stir up confusion, or showing up long enough to get mess started. Read the room. Because you have so many people out there, it's so much wickedness. People don't like it when people are solid. Because to them, they think it's weird. Because to the world, what's good is bad and what's bad is good. So when they see loyalty, hi, Natasha. Hi, baby. Welcome to the lemonade stand. Come on in our house. Come on in. When they see that, and when they're not secure with themselves or happy with themselves, they try to bust it up. And then they'll try to step in and get that and do the same thing you're doing that you tried to do. Because like I said, I'm the original prototype, baby. That template was torn up when I came about. I want to see you do what I can do. As a black woman, black women trying to replace me. I want to see you do what I can do as a black woman. It can't be done, but they don't make them like me no more. That's what you're mad at. You ding dongs that's been trying to replace me for over 10 years. 3 years. See, these like I said, they've been, but see, that's why I pull back and I start being to myself. This is why I want to do the YouTube. I pull back because I wanted to be to me, myself. Because when you give of yourself, you have to be careful as to who you give yourself up to. And the reason why I left you all last night, I apologize for leaving. I left because I know how I can be. What y'all see on YouTube is nothing. That was a 2. At best, that was a 2. Because I get triggered. Because I go back to the trauma that I've dealt with the ones in my past that literally try to destroy me. I have 2 therapists for a reason. And I'm not going to let some raggedy females that shows up every so often long enough to try to drip some venom in there, like the Mr. Clarks come and drip venom. So I have to leave to recalibrate myself and come back. Last night, I said, I'm not going to keep doing this. Because as I said to you all before, you have to nurture your peace. You have to seek it and nurture it. And that is what I do. When I leave, I have to leave to find it again, nurture it a little bit, massage it, and then come back. But some spaces, you can't have peace when there's too much darkness around. When you have that, the scripture said, what good is lightness with darkness? It can't be both. You can't shake hands when you have a clean hand with a dirty hand to think that they're going to clean your hand. No, they're going to nasty your hand up. Exactly. Creating One says, we'll say the same thing you said, but think until sound better coming from their mouth. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They said the same thing that I said. It's not that the message that I'm saying is wrong. You don't like the messenger. And I saw that last night. And then talking as if I wasn't there. You talking at me as if I wasn't there. You don't disrespect me like that, man. You don't get that. I'm not going to allow that. I had to protect my peace. Exactly. So I apologize to you all. Once again, hi J10 baby. Hi. How are you? Hi Afro Angelique sweetheart. Hi y'all. Welcome to the lemonade stand. I'm sorry, I'm getting all mixed up. Thanks, baby. Thanks y'all for coming over. So my thing is this. As I said to you all last night with the things over there, the things that was over there last night. You set your pace. As I said, a character, you don't look at a person's character because they can act, as you all saw last night, pretending to be meek and mild. Just because you say something nice and kind does not mean that you mean well, and doesn't mean that it's true. You can be very passive aggressive and very narcissistic, and you can be a covert bully, but you can say it so nicely. Like I said, look how Judas did Jesus. Did he sock Jesus when he betrayed him? No. Did he slap him? No. He kissed him. But did he mean him any good? Did he mean him well? No. He was setting him up, kissing him to let them know this is the one that you kill. So just because you say things nicely does not mean that you mean anybody any good. As you can see, the venom that was dropped with a smile in a kind way. Just because I say things with passion, as I said now, doesn't mean I was. Eventually, I got mad because I can read a room. So go ahead. You want my seat? Go ahead and have it. Have it. Because let me tell you something. I don't run. I walk away. This melanin, don't run. It doesn't run. So if I'm not meant to be there, you can have it. Because one thing I do, not only do I protect my peace, I know my worth and I enforce it in every genre of my life. Because let me let everybody know, the lurkers and all, I'm that chick. So if my egg donor couldn't break me, somebody that sits behind an avatar and type, and somebody that come off behind an avatar to pretend like they're more than what they are, definitely can't. That's so laughable. Oh, thank you, J10. This is not directed to Brent. I'm talking to the ones that were. But thank you, J10, baby. I appreciate it. But this is to the ones that was on his chat, on his live. Because they come long enough to stir up some mess. And they know what they be doing. So this is how I feel. If you have a problem with someone talking about a black man, don't come to the channel. If you don't like football, then don't watch ESPN when they talking about it, when they playing the football game. If you don't want to level up, then don't come here. Because I'm done. I'm done of immature black women. And I said what I said. And then I don't understand how you gonna ask for some help about dating, and when I ask you, just give us the gist of what you and then you come up there, and then every time you get a suggestion, you shoot it out the air. But then at the end, towards the end, you admit that you really don't know nothing. Yeah, I'm talking to you. You know who I'm talking about. And then so snotty and nasty, and being this sit up there being persnickety. And then another one from some time ago don't want to be a Brady Bunch mom. Clearly, you don't want to be married either, because the two oldest ones that was up there last night don't want to be talk about black men. Why the black men ain't married y'all then, huh? Because I've had 8 proposals. I turned them down because I know my worth. Raise your hand if you're still single and you want a black man, but you haven't been proposed or married, proposed to one. And you what? You almost 100? Natasha 75 said, after Sunkiss left, I couldn't finish watching. The spirit was off. Yolanda said, black men need accountability. I told my son he has no option. He either be successful or be homeless. He is not coming back in my house as an adult. Take education seriously. Exactly. Nobody wants to. We don't know what color our husbands are. I would never say, don't you. That's why I divested from those divestment channels. They have a cult-like mentality. They bully you into marrying non-black men. My thing is, marry whoever is going to treat you. As I said last night, and I'm telling y'all this again, and take this the way, however you choose to. Make your do's and don'ts, wills and won'ts. Stand 10 toes down on them. I said what I said. Like I said before, do not pay attention to just character. Not just character, because it was another YouTube creator said this, because I go and do my homework too. I do research. I listen to certain ones, not all certain. You have to vet them. When she said, don't pay attention to just the character, because it can be considered acting. It can change up. As you can see last night, it can sit up there and be perfect when you're not and you're being a snake. You're right. Look at the morals and the values along with the character. And as I said last night, pay attention to the patterns. That's why I say make a list and you make them do it again. Not just once, do it again. Okay, you've done it 15 times, now do it again. Show appreciation. During a certain phase, it needs to be appreciation. Once you become their fiance, okay, I'm grateful. Because I'm your wife just without the papers. I'm wife now. Oh, I'm grateful. I'm appreciative. I'm all of the above now. There's levels to this. But you make your do's and don'ts, wills and won'ts. And you stand 10 toes down. That needs to be everything that I just mentioned, that you pay attention. You write on your list. And a lot of times you don't even have to go on a date to know if he's right for you. Remember what Tyler Perry said when he on Madea, I think on one of his plays. He said when you hit a certain age, you can look at the way he entered the room, but just by the way he walked, that he ain't for you. It's called wisdom. Do you know how many guys I turned down just because the way he approaches me? Just by the way he say hi. Or just his aura, his way, his presence, which is what he gives off. I don't have to go on a date with you to know that. You don't need my phone number to know that. I don't. Wait for what? Talk to you on the phone for what? That's 30, 40 minutes, 10, 15 minutes of my life I'll never get back. You don't need that. You're going to murky up my space. So that's another reason why, like I said, last night, you messing with my peace. This is my house, my peace, my space. You got to get evicted. Last night, they got evicted. You got to go. I pay for this space. I pay too much. This space right here is priceless. You got, I keep letting y'all taking out my space. This is, you got to go. Nope. You got to go. So if you feel you've accomplished anything or whatever, okay, feel my shoes. Feel them. I'm not upset. Feel them. But one thing I will have is peace of heart, mind, soul, everything. I done said my piece. I've said my prayer. Oh, sorry. I've said my prayer and I've said my piece. That's in that order. Then I've said my piece again. And I'm coming to you all to apologize. And I'm tired of apologizing over the same thing. But the thing is, it takes time to strip off some old personality. See, I didn't do, I wasn't, that's why I left a YouTuber's channel, because of the darkness that was in her chat. And I said, I gotta go. And this YouTuber has been trying to come for me for over 3 years, mad because I left. Okay. But I haven't looked back. I said what I said. Like I said, every so often, you have to cut your grass to see the snakes. Now, this is not towards Brent. I don't want y'all thinking that, because it's not. I'm talking about those that may be lurking in certain spaces. Sometimes they lurk amongst the ones that are close to you. So you may have to cut your grass around the ones that are close to you because they're so thirsty to cut you out the picture out of jealousy. And what y'all saw last night, it was out of pure jealousy. And it was a lot of the ones that have left his chat. Just like since she tried to come for me out loud, what's her name? Vortex, single Vortex. And she tried to come for me. She changed her name to the Empath Eulogy. Since she tried to come for me out loud and tried to, call me out and say things and say some very nasty things to me, I'll call her out loud. She's very, very jealous of me and been wanting to get rid of me because of how jealous she is, how close she saw with me and Brent. So I'll go ahead and call her out. And I want that heifer to come for me. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse my French. I want her to come for me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. I want you to come for me. Try to come for my lemonade stand. Come in this space. See, I'm over here. I had a PC it over at Brent's. Come to this lemonade stand. And this lemonade stand gonna rock. Just so you know. Okay? And I ain't gonna have to raise my voice. You can change up. You can change up your avatar and you can change up your name, your handle, all you want to. And you only change up because you're a coward. Come to this lemonade stand and you're going to drink on some lemon juice with no sugar. Just saying. I'm the type, I can love you way too much. I can love hard, long, and deep. But I'm imperfect. And I'm not going to use that as an excuse to do wrong because a lot of people use that as a handle. As a cane or a crush to do wrong. I don't want to do that because I want to try to elevate every day. But just know that I still deal with some traumas. And I'm trying my best every day to elevate and try to do right. But what I will not do is entertain foolishness, cutthroat, demonic energy, bullying, undercutting, disloyalty, or any of that in my space. I'm not doing it. Because one thing I will do is rock out with anybody that I love. I'll rock out with you. I will get on my hands and knees and rock out with you. Anytime somebody that come for anybody that I love, if you tell me that this person has done you wrong, all you got to do is let me know. I'm on your side. Doesn't matter. I'm on your side. You just tell me I'm on your side. I don't have to be messy. I don't have to go for that person, act all immature, whatever. I'm just on your side. Now, how are we going to do things, whatever? It ain't nobody's business. Just know I'm on your side. That's the type of chick I am. I'll rock and roll with a person. If I'm for you, just know I'm for you. Just know I'm for you. But what I will say, yes. But what I will say is now the person I am today, I rock out with myself first. I used to not do that. I have to learn how to be okay with standing up for myself. And I used to not do that. But I do that now. I do it now. So if I feel some bad, negative energy, I'm not celebrating that. Okay? If you come from my people that's rocking out for me, I'm not celebrating that. I'm not pacifying that. I'm not going to be, oh, it's okay. And I don't care how kind you try to be, whether it's for me or anybody that's rocking out for me. You can take that mess and shove. You can take that and flush it. If you come from my people that I know that's got my back, I don't care how kind you are to me. My question is, what do you need? Okay, what is it? Discuss it. Okay, let me get back with you. Let me go discuss it with my people and see what's going on. Because there's always three sides to a story. Your side, their side, and the truth. That's the type of chick I am. You're not going to tinkle on my head and tell me it's raining. It's not going to happen. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to watch a person's patterns. When you show up, what are you bringing? How often do you show up? And whatever you do show up, what are you bringing? And when you show up, is it consistent? Is it consistent? And if it's consistent, is it for the betterment of me and what I'm representing? Is it consistent if it's for the betterment of me and who is rocking out with me? Because if you come on my show and what you're bringing to me is to knock down what I represent, and that's interracial couples, and you have a problem, and you've been rocking with me, supposed to been rocking with my show all this time, and now you have a problem with the Black women that look like you, speaking about their pain and their aches and hurting from your community that you are very well aware of, and you are, what, 50 plus, I'm sure? Really? So who are you? What are you about? I'm not going to applaud that. I'm not going to pacify that. Bring it over here in our house and see what happens to you. You will not silence victims over here. You won't do that. I'm sick of people, mammies, always rooting and protecting and gatekeeping the R. Kellys, the Chris Browns, the Trey Songz, the Umars, the KSs, the flimsy and farts, and whoever they are. The Suda Mucks, all of them. I'm sick of them. If you want to feel better, to represent them, to get a pat on the head, go to their shows and complain over there. They'll give you a pat on the head because that's what they're looking for. But to try to bring that mess over here to shut it down, that's disrespectful to his house. How you gonna go over to his house? And when I said our house, I meant as Black women, where we meet together to soothe one another, to say it's gonna be okay. We see you, we hear you, we feel you. I see you, sis. Tell me, go ahead and talk. I hear you. Go ahead. I'm with you. How you gonna come in our house and stink it up? Hi, Chrissy, baby. Hi. How are you? Thank you. Welcome to the Lemonade Stand. Clearly, birds of a feather don't flock together because they over here trying to stop us. So how you, what is that about? And then you sit there with a grin on your face, like, job well done. You think I'm gonna go back to that? You accomplished what you wanted. So have at it. Have at it. I didn't run, sis. I walked. Because you don't deserve, none of y'all deserve my space. All of y'all are toxic. Y'all deserve the dusties. This is what I say, lemon drops and lemon heads. This is what gatekeeping dusties and beta does. Not the good black men. This is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the ones that apply. This is what I say. That mess is gate kept. That's the reason why you have these menophiles, whatever they are. That's why it's okay for them to continue to say and do. It's going to continue to go on as long as Satan is out of the abyss. Okay? But even if we try to have shows like this to try to have self-accountability as women, so that we can just try to better ourselves right now, to see how we can, better ourselves and elevate. Because even over there, it's about elevating ourselves so that when we do divest, or if we marry black men, whichever, we've done our inner work so that we can be better people, better women, so that we don't take that toxicity to the next person or to the next community. Or we can see each other. When we do see him, we're ready. We say, oh, okay, this is what non-toxicity, this is what healthy looks like. But so many of those women from those generations are so bitter, so jealous, and so wanting to sit still in it and eat that and feed. It's like I said, that trauma bonding, and try to take away. And then when I said something about I love fat, if you want, well, you can change him if you know. It's not about you can change the way he. I don't want to do that. What's wrong with me wanting somebody that already has fashion sense? If he has morals, character, and everything that I mentioned before, values and all that. So what? So okay, but that's what I want. I'm not going to change that up. That okay? That's what I want. And you choose to live out your car. I don't want to. I have, but I don't want to. But you still don't mind. I'm not knocking you for that. I could say something about that, but I choose not to. Who am I to tell you not to live out your car? That's fine. If that's what you choose to do, I can't knock you for that. I respect you for that. You can do something I don't want to do. But are you wrong for that? No. I applaud you for it. That's something that a lot of people can do. That maybe that's some strength for someone else. But I don't want to do it. Could anyone knock you for that? No. So why are you trying to nitpick me? What's so everything I say, you got something. The only time you address me is when you want to refute what I have to say. I have not said nothing right in your eyes. You and a couple of other ones that's been up here. Or when you just come out the sky on other shows and choose to say what you don't want to be. If you don't want to be a Brady Bunch mom, then don't be it. Because a lot of ones that claim that they're Brady Bunch moms, they aren't. Y'all only come out when y'all want to say something to refute what I have to say. Refute it. Don't be it. Now swipe left. But see, like I said, this is the reason why I did not want to do this. But you know what? I ain't stopping. I'm not stopping. If I have to stay in my own lane, I'll stay. Ding. How about that? Come to the lemonade stand now. Come on. Come on. Now, it may take me a while to learn some things. I'll learn. It may take me a while. I'll learn. But Sunkiss is here to stay. Y'all messed up. Y'all let a sis get a channel. Y'all messed up. I don't run. I walk. And guess what? I was told that I have a nice strut. Now, let's drop the link and see if it allows me. And if it doesn't, I'll continue to talk when I come back because it may kick me off. But I'll be back. Oh, let me just 1 second, you all. Let me read some of your comments real quick before I Okay, let's go up here. Let me see. You all are so sweet. And before I go, I want to say this is not a shade to Brent because listen, it isn't. Brent has done a lot for me. I value everything that he has done. I don't, this is not a all out attack towards him. It's not. I just this is for me to own what me. I'm not sharing my space with dark people anymore. I'm not doing it anymore. When I read the room and I see it and I feel it, I'm gone. Because I now see how it can affect how dark things can get and how it can affect the thoughts of a lot and how it can contort a lot and get people to thinking and feeling. And I was like, because I know a lot of times, how a lot of times when you can read a room and you can see things coming, and when you warn people, a lot of times you can see things because you've experienced it. And you know how you can be that, and I know how that can get tiresome. And you know how you can warn people and you can be that friend in the group. And I was always like this. You can be that friend in the group to be like, this about to happen, you better be careful, or be like, I ain't going because this is what's going to happen. And they be like, why you ain't going to go? No, because this is going to happen. They always be, and they look at you like, You don't ever want to do nothing because you always say, and they come back and be like, you know that happened, or you could be like, this guy, and it's always that one friend that's always saying something gonna happen, da 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 da, and you become a nuisance in a sense. And I don't want to be that one. I don't want to be that one. And I know that I am capable of being that one. In fact, I have been that friend over the years. I was always an old soul. All my friends are older, and I was always that old soul. So with that being said, I don't want to be that. So again, I want to own that. I'm not changing it. That I'm not changing. But I'm not changing it for me. So when I see something and I read a room and see how females, especially females, and even the Mr. Clarks, I can call something and check it. And it looks like, first of all, in the Black community, most Black women that are mature, and you all know who I'm talking about, the ones that hear in the chat, the ones that's from the cookout, that knows what I'm talking about, can read it and call it out just like I will call it out. Pretty much can call it out and say this was going, or know them people for who they are, and will pretty much say the same thing I'm saying. But for those who are not aware of it, I may come off as being a nuisance, or here they go again, or it's being made about me. It could come off that way, and I say that because I can see why they would think that. Anybody would think that if they're, and I'm not saying that anybody in particular has done this, but I'm just saying in general, I can see, and I don't want to be that person. I don't. So with that being said, that's another reason why I said I'm gone, because I don't want to be that person. I don't want to murky up no waters. I don't want to cause no stress, no seemingly dark place. I don't want to seem like I'm being selfish, making anything about me or anything, whatever it may come across as being for anyone. I just don't want to be that person. And so a lot of times this is what I'm telling myself. A lot of times you may have to take a step back. And not only for my peace, but also for everyone else's peace, so that the air can be cleared. And a lot of times when the air is cleared, it can create, peace or more peace. If there's some peace there, it could be more peace. If there's no peace there, the peace can come about, hopefully. So with that being said, I don't want, I'm done. And so I can come off as being a mother bear to a fault that I will always own. And I may be able to call a situation and see a situation, and I call him too soon and too much. And then I have said, maybe I need to do X, Y, Z to. So this in our house over here, I want us to value everything that Brent has done. I want us to value it. I want us to appreciate it. And I want us to do him proud, because he has done a lot of great things. And we are not angry with Brent over here. Okay? We are not. So with that being said, I want to bring up the link. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So let's see.
Hello.
Hi, sweetheart. Beautiful Betty Davis eyes. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I just had to rant a little bit. Thanks for coming.
No problem. I wanted to let you know, like, I wasn't in the live, so I don't know what exactly popped off last night, but I'm gathering from, using my Blues Clues that it must be something similar to when we were all on the panel together with the weirdo troll that was on Mr. Clark. But I wanted to tell you, like, a lot of times when you have anointing on you from God, like, that would literally irritate the demons in other people. And the Bible tells us that a lot of times we are dealing with empty houses. So people that may not even know they're being used have allowed demons and devils or whatever to literally overtake them. So of course they're going to be always adverse with someone like you because you have God's anointing on you, and on top of that you're trying to do the right thing, you're trying to improve as a person, and you're trying to teach that wisdom to others.
Mhm.
People that don't want that or have a hidden agenda with
Mhm.
devils in them, they're always going to try to come against you because they're really trying to fight against God. But we all know that Jehovah will always be victorious no matter what.
Thank you, my sweetheart. You are so sweet. I value that. Thank you. Thank you,
She's
Chrissy.
right. She
You're
is
gonna make me
truly
cry.
right. She's
You're gonna
truly
make
right.
me cry.
She's truly right. They be doing the work of the devil, and that's how I look at them when I see them moving. I don't even look at the person. I said, "There you go, you serpent. You doing it again." We could be then just talked about it, and they'll still come. You know how many friends that we told how exactly how we move and operate, and they turn around and do the very thing we told them basically they shouldn't do because it didn't work for somebody else who tried it, and they'll think they can get away with it.
Exactly.
We have
And you are always
relationships 5, 10, 15, 20, 35 years going. And I feel like it was a day one removal because you know what? When you got to move and do the thing you need to do, you can't be holding on to people like that because what did we just say? You cannot be friends with people that want your life, that want your
Hey,
space.
ladies.
Hi, who's
hello.
that under
Hey,
that
hey,
sundown, that little
hey,
beach
girl.
scene? Who that?
Okay, hold on one second, ladies. Chrissy was finishing up something. 1 sec.
Go
What were
ahead,
you saying,
Chris.
sweetheart?
Oh, I was gonna say that you are so right. Like, a lot of times you have to separate because we're meant to be a peculiar people. So you're always, even though you're gonna attract your tribe and the people that God send, you're also gonna attract people that are out there in the devil's world who may
That's right.
reject God altogether. And
Mm-hmm.
they're drawn. Everybody is drawn, just like that light. You're that light, and it attracts flies, moths, all kinds of beings. But
Mhm.
the ones that are not for you are always going to be separated. You guys are always going to clash. Why? Because God doesn't want that relationship to be, regardless of how much they try to force it or insert themselves. They will always be removed, picked,
Mhm.
and set aside.
Mhm. Mhm.
She's so
Okay.
right. So very
Okay.
right.
And what? Wonder a check. Okay. And so what? Okay, you were saying something else. Uh, D. You said, or I'm sorry. Creating one. You said what now? You were saying something.
That every when I see people do it, I pay attention too. But I won't run in and because I could have came in when I saw it.
Mhm.
I could have came up, but I said it's enough people up there. Hopefully it'll reposition itself. Because I watched what happened in the chat, and the chat was calming. But then I think the devil said, "Nope, I don't like that.
Mhm.
So let me pick up the torch and run with it and just burn down this whole foundation." You see it. We see it. Some of us see it. We can see the seeds of it.
So
And
what I'm excuse me. Where am where am I? You got here's the thing. I don't just preach accountability. I want to own it too.
yeah,
So you all can tell me too. What you give me some advice too. You tell me where I need to fix me too. It's not about me just preaching to you all. So I want you to give me some constructive criticism as well. But what I want you to understand is I wanted you all to understand why I left.
oh, do we do? We do.
Well, this is why I left, because I know my imperfections were starting to show. Okay. And that is why I didn't come back, because I said, I'm tired of my peace being jeopardized.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I said, I can't keep doing this. I can't keep going into this space knowing what's going to happen. And I saw with the toxic people up there, and they took their stance. They took their stance. And I said, I'm not. And so with that being said, so what I said, did you see that too, or what? Because it sounds like you're saying what you saw that too.
Yeah, because I think you address the situation. I think everybody probably thinks, maybe those that are on different levels might think that it really discombobulated in the chat. It didn't, because I saw it get settled in the chat. That's why when people were trying to bring it back up, I was basically saying, well, it was handled. But when it got handled, then the energy, that's how the devil moves. He don't like it when you quench, because so then what happens is he throws his spirit onto someone else. I saw that happen in the live. You were answering and responding to somebody's question. They got a little agitated. That stirred up, and then I saw exactly what was happening. This is the very reason why I came back later and watched, because I'm like some who said they lost they lost it when you left. I did too. I started to come down, very down, and I just said, not so much down in a way that I was like, I'm done with it, but it was more or less, he achieved what he wanted to achieve. That low down, dirty serpent. Because,
but you know what? We can't always blame Satan for everything, because we are free moral agents.
You are so right. But
we're free moral agents, and everything is not about Satan. Everything he can't do. He's not that strong. A lot of times we do that by choice. A lot of times we do that.
Oh, it's free will. It's free will going on, because like I said, I watched the demeanor after you left. The quiet, smirking demeanor. Nothing was else. No more contribution from that side. No more contribution, but just sat back and rocked, proud and in awe of what they thought they had achieved. So yeah, you're right. There's a free will motivation, but it didn't get there on its own. It's just a spiritual warfare. You got to remember, this is what we're dealing with on a daily basis.
You're right. You have a problem.
They have a problem with the fact that some people's discernment, strength, the fact, we all are broken. But because we get legs, people are not supposed to take us and remember, oh, I know you walking on an artificial leg. So all I got to do, keep that leg, and you'll fall over.
Yeah.
We get a wheelchair because we can't walk. We're quiet. We can't walk. Or we get a new device to help us move around. What do people do? They don't put a ramp where we can get into access the building.
Try to block our access.
That's right. It's all coming from the same space, because see, I'm telling you, and I believe I said this to you, God is equipping you, but the devil ain't gonna like you rising up, because that is gonna be a rise, a phoenix for God.
Because you know what? But you know what? Clearly, we're doing something right over here.
Oh, definitely.
And clearly, Brent is doing something right too.
Yes, he is.
That's the only reason. Here's the thing: Brent and I were doing something right and positive.
Yeah. Because if you weren't, nobody would be lurking. Nobody would be hiding and disguising themselves like a thief in the night. Like they wouldn't be doing that. Right. They would just show who they are. And 9 times out of 10, if it was something negative, the negative people wouldn't be drawn to it. They are only drawn to something that is good, that is pure, that is promoting God, that is promoting healing. They like to leave things in chaos and brokenness. God is about healing and restoring, despite whatever brokenness you may have.
Equipping, because
and they want
a purpose.
I'm sorry, ladies, but
Wondering Chick, you chime in. We want to hear what you have to say about this too.
Well, they're broken people, and they want you to be broken too.
That's right.
And so, if God is trying to perfect you and keep you, they don't want that. That's that is just something that they just cannot stand. The fact that you're going to be a whole person and they're still walking around with pieces.
Mhm.
And they're so ignorant that they don't even know that the very thing they need is you to
Yeah.
help them put themselves back together again. But they're so jealous and they're so busy trying to destroy the very thing they need. They don't even understand that it's so sad. They can't even see that you are designed to help them. Can you hear me?
And see, the thing is, here's the thing. What I say is my not me, because I'm imperfect. I'm broken like everybody else. My words can get you killed. Where I get my information from is my God Jehovah. And then what I do is take that and I read it, I research it, and then I go and do other research in my homework. And then it's this thing called life. It's called life along with wisdom. You take it and you put it together, and it's this thing called beauty. And so
Yes.
when you get beauty and you see it and you have enough to share, what do you do if you want to share? If you hear about a good sale that's going on, a good shoe sale, we get on the phone, big girl, you know, someone got that their shoes on sale for such and such. A girl, yes, you want to share something that's good. Why not? I would
Because they
share it.
can't appreciate
Why
it.
not?
Because
And
they
I'm like,
can't
you
appreciate it.
you're trying to stop. And then you turn around and say the same thing I was saying. So you don't, it's not what I'm saying, it's the messenger.
But
Mhm.
see,
what God do
no,
you?
but you know what? They're so used to losing, they don't even know when they
Don't
won.
know when they're winning.
Drop
And
the mic.
they persecuted Jesus. He told them about living water and the bread of life, but they downcast everything that he said and mocked him. No
Mhm.
matter what he did, because he was helping the people, he was doing miracles. They said this, that, and the 30. He was literally saying the same thing that they studied for years
Yep.
and years, these Bible
Yes.
scholars,
And
and
couldn't
they still
see it.
wanted him dead. So we're in that spiritual warfare, and with that free will, just like God knows our heart, Satan knows our temptation. So
Yes, he
Oh,
he
does.
uses those vessels,
better
those
drop,
empty houses.
girl, mic drop. You better drop that mic on them. Listen, as Tisa say, listen. That part right there. Y'all better drop some gems. I ain't gotta say nothing. Y'all just keep talking.
She's
The
right.
only
She's
thing
right
I'm
on.
gonna tell you, Sunkiss, is that
Mhm.
like I don't have much criticism for you because God is doing a beautiful work in you, like
Yes, he
period,
is.
point blank.
Yep.
I would say don't even waste your energy and throw your pearls to pigs, like the
Yep.
Bible says in Proverbs, because basically no matter what you say to them, even if you're coming from the most loving, light-filled place, God could be
Mhm.
speaking directly through you in that moment, like word for word, verbatim,
Mhm.
and you could say something that you've never said before, and it doesn't matter what angle you come from, how you approach it, how much grace and love that you put into it, they will
Mhm.
still find a way to hate the message. You know why? Because it wasn't meant for them. Their hearts have been hardened. They
Mhm.
hardened their hearts, and then God said, okay, fine, I'm gonna be okay with your decision since their free will kicked in, and he continues to harden. So they're always going to have that mental block. It's not meant for them if they're not receptive of it. But the ones who do listen, those are the ones you pour your
Get it.
energy and your love and your light into because they're still teachable. God is still refining them just like he's doing you. Those are the ones that will actually extend their hand and be like, you know what, I'm going to take this olive branch. I'm going to learn. I'm going to use this. I'm going to do research. I'm going to improve and heal as a person. But the ones who don't, they will always be adversaries to you. Always.
Mhm.
You know what? Y'all just I needed to do this live. I needed to do
Well,
this
you know
live.
what? I really feel that you get to a certain point in your life where you're just gonna have to just sit down and just examine your life. And the things that are not working or have not worked, you just need to throw that away. But you got to have courage to do that. It takes a lot of courage to say that I've been wrong about everything. And here
Mhm.
I am. God help me because I don't know what to do with myself. And I really feel like a lot of black women, we won't admit that we don't know.
Well, yeah. And if we don't know, that's why I say whatever question need to be. I don't care what question is asked over here. It's not. It's never juvenile and dumb. I don't care how old we are. It's not, and I don't play that. because we stifle each other when we do that, when we cut, do that and make each other feel. So accent. It's safe. This is a safe
Yes.
space.
Yes, it's got to be safe. And then and another thing is that we're so used to being put down and rejected that we think that everybody's going to do that to us. And that is not what this space is about. This
No.
space is about the uplifting and the building
Thank
up
you.
of other
Thank you.
women.
Thank you.
And we're all going in a different direction, yet and still we got one common goal, and that is the betterment of ourselves.
That's
That's
right.
it. That's what.
And we're
That's
all
all.
fellowshipping. We're
Yeah.
all fellowshipping.
Yes.
So even though we're on different paths with that, we all still are trying to hit that narrow gate, that
Yeah.
narrow line. We're not trying to be like the world and everything that the world defines. We're trying to be as close to God as we possibly can and follow on that narrow path,
Yeah.
even
To
if we
see what he
stumble and fall
requires of us.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's the thing. And it's not about dogging somebody out because your religious belief is not with mine. We respect each other's beliefs.
Absolutely.
We're not going to try to force somebody, whatever you choose, we're going to respect it. However, the common goal is, like you said, we all just said, is to have a safe space, get along, and to better ourselves, to elevate as women, the inner, so that when we find our husbands, as we find our husbands, we are healed. We want to be as healed as we possibly can be.
Yeah.
What's so hard about? Why is that so hard?
Because some people have been abused for so long that you can't even tell them that it's abuse. The same way you can't tell somebody that fecal matter isn't chocolate. Like, they'll still fall for it because sometimes the abuse ends up having some form of Stockholm syndrome and they're loving it. Like when they once hated it, they now consider that love. They now consider that validation and reassurance.
Yes. And we got a lot of that in the Black community because we
Absolutely.
have been so abused for so long. We don't even recognize it. Women especially. And we got to stop that. This next generation has got to be able to prosper. And we have got to set the tone for that. I myself, as the older generation, have got to concede that I did not do everything that I was supposed to do for my younger sisters. And I'm still trying to get there with you.
That's the point. You're still trying. We're all, most we can do as imperfect humans is try.
Try.
Yep.
Stay teaching.
I didn't get it right. I didn't get it right yesterday, but guess what? I'm gonna try today. And if I'm still here tomorrow, I'm gonna give it another shot.
And I've been seeing an uptick when it comes to God's people. Like, I'm telling you, I've been seeing an uptick when it comes to even new believers or new people trying to heal and seek God and all of these things. The people that have been put on the front lines, whether they're preachers and pastors, street scholars or whatever, going out and spreading the word or telling people about this, that, and the third to help better themselves, to invite them on that path of healing. When I say so many people have been spiritually attacked, it's mind-blowing. You're like, what did they do? They didn't do anything but spread the love, but be the light. Do what God called them to do.
Satan does not listen, and that's huge what you just said. That's huge. Which is why, again, what happened at Brent's live last night. And with Mr. Clark, the last 2 lives that we've done, look what happened. See, the thing is, my whole problem is this. I'm going to take that back. Obviously, I need to stop being triggered. No, I don't. I need to learn how to better. Well, that's what my therapists are teaching me. To learn how to stop. Learn how to see when I'm being triggered. To learn how to better manage that. That's what I'm working on now.
Manage it, yes.
It's hard for me because it triggers me and it takes me back to childhood. It triggers me when I see a Black woman and doing something like that in a very passive aggressive way, and I see what they're doing. Brent's not going to see it, but I see it.
But you can only
And now
be triggered by
you are
what you have experienced, sweetheart. And don't ever apologize for that.
Mhm.
Because it's the things that you have experienced that have made you strong and
Yeah,
have built your character and have determined the direction of your life. God
yep,
don't never make a mistake.
at
He
all.
never makes a mistake.
No, he
And
does.
you are here because you are strong enough to survive everything that you've gone through.
Yes, she
And
is.
don't you ever apologize for it.
And
Don't
you
you
know how
ever
many
let
more
nobody
no,
make you
I
feel bad
apologize
about
for
it.
the way that I allow myself
No, no, no,
allow it.
no, 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 no. Because that's who you are. Don't ever deny who you are.
and he
Eh,
made you
eh,
that way. If he
That's
Yeah.
wanted you
right.
to be different, he would have
Me,
created you
well,
different.
imperfect people made me, respond
No,
the
but
way
I
that I
mean,
respond.
like, God formed you in your mother's womb.
Yeah.
So
Hmm.
whatever, heartfelt things that you have, whatever raw emotions and passions that you have, he created you to be that way because we were made in his likeness, even with the corruption that was let out into the world for us to become flawed. Even with those things, we still have so much more of our creator in us than any bad. So the things about you that are so good that you are sharing with the world are the very things that Satan will try to come in and attack you on. But those are the very things that the ones that are lost need. Because if not, there wouldn't be somebody like you. You know what I mean?
You know,
Like there's somebody out here for everybody, and they need someone that they can relate to. So
Yeah,
many women here in this chat, in this room, in this world
Yes.
can
that's
relate
right.
to
Yes.
the things that you went through. It
That's
might not
right.
be
Yes.
everything that you went through, but they can relate to you on some level. And we need an ambassador, a representative,
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
because
Someone
indeed.
how
who's
else
willing
will
to
we be able to
stand up.
relate?
Yes. And we need someone who's willing to stand up and and stare the devil straight down and say, not today. Tomorrow don't look good for you either. But this is who I am, and you're gonna respect this relationship inside of this zone right here. And
Mhm.
that
Hmm.
is what your channel is all about, my love. See? And you cannot quit simply
No.
because you're much needed. You're
Yeah.
too
Hmm.
important.
Yes. And Satan wants you to quit.
Yes, he
But we're
does.
not going to let him win. That's why you have people like us that are supporting you, that believe in you, because we see what God is doing through you. You are
Yes,
his
indeed.
vessel. And we're all imperfect. We all have our flaws about us, no matter where we come from in the world. But at the end of the day, our stories, the things that we have to contribute that can be used for the glory of God,
Yes,
that is
indeed.
something that will always out trump any of the devil's tactics or anything else that he comes in with to try to stop it. He can't stop it.
That's right.
well, I want you guys to know that right now is not good because I'm just going to be honest. I'm having a hard time with my depression because I long just to touch my mother. And I
Mhm.
call her my mother today because not because of Mother's Day, because I don't, it's been some time that I think about moments that we shared, or and my niece, when she took my niece, not only did my therapist ask, well, what did she take? What it explained to me, and she took your niece. Nothing much, just other than my womb, she took my heartbeat.
Mhm.
Just my heartbeat.
So our prayer for you, my sister, is the prayer of peace.
Yes.
We are praying right now that God, you heal that open wound in
In
my
the name
sister's
of Jesus.
spirit, in her
Yes.
heart, Lord God.
Yes.
Because, Lord God, she has an important mission. But, Lord God, she can't go any further until this thing within her is healed. Lord God, we pray that you heal that little girl
Yes.
that was disappointed, that was abused. Lord
Mhm.
God, that inner little child who was innocent in all things and had her innocence taken. That God, is where we're going to start at today.
Yes, Father
And
God.
Lord God, we understand that you got a plan for this woman of God's life.
Yes, Father.
But Lord God, we want her to be at peace in
Yes.
all things, Lord God. And we come against the spirit of triggerism
Yes.
In the mighty
because
name
she's
of Jesus.
no longer bound by the things that the devil had planned for her life.
That's right.
We cancel every assignment in the name of Jesus.
Yes.
We cancel everything, Lord God, that the enemy had plotted and planned for her.
Yes.
He will no longer be able to touch her in that spot.
Yes.
As of today, it is done. And we
Yes.
call it done on the authority of Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Amen.
Wanted to check that. I
Thank
know you
you
meant
so
well.
much.
Really, that was kind. But I'm just lately it's not been good. But I am when I see little girls, I get sick to my stomach, and I'm trying to fight to get my weight back up. I keep I lost weight really fast, and sometimes like yesterday I didn't eat. I have to fight to eat sometimes. It's been so that's
Okay.
why I have to be careful about certain things. So
It's okay.
it's that's
It's
fine.
okay.
It's
I'm
all
scared of
right.
people. I'm
It's all
scared.
Your
right.
feelings are valid. You matter. And this isn't going to get you down. Like, this isn't going to stop you.
No, it's
You're
not.
just going through a period right now, and you have every right to feel how you feel. You have every right to speak on your experience and vent.
That's right.
You are not a nuisance. You are not a casualty.
No.
God don't make no mistakes. So you were meant to be here. You were meant to do this, or else he would have put you in a whole different space to do something different.
That's right. Never be afraid to teach from a teachable place,
Mm-hmm.
because we all are working on ourselves. We're all just in different spaces. And I know that it upsets the devil that you have so much reinforcement around you. That's
Yes.
another thing that's irritating him, because he realizes he's seeing the armament that's coming up around you.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want you to think whatever you need to do, you do what you need to do, because your peace is priority over everything. But I just want you to know that just because you feel the way you feel, don't think that you are not changing lives right where you stand, and for the better. I ain't talking about the ones who are clapping their hands and rubbing their palms, happy and joyful that they saw you move yourself from the space. I want you to focus on the people who are right here, right now, those who can't be here because they might be doing something else offline, with the day or whatever, but you got people supporting you. You really do. You got people praying for you. And I've said this from the very beginning. I've seen it, and I keep seeing people do it. They keep reactivating the same because they see God working and manifest. I said, you have a warrior spirit.
Yeah. And
And
God is
go
God
ahead.
is prepping her.
He
He's
is.
prepping her for spiritual warfare. A lot
Yes,
of
he
these
is.
people have been tested. So don't even feel bad about you having a moment of humanness,
That's
because
right.
again, we're humans.
That's
That's
right.
it.
There
And
it
God is
is.
going to equip you. And he's going to give you everything you need, sister.
That's right.
Because this battle is not yours, it's the
It
Lord's.
is.
But he going to give you some people to fight alongside you.
That's right.
Because we're all in this spiritual battle together.
Yes,
We're
we
going to
are.
fight back to back, side to side, shoulder to shoulder, whatever it takes to get to where we got to get to.
That's why we need to learn how to listen, be listeners, because sometimes we're saying the same thing and we don't hear because we're so busy trying to make sure our point is larger, bolder, greater, and turn around and you're saying the same thing. I'm going to walk away and always believe that, you know what, maybe they just didn't hear. And maybe they'll come back. Because the one thing about I tell people all the time, I've been wrong before, but I ain't never too proud to admit I've been wrong. If you got a problem admitting when you're wrong, God can't do nothing with you.
Nope. Just be. And when that's the reason why, you know, even when you reason with the scriptures, when you read it, and if it doesn't line up with, if two or more scriptures doesn't line up to match that scripture, clearly that scripture has to be canceled out. Same thing when it comes to life. If that doesn't make sense, if it doesn't reason well, then your point is canceled out, sis.
Yeah.
It's canceled out. If it doesn't line up with life, it's canceled out.
And people hate the truth a lot of times.
If you don't like this over here, this ain't your space.
Right.
This ain't your channel, sis. Go over there. Swipe over there. Okay. We're here. You can't sit with us then. It's okay. It ain't mean-spirited.
Right.
It's just facts. But
right.
One person who can't come over here and try to make everybody, just like you saying, well, I don't like y'all eating pie, apple pie. So you trying to make the whole room stop eating apple pie because you don't like apple pie. Really? Who are you?
Yeah.
Just don't eat apple pie. And if you don't like the way it smells, go next door. It's a simple fix.
I'll go home.
There you go. You always do that.
Who are you? I can't tell you who and what not to serve, or who to be with, who not to be with, what to watch and what not. I'm a grown woman. Who are you?
Right.
But you hit on something very important. When people don't know who they are, they try to assume an identity that somehow matches what they want to be. A lot of times people attack you because they want to be you.
Yeah.
But they don't know what it costs to be you.
Ooh, they don't want
I understand them want to be me. I get that because I would want to be me too. So I get that wondering. I get it.
That's what I'm talking about.
I understand. That's I get it.
And you don't
want to be me.
You don't even have to have the most money in the world. You could be the richest, the poorest, middle class. It doesn't matter. These people can have more materials than you, and something in you will still irritate their demons, their spirit.
Bring it, Chrissy. Bring it on.
It
does not matter what you have or don't have.
I claim not having a lot of money. I own it. I claim, because you know what? I live within my means.
Yeah, me too.
I claim not having a lot of money, but you know what? One thing a sis know how to do, like the Apostle Paul said, he know how to be rich and poor. Let me tell you something. Sunkiss has a nice bag or two and a nice pair of shoes or two. But let me tell you something. Sunkiss don't have a problem going to Walmart and getting some tennis shoes too.
Okay.
Myers, I got some cute jeans still from Myers.
I can't wait to go to Myers. I'm so jealous of you. Oh, you get to go. I can't stand you. I'm Jay. Look, because that was my spot. You know, I used to work at Myers too. Let me tell you something. I'm a girl, that was my job. But I'm a girl with a tongue. I'm telling you right now, Myers is my spot. But you know what? Let me tell you something. Yes, I got some $250 lotion in my bathroom from years ago when I had it like that. Okay. Yes, Neiman Marcus was my spot. They knew me by name. Okay, they don't know me anymore. Just know that, because I'm not in that situation no more because of me having to walk away from some toxicity. Let me tell you something. I walk away from some toxicity to have the peace that I have, because my peace right now is priceless.
There you go. There you go.
Give me my peace, rather than like when I was in the shelter, when I walked away, and when they took me, this lady took me to get me my. You lived here. She kept saying, I said, just go. This was your place, and now I had downsized there. You live. Oh my God! I said, you see posh. I said,
Mhm.
You see Posh. I see pain. Give me back to the shelter so I can take a nap.
I'm done.
Get me to the shelter, ma'am. And take this
I'm
gas
done.
money. And shut it up. Zip it and throw it away. Get me back to you while you trying to circle around and look at some stuff. Get me out of here.
Oh, Lord.
Mama girl.
Because
It's
everybody's
Mama
vantage
D-U-B-B.
point.
H. That's what it is. Mama girl, get me back to the shelter.
But you know what? It's so crazy that everybody's vantage point is not the same.
Mhm.
And so you have to flow in the circle that is
Okay,
most like
hold on.
you.
Let me address something. Empath eulogy, get out my chat, and you can take whatever you got to say, and you can flush it. Okay.
Mhm.
Let me show everybody what she have to say why she being fake, because she don't mean this. Because she told me some other stuff before in Brent's live. She was very nasty to me. See how fake they can be? See how fake they can be? She was very nasty to me, and that goes to show how she is when she says empath eulogy. You see, I'm gonna call her out. Yeah, she watching. See how I have see how they yeah, now she's blocked.
No.
Now that part. I'm sorry, go on.
You know what? I don't forgot what I said.
Look, I understand. I truly understand.
I'm
'Cause
not playing with them no
telling
more. Don't come on my lemonade stand. Dripping nothing over here. You dripping venom.
I'm trying to help you
You're not
remember.
walking on the like I said.
Oh,
Play with me. Hi, Gloria. How are you? Welcome to the lemonade stand. Now we're back. Keep it up. Go ahead and chat. Baba
But
girl.
you know what? I was
H. That's what it is. Go ahead, Baba girl. Take it from the top.
I really just admire the people who are on the chat with you, and I also admire the courage that you have to change. It takes a lot of courage to change.
It does.
I've been going in circles for so long, baby. I just within the last 10 years got myself together, and I'll be 60 years old. Okay. But
But at
it
least you
took
did
me
that.
that long to change because I was doing everything wrong. And
Mhm.
swear to God, I was right. Ooh, honey, I was a fool to my own self.
Mhm.
Now, when you recognize that you need to change and you don't change, that's where the problem's gonna start.
Right.
Mhm.
Oh, and
Because
let
see,
me make this clear. Natasha 75, she did not say this after the empath eulogy. She said this prior to, so that the empath eulogy don't try to come after her and make no noise with her. She said this before I block you empath eulogy. So you empath eulogy, you gonna bring it? You bring it to me. Natasha said this before. I'm putting her comment up now, but she been said these things. So I just want to make that clear. I'm sorry. Go on.
so when you stand in your truth, when you admit to yourself that you don't know what you're doing in this life, that's when you can start to heal. That's when you can start to put things in perspective. And that's when you can see the order of God in your life. And that's when you start walking a different path. Now, everybody's not going to be on board with that. Because, see,
Right.
when you start changing the friends that you have, like you said one time, they start dropping off. Well, yes,
Mhm.
they will. Because you're a new creation.
New creation
Mhm.
codes. Mhm.
And nobody, you know what? People won't even understand you. You could be talking, and the words coming out your mouth go right over their head.
Yep.
Yeah.
Completely foreign.
But
Yeah.
you gotta keep going. I don't ever want to see you, my beautiful black sister. I don't ever want to see you or any of the other women in this place. I don't want to see you down. I don't want to see you put yourselves down
Right.
because it's very costly. We are what is the woman with the alabaster box? She had something that was costly.
Mhm.
Okay, but she waited until she could break the box over the feet of Jesus.
Mhm.
Okay, the most precious thing she owned. Each and every one of you are the most precious thing God owns.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that you need to start seeing yourselves as such.
Yes.
You are so sweet. And you know what is fresh, refreshing, wondering chick, is the fact that you are of the same age group as these ladies. And to hear you say that, the fact that you're humble enough to say that at one point you were there and now you're just now getting it, that it's humbling to hear you say that, and that you want more for us.
Mm-hmm.
It's not too many of them that's willing to do that, to sit themselves on the throne, to say that only a real queen would do that and say that.
Yeah.
So we collectively, the lemon drops and lemon heads, and right now we collectively sit you on the throne and we straighten your crown and we beat your drums.
Yes.
Because it ain't too many that we know of that would do that.
No.
So we
Because
think,
people be superficial.
Yeah.
yes, it takes strength to do that.
But we
And
need you though.
you're
We
going
really
to
do. We need you, because I think more people, whether they want to admit it or not, relate more to your story than they probably relate to mine.
they're mine. So we thank you. We really do. Thank you so much for that. Lamb
I
just dropped
appreciate you,
some
ladies.
lemons too. So thank you. J10, okay, she said, what has Empath said to you in the past? Some kids, I must have missed it. She did. She actually got into Brent's chat. And fact, yeah, no, I had on my other hair. It was close to this. It's cute too. But anyways, she
made
told me
a
to take,
distasteful joke.
huh?
She made a distasteful joke.
She did, and she said some nasty things. It was like it went on and on and on and on, and none of the moderators blocked what she said or deleted what she said, blocked her, put her in timeout or anything.
You understand? Yeah.
And one in particular said, "Oh, I tried, I just couldn't do it." Okay, well, it don't matter because I just blocked you and it was successful. How about that?
So it's working. The block is still working. Still in the the block is still in the blessing business.
The block is hot. The block is hot. Ha ha. The block is hot. Now the block is hot. So, anyways, yeah, that part. So
But
yeah,
you handled that with grace, though.
thing. Huh?
You handled that with grace, though, because even when that was said, and I remember it being plastered on the screen, for the panel to see, when you acknowledged it, you actually handled it with grace. Like, you weren't nasty, you weren't venomous, you didn't say anything, mean to her. You actually ended up giving her a compliment. So that is
But none
growth.
of that's acknowledged, though. You notice none of that's animated. The way that I handled that, none of that has ever been acknowledged.
And that's growth.
I acknowledged it.
I didn't even know that anything like that went down. But I just don't understand, like I said, why people, what is exactly, well, you know what? I want to see what the next live, because you know what, they'll sit and they'll rest and they'll recline back. I'm going to see if those same people move in the same place and moving in the same way, because I think they're literally, this is why you got to be careful dismantling your ministry for these people. Now, if you want to close the door, you want to close the, and it just say, you know what, I'm just going to deliver the word out of hand it out the door. The doors ain't going to be open, but I'm just going, anybody come up to the steps, I'm just going to hand you today's word. If that's what you want to do, that's fine. But don't stop doing God's word.
No, because Matthew 28:19-20, Jesus says to go. Yeah. He didn't say let them come. He said go. He went to the people. He traveled. Right. That helps with humility. He said go and make disciples of every man and nation. It didn't matter what color. That's why I said like I said in Acts 10:35, when Jehovah says that everyone, he is not partial to anyone. He accepts anyone that is righteous. Anyone that is righteous. And so my thing, Jesus says to go and make disciples of every man of the nations. He didn't say certain kinds and certain colors. And when people say, "Oh, we're the chosen ones," where? Not anymore. Because he said to go and make them. And when he's in Revelation, he said it is a great crowd. Yeah. He didn't say certain races. And so my thing is, and even in 144,000 that was chosen to go to heaven, he said that there was 12,000 out of each tribe. He didn't say a certain race. He said
You
certain
sure
tribe.
didn't, because
So my thing is,
yeah.
I'm sorry, go on, baby, go on.
No, you're exactly right. You know,
Yeah.
yeah, you're exactly right. People are
Yeah.
trying to get in, and it's evident. You know how you can tell it's evident of people trying to see, act, and behave as if their love for God is bigger or better than anybody else.
No.
You watch how you see these spirits and stuff moving, these people moving, and my thing is, if you don't have if you are just talking directly to somebody,
Mhm.
and you're saying the same thing, but one person can't even hear it. This is what I mean when I say people need to have a teachable spirit, because I should not,
Mhm.
I don't mind being, I've said before, I don't care
Mhm.
about having the last word because God already has it.
Oh.
But what I do think that people do need to do is that because they think that they are more learned, they might know more, can memorize more scriptures. None of that means anything because to a teachable spirit, because you know what a teachable spirit does? Everything that vexes them, they go and find the word to back up and support it and to get the energy that they need from that word. Everything
But the
that we
thing
go
is, they're
through is
gonna
in that
find it.
book.
But if it doesn't correlate, because the Bible is a song, it's in harmony. It's a beautiful
That's
song.
right.
It doesn't correlate, and if you can't find different scriptures for it to all correlate, you got to cancel out the scripture that you're trying to use to refute.
That's right.
Because you twisting the scriptures. So my thing is, that's why I do my research. People say, "Oh, it's your religion." No, it's my God's word.
Right.
Because people so hooked up on religions will turn you against God.
Yes,
Religions will turn you against God and his word. You better try to research the scriptures and have a relationship with your God, because
Right.
watching man will get you killed.
Yeah.
So that's what First Peter 2:21 says. Jesus said, follow my footsteps closely. His footsteps, not man. Because listen, watching man, it's a whole lot of dirty stuff going on in religion.
Yeah.
And it's a whole bunch of religions. So if you're looking at just religion, you'll be confused and you'll walk away. You better try to have a relationship with your God and research the scriptures for yourself, so you can. So somebody coming at you crazy, you be like, nah,
right?
No, I'm good on that, because here's why, and get the flip and say, see, because I've done my homework, my research.
That's right.
I have a relationship with my God, and I because I listen to His word. Right. So my thing is, if someone says, "Oh, I have a problem with my Honda," would you go to a hairdresser to find out what's wrong with your Honda? No. You're gonna go to the manual, or you're gonna go to the one that manufactured it.
Right.
So if you want to know about life, you have a problem, you want to know what's going on, you go to the manufacturer, the one that created you and man, and then you go to the manual, his word, the Bible, and you research to find the problem. People always want to go to the pastors, want to go to the person or the preacher, or to the bishop, or to the reverend, or whoever is of the elders of the congregation. You better try to research it.
God gave us an intercessor. We do not have to go to pastors to hear from God.
You gotta research it, and now you can be open to listen. It's good to be open. And when somebody suggests and say, "Oh, okay,"
it should align with what you already know. You should be going to your pastor to get validation from what already God has revealed to you. You're just getting this lined up. He should not be. And if you go to him first, you should not take his word first. You still need to go back to the word, because the reality is that people have their own agenda. You should never put any man before God.
Yeah, you need to pray to him first and ask him, what does he want? What do you require? What do you want from me? What do you expect from me? What is this about?
Right.
He knows it, because he said his sincere prayers are what he listens to. Sincere. And if you sincerely want to have an answer, go to him. He's going to direct. You think he's not going to direct you if you sincerely want to know?
Right.
And he's going to direct you to the answer. And here's the thing, when he directs you, you be prepared for the answer. A lot of times people don't want that answer. Right. So if you don't want the answer, okay, well, he's going to guide you. You don't want the answer. We free more agents. If you don't want it, okay, well,
how many times though, and I know this for sure because I've seen it in my own family. I know someone who wanted a pastor to marry them, but refused to marry them because the man was a he didn't believe in God. And he said, there's no way this marriage can happen. I can't perform the service. So what did the woman do? She went and found somebody who would marry them. See, this is, and when I say this, what I'm saying is that when you sometimes what we'll do when we want something so badly, the flesh wants something so badly, we'll go and find someone who will align with what we want, and then we'll blame God for the explosion.
Tell me about it. Creating one, and God
said, I sent you an angel, but you turned him away, and you went and found somebody else who was willing to marry. You can, the Bible speaks of it. You can, how can you be yoked with a non-believer?
Yeah. The spirit, hey, look, you know what? The word and the spirit are always going to agree.
Yes, it will.
Yes.
So, you have to be able to listen as well as hear. I mean, you know what I'm saying. I'm so sleepy right now. Y'all forgive me if I'm talking crazy.
Okay.
But the thing is that people don't want to be accountable. They want what they want when they want it. And they're not willing to listen to sound doctrine. And then they definitely ain't willing to listen to what God has to say about the matter. They don't want to wait on a true word from God. So they circumvent all this other stuff and go get some mess, and then they expect God to fix it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And God's like, I didn't create that. That's you.
Want people to bless the mess.
Yes, want people to bless the mess. Ain't nobody. Hey, God's like, look at here, honey. You that ain't me. That's you.
That's all you.
That's
I
all
gave you your answer. Everybody want him to say yes to everything. He says no too.
Absolutely.
Wait.
And sometimes that no is not because he doesn't want you to have something. A lot of times that no comes in contact with you because he's trying to protect you from something, or he has something way greater than what you ever expected.
Right.
He loves you. And he said
that marriage lasted less than 18 months.
And that's what God was trying to stop. He knew it.
This is the way you said it. That's the way you said it. You said it. What did you say?
I was 19 years old, and my faith was big enough to know that I was surprised it lasted that long.
Yeah.
And it had nothing to do with me. I've been a believer a long time. God started doing a lot of work in me, and I started seeing how he moved, and that just enticed me more and more to get to know him. I just was running after him because I was like, wow, this is amazing, because you can see through darkness. You can, unbind binds. There's it's the power is so he can give you the words to make your prisoners unshackle you. I don't understand. I know that a lot of people are fragile and they're not allowing themselves to be able to see the beauty. But I'm gonna tell you one thing: if you're coming after somebody who is equipping themselves and God is doing work in them, you are keeping yourself from actually seeing the full manifestation of God, because you shouldn't be out here envying nobody's journey, what they've been through, because people have been through stuff so that God can equip them to do his biggest work. That's why I know for a fact you got, girl, I said it and I say it again, and I'll tell you, I'll say it on my last breath. I breathe. There is a lot of souls more seeking you than they are looking at me. You've gone through what you've gone through. God has put a ministry in you to really heal some people. And that's the reason why a lot of this ground is trembling, because they see that you are moving supernaturally. I'm looking at you and I watch, where did this girl get this energy from? How is she able to? I ain't but a few years older than you. You down after 8 hours, boom. 12 hours, doing another 8 hours and I'm looking at her, I'm like wiping the sleep dust out of mine. I'm like, you know what, God, I got to do better for you. I guess I'm got to go right back into, got to go back and shade his head again, because clearly, this girl, I got to be awake, because I got to be awake to watch over her. So you got to give me a more energy. Give it
Yeah.
to me. 'Cause
Y'all
I
was so
gotta
good.
cover her.
But you know what,
Mhm.
woman of God, your platform is too small. I'm just gonna put that
Mhm.
out there. Your platform too small, baby.
Mm.
You're gonna have to cast a wider net.
Mm.
Because this platform of YouTube is too small for you, baby.
I think so too.
You need your own show. I don't know what that looks like, and that's okay. That's God's business. It ain't none of mine. But your platform is too small.
Mhm.
I'm just saying that. I'm just throwing it out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Rose. Hi, my baby. I'm so,
I
just
believe
want to hold
that.
that
I
thought.
said that same thing.
Rose,
That was pretty much what I was intending when I said if you got to take a break from here, but this is just one space. There is a bigger ministry for you.
Yes.
so when you
This
say
is a grain of sand, just a grain.
Yes. Yes.
You never know.
Hi,
God might have you even
Rose Bell
open.
Carter, baby. Welcome to the Lemonade Stand. We missed you. I know I left last night. I had to protect my energy. I mean, my space and my peace. I couldn't.
Hi,
It was too much
Rosebell
too much darkness
Carter.
over there last night.
Hi, Rosebell.
Okay, so when you all, I know. Hey, J10, where's J10? Not Natasha and J10. And can you all kind of brief Rosebell as to why I left? Can you guys kind of like brief her on everything? You know, so when you say that my it's too small, okay, so what are you suggesting?
Well, you have to build some other things, to go along with this.
Mhm.
You got to get some other tie-ins to go along with your YouTube. You can do your YouTube and then expand on a podcast and then do some other things. There's ways that you can build your platform and make it larger. This platform here, it's okay, but it's too limiting for you.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't say the things that you need to say, and because of the things that you've been through are so graphic, you need the freedom to talk to the women that you need to get to. And I mean, you sometimes you got to roll in the dirt with them. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I know I sound kind of hoarse because I ain't been to sleep yet, so I'm still up from last night.
Well, you need to get you some sleep.
But wait,
You
let
need-
me finish. Let me finish. Let me
Okay.
finish. But your platform is you're like on the bottom step right now, and I see you stepping higher and higher and higher because this is just the jumping off point for you.
Yes, it is.
Once you learn to navigate this thing called social media and all the other things that come with it, you're gonna build a platform, girl, that the world is got to be ready for.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Whether they're ready or not, you're God's gonna launch you out there.
He sure is.
This is her training ground.
Yep.
This is
Yes, it's
definitely her
very
training
much your
ground.
training ground.
Mhm.
Very much.
Mhm.
Very much. That's why you can't quit, my sister.
Right. It's equipping you for a bigger ministry.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes. So, quitting is not allowed in this zone, honey. This is a quit-free zone.
Quit
We
free.
ain't quitting over here. So if I gotta come where you at and come and get you, you in trouble.
I told her I'm gonna drag you right on back.
Yes, you in
Okay.
trouble, honey. Hey, and I know how to roll out too. What? Don't get me.
Okay.
Hey, look, I'll pull your
Even if
address
you have to mute
up.
or you have to there are ways that you can do what you need to do, and then you'll turn, give the, like I said, even if you have to say the doors of the church are the rusted in the joints, or the windows is broke, or there's no air conditioning and the people can't sit in there because it's too hot. You can hand the word, you can be on the speaker, you can do whatever you need to do, but you can't stop the movement, because, and I already know you won't, but that's what I mean. You got to find that space that no matter what, no one silences you, because I've been in that place where people have tried to silence me. I've been muted in spaces, but I stood on the outside and
Mhm.
marched around that place and prayed and delivered the word, and them doors flew off their hinges.
Mhm.
Because and this is going to be the church. This is the world's ministries are going to
Yes.
save God's church.
Yes.
So we
Mhm.
cannot stop. I've been saying this for over 30 years. Do not be afraid to be in God's ministry out in the world, because the
Yes.
church has been polluted. The buildings have been polluted, and people are
Yes.
thinking that this is they building God's church in there, and they accepting everything. You got pastors leading churches, been engaged and holding women's hands and holding them back for 30 years and
Come
15
on now.
years.
Really?
You think that
And
they're
he's
showing?
tearing them down.
Oh, they're showing. They're trying to show, girl.
God is
For
cleaning house.
20 years, you got old pastors just standing there holding women back.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
And allowing
And
the
it's been
things that's
coming
not
out
of
this year. Now
God.
they want to find. Now they want to get them engaged, because you know why? They got one foot on the banana peel and one on the grave.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And
But
then
look at
engaged
in 30, you know how in 30 years, how many people have come up under somebody, 15, 20 years, somebody's come up under their tutelage that has seen that and using that as their benchmark of life. I ain't got to marry no woman. All I got to do is hold her hand and act the role. She going to lift me up and tell everybody we engaged, and I ain't even gave her a ring.
Come on now.
Mhm.
Noel Jones went into a Cracker Jack box.
Praise God.
Now, I know the symbolism of it, but why did he make her wait so long?
Wait a minute. This was a preacher that engaged to a woman
Bishop.
for 30
Yes.
Did you?
He
Yes.
supported her for nearly 30 years. Over
What?
20-something years.
Wait a minute. I just need to make sure I heard you right. Did you say engaged?
Yes.
Well,
You
the
said
formal
engaged.
engagement came when he pulled the Cracker Jack ring out of the box, but they had been when they were on Preachers of LA, he had her waiting then, and I said she needs to stop and get off that train. And I find out after all this, been on practically almost 6, 7, 8 years since that show went off, and he's married. He asked her to marry him back, I think, in January, February. Marvin Will Winans. Just this woman is a orthopedic doctor. Went to Wayne State. She been waiting for him for almost 20 years.
That's crazy.
And these are the same ones that are put on the pedestal as the front line to have been ministers to the people, to lead the flock.
Yeah,
and
they
these
got
very
their own
same
churches,
people,
big ministries.
right?
You
And
know,
these same
Perfecting
people
Church
have
here,
sold
that's
out.
Winans Church, girl. Look at all the people that
Mhm.
did probably come through that church that is used him as a model for how they gonna
Yep.
govern there, because this is what happens. This is what I'm saying. So that's why I say I may not go in there, but I'm gonna walk around outside until that beast flees. Because I'm gonna tell you something. There are people that are in there that want to be saved from underneath that, but they so indoctrinated into it. This is how people are. It's the saddest thing to see. That's the very reason why I say I don't care what anybody do. I might not have a word for you until I pray about it, but ain't nobody gonna shut me up. Ain't nobody gonna run me away, because I know what God had already told me, that this is what you're gonna have to undertake. I guarantee
preacher.
you. He'll let you know, as he would equip you. You are not going nowhere. You might turn to the other side and start preaching out the window. You might go to the speaker. You might move to another space, but you're going to keep delivering your message, because when it starts to get on fire, the devil will start to come to try to quench it.
That's it. That's it. That's it. Kill, steal, and destroy.
Absolutely.
And he loves confusion. It's his best play, but it's so predictable.
You know what I'm thinking about? Look here, I'm sitting here looking. Ooh. Luke 6:26. It says, "Woe, whenever all men speak well of you, for this is what their forefathers did to the false prophets." Whenever all the men speak well of you, for this is what their forefathers did to the false prophets. But you know what? This is what's going on right now. This is what's going on right now.
There are a lot of false prophets in the land.
Yes, it is.
You have to have spiritual discernment just to peek them out, because they come with these flowery words and all these mannerisms and everything else, but and don't have an ounce of anointing.
Yeah,
because it says here the next scripture, No, listen. I mean, listen to this wandering chick. It says, "Then if anyone says to you, 'Look, here's the Christ,' or 'There,' do not believe it. For false Christs and false prophets will arise and will perform great signs and wonders, so as to mislead, if possible, even the chosen ones." It says, "Look, I have forewarned you. Therefore, if people says to you, 'Look, he is in the wilderness,' do not get out. Look, he is in the inner rooms. Do not believe it." So it's saying, don't even believe these false prophets, because they're gonna come and do all these little things to make you think, like
Oh,
they
yeah.
wear the garb, and they wear, they walk around and they do all these fancy things, and they have the mega church. A lot of times people can do a lot, and they may the way that they may perform, or the things that they may have, and all the goods, and you can get wooed by all of that.
Mhm.
And a lot of times you say, "Oh, because they do this, because they do that." But then when you say, creating one that they got a whole fiance of 30 years.
30 years. I forgot her name. I'll look it up, but it's
the bells and whistles you got. You
And there's these churches are being torn down. I mean, not structurally, like where we can all see,
they
but I'm
being
saying their
dismantled. Yeah.
reputation, their false persona is being torn down, and the veil is being lifted where everybody can now see what's really going on, who they really are, where they can see the back shade tree deals and the souls that these people have been leading astray.
Yeah.
Every last one of them. Think of like all of the big time ministers that from the past 20, 30 years, right?
Mhm.
That have made it on a prime time level, that made mainstream. Everyone from the Eddie Longs to the Marnet, whatever that guy's name is, the Winans dude.
Mark
Him, Benny Hinn, like all of these big name people that were on so many platforms, like literally back in the day.
Yes, I did. And you said what now? That they
Back
did what
in the
now?
day, you couldn't turn your channel on any gospel related television show without seeing them somewhere, whether it be in a commercial, in an interview, something. But all of these people now are being torn down and exposed, and God is raising up regular people that he's anointed to be the preachers and the pastors to lead his flock now.
That's right.
It's starting from the street ministry. It's starting from the YouTube platforms. It's starting from the podcast. And a lot of these people were not certified scholars like some of these other people have, who have gone to Bible college and institutions for years and years and years. No, but you are coming out with a spitfire and a fire and a light that God had graced and anointed so that it couldn't be put out. You're years and centuries ahead of these people, and they've been in the game longer.
Well, Jesus didn't have a church; he had a ministry.
Sure,
right?
Mm-hmm.
And his ministry was with the people.
A group of people. It's a group. Church means a crowd of people, not an actual building. But if you look up the dictionary, it's just a group of people. So, but it's not one on people just went on and just called the building the church, but really it's a congregation of people.
But you know what? The problem is that they're not reaching the people who really need to hear the true and unadulterated word of God. The problem is that with these charlatans and all their razzle dazzle, you got your people so mesmerized like deer in the headlights that they miss God. And those men who did that, and those men who continue to do that, they're going to be accountable for the souls that they have in their congregation
that they've misled.
And God's going to judge them harshly. Mm-hmm. He's going to judge them harshly.
We're in the last days. We're in the last days. In the last days, that started back in like the 1940s, but you see things have progressively gotten worse. Things have gotten more so in your face, and it just hasn't been because of social media and all of that, because a lot of people tend to blame, because now we got computers, or because now we got a Facebook and this and this and that. No, but God is using those same tools that the devil uses for evil. He's using now to expose it so that it can reach all corners of the world, as it states in the Bible.
Yes.
So that nobody can say they never heard of Yeshua, Yahweh, whatever you want to call him. Jehovah
right.
Jireh, so that no man can ever say that they haven't been brought the good news.
There
That's
you
right.
go.
Mhm.
There you
Every
go.
corner of the world and every nation will hear of his name. Everyone will
Yes.
know the word of God, whether they choose to accept it or reject it.
That's right.
Yes.
And that's what's been going on now. That's why all of these people have been brought out for the heinous things and the back sideways deals that they've been doing, because these people, I'm not going to say they were never of God. They probably started out that way, maybe had great intentions. But somewhere along the way, it became less about God and more about their accolades, more about
Yes.
getting gratification for themselves,
Yes.
instead of leading the
Yes.
people back to God, instead of telling them the unadulterated truth, like Wondering Chick said. That is
Yes.
why their pillars are being torn down.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And you know what? Like I love what you just said. Matthew 7:15-23. He says, this is Jesus. He said, be on the watch for the false prophets who come to you in sheep's covering, but inside they are ravenous wolves. And I know y'all familiar with this. He says, but by their fruits you will recognize them. Never do people gather grapes from thorns or figs from thistles, do they? Likewise, every good tree produces fine fruit, but every rotten tree produces worthless fruit. A good tree cannot bear worthless fruit, nor can a rotten tree produce fine fruit. Every tree not producing fine fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. Really then, by their fruit, you will recognize them. Not everyone saying to me, Lord, Lord, will enter into the kingdom of the heavens, but only the one doing the will of my Father who is in the heavens will. Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name and expel demons in your name and perform many powerful works in your name? And then I will declare to you, I never knew you. Get away from me, you workers of lawlessness.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Because if
this
you
is
rejected
huge
him, he's gonna reject
because
you.
that's
Yeah.
right. Because he said many will again. And
Many.
remember, we talked about what he told his disciples in Matthew 24:3-14. He said, they asked him, when will we know the conclusion of the system of things? And that's what he said. The first thing he said, many will come on a basis of my name. But right here, he said it again. He said, not everyone saying, Lord, Lord, will enter into the kingdom of the heavens. When he talked about many will come, many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name and expel demons in your name and perform many signs and works in your name? And then I will declare to you, I never knew you. So he's saying, you did these things, but that wasn't my requirement. My God, my Father, he didn't even require that. You did what you wanted to do.
Yep. For self
I
gratification.
said to follow my footsteps, but you chose it your way.
All right.
I said to look into the scriptures and to do XYZ, but you did it ZYX, or you did it ABC. You did it over here FEY. No, you chose it and looked at the scriptures and you said it's a smorgasbord. I believe this part of the Bible and not that. Oh, we believe that part and not this. But 2 Timothy 3:16 says all scripture is inspired of God.
That's right.
So you going around telling people, oh, God understand, live your life that way. It's okay. He understand. No. Just like we're teaching each other as women to have standards and to stand 10 toes down on them,
Mm-hmm.
we just specks of dust on the scale.
Come on.
He made us. Who are we to say what we will and won't do for him? Who?
Come on.
Who are we? We imperfect. And talking about what we will and won't take. Who in the heck are we? When
God
he's the
made these
Almighty God, he got the right to set standards. He's our Father. And we always heard our parents say, I brought you in and I take you out. This is my house. If you can't live by my rules, what they say, get your thing and get out. This earth was our home. He created it for Adam and Eve. And when they didn't do right, what did he say? You're going to die within that. And 1,000 years is like a day to him. So within 900 and some years, they died.
Yeah.
And so my thing is, what he's given us a chance to do what he requires, not what we want to do, not what we think. He said, follow my footsteps. So when Jesus came here, people always want to talk about, oh, the story when he came here. No, he came here to live a certain way. So he says, watch me, y'all. It's just like if we're teaching someone. Watch what I do. And this is what I want you to do. And if I if I did it while I was there, I want you to do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And if I didn't do it, and if I avoided it, you don't do it. I came here to live amongst men so that I can set the standards and the example for you to do the same thing or to not do that, whether it's popular or not. They didn't like me for it, and they're not going to like you. And if they didn't like me as your master and as the one that was perfect, I was perfect and they didn't like me. You think they're going to like you?
There we go.
And if they didn't like me, and if they tortured me, guess what they're going to do to you?
Same thing.
Same thing.
So if I, for instance, just for kicks and giggles, let me give y'all an example. If I ran, kicked, and skipped, and they didn't like that I ran, kicked, and skipped, and if I tell you to follow my footsteps closely, and then if you run, kick, and skip, guess what? You think they're going to like you because you running, kicking, and skipping? Nope. Even more so because they run in a low sinking debauchery lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
And he also said the world loves its own.
Mm-hmm.
That is so true.
If it's vile, disgusting, if it's good, they're going to hate it.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's bad, they're going to love it.
That's it.
So if you're trying to do what is right, they're going to attack it. And you see whatever they are, and they're attacking what's right, watch them.
Yes, it.
They're like ravenous wolves.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to take you. You're like sheep amongst wolves. So just imagine that. Now I'm going to watch you. I'm going to protect you. I'm not going to take you out. However, you're going to feel some of the effects. So I'm telling you this to warn you, to tell you, be mild as a dove, but be cautious as a serpent.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm telling you this for a reason. I am getting you prepared for this. I went through it, and guess who else is going to go through it? You are. Just like a parent says to a child, that's a bully. I'm not taking you out that school. You're going to have to learn how to stand up for yourself, prepare yourself. Just like y'all telling me today. Just like y'all telling me. You're going to have to prepare yourself, not give up, not quit. Exercise that spiritual muscle.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to put you amongst wolves, and I'm going to watch over you. But you're going to lead the pack.
Mm-hmm.
You're done. You're going to lead that pack.
Yes,
Because I'm going to give you what you need to get through it.
yeah.
But I'm not going to remove you because that's going to make you that much. And so that is what we're dealing with today.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want my space to be like. I want it to be safe, but just know they're going to come back. Satan, he comes back. He don't change up nothing. Like you said, he doesn't change up his tricks, his crafts. He just wait, rest, and he come back from another angle using different people. They're going to come back. I want my lemon drops and my lemon heads to know what's to come. But we are going to sip up and be full. Just know that. But I just want you all to know that I got y'all back.
And we got yours, girl.
We have yours.
Thank you.
Yep, we down like four
We ain't
flat
going nowhere.
Four
tires.
flat tires down, right?
Four flat tires. We ain't going nowhere. Now I may fall up and get below and all that, but just know we ain't going nowhere. I may have to take a small break or whatever because of my childhood trauma, what I've been through, because I'm imperfect. But we ain't going nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
And just know, give me a minute. I got to learn some things, and y'all can research with me and help me and give me some tidbits and some tips on how to, what to do. Y'all can email me some things and say, I learned this, learn that, do it this way. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I'm not that type to be like, I don't, no, I'm not, I'm all for it. Mm-hmm. But my thing is this. This is what Jesus said to expect. And he also said, if they're doing it in these false religions, like he said to the false, don't even listen to them. They're false religious leaders. But here's the thing. They also have help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Satan is behind it. But we are free moral agents.
Yes.
We can choose to do right or we can choose to do wrong. Adam and Eve was perfect and they chose to do wrong. People say, oh, God knew everything. Let's think about this. If we have a child and we raise them and teach them everything to do the right thing, and if they decide to go out and shoot up the mall, and God forbid, but they go out to shoot up the mall, and we didn't taught them well, put them in the best environment, best school, best everything, and they go out and shoot up the mall, and everybody overlooked that and turned and fought us, how would that make you feel? And the person, their friend that influenced them to do that, people overlook that person that influenced them, and they say, no, it's the parent. That wouldn't be fair. Well, it's the same difference with Jehovah God, they fought him for everything. Not Adam and Eve, oh, God knew. He can choose. It's just like a person knowing how to sing or being able to lift up a car, being strong enough. They don't have to walk around lifting up a car all day, every day, just to prove they know how to do it. They have the strength to do it, or to sing constantly just to prove they know how to sing. They can choose to sing when they want to, choose not to sing, choose to lift up the car if they want to, choose not to, just because they know how to do it. Same thing with him. But here's the thing. He chose not to he put that there, and he chose not to engage in that. He wanted to make sure that they were serving him because they wanted to. Who wants someone to be in their presence and to hang on to them if they force them to do it?
Exactly.
Or because of what they're supplying them with? We don't, and we're imperfect. Times it by what? For him, and he's the Almighty God. We are in his image. So if we don't want that, that's because we got that from him. So when we test people around in our spaces, and we be careful as to who's in our spaces, and we don't want no dark energy. We saw that last night. We don't want people in our spaces, so we have to make sure they're right. We got to test them because we got to make sure. We don't want people in our spaces just to take what they want to take from us and use us.
That's right.
Who are we? And we imperfect. Times that by him. For what? By him. For him.
Yep.
So if we don't want it, of course he doesn't want it. He wanted to make sure that they were serving him because they wanted to serve him. That's why he did it that way. So my thing is, Satan chose to renege on what he was a free moral agent. He chose to go against him and do what he did. And he was like, well, I'm going to sit back and I'm going to see what happens. I'm just going to see. He didn't lift the car. He chose not to. He didn't sing. He just chose not to. He just said, I'm going to see. Just like we can see what's going on around us, we can read a room and see what, well, we just sit back and say, I ain't going to say it. I'm just going to see what happens. We got that from him. It's called wisdom.
Yes.
But sometimes we know what's going on. We can look and see what our kids are going to do. We can look and see what a man do. Like Tyler Perry said, I could tell by the way he walked that he ain't for me. But when they come up and try to talk, well, we just be like, we're going to see what he about. We already know, but we're just going to see for kicks and giggles.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And so the thing is, we just turn the wisdom. We know the wisdom. We just don't turn it, sit it, listen, let it rest, just to play it, let it play out. And the same thing with them. He just let it play out just to see. And what they did, good thing he let it play out, because they would have been trying to serve him just to see what they can get from him. He wanted to make sure.
Ain't
and
that
when
the
the
truth?
angels in the heavens saw what was going on, when Satan put that question out there, is it true that God said that you cannot be like him if you ate from this fruit by knowing, and you would know good and bad? When he put that question out there, not only did Adam and Eve wonder, a legion of angels wondered that. That question was posed. And it was like At that moment, Jehovah had to say, I got to let it play out. Because I got other angels that's wondering.
Mm-hmm.
And when that happened, it was legions of angels kicked out of heavens with Satan. Because they were.
Yeah, because they began to doubt God.
Yeah.
Yes, they started doubting. So when that played out, what did Jehovah have to do? He said, I got to make Satan ain't stronger than me. I got to let them see. Satan don't know better than me, and he ain't stronger than me. What I got to do is find another route to fix what Adam and Eve almost took away from the ones that are to come. And I got to show the other faithful angels, the faithful angels, I got to show them that Satan was not right. So when Adam and Eve got kicked out of the Garden of Eden, and when they grew old, they were miserable, they suffered. She not only did she have birth pains, I know Adam beat her tail breakfast, lunch, and dinner because he was miserable. He couldn't provide for his family. I'm sure he look at what they doing now. He blamed her because Eve said, that woman that you gave me. So he blamed her in the Garden of Eden. So you know he beat her tail I know he put hands on her, and they were miserable all the way up until the day they died. Now here's the thing. She also prayed for him, and he dominated her. So that's how I said he beat her behind. He dominated her. That's a big word. Dominated. What does that entail? It can be a whole lot of negativity. That is the reason why we're in these spaces right now. Because men can dominate us, and we can crave for them. Now, did Jehovah say we have to take? Nope. That's why we have these spaces. And that's why he wrote the book of Ephesians. That's why you get in the book of Luke, he says, look, get to know your woman by knowledge. That's the reason why the book of Titus is written, the book of Timothy, to show the qualities of an overseer, of a minister. All that is there. That is why Galatians chapter 6 is there, to let a man know, That's why he said to Abraham, when it came to Sarah, you listen to her. That's why Jesus, when he was on earth, that's why he talked to the Samaritan woman. He talked to her out there. That was something that was a big taboo, but he sat outside and talked to her. Why? To show them that women are accepted. That is the reason why when it came to Mary and Martha, the way he treated them. That's why their names are in the Bible. So many women names are in the Bible. Why? Because women are valued. He set that example. He set it high, and he put their names there. Why? He put their experiences there. Why? Because women are valued too. That their experiences and their accounts are in the Bible, not just for kicks and giggles. They are there for a reason. The Bible is not written just to entertain us. It is there. Romans 15:4 says that the scriptures were written for aforetime for our benefit today, so that we can look and say, why is that written there? What is the application for this? Why do we need this? Because it is so much more in the Bible that's just Jesus did that wasn't able to be written, because it was so much there. But this was the meat of it. So why was this particular meat written and put there? It is for a reason. It is for a purpose. So my thing is this. We, as humans, have to see why Jehovah allowed all this to play out. He allowed it to play out. It's equivalent to, let's just say, a professor in college. And he's teaching, let's just say, calculus. Let's just say, for instance, calculus. And then a 10-year-old come in and sit there and say, you're not doing that right. Excuse me? You're not teaching it right. Well, okay. What do you mean? I think you should do X, Y, Z, da, 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 da. Well, that's not true. Actually, that's totally wrong. How is that wrong? Because I think you should do it this way. And he said, no, that's actually addition, and that's subtraction that you're telling me. This is calculus. This is over your head. Well, I still think you should. And all the everybody else is laughing and saying, well, maybe you should let him. Maybe he may have a different way. Maybe he's just there in a in an elementary way. Maybe he does have a way of teaching it, and maybe, but I do realize that this is elementary. This is, well, maybe he can start, or maybe just let him, because you know how kids are. They're really advanced. Let him just start. And he said, okay, take this pointer. You go up. Go ahead and go ahead. And he get up there and he fails miserably. The same thing with that. If you feel you can teach my class, but by all means, take the pointer, going up there with the chalk. The same thing. That's what Jehovah had to do with Satan. If you think you can run my world better than me, have at it. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
The legions of demons went with him. Look at this world that we live in today. We have had one president after another promising us that we can have this. All of mankind alike wants peace. Majority. I just say majority. Would love to have peace. But every single day, peace declines.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that we want, it declines. It declines if it's something positive. Look at the morals. Look at the virtues. Look how kids are out of control. Look how parents can't be parents. Look how the food that we're eating is killing us. The water that we drink is killing us. We can't have the phones we put to our ears are killing us. Now nobody can trust anyone.
Right.
And we all are afraid of one another. Why is it that every day technology is getting better, but we're growing further and further apart? Why?
Mm-hmm.
More information access.
Yeah, more information
access, but we seem to be getting dumber.
And why?
But it's like that fruit from the tree of good and evil. The more and more technological advances, the more information true. But it's more gateways to that good and evil being on full display for us to see.
Mm-hmm. And here's the thing. Did Satan lie completely? Because they do know good and bad. They did find out what good and bad was. But did it benefit them?
Nope.
Because now it's just like, for instance, you bake a cake in a pan with a dent in it. That cake come out with a dent in it. Every time you use that pan with the dent in it, every cake that come out is going to have a dent in it. That is us stemming from Adam and Eve. We're all flawed. We're all sick. We are, majority of us have diseases that's incurable. The majority of us are on pills. We're all just trying to struggle and survive. Everybody's on this rat. Now, if you blow your horn at somebody, you probably get shot. It's like you can't go on a date. Everybody's afraid to date because we don't know if this person is going to bring us home or not. Everybody's up in arms. You can't turn on the TV or the internet without something negative. It's like, it's depressing. Now, narcissism, they say, is more prevalent than those who are bound to be diagnosed with cancer.
Mm-hmm.
It's that bad now.
They think we're throwing that term around, but that's not true. It's just coming out more. We're seeing it more obvious because you know what, the devil is so bold. He's telling you exactly what I'm gonna do to you.
Yep.
He ain't wasting no time delivering what he's gonna do. That's why I said people need to wise up, because if your ears aren't hearing how he speaks before he gets near you, you got to do more work because he's bold. He got people literally telling them, I did this to you. People have gotten so comfortable, and this is comfortable in resting in that spirit that they are telling on you. They're telling what they've done to you and against you.
Yeah, but and then look at these rappers and how they and they're being given Oscars for the mess that they're saying.
And for the mess that they, not only what they're saying now, but what they've said in the past.
Yeah,
you look at all these old school rappers. Look at all these old school rappers. Now they're actors and all these other things. But beforehand, they was, describing women and saying all kind of vile things against women, especially Black women. They were tearing us down one by one into nothing and disrespecting us all over the place. And now they get accolades, like you said, and get Oscars and all other kind of crap. What kind of society what are we living in that denigrates women? knowing that a
And
And
man
now
got to
these,
come from a woman.
right,
we're
and then
living
now
in one that's
these
ruled by
are,
Satan.
in order for them to set sales, they have to be pretty much naked just to set sales. And I'm not saying have to be, but if you're going to go into that genre of music, it used to be all they had to do. Look at like Queen Latifah and them,
Mhm.
all the old school rappers. And I'm not throwing shade. I'm just making a point.
Yeah.
Because they're beautiful girls. They're they don't have to, they're just pretty. Period. But now it's like they have to be almost naked just to sell a record.
Yeah, that's the new
You know,
standard.
very talented girls. Don't get me wrong, but it's like I have heard them almost say that they hate it in a sense. But in order for them to compete, and it's like, and the things that they say, they have to say that this is what they want from a guy, and what they're willing to do to get just to say. I'm like,
Yeah.
so I cringe. So I'm like, I can't. I'm not knocking that.
I'm cringing.
That ain't, that's something.
cringing
Did you
too.
disagree anyone?
I said I'm cringing too, because for a good solid 10, 12, 13 years, see, I don't have a problem with people because other people have a problem with them. What I'm trying to understand is if a person, all they had to do is make you wait for 10 or 15 years to give you an apology, I'm gonna work with you. You really, because see, here's the thing, and this when I'm saying what I'm saying, I'm speaking about Monique.
Okay, I know what you're talking.
Monique,
I love y'all.
Monique has spoken. I have, if we're gonna trust what she says to be true, let's just say we're gonna trust what she says to be true, and these people did her wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Do you realize in 15 years you could have went back to school and got to finish a degree in nursing? You could have became a teacher. You could have took one of these other professions out here or anything. But what did you do? You stood outside waiting for somebody to let you back into hell, basically.
Come on now.
But her husband cried. Did you see her husband crying? Creating one? You see her husband on that?
You said it was hell. You said they treated you like this, and this is what you said it was. And all they had to do was give you an apology, and that was good enough to let you. That's where you want to go back to? See, a lot of people kept saying what she should get and what she's owed and what she said. I said, but do you hear what her message is? Her message said that it's not good. So why would you want to go back? See, this is the same. I've had to say the same thing to one of my nieces. You say he's not treating you right, then why do you want to be with him then? You're not getting the respect you deserve. Well, why do you want to be with him then? This is what I want to. Do you hear yourself? You are saying, you're saying one thing, you're doing another. Do you feel you worth more than that? And then it come down to, you're right, I need to work on myself. Baby, that's all I want you to do, because I'm going to tell you something. If somebody is not treating you the way you think you deserve to be treated, why do you want more of that treatment? Why are you assigning yourself a reason to stay where you're not being loved the way you think you deserve to be loved? I'm not judging whether he loved you or not. I'm saying you are telling me he's not treating you right. Then why do you want to stay there? Monique said that Hollywood was a cesspool. It had all this other stuff in it. She nailed her career on the cross to get back into Sodom and Gomorrah. That's what you want to run back to? You say this is what it is.
She doesn't know her worth.
Will stand on a stage and apologize to you, and all said is done is good. But see, this is not a marriage you being let back into that's healthy. Because remember, you already told us it's a desecrated space.
She's so black male identified though. That mess that went on last night, that's her mindset. She calls every black woman the B word and every black man my brother. Think about it.
Oh, and let's not forget she called Roseanne her sister. Even though she said that the space, and this is what you got to be careful of, because when you wrong, you got some wrong that you need to work on in you, because see, I'm not here. There is no rights and wrongs here, because we weren't sitting at that table when they told her what they wanted her to do. But I keep reminding people she was the highest paid actress on the set.
Yes.
Even though it was 50,000, she was worth more than 50,000. Well, what do you think they paid Gabourey Sidibe, who was a first-time actress, and she wore those gowns proudly, and she still has a career? Everybody wants to focus on what she got paid, with what they thought she was worth. But she could have made, you know, people every day make money off of movies. After the movie drops and makes its money, they take a little bit up top, donate that, but they invest the salary that they were supposed to be paid because they believe that this project is going to work. And they have been set up as producers to get those dividends on the back end. She wouldn't listen to nobody but her man. He's the one who ruined her career.
Amen.
Not Oprah, not Tyler Perry, not the other one, Lee Daniels. Yep. It's her listening to that man husband of her, that yep. boy husband, that man daddy. That's what ruined her career.
And they're praising her for staying with her man through thick and thin and listening to her husband. They're praising her for it.
And it's not worth it.
I'm not knocking her for staying with her husband. Don't get me wrong. And yeah, we want to listen to her. But my thing is, he's not bringing nothing. He's not bringing nothing to you as a table. He's not bringing anything.
But you know, those are the most unstable people.
You need to secure your bag. If he's not bringing anything in the house, you need to. But go on.
Do you know those are the most unstable people that you ever want to lay eyes on? They are so double-minded, it is not even real. And a double-minded man cannot stand. It's crazy.
They have an open marriage.
Yep.
I'm gone. I'm finna go to
sleep. They do.
Yes, they do.
They do.
I heard the
she said it was her idea.
Yeah, she allows him to entertain other women to their liking as long as she knows about it. But I don't think that she's allowed to do the same thing. I don't think the energy is on both sides. I think that's a one-trick pony.
She says she chooses not to. That's not true. That right there, that's insecurity. And she's psyching herself out to be okay with him cheating just in case he does, which she was afraid that he would. So that if he does, she can make him think she's good with it, make the world think she's good with it. And
I'm gonna go to bed.
When it happens, she cannot go crazy.
She said she need to be free.
Right. And I think that man, you know, she remember I think it was Fat Girls or Fat Chicks, something like that, a movie that she was in a long time ago. Yeah. In every movie that she did before she did.
Excuse me, Chrissy. Excuse me, let me drop just 1 second, please. Let me drop Rose Bell. We are talking about Monique and her husband, the comedian Monique, right now.
Every movie that she did before she got the role in Precious, which to me was one of her biggest roles and most mainstream, every one of her things that she did, it was always her portraying that strong Black woman role that just wanted a man, and it was kind of like thirsty in a bit, you know, like desperate. So when this man came along, however she found him, whoever blew him to her, she got the man that she always wanted, because that little girl in her that was sexually abused and all of those things, that wanted that father validation and reassurance, that's what she got from him. So I think that's why she's still with him, even though there are so many toxic things, and we could all be like, you know, sis, you could do better, because she's a beautiful woman and always has been. But she doesn't see that for herself. That's why she's so accepting of that man.
She said that's why she calls him daddy, because he fathers the little girl on her. I said, if you
have mercy, Jesus.
If you don't call you to get up, go on, Dr. Phil, please.
Don't quote me on this, but I think he was a crush.
Yeah, I think so.
Years, and she never got him out of her. So when he saw her star rising, that's when he swooped in.
That boom,
and they got together.
Sorry. Hi, Michael. I don't know if I welcomed you. If I did, I promise you I forgot. Blame it on the medicine. # #OH. But anyways, hi, my lemon hand. Michael's in a lemon stand. Thank you.
And they got together.
But I just wanted to welcome. Okay, I'm sorry.
They got together. They got together. I think right after you guys. I don't know if you guys watched it. That expose or whatever, like tell all that was on Oprah, when they literally had her whole family on there talking about her past and talking about her childhood and all of that. That's when her and this guy started dating shortly after that. because
Yes.
I'm sure that impacted her traumas and triggered her in some type of way. Because I don't think she ever fully really healed from whatever it was that happened to her in that family and in that household.
Because they still blame her. She
Yeah.
should have told us. We don't believe it because she never said anything. See, it's that old school mentality that she's messed up.
Yeah.
And they
Mhm.
still don't believe her because she believe about her brother because she didn't tell. So
I believe her.
why her not
I
telling?
believe her. I
I
believe
believe
everything
her
she
too.
said. I believe
I do
everything
too.
she's done, everything
Me
she's
too.
been through. I believe
Yes.
the whole thing. I
I
have
believe
no.
everything.
Because
So
you've
I'm
seen
gonna say
every role.
today I might give her a hug, and tomorrow I might be chastising her. Because here's the reality of it. All of this is what made her the talent that she is. That's why I said, why
Mhm.
did she let her career? If she truly wants to get back into Sodom and Gomorrah, and I'm not saying she should have went back there. I'm just saying, if this is the place you want to be, you think you're going to be able to get in with the gatekeeper standing around waiting for you to give them to kiss a ring? That's why I said she has been in the business long enough that she should have been her own producer.
Mhm.
Why didn't
But
she
again,
say keep the $50,000? That ain't a whole lot of money to a woman like her. I'll take
Amen.
money on the back end because I believe in this project. Because when
Yes.
Tyler Perry and Oprah got in there and piped their energy into it, that movie went mainstream. That was an
Mhm.
independent project on a little tiny budget.
Yes.
Mhm.
If
Yes.
they said that she wouldn't have gotten anything, that was it. That's what she already negotiated. But she
She
could have
got mad because she didn't
renegotiated.
make more, but the
Right.
budget on the money
She should have
was
renegotiated. I would
And
have
they were trying to
renegotiated.
tell her that. They were trying to tell her
tell
that.
her how the money is made. And that's what, and when I saw it, I said,
But what's with her husband? Ain't he her manager? Why didn't
Yeah.
he go to the girls and said we need to renegotiate?
husband,
He's
daddy,
on all her.
daddy husbander. He got all kinds of hats. Ain't got no job worth for nothing, but he
He's
ruined her
over all
career.
her business deals. Over all of her business
You
deals
tell a
since
girl,
that
you tell
Oprah
a young
piece.
On
lady,
Netflix, and I'm gonna tell you something. She's going to need to work with Lee Daniels to get her out of this money pit that she gonna be stuck in with Netflix. Because I'm gonna tell you, everybody was clapping on YouTube when the Supreme Court decided to hear her case. I said, do you all have a lick of sense? You obviously don't have none. Just because they
That's
take
right.
the case don't mean that Netflix ain't got the money to tie that sucker up until her great-great-grandchildren
but
Yes.
she, but
to pay
Lee
that
Daniels
debt.
is broke. He's broke. His name gets him through doors.
That's
He's
right.
Right.
broke.
He's working, and he
And
said it. He admitted it. He said, I'm still paying back the donate back to people who helped fund Precious.
mhm.
Because the money, you know how people are when they don't believe in projects. That's why I said she ruined herself, and all she had to do, regardless of whatever went down with the going to promote the movie, when she got up there to receive that award, she should not have left out those people who made that project make what it did. Because sometimes you don't make any money. Look at all the grassroots politicians that don't make anything when they're doing free clinics as lawyers. But it's all building a career to go somewhere. I worked for 3 years as a teaching intern and didn't make anything doing it. This was all about the school process. Look at doctors. Look how long they go to school. They're not making a fraction in the whole medical school training process of what they could be making once they complete that internship and go into their residencies and then become attendings. That money is down the road. My niece got student loans of $500,000, and she's been practicing in Hawaii for the last 7-8 years with a son. She could have went to the military and got all of that erased, but she said, no, I'm ready to start a family. That's only going to delay. I said, do what you need to do. But all I'm saying is that Monique been in the business long enough that she should not have been listening to somebody outside of the business giving her advice. I don't care if it was her husband, her brother, her teacher, whomever. She should have, if you want to play in Rome, you got to do what to Caesar? Render unto Caesar. You're the one that wants to be in this business. How do you think you're going to get at a seat at the table if they're not going to even let you into the house?
And especially when your white counterparts that have come before you that have been in the business longer have had to take some of those same roles. They had to
That's right.
humble themselves and accept lower
you-
than what they felt like their star
There you
power
go.
really was.
Do you remember in Fat Girls, if you guys saw it, the guy who was supposed to put her career up, that's Julia Roberts' brother.
Oh yeah.
Julia Roberts' brother, if you ever get a chance to go look at his IMDb, and at the top they'll tell you how many roles he's done. This man didn't been in video. He don't have one statue like his sister, but look at all his credits because he do it for the work. He didn't been in music videos. You remember he was in Mariah Carey's video where she was dressed as a bride running away from him at the altar.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, this man will take a role doing. He don't turn down no roles. He's I think right now he is he's got the longest credits of a living actor. Girl, way into the 500s, more than anybody. He way out there, and I might be exaggerating the on the low end. He might be way higher than that. But just go and look. Eric Roberts got, because you know why? He do it for the work. So if you do it for the work, you don't care. You don't get yourself all tangled up into the emotions of the contracts or whatever. You're like, okay, that's good. That'll work with that. Okay. But there's no way her career should have been sandbagged the way it was. She did it to herself, though, her and that husbander of hers. They did this to her. And I said, in all those years, she is way too talented. I would have like, okay, you know what? I'm done with this business. I ain't for it. Because I know people who raised children. She said she wanted to be there for her kids. She couldn't do this because of her kids. I know people who became teachers, librarians, police officers, working at Walmart, do whatever they need to do to be there for their kids. I don't see you there for your kids. I see you trying to get right back into the place that you say kicked you out and barred you out of because it's toxic. And that bill for that lawyer to fight this case for Netflix, she's gonna be bankrupt.
She sure is, and she ain't got enough money to fight the Supreme Court. And Netflix gonna tie her up in litigation until Jesus come back.
They sure will. I said it. Her great grandchildren will be selling peanuts to pay back that debt. Because I'm telling you, that lawyer is gonna tie and lean every project she does to get those fees, whether that case ever gets heard. He gonna get his money because he ain't doing it for free. And everybody on the YouTube space cheering her on. I'm like, y'all ain't got 5 comments.
That's what I'm like, yeah.
Y'all
she's like a dog.
Send her love and tell her to come down.
But you know what? She's like
pride, boo, and humble yourself. And after
it's because it's a black man then finally stood up and said, okay, I'm sorry. And they're like, oh yes, because he said, I'm like, and it's only because she's getting some clout. And so
no, she's like a dog returning to her vomit.
Yeah.
Yep.
And see,
she always wanted that acceptance.
Yeah, yes. Because the God had released her from that, and now she's going back to it. She's she's unstable, and she's double-minded.
She's just I'm like she
wants that acceptance. Every role that she ever had. Every role that she ever had, Sunkissed, before Precious, like literally, it was always her playing the thirsty female or her chasing after somebody who was not directly pursuing her. And that's what made her so great at those roles, because there was authenticity there. That was her.
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, that's, and you know what? It was a YouTuber said she's so sick of her and Tiffany Haddish playing those same type of roles, running after men or putting themselves down, dogging themselves, always being the thirsty black woman that is never good enough. But the thing is, they knock them out the box because they're talking about themselves.
Yeah. Just a different name.
Beautiful. I'm like, they're beautiful.
Yeah.
They have
both gorgeous women.
Just like with the way she allowed Common to do her, and I'm like, read the room. Read, but everybody can do that. I get, I'm like, don't y'all read the room?
You can only go as far. But sweetheart, you can only go as far as your experiences will let you. And if your experiences coming into the game are toxic, you ain't gonna be able to read the room because you're part of the whole mess in the first place. You ain't gonna be able, and they're not gonna let you get but so far.
And
They're
they
only
pick up
gonna
on
let
your
you go so
brokenness.
far.
They pick up on your brokenness. Like,
That's right.
they make money off of that. Like, why
That's
would they
right.
want you to elevate or heal? Because if you heal, then that's making them less money, because now you have opinions, you have standards, you have things that you will and will not do. You're not going to compromise this and that for $1. You're going to honor your peace. You're going to sit in your truth. But when you don't have those tools and nobody is trying to pour those tools into you, and you're not actively seeking it because you don't see a problem with it, that's the result that we get. You're going to continue to feed that cycle and feed the fire of what's all along been destroying you.
Yep.
And self-sabotaging.
And remain broken.
Yep.
Mhm.
Brokenness sells.
She gonna be on broken pieces for the rest of her career.
I would hope not. Like, I really wish and pray that somehow, some way, I don't care, like if an apple falls on the lady's head or whatever, but I hope that she realizes not only is she beautiful on the outside, but that she matters and she's worth more than whatever it is that she's been allowing herself to receive, because she's worth way more and way better than that. She deserves
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And if she got to go to therapy from now on, from now on till she leave this planet, that's okay too.
and get some new friends, because I mean, don't
Yes.
get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna take away these people accolades and the things that they achieved or whatever, especially at a time when it was much harder to achieve and people weren't just giving out opportunities to them. They kind of had to kick the door open in a sense and struggle through it. But the likes of having a Steve Harvey as your friend and the Whoopi Goldberg and the this and the this and the that, like, a lot of those people feed into that same narrative of her brokenness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're not going to help.
Mm-mm. And Steve Harvey,
The thing is, though, as I said before, when people tell me what it is that they want, I always have to ask them, but this is the place that you feel like has locked you out. Sometimes, as they say, sometimes when the doors are closed, it's meant for them to be closed to you.
Yep.
So you can move on and start building, but you're trying to get back into a place that vomited you out.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you want to go back into there?
Exactly.
I'm not saying that you shouldn't want to, because this is where you built your life and your crap, but you say it's a toxic space. You one person, individual, can stand 10 toes down in somebody else's land and won't even be heard, because this is their game board. You want to get in and you can't even pay the price of admission. You have been locked out of it. There are people that are not, they can't trust you. I'm not saying that you should. I didn't been in that situation. When you are willing to put it all on the line, you got to understand that comes as a price. When you when you stand in your truth, you got to know it. If you felt you stood in your truth, then you got to know it's gonna come with a price.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, absolutely.
That comes with it. Okay,
that's what I'm dealing with.
Yeah, that's what I'm dealing with. Build your ministry someplace else. But don't build your ministry on tearing down the place that you that they kicked you out of, and then all somebody got to do is massage you on a stage for a public camera op, and then now you back in and all is forgiven.
My Lord.
Forgive them. I'm saying you were saved from a place that you say broke you. So why are you running? That's why I say you can't trust her husband. Because this is the woman who is literally crying to get back into the house that the abuser kicked her out of.
Which is what she's used to.
Abusive space. They kicked you out, locked the doors, and you sleeping on the porch to get back in.
Yeah.
You got a toilet bucket in the front yard to defecate in, waiting for the door to fly open so you get back in there. You are literally, waiting to get back into the hands of the abuser. And that's what I'm saying to people, that you don't get the pathology that I'm trying to shake up here.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm not in that land. I don't know whether it's good, bad, whether she's telling the truth or not. I'm listening to what she's saying. She's saying that this place is nasty, but she wants to get back in it. Do you all hear her?
Yep.
Mhm.
You need to stop saying she needs a chance to get back, that they need to apologize to her.
Come
Sometimes
Yep.
on.
not getting their apology is the best thing that could have happened to her, so she'd stay away from the place
Yep.
she said was destructive to her, that did
And
not
nine
put
times,
her first.
and nine
Yes.
times out of 10, God removed that from her so that she
I was
could
gonna
have a
say that.
chance to heal.
Right.
Because he closes those
What did
doors.
he say, Chrissy? What did he
He will
say?
close the
Sometimes
door.
he don't always say yes. Sometimes he say what?
No, a resounding
Yeah.
no. And a lot of times it's for our protection.
I know, I
So
figured
he
it out.
allowed her to enjoy that for a time, and she had her run and her success in that land, being that sheep amongst the wolves. But at the same time, it was time for her to go, and now she's trying to go right back into the same thing that God rescued her from, just like you're saying, created one.
Mhm.
Yep. But my thing is that this is why I say to you lemon drops. This is what I was trying to say last night. Without saying the table. When you put down your do's and don'ts and wills and won'ts, what I'm saying is you are the table. It stands still. That's a part of your do's and don'ts and wills and won'ts, your table. It stands, a part of your standards. We don't budge. Not over here. We don't budge. We are the table. Now we're just trying to figure out what our tables are made of. We got to make the quality good over here. We're trying to get some good quality. That's it. But they don't budge.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the question is, what do you bring to my table? And I have to make sure that what you bring is authentic and organic.
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is, while she wasn't able to go and perform, and I like what Roosevelt said, why didn't she do Broadway? That's a good question. But my thing is, because I think if she up there crying for work, yeah, do Broadway, do something else. But the thing is, whether she's doing Broadway or not, I think she should have too. And what some of the things that Creating One was suggesting earlier, even those, what Thomas brother did, yes. But the thing is this: what is he bringing to the table, ma'am?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
He's your stumbling block.
What the thing is, he's sitting on YouTube or Facebook, something on social media. Barbara girl, BUBBAAHHH. Listen, he's sitting at the table, and my wife, she's been blackballed from the. Okay, well then, what you doing, sir? What are you doing? You sitting up crying, and she just sitting there. I said, how are you able to respect that?
Yeah.
Okay, so you emotional and all in it, and you upset. Okay, granted. Can't knock you because you're crying. That takes a lot for a man to cry on social media. So after you done, what you going? Where you go? If you gonna go, you better go flip a burger or something.
That's right.
You
But
better
in
go.
retrospect,
That's what I'm saying.
But in
You better
retrospect,
go
was
do
he
something.
really crying because of her legacy being tarnished and her being blackballed, or was he crying because the money's drying
The
up
money
and
is
he
gone.
doesn't
The
see
thrill is gone. The thrill is gone.
that?
It's gone away. That's what it is.
And
It's been
he's
dried out.
obviously very, very. He's some kind of special kind of demon. Because I'm gonna tell you something. If he was the right kind of demon, he would have fluffed her up, gave her the reinforcement she need. Let's say we're gonna hire a nanny so you can and push her out there so that she. Or one thing he would have did, he said, you know what, $50,000 is not a lot of money, but here's what you should do: negotiate to get that money on the back end. Because that movie made a lot of money and a lot of people got paid. This is the reason why it's the same thing with Black Panther. Same, and it's gonna be always the same thing with our projects that need to be pushed and funded differently. You got if you believe in the project, because when I saw the premise for it, and I hadn't even sat down and saw the movie or anything, I said, oh my goodness. I hope that Monique was smart enough to get some money on the back end of this project, because when I saw Oprah and Tyler come in to airlift that project, and then to find out all this nonsense unfolded and she wasn't a part of that and now you're going to get mad because you didn't. It's the same thing with Netflix. You crying because Netflix gonna offer you this amount, but you say I'm worth more than that. But they say, okay, well, we'll give you this, but you have to audition. Well, you think you're too good to audition? You ain't you ain't sold out nothing. I mean, I don't care a whole lot about Chris Rock and Amy Schumer, but they sell out theaters, stadiums. But I'm just saying, you're overestimating your value. So what you have to do, I hold a license in 2 professions, but they are unactivated because I haven't practiced in those professions. Mm-hmm. If somebody tells me I gotta have that profession as a prerequisite to get into a job that I want, do you think I'm gonna be sitting there saying, but I'm worth it? I see what I did all these years? No, I'm gonna go and take the course and reactivate that license and walk my butt in there and get that job. That is humbling. Is not being able to humble myself will not keep me out the job I want. And I cannot understand why she turned down that money, and then she's suing them and trying to manufacture some story that they denied her. Girl, you ain't ready for the kind of war that Netflix is gonna unleash on you. They're gonna bankrupt you before that case is ever heard.
Yep. You're absolutely right.
We've seen cases move around for 10 years. We're like, they just now with that case. Mm-hmm. She ain't got 10 years for Netflix to do this. Netflix is a behemoth. That's like trying to go after Jeff Bezos. Mm-hmm. I understand, but y'all should have had y'all voices heard before he got this big, because he doing so much charity work and everything. You can't even put nothing bad about him on Better Business Bureau. They ain't even trying to hear it.
I know that's right.
They ain't even trying to hear it.
Because at that point, you're not working against the person. You're working against the machine, the corporation that is him.
It's the corporation. It's too many.
And it's all about the money.
That's
and see, she ain't got long money like that.
He does
at all. And she depleted any chances of having that type of leverage and long money.
Yeah, because when you think you are too good to humble yourself and say, you know what, let me go back to the beginning and start all over again. Right. So there's nothing wrong with that in some cases, because that's where when you realize that you done messed up somewhere.
Right.
Yeah. So if you take yourself back, I don't care if you go 5 steps back, somewhere along those 5 steps, you're going to realize, you know what, that was really stupid of me. Yeah. I done messed up. Let me act like I got some sense out here in these streets, and let me do what I need to do so I can get to where I want to be.
That's right. Feed my babies that I say I care so much about. Not worry about how your husband gonna eat, because he should be out there. I don't care if he got 20 paper routes. He shouldn't be sitting up there on you with you on your YouTube space or whatever, as you are telling your truth as you know it, and he's sitting up there crying. He shouldn't be nowhere near you. He should be somewhere cutting some grass, shoveling some snow. Well, she in Atlanta, so ain't no snow hardly down there, but he's cutting some grass. You should be doing something to make some bills, because she's living off of something. She's getting some kind of income coming in, and you living off of it because you aren't working, and you ain't negotiating no contracts for her if she ain't working.
She living off of those dividends from all of her past projects that she still get plays for. But with each year, those dividends go down. They decline. They're not like regular stock.
Good money off of the Parkers.
But, yes.
Yeah,
but her and because a lot of her independent projects, I believe this is why I say I don't know what happened to her, because this was a smart businesswoman. I don't know what happened. The only thing I can see, the common denominator has got to be the husband. It's got to be, because
they said he was that they both were hard to work with, and it got worse when he got involved.
When he came into the room,
You know what it reminds me of, ladies? It reminds me of when Aretha Franklin had her husband
Ted
sitting down there in Muscle Shoals, and she was making an album for Atlantic. Well, guess what? She almost didn't get the album completed because he was in the room with her.
Yep.
And his negativity almost caused every musician on that project to quit. So much so that she had to send him home.
Yes, hater.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. That's
But they said
exactly
Mary
what it
J. Blige's
is.
ex-husband used to say something negative to her right before she got ready to step on stage. That was to throw her off while she was
Yeah.
performing. See that?
Because he knew her
But that's
push
why
point.
you don't marry a Dusty. That's the reason why you don't. You marry somebody that wants you to win.
Yep.
You get with a partner that wants you to
And
win.
here's the thing, I had no idea all those years that he was her manager, because like I said, I don't get into the personal spaces of talents. I'm there for the work. But when they got ready to divorce, I found out, and I said, I remember her talking about how much she loved Kendu, and how Kendu, I remember as I started to have flashbacks, she made all those songs as tribute to him. And I said, oh boy, I hope he wasn't her manager, because if he was her manager, he gonna clean her clocks. Because her success, look at all the look at how her music, how she used to sing a lot of torch songs, and then when he came into her life, how her music was about love. Okay, if that was the hot, look at, so all, I don't care whether you hated him or not, I'm looking at the elevation of your star, and as your star rose on a different plateau, guess what? More money generated off of your sales. Which means if he is your manager, guess who's entitled to a cut of that?
Yeah.
So when you get ready to divorce him, now you don't like him. Trust me, I understand it's a Capricorn power there. But what I'm trying to get you to understand, all of the women that came before you that took that bullet and grew from it like Aretha Franklin, why did you not think you were going? So when people say, I don't understand why Mary J. Blige don't have any money, because you got to understand, Mary J. Blige married someone who managed her career, and she has to pay the husband, and she's got to pay the manager for back fees.
And he's both.
And oftentimes with musicians, they don't really make any money unless they go on tour. They're living on loans when they're in the studio.
Absolutely.
They don't really make any money unless they out there touring, and you can't really tour if you all up under him and making, and you're making your music, and then you go on tour and you got him triggering you and gaslighting you and all this other stuff. So really, tell you the truth, it's not really a healthy love, because he probably started out being real good, but when he saw her, like I said, when he saw her career, I know it irritated him. So even look, we didn't been in relationships like that where we know I've dated men who say, you know what, you're the best thing that ever happened to me. And the moment they start doing something against me, they be wondering, asking themselves, I don't know why I'm having so much bad luck. I say, ain't got nothing to do with me. It must be something going out there against me. And God don't want ugly. But you said I was the best thing that ever happened to you 3 months ago. Now all of a sudden you can't make a straight decision. You getting tangled up in this business after one business situation that's collapsing on you. I keep telling people, it ain't about you. I do my work daily. And what you're doing is you have stumbled into something that you don't know nothing about. The light you see in me is because I didn't have at least 5 that say, oh my God. It's like I'm just having the greatest of fortune since I've met you. And the moment they say, oh my God, what's going on? Because I automatically know you ain't doing right by me out them streets. I already know. I ain't doing anything to you. You have cursed the gift. Whenever you curse a gift, that's what happens. That's why I tell them, and I get to the point where I said, wait, before you say that, you don't know me well enough to know that. And I appreciate, because I already know, I've had people say it. I've had someone literally tell me, I know you cursing me. I know. I didn't even think about you like that. You telling on yourself now. I didn't even know you was out there cutting up and acting a fool. I say the same thing. That woman, Monique, should have never career been sidelined like that.
She was up at the top. I was like, well, whatever. I mean, how did
it makes no sense, especially
and then
look, the fact that she. But
the thing is, she didn't look, when you're doing the Oscars and all that, you have to, it's all about politics, and you have to do your part when it comes to the politics.
Yes,
for instance, she didn't go around, she didn't promote the movie, she did not go to try to help set sales. She didn't do any of that. You have to go and promote, you have to travel, you have to do it all. She basically boasted that she, I have twins at home. I'm a mommy. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. You knew that when you would get before you signed the contract. You knew that
Yep.
what was going to go down, you know, that possibly you were going to have twins and all that. You signed the dotted lines. And if you know that that's a part of receiving your accolades, why didn't you do that? Who were you listening to? What
Her
in the
husband. I
world?
don't know. I don't know what he put in her ear or what he told her exactly, but it had to be something along the lines. Well, girl, you know you so big out here, and you done this and you done that. You deserve more. And she was thinking about the instant gratification, the right now versus the long term.
Right.
And the long
Yeah.
term is what Oprah was trying to tell her about. Was
Yep.
what Tyler Perry was trying to tell her about. Was what Lee Daniels himself was trying to tell her about.
He made, didn't
That
that
in the
was he making
long term
money
you'll
on that
get this
film?
and that.
He made no
Yeah.
money on the film. None.
Right. But they were still like, those were the more positive people amongst her circle that was trying to protect her image and her craft to get her paid so that the big bucks would keep rolling in. And God knows what else would have rolled in, even on a bigger plateau
I'm
for
telling you.
her, had she just done what she was supposed to do. It's not like she was new to the industry.
No,
She had
worked
been in the industry forever.
industry
This was
for
just
long
one of her
time.
most mainstream roles outside of the Parkers.
Right.
Mm-hmm. She shot
And you know,
herself
let
in
me
the
say
foot.
this though about Steve Harvey.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like everything that he says, but he didn't get where he's at. See, he in the same business. He's trying to tell what Steve Harvey is saying, because gotta remember now, he been in the game a long time. He got setups here, there, and all over, you know.
Right.
She wants to be in this business. He's trying to, we sat down that stage, he's trying to tell her, you cannot. It's no different than they used to tell us back when we were kids. If you want a job in corporate America, you can't come in there telling people how to run their business when you don't even have a job yet.
Mm-hmm.
She wants to be there. He's telling her, reminding her how this game is played. But what does she do? She said same thing with Whoopi. They're trying to tell you, if you don't want a place in this game, then you keep staying there. But we're trying to help you. You need to be quiet, because it is your mouth that has got you blackballed. It is your attitude that has got you blackballed. Remember, you want to get in here. We're not trying to bring you in. You want to get back in here. But what did she do? She exploited it. It doesn't matter how much of a fool you make them, because guess what? They still in the game. You have not done nothing. Everybody said, hey, God don't like ugly. I said, Monique is one person. Do you really think God is judging all these people on one person? Look at all the people they've positioned for blessing and wealth, and you think God gonna look at them for because Monique's feelings is hurt? Come on. You ain't gotta like these people to know that you don't get to determine who God lets into his kingdom based upon one person's feelings being hurt. One person?
Yeah.
You know, I don't know a whole lot. He ain't sat down and gave me showed me the book who getting in and who not. I can tell you one thing for sure: he ain't judging those people on hurt feelings.
Amen. Ladies, I hate to end this party, but I gotta go to bed.
I know. Get you some sleep, honey. I know you sleep.
Yeah,
Thank you for coming
I
up,
love
babe.
each and every one of you.
I love you too, babe. We love you too.
Okay.
Yes,
and
indeed.
you guys have a wonderful day, and happy Mother's Day to everybody.
Yes. Always good to see
you.
Okay. I'll see you soon.
All righty.
Okay,
all righty.
Bye. Get you some sleep, okay? We'll talk soon. Okay.
I'd like to, if I could, read to you my daily word for the morning today. It ties right in to, hold on a second, because I got so many Bible apps on this doggone phone. And you know they like to pour in their ads. I should just bring the ones over from my e-reader, because they get straight to the lesson. Hang on one second. Okay. The prayer, I'll send it to you. So I'm going to cut straight to the prayer. It says, "Oh Lord, we do not understand many things that happen to us in this life, but we know that while men freely choose to do evil and wrong others, They are not outside of your provincial rule of your creation. They only bring what you sent. And we know that you work all of it together for the good of us, your people, and for your own everlasting glory. Therefore, we will not be discouraged amidst the wrongs done to us by others, but will trust that you meant it for the good. Amen. And that, and my takeaway from that, it goes back to everything here. You can't let these people discourage you because they got a task. That task is not of this is not God didn't send them in there to destroy you. That's not how you work. You already know that. You also know that they're gonna do it. So you gotta know how they operate, so you know when to see them coming. So when you see that, as they say, when you start to see the leaves lift off the ground and start swirling around, and you know that ain't of God, you like, oh, I'm gonna go get me some water. Throw up the avatar. Because you know what? They'll see and they'll move and they'll sit back. If you need to take a step back, same thing. Whatever you need to do. But the worst part about witnessing what I got to witness was the joy that they had by achieving what they set out to do in the first place. That is what irritated me the most, because I said, can anybody see? Oh yeah, they saw it. They were talking about it in the comment section after you left. That how and made the comments they made. That's why I said that's the thing, because people saw it too. People saw it, and the constant passive aggressive. Well, this is your channel, Brent. Brent knows this is his channel. He gave a
well, the thing is, he has to see that.
Yeah.
So, a lot of times people can hear things from people that tickle our ears, and if we don't see it, then I can't make you love me, and even if I could, I wouldn't. I can't make you see what's going on. If you can't see that on your own, then.
And you know what? Let's pray about that. Let's stay in prayer about that, because the one thing I do not ever want to see is someone who has such a beautiful ministry be destroyed, because it doesn't do any of us any good if he falls, because he is a strong force he gives us a safe place if we have to unpack, and we all gonna have to have a time to unpack. But I don't think that he should. I don't think that he should. We should continue to pray. We should definitely continue to pray for him and pray for that these people don't, because when they get in and they start to take root and multiply, it will be a space he won't even recognize anymore.
But he recognized it for sure, because he spoke on it earlier today.
Yes, he did.
I think during his Mother's Day thing or whatever. I caught like the middle of it before he ended, and he definitely acknowledged it. Yeah. And I don't know if he knows how to filter them out, so to speak, just yet, because it's a lot. You know what I mean? Like these people just randomly popping up, and all of a sudden,
you know why they sat around for a long time and they wove themselves into the fabric, and they really turned themselves into familiars.
Right. So you could tell that it was unexpected. Well,
The
definitely.
thing is, I saw how it was gate kept. I saw how it was gate kept. I know that it was gate kept. I know this.
Misery loves company. So I'm sure like whoever these ladies were, or whoever the people were in the chat that were in cahoots with that crap, I'm sure they were both on the same demon time when it comes to sitting back, lurking, and then ready to attack, because they never travel alone. They always travel in groups. They have a couple of followers.
Because Vortex hashtag empath eulogy, and then Thelma. See, they rolled together. They were in here, but I blocked both of them, and I know they watching. So
I saw in the comment section after
they rolled together. See, the thing is, they all rolling together because they looking like, oh no, we done made some leeway. See, that's what they do.
That's terrible. And that's terrible, because in a sense, whether it's
Vortex overtly bully me, and Thelma covertly do it. And I saw her bullying people in Brent's chat like some weeks ago. People come in and speak, and she won't speak to them. She speak to everybody around them.
And
then
the worst,
go on.
And the worst part about that is whether it's happening on his channel or over here with the Eliminators, the thing that people don't realize, what Creative One and what you were saying earlier, is that what you're trying to do, the ministry that you're trying to go out and you're trying to have, the message that you're trying to send out to the people to help everyone, whether they're doing the chaos over here or on his channel, they're literally hurting themselves in the long run, because you guys are there to help us. So if we are sitting there biting the hand that feeds us, what the heck is going to happen when we start starving?
That's right.
You can't do that. Like it never works out good for the people on the receiving end. When you're trying to chop down the tree, then what are you going to have to be able to live on? What's going to be your substance? What's going to be your saving grace? You're inevitably hurting yourself when you think that you're hurting others.
Right.
And that's what they don't realize. Like, okay,
same body.
Right. And we just have different talents. So you and Brent might be on the front end for the ministry and the warriors of Christ, but we're all warriors of Christ within that body. He didn't say that the hand was more important than the head or the head was more important than the foot. No, he said that we all work as one body, just in different areas, but it's all the body of Christ. So if you're going against that, they're not really going against you. They're not really going against Brent. They're fighting a losing battle against God. And they don't like crazy.
You gotta stay there. You gotta stay. You not stay there, but you got to still keep that space operating in the realm. You got to still hold it in your prayers. You still got to be praying for it, because this is a spiritual war. It truly is. It's not, I don't see the people when they do this. I don't see them. I see the entity that is trying to handicap the body of Christ. And that's why, even though I know he's got it, but I could just be just as well just sitting out on the outside and doing, not paying attention, but no. If we're going to do this and we're in here, because I don't know how people can do it and not be. That's why I'm always saying, if you want to leave, but don't forget, don't break the whole, because sometimes we got family. I got family I don't have anything hardly to do with. We see each other when someone passes. Okay.
Not even that, girl.
Okay, sometimes we just happen to run into each other.
Not even that. But here's the thing. I don't love them any less. I just don't like them, so they can't be in my space. Right.
So it's the same thing. When something is disrupting your peace, the house is disrupting your peace, but you still can pray for the people that's in there.
That's it. And that's it. I'm
because I can't at this point in my walk. There's no way I can leave. I could be. That's why when I got muted some months back, I stayed on the outside and I kept praying and I kept fasting and I kept praying, and I saw the works that was going on, and I kept going on and on. Shaved my head, took my locks off, been growing them for 2 years. And took them off because that was not important to me at that time. I did right in that moment. I needed that to be not a distraction. And I didn't regret it after I took them off. I didn't regret it because I said it was the more about the work that needed to be done. And I didn't do all of that work to let you fall down. No, we are going to still be about the work, because this is about the body of Christ. And we are not going to let anyone think that they can quiet us and silence us and we're going to be okay with it. No, not gonna happen. They can go, they can flee, they can pack that. Better yet, you ain't gotta pack nothing. Go barefooted and run. You get out. Leave that spirit out there, because we are in here to do God's work. And I have to do this because I see the numbers that are going to be lifted by you. And if I let you fall, look what's going to happen to all those people that need you. So I have to be here. Like we said, we got you. We have to be that reinforcement for you, because we see them. They're crying out there. We hear the cries.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what they're saying. It ain't matter what the ones who are fighting you the most are the ones that need you the most.
Mhm.
They
Praise God.
identify more with your ministry than they do a lot of us. It's a reason why God has positioned you here.
Yeah.
And you can teach from a teachable space. Do not let anybody ever, I don't care who hears this, do not let anybody ever tell you that you got to be doctorate of this, master of that, and bachelor of this to do God's
Nope.
work. That is so untrue.
Yep. Because
God
Jesus had
can
no formal
ordain you.
education.
A church
Mhm.
can ordain you. God can ordain you. He can just look at his word. He
Yes.
he equipped people, the mute, the illiterate,
Yes.
the blind,
Yes. The uneducated,
the uneducated.
lowly
He equipped
workers.
people, the issue of
Mhm.
blood, the
Yes.
Jezebel, all of it. He equipped them all to do his work.
Mhm.
And here's a reason why those stories are there and highlighted and postulated, because it is to let us know God can redeem anyone in any space.
Yes. And he didn't come to save the righteous.
No,
He came to save sinners.
That's
and
right.
who better to put on the front lines than people that have already had the
That's right. People that
experience?
they can identify with. That's what I'm trying to
Yes.
tell you. They can hear you loud. I can scream and I can preach and I can do whatever. And they can see the work in me. But they're going to look at me as perfection because I have not experienced a lot of what you've gone through. They're going to hear you much louder than they're going to hear me, because you coming from a place that many people can understand.
Yes.
And I can't let you fall.
No. I don't care if you gotta call one of us at 3:00 in the morning and say, girl, this is irritating my spirit, this is bothering me. We are here as a support system, because just like you are there for us and this collective is here for us, that needs to be on the opposite side as well. Whenever you feel like you need to talk to someone or you just need to vent, whatever it is, that's what we are here for. That's what true fellowship is. We can confess to one another, build each other up, because we're not always going to be in the best of spirits. We're human.
That's right.
So something is going to get to us. We all have our different trigger points, or, different stories and our stuff, as I call it, that makes us us as individuals. But sometimes we're going to be down and, downtrodden, and we're going to need somebody to lift us up, and vice versa. That's what we're here for. That's why we're here as a collective in this safe space, so that we can uplift one another, so that we can grow. Nobody knows everything. So we don't know everything, whether we're a moderator, whether we're just in the chat, whether we're the one leading the show. It doesn't matter what role we play. At the end of the day, we all need a little help. So it is not like bad for you to sit there and show your human emotion, or to say that this bothers me. That makes us love you even more, because we know that you are perfectly imperfect, but you are a vessel of God. And none of Satan's tactics. And God said that no matter what weapons are formed, they shall not prosper. So those people will never prosper. And a lot of times the people who curse you or have so many bad things to try to shoot darts at you, to try to stop what God has destined for you, because they see greatness and they see the destiny, even if you don't see how big God is trying to make you, guess what? He's going to stop it at a head. He will only let it get but so far.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Thank you all.
That's
Thank
right.
you, Lemon Drops. I appreciate it. I want to welcome in. Why should Black women settle down for nothing? I love that. Welcome to the Lemonade Stand. And Rothy, hi. How are you, babe? Well, hey, Lemon Drop. Welcome to the Lemonade Stand. She said, why should Black women settle down for nothing? She says, come on now. At this point, we should all know that these mammies, pick-me, black male identified worshipers are not human, but evil spirits in human form. You know what? When they come to attack and try to dismantle progress, I can't, and I won't. I can't, and I won't. This was well put. Well
That's why
put.
we started rebuking the Mr. Clark character, whomever he
Yeah.
was, whatever
Yeah.
agent he was. Started rebuking him in the chat, like
You have no
no
idea who
weapons on
sent
the
him, who painted, who lighted the path for him
right.
to get there.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
You
I
have
mean, you
no
could
idea.
feel the shift. I know
Mhm.
you felt it in the chat, even for the people who weren't on the panel that day that were just in the chat, going back and forth with one another in conversation. I know they felt that shift because it was like you can feel the darkness in it, and then you could see that he was trying to evoke emotion. So it's like, yep, this is one of Satan's little helpers.
Yep.
Definitely.
Mhm.
Yep.
Because he started off, oh, so high school, and I kept saying, okay, I thought he was white. That's what I was thinking. And then I said, oh, this guy's black,
Mm.
and I was like, okay,
And
we're
not
gonna
even
see how this
Canadian.
goes, huh?
And not even Canadian. Like
Yeah, I
me, I
know,
forgot
right?
the other lady that had the afro, or whatever, that was on the panel with us. She was mentioning like some of his speech or whatever, and I was like,
Oh yeah.
you're sure right. Like his vocabulary, his vernacular as a whole doesn't
Mhm.
have anything anywhere from any Canadian.
Mhm.
Like anywhere. Like his speech, his tone, his
Girl, that was
accent, none
Peanut
of
from
it
up the
was
street.
there.
That was Peanut from
Yes.
up the street. That he
Yes.
You said Peanut from up the street. Oh,
that was
Yes.
Peanut. That was Peanut from up the street.
And then he told on himself when he started talking about the Oklahoma thing, when he mentioned our people. Okay, so if you're not of American heritage, if you're not from the States at all, and you're a pure-born Canadian or whatever it is that you claim to be, and you're not black, why are you talking about our people? Because we were talking about black people. We were talking
right.
about black
Mhm.
neighborhoods that were being
Mhm.
torn down and pillaged. So it's like, how is it our people? Because you claim that you're a Canadian, so you're not even from the United States, and we're just this
Yeah.
bad place and blah blah blah. So it's like
Yeah.
our people. Okay, you're black
Yeah.
and you're from America.
Yeah.
You just don't like it.
Yeah. Hi, Nikki T. Thank you for coming. Welcome to the Lemonade Stand, Lemon Drop. How are you? Rocky done it again. Hey, she said he kept saying, you guys.
Yes, trying to put
Yes,
on a white
yes.
accent and trying to bolster himself as a Canadian, and I'm sure they would probably be disgraced if they saw that. Like
It
they
was
would
so
be like, "Yeah,
weird.
we want no parts." He was
It,
It was just
extremely.
the weirdest thing I'd ever
it was
seen.
going, yeah, it was going in so many directions because he went from, well, I want to know how, I love you ladies, tell me, I love black women. I love you, black women. Tell me, how do you feel disrespected? Because I'm from Canada. First of all, what because you from Canada? So what?
Oh
When
God.
black women being disregarded, it's worldwide. It's world. I can't. I was like, see, here you come with the
Right.
foolery.
They
You coming
have,
with the
if you
foolery.
even,
Was he
if
trying to
you
imply
even,
that they don't have them kind of problems over in Canada?
yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes.
you're a
That's
black man.
exactly what he was
First of
doing.
all, you would know how black women are feeling anyways. Y'all are all told that. Like Charlemagne, he was like, there's no colorism. Yes, there's the man that are a young girl.
I can't, like, and the thing with Satan is like he doesn't send the brightest bulbs out,
No.
always. That's what I was saying.
I keep telling people this is how you can recognize charlatans, because they never employ the smartest people.
Right. It's like,
I don't like
how
politics, but look at the cabinets of the previous two presidents, not the one that is
right,
60 now. This one is still being vetted on the site, but the previous
right.
two presidents, look at who they selected for their respective cabinets. Who wanted to
Mhm.
be around the smartest people, and who employed the dumbest of the dumb, the most inadequate? This is what I'm saying to people. This is why I don't vote party. I vote people based upon their morals and their values, because I'm not going to let no church leader or nobody tell me who to vote for and they, oh, we're not really supposed to tell you who to vote for, but vote for this one. That's almost like when the real deep rooted feminists say, oh, you're supposed to have a choice, but choose my choice.
Right.
No.
Well, you know what? That's why
choice is giving people all the information and let them decide. Not this stuff. This is why I don't like Candace Owens. I mean, not Candace Owens, the other girl, Candace, the Black Republican girl, because she's not trying to build an independent party. She's fastening on herself like they call it the brothel that's gonna get her paid for the night. Because see, she wasn't always that way. About 20 years ago, she was using the NAACP to get her just due on a civil rights case. So what I'm saying is that that's why when people get, no, I'm not impressed. I need to sit back. I gotta sit back because see, I don't get excited when she used Kanye to run her good. I'm not saying he's not a mixed up person. I'm just saying I don't have a lot of respect for people who use people who are fragile for your own benefit. Okay. And you're just looking. Okay. I used to be a heavily conservative, but I can't justify not thinking about my candidate anymore. I grew up in a time where nobody bothered to say what party Sandra Day O'Connor represented when she got that seat. Not a single, there was never no words flying around about no Republican or Democratic, but slowly but surely all this party politics and stuff started getting in the way. And now we voting on people based upon a party. And these people are vile on each side, but we gonna stick with the party that we say it's gonna get us closer to God. You keep on being dumb if you want to. If you think he holds it, then it's some of the worst people in the world is stuck in politics and ain't doing nothing for the people. They just sitting up there for themselves. They have long forgot about why they there. It's just like some of the pastors. They sitting up in church with girlfriends for 28 years, 15 years. How many people do you think they have withheld or held back scripture and God's teaching from so that they feel better about their sin?
But see, here's the thing.
That's why they get judged the most.
Now, here's the thing. First of all, I don't want the space to be about politics. I don't do politics.
Right.
But to touch on this, that is the reason why, again, after one president, after another, after all the things they promised, the world has steadily declined, which tells you this is how Jehovah said, okay, you think that you can handle this? Goes back to the professor and the kid. You think you can run my world? Huh? Because I got angels watching this, and they pose as a question when Satan asked Adam and Eve. So I got to let this play out so the angels can see that the answer is no. They can't live knowing right and wrong. I got to let this play out.
We run it right into the ground.
So when they play it out, now the angels are going, "Oh, I'm so glad I remain faithful." Yeah. Now they look at the world and they're like, no, they can't. They don't need to know right and wrong. So I'm glad I'm one of the angels that stay because they too have their three more agents. Like them wicked ones left with Satan, and Satan was the three more agents. The ones that are up there, they're still three more agents too. So as long as they stay faithful, they can remain in heaven. So again, that's why he said, like the teacher said, go ahead, go so they can see. And once he failed miserably, the students were like, okay, maybe he don't know what he's talking about. There we go. This is what Jehovah is saying. See, Satan don't know what he's talking about. Adam and Eve couldn't. See how they died within a day? See, look at the world today. The answer is not. We can't sustain on our way. Can't sustain on man's way. Right. And so you see all of these politics lyingly saying, I can do this, I can do that. And so now when Jesus was on earth, and they tried to make him a king because they were impressed with his way he spoke and the way he carried himself. He was perfect. You think he'd have made a good king? Yeah. But what did he do when they tried to make him a king? He ran into the mountain. He ran. Why? When he could have been a good king.
He didn't want the things of this world.
Because he didn't want to have no part of this world. Just like he said, I was no part in this world, and my followers would not be no part of the world. What he was saying, no part of the politics. Right. Watch me. Whatever I didn't do, you don't do. If I didn't get involved with politics, you don't get involved in politics. That's right. That's why I ran away. So you run away from it. You don't be a part of the world because I wasn't a part of it. So this is what Matthew 6:9. This is why he said this. The Lord's Prayer, Matthew 6:9-10. Note what he said. Pray then this way. He was teaching them how to pray. Let your kingdom come. He said, this is how you pray to my Father. Let your kingdom come. Let your will, not Jesus said, not my will. Let my Father will take place, as in heaven, also on earth. So you think, what's going on in heaven? Peace, serenity, calmness, no war, no sickness, no death. All of everything that's good and everything that's good, have good ambience, everything that is going on in heaven. He said, pray to my Father to let his will, all the goodness that's going on earth. He said, pray for it to come down here in the heavens. Pray for it to come down here on the earth. Because the only one that can make the earth a peaceful place is not man's politics. That's why I ran. So watch me. I can make it happen. That's why I came here. I not only preached, but I healed the sick. I raised the dead. I fed. I did all these good things. I didn't do it just to be doing it. But these people that I raised to life, they also died again. Some of the ones that had diseases, they may have caught them again. But my purpose in doing it was to prove to you that not my Father, I am, once you meet me, you've met him. In other words, I am an image of him just like you are. So my thing is, I did it to prove to you all, just like my apostles. I gave the gift to them. My Father gave it to me and said, give it to them. I gave it to them through my Father's help, just to show that I have the ability, only through my Father's help, because of his will, to make it possible for all the good things that his kingdom in the heavens that can take place, that's good and peaceful, it can be here on earth. Because what Adam and Eve did, they didn't take it away. Then they may have had to make it reroute, and it may have dissipated just temporarily, but not forever. Because if they took it away forever, that means that Satan was right, and what he told Adam and Eve was true. And that the angels in heaven would look at God and say, Satan is more powerful than you, and he is the one telling the truth, and you're the one that's lying. So he would have to let it play all the way out and let the good things that's going on in heaven in the kingdom, what Jesus said to pray for, to not only the good things in the heavens, all the good thing that's going on in heaven, let it take place on earth. Let the Garden of Eden happen again to prove that mankind not only need God and his kingdom and no politics, because they're not right and they're wicked, as Jesus said, and you all have seen. But mankind needs God's kingdom. And in order for it to happen, it would need a higher power to do it. Is it possible? Yeah, because we saw his son do it. He came here to say, see, I am well qualified to do it. Is mankind qualified to do it? No. Over 7,000 years, and they fail miserably, like the little boy in the college. So the teacher said, well, give me the pointer back and let me finish taking over. So what would that entail? So, well, let me show you this. Let's take us to Revelations 21, 3 and 4. Hold on a second, y'all. What would that entail with the kingdom? Because a lot of people ask that question. Let's go there. Because a lot of people say, well, what's going to happen? How is our future going to look? And people say, well, don't question God. Yes, you do. He wants that. That builds our faith. When he asks the question, not just for a husband. Yes, that's what we want to do. But we ask, what does our future look like? Well, what is that? What does that entail? Well, Jesus said to pray that prayer. about the God's kingdom. What does his kingdom entail? Revelations 21, 3 and 4. He says, with a loud voice from the throne said, look, and this is John writing that was being inspired from God. Look, the tent of God is with mankind, and he will reside, live amongst them, live with them, and they will be his people. He didn't say a certain race. He said they will be his people. They, just a group of a great crowd. And God himself would be with them. Did not specify a certain race. And he will wipe out every tear from their eyes. And death will be no more. Neither mourning, nor outcry, nor pain be any more. Notice it says the former things, or the things of the past, will have passed away. So let's break this down, because I always like to dissect so we can make sure that everything is in harmony. Talking about that kingdom, he said that the kingdom, he said to pray that the things in the heavens from the kingdom will be here on earth. So if the peaceful things in heaven, it's only peace. It's no bad things. So that means to pray for those things in the heavens to be on earth. So it says, with the loud voice from the throne, look, the tent of God is with mankind. If his tent, if somebody's tent is over you and God is with that tent, it's a protection. And then he said that he will reside with them. He will live amongst that tent with them as a protection. What group of people? There's no race of people. Nobody's better than the next. He said people. Only the righteous ones are the ones. Again, we should not be racist. And it says, and he will wipe out every tear from their eyes. That means anything that causes us to hurt, weep, be depressed, have anxiety, causes any anguish. He said he's going to wipe out every tear that's going to take away. Now, any tear that may make a bug get out of our eye, or sometimes our eyes are dry, the tears may come up, not that type. But anything that brings us anguish, that he's going to wipe out every tear from their eyes. Notice he said, and death will be no more. That causes pain and anguish. Death is a sting. Death is unnatural. That's why no matter what, mankind has a yearning and a deep desire to want to live on as long as we possibly can. We can lose a limb. We can lose something, anything we can lose. We can go to the hospital and we can say, okay, take out that body part. As long as, we pray we get through the surgery. Because if that's going to further our life, we want to live. If we got to go to a therapist to help us to not feel suicidal, take a pill to help us to not feel suicidal, we're going to do it. I'll raise my hand. I'm there. Okay. So the thing is, death will be no more. That causes anguish. Neither will mourning will be there. Notice it says no outcry nor pain will be anymore. It says the formal things. These things are going to be in the past. Now, one would say, okay, well, what does that entail? Well, we asked the question about God's kingdom, and then with this right here. Were these things taking place? If God in the heavens, if all those things are peaceful in the heavens, which they are, and all these things that causes tears and pain and death, mourning, outcry, these things are not taking place in heaven. Where are these things taking place? Right here on earth. These things are taking place right here on earth. Only the peaceful things we saw in Matthew chapter 6, talking about God's kingdom. And these things right here that are causing mourning are not taking place in heaven. These things are taking place here on earth. But it says these things are going to be the former things. They're going to be passed away. So whatever Satan caused in the beginning, it may be rerouted, but he's not going to cause Jehovah to be a liar. So we have to say, well, how is that going to look? Well, that's why Jesus came here on earth, to prove that his Father is not a liar, because his Father said, I'm going to send my representative, my ambassador. His Son came here and said, yeah, I am in my Father's image. If you've seen me, you've seen my Father. No man can see God and yet live. So I'm going to come. And I'm going to prove that it is possible for him to do it. If I can do it, you know he can do it. So that's why he performed other miracles right here on earth, to show that it's possible for the kingdom, where he taught us to pray for his apostles, how he taught them to pray, his disciples. And Romans 15:4 said the things that were written aforetime were for our time today. See, it trickled down to us today for us to keep praying for that prayer, praying for those things to happen. The things that are in heaven, pray God's kingdom, for those things to be here on earth. And for those things right here we just read that are actually happening here on earth and not in the heavens, for those things to be a thing of the past. So we ask ourselves, is that possible? And if so, we ask ourselves, well, how would the earth be if those things are a thing of the past? Anything that causes mourning, sickness, outcry, pain, how would that be? So we answer that question. But in the meantime, let's answer this question. Is that possible? Titus 1:2, it says, "And the basis on a hope of the everlasting life, that God, who cannot lie, promised this long ago." He promised this. And God, who cannot lie, he can't lie, it's impossible. He promised long ago. So we go to another scripture. We go to Isaiah 34. I should have went to 32. 32:24. And notice what it says here. These are promises. These are not Isaiah 33:24. Notice what it says here. And it says here, Isaiah 32, and I want you guys to verify these scriptures too. And it says, "And no resident will say, I am sick." Right here on earth. And no resident will say, I am sick. Now, if these things are taken away, notice this. And I pray that I want you guys to write these scriptures down and look them up yourself. Okay. I want you to research. Research is good. Always research. Notice here in Psalms 27, 9 through 11. I'm sorry. 29. 30. It's 37. I don't know what I'm thinking. Psalms 37, Lord. The Psalms 37, 9 through 11, and then verse 29. Notice it says, "For evil men will be done away with, but those hoping in Jehovah," which is God's personal name, "will possess the earth." Notice it says they will possess the earth, live on the earth. "Just a little while longer, and the wicked one will be no more." The wicked ones will be no more. "You will look at what they were." Notice it says were, which means in the past, "and they will not be there. But the meek will possess or live on the earth, and they will find exquisite delight in the abundance, more than enough, peace. The wicked man plots against the righteous. He grinds his teeth at him. But Jehovah will laugh at him, for he knows that his days will come. The wicked draws their swords and bends their the wicked draw their swords and bend their bows, which is what they fought with years ago, to bring down the oppressed and the poor, to slaughter those whose way is upright. But the sword will pierce their own hearts. Their bows will be broken. Better is the little of the righteous one than the abundance of many wicked ones. For the arms of the wicked will be broken, but Jehovah will support the righteous. Jehovah is aware of what the blameless go through, and their inheritance will last forever. They will not be shamed, not be put to shame in the time of disaster. In the time of famine, they will have plenty, but the wicked will perish. The enemies of Jehovah will vanish like the glorious pastures. They will vanish like smoke. The wicked one borrows and does not repay, but the righteous one is generous and giving. So it goes on saying how he's going to bless the wicked ones. Now, let's go down to 29. Verse 29. Notice it says, the righteous will possess or live on the earth, and they will live forever on it. The righteous will possess the earth, and they will live forever on it. So then you say, okay, the righteous will possess the earth and live forever on it. So if you take away anything that's going to cause anguish, pain, and all of that, and it says God cannot lie, and then the Lord's Prayer say, let your kingdom come, let your will take place in heaven as on earth. So whatever is righteous and good on heaven, let it take place here on earth. Jesus said, please pray for that. You keep on knocking and you will receive. So keep knocking for that kingdom and that righteousness that's going on in heaven. Keep knocking for it to come here on earth. And Revelation saying all those things that are going on, those things are taking place here on the earth, and those things will be of the past. We see here in Psalms 37:29, the wicked one's going away, and the righteous one possessing the earth. Okay, so of all those wicked things going away and good things taking place, and only the righteous ones taking a place, just like our space here, we're blocking the negativity, and we want to have a peaceful, safe place. So he's telling Satan, and he's also proving a point to the angels that has been around from the beginning, and he's also telling the humans, you all need me. You can't reside without me because it's an utter disaster. But did my purpose ever stop for mankind? Did it ever change? No, it didn't. My purpose didn't stop. Because that means Satan would say that I am a liar. And he is winning.
Right.
And he can't win. And I don't lie. I just had to reroute it by having my son come here. Satan bruised Jesus in the heel. He just limped by rerouting it. Genesis 3:15. But Jesus is going to bruise Satan in the head. When he threw him out the heavens, he threw them here on earth. That's why the earth is in such turmoil. But he's going to throw him in the abyss. That's equivalent to bruising him in the head.
Mm-hmm.
Taking him out completely. So all of the scriptures it has to be in harmony. It all has to be a puzzle, a beautiful song. If not, you got to cancel them out. Do your research. Pray to God, your God. Pray to Jehovah God. Pray to God. And notice here in Isaiah 42:8. He says, I am Jehovah. In some script Bibles, it says, I am the Lord, which is nothing wrong with that. But that's a title. It's just like saying, I am a woman. I am a seamstress. I'm an engineer. I'm a cook. That's a title. I'm a man. I'm a girl. I'm whatever. That's just because there are many lords, as the scripture says. There are many gods and many lords. Just like a president. There are many presidents. But if you want to be specific as to what president, just say you want to write the president a letter. You can say, okay, to the president, throw it in the mail, and they can say, okay, where the send is, what it just says to the president. She didn't specify. He didn't specify. You have to say, oh, I'm sorry, to Biden, to the White House. Notice this Isaiah 42:8 says, I am Jehovah. That is my name. I give my glory to no one else, nor my praise to graven images. He didn't say, I am the Lord. That is my name. Because a Lord, there's nothing wrong with calling him a Lord because he is a Lord. He is. But that's his title. He says, I am Jehovah. That is my name. So if you want to, since there are many lords and many gods, Satan is a god of this system. He's a wicked god. There are many gods. We got Allah, we got Buddha, we got many gods. So who do you want to talk to? If you want your letter to go to the White House, you got to specify. So if you want to pray to God, we're going to go to Psalms. I hope you have your King, because I use the King James Version too. So, but right now I'm using the New World Translation. Psalms 83:18. Psalms 83:18. It says, many people know that you, whose name, not title, whose name is Jehovah. You alone, notice he said alone, are the most high over all the earth, the entire earth. He's the most high over all the earth. You can't get no bigger than that. Like he said, I'm this, I'm the supreme, I'm this. His name. So if we want to pray to the Almighty God who is over the whole entire earth, and he said, my name, he said alone. This is who we pray to, just like and here's the thing. People may say, oh, it doesn't matter. Da, da, da. If you have a friend and you want to get close to him, you don't call a man, woman, girl, boy. If someone kept addressing you by your pronoun, we as imperfect humans will be offended. We'll check them just like that. You know my name, now use it. Don't call me that. Don't call me a broad or a woman or a girl. We'll check them, as we should. But we'll turn around and say, well, I'd rather call him. Who we don't call him what we choose to. Even if we, for instance, if someone, I ask, what's the most egregious thing that a person can do? That I think to be a pedophile. Oh, I shouldn't have said that word. To be that. Okay. To be that. And yet, if that person goes to court, they are still addressed by Mr. or Mrs. So-and-so. They're still respectfully addressed by their names. Even if someone unlives someone, they're still respectfully addressed by their names in court. Even a dog or a cat, animal has a name. We can name them and call them by their name. But we'll stand 10 toes down and not call the Most High God by his name because we just rather not. That is utterly, that's gross disrespect. That's gross disrespect. Because we just rather not. I just rather not. I don't think it's a big deal. It doesn't matter what we think. He said, that is my name. And I give my glory to no one else. So that's a part of his glory. That's a part of his respect. And we say, it's no big deal. But yet, we'll still think of something that someone can do that is gross, and we'll still call that person by their name. We'll still call an animal by their name, which we should. But yet we give them honor. Gross disrespect. And yet we turn around and beg him for so much. We're constantly begging him for so much, for what we need. Just what we need. And then we turn around and say, okay, I really want this, so I'm going to make it a matter of prayer. We turn around and beg him for just what we want. But I'm not going to call him by his name, though. Utter disrespect. Utter disrespect. And that pains me when I hear people say that. That hurts, that breaks my heart. And we all have a choice. We don't have, we're like I said, we are free moral agents. And I respect anybody that chooses not to. I don't judge a person. I don't hold a person for whatever they choose to do and not do. I don't. I promise you, I don't even give it a second thought because I'm used to it. I don't give it a second thought. But when you really sit down and grind it to the bones like this, it's hurtful.
Science, what are best friends for? Not to help each other.
And then you have to move on because if you stay in that space, it will, you know.
What is that in you?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not the ones who don't believe that God is worried about. It's it's the lukewarm.
Like Jesus, like Laodicea, the congregation of Laodicea.
Yeah.
He spit them out. Yeah.
It's the ones who are not operating. And I've seen some people who will use his words and then they know the scriptures and they know a lot. They can quote scriptures better than anybody I've ever seen, but I don't see the operation of God in their life. You can look and see because they'll seem like they come in with a ministry for God, and you'll be like, the ministry, the club, no, the ministry, the club, no, the ministry, right? Yeah, well, no, they're not interchangeable. Because a ministry puts God at the front. A club puts man at the forefront.
Boom. Boom.
Hit the nail right on the
head. Wait a minute. Mic drop. Exactly.
I don't even know if I'm saying anything that's pop. This has just been.
True.
It just makes sense.
Deep.
I mean, if you think about it, and I'm not saying it's going to be the same for everybody because everybody is different. They're walking different. Their access is different. They've been given different ministries, but no, because I guarantee you, if you look at it as a club, it's real easy for you to allow certain things to go along because you're really just operating for the comfort of man. Because see, and anyone said, well, this is the church. I understand. And I know a lot of people are real charismatic because they didn't been to a lot of charismatic churches. I come from a charismatic church. I left the Baptist church because I felt like there was a quenching spirit up in there.
That's
and
good
I was
for
like,
you.
and that was around 17, 18. I started to feel it. I said, I don't think I'm going to be here. And I had just voted that pastor in. I said, it's not him. It's a spirit of limitation. And I'm going to stay a little while longer and I'm going to see. I was in all these different ministries. And I said, okay, it's time. I got to go. Because what they'll try to do to keep you guilty is tell you that you can't do nothing out in the world. You're gonna fall apart. I'm gonna stay out here so I can pray for you, because see if I can get that demon off of there. Because let me tell you something. It took 30 years before he passed away. He admitted to my sister that don't blame the church for it not growing. Blame me. I didn't want the church to grow because I felt that people would leave and get away from me. Something that I had prophesied 30 years earlier.
He said
nobody was listening to me, and I said, I feel it in here, and it wasn't anything that was made magnified. I said, I'm not comfortable with him just, how the church is, few people calling out the same names, elevating these few people. And my name was often very terrible. I don't want that. You see, there are other members here. Why don't you call upon them? We're all workers in the body of Christ. You're making me uncomfortable constantly calling, putting my name up in lights. I'm not comfortable with this. But some people are okay with going to small little tight churches because small little tight spaces allows them to be bigger people in there. Like, the big fish in the little pond type of scenario. You can see the big fish swimming in a small pond. You throw them out there in the big ocean, you can't even see the water move when he's moving underneath it. Some people are like that. And this is not about overly abundant size of ministries. I'm saying you can't limit it. That means when people need to go and start their own ministry, you got to let them go. You got to let them go. Because the thing is that God gives us each individual our ministry based upon our living experiences. He plants the ministries in us. All the experiences that you've gone through were to birth your ministry. Our struggles is our ministry, because when we get over, or we are working on getting over, that's how we supposed to be looking. Okay, how many people needs those steps out of the same circumstances? I can light the way and show them that what God can do, because he did it for me. So if you're limiting people, you got all these different people in the churches and you limiting them, because I know someone who we all said had a beautiful voice, and she couldn't even cut a record until after the pastor passed away because of this. This is what I mean. And it had nothing to do about doing it for the world. It's that sometimes when you're under the helm of a quenching spirit like that, it's going to limit people. People are going to only follow that one. That's why I never got into the church politics of people saying that the church had to split, and sometimes things have to be. You got to be, because you got people can't continue going down a road. Like, say, for example, with perfecting and dealing with Pastor Marvin Winans. Pastor Marvin Winans has been praying over people, marrying people, doing all these things in leadership over people, but he's had a fiance on the how much you want to bet when he was married before, he wouldn't let anybody near the roles of the church unless they were probably married. But when he was comfortable in his squamous cells, he probably sat there and was like, if I put too many married people up here, that's gonna make me feel, that's gonna convict me.
Yeah.
You don't know what he's done into that church, or in 15 years, you know how many people that then come under his tent. How many people sat and got comfortable in a space and molded themselves to his ministry, his own personal individual ministry, and not God's ministry.
Absolutely.
See, that's
how many, and we look at the world, and we looking how people, what we be talking about. What does Brent always talk about? People don't respect marriage no more, because we got leaders that are being the representation that marriage isn't important. I can have a girlfriend. Look at Bishop Noel. I ain't ever getting married. And Paul Loretta hanging on there, great dry, turning into a raisin on the vine. This is a woman, is a professional chef, and one of the best I've heard. She's got her own life, she's got other businesses. I think she's got a boutique, salons. So it ain't money she needs from him. But she was willing to wait for 28 years to get him. to get him
That
to
is so
marry
sad.
her.
That's ridiculous. That I
He
can't.
sucked up the best years of her life.
He sure did. Because here's what he do. I'm going to only be as sinful as, because you know they ain't sat there through for 28 years and played checkers.
How about that?
Eating food and read each other poetry. This is what I mean. This is how you, and look at Bishop. And I respect the bishop. I do. As a man of God, I do respect him. But I'm just, do you know how many people in 28 years, that's over a whole generation. That means a whole generation has been corrupted.
By him. Mm-hmm.
Has been defiled. Because it ain't what you say.
It's what you do.
Or visual creatures. It is what they see you do. And men are 80-90% visual. So you have taught them that they don't have to respect a woman. They can hold that woman back for 15, 20 years. Take the best years of her life and then drop her. Because I'm really, tell you the truth, I'm happy that these women got what they were holding out for. But you know, it could have easily not been that way. They could have ended up being the toss away while they married somebody else, because all those years that, you know, it ain't been consistent, a rock. It's been on and off. Because one thing that women know we want, and we know this about what God wants for us, we know he wants us to be married.
Yeah.
So those women have not sat there and just been on a chair and been accepting of that without kickback. Don't we know that, ladies?
Absolutely.
We know that they have just not been just sitting there, just smiling and chewing, popping gum and just being happy in that misery. They've had some days where they have said, and probably, like I said, broke up and got back together and broke them, and they probably gave them big, because they both very wealthy men. So they probably gave them, you know, I mean, amazing, immense places and positions, and their political influence has set those women up to be able to have favor and all this other stuff in the world. But at the end of the day, none of that stuff means anything to these women. Those women wanted the marriage, because these women were these were the one that Pastor Winans married. That woman is a graduate of Wayne State University. She has, I believe, she has her medical in, I think it's orthopedics.
So she's highly intelligent.
Absolutely. She was married to a doctor. Her previous husband was a doctor, and he was white.
Mm.
I know this for a fact because I know someone who knows her. So that's why I'm saying, and they went to that first wedding.
Right.
So I'm saying women want to be married, but many are holding out to wait. And what I'm saying to them is, I'm not telling you not to wait for that guy you believe in. Because if you say God said this is your husband, you're going to wait for him, I'm not going to get interfered with. God is speaking to you. What I'm saying is, I want you to reinforce the word around you, because God might not be telling him that you are his wife. And if he chooses someone other than you after all that time served, I don't.
Hold on a second. Camille, you can come up. I think that's the link. I don't know if that's the link. You can try it.
Oh, hi, Camille.
I think a lot of
I hate
times
to see it,
women be
because I've
telling
seen so many women do this. Like I know women who have been there for their husbands while they were in the military. Every story didn't turn out like Brent's. There are a lot of women held that family together while those husbands was, you know, in all those campaigns and stuff. And then when they got ready to retire, they were like, okay, I'm tired of you. You ain't even been there. You ain't really been in the marriage. You've been on the kind of on the outskirts, and they already tired of moving. This is why I say I don't want women to lose themselves because somebody else decides to set you apart. I get it. You're gonna be hurt. You're gonna be distraught, but I just don't want you to lose yourself, because sometimes we forget that when people leave us on their own accord, our destiny isn't tied to them.
Exactly.
So we don't need to And the season could be long. It could be 20, 30 years, and God is still holding out to give you that perfect love for you.
Mhm.
This man may not
And
be the ones you made children with. He may not be
Yeah,
the
he
soldier.
cannot be. Come 30 years?
I would have been left, but
28
different
30
strokes for
years?
years.
different folks.
28 years. And you know, it's probably a little bit more than that, because it's probably a moment where they weren't quite, you know how you
Hi,
they're getting to
Camille.
know you, period. Yeah.
Hi.
Years.
Yeah.
Hello. You're Camille.
Hello.
Okay. Hi, Camille.
Well, yeah, I
Hi.
put Cammy for short. We've
Okay.
spoken before, so I've been on Brent's channel and stuff like that, and
Awesome.
yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Hi,
I love
Cammy.
the
How are you?
avatar.
I
I'm
do
doing-
too.
oh,
It's so cute.
That's
is
yeah,
cute.
that
And
is
I
the
gotta
Bratz
thank
doll.
y'all.
Okay, I do. Yes, I do. No, I do.
That is
With the avatar,
gorgeous.
I do.
It is
Uh-huh.
cute.
Well, welcome to the Lemonade Stand.
What's going on? Yes, I'm here. I'm welcome. I feel welcome. Yes.
Yeah.
What's going on? What are we
Well,
talking about?
right now we're talking about some things, bouncing back and forth, talking about some scriptures and some of the things. Right now, Creating One is talking about some issues that's going on. Some hypocrisy that's going on that she don't appreciate. Right now it's
What happened last night, right?
No,
No.
with the pastors that are holding women as their girlfriends and fiancés for 15 and 28 years.
Mhm.
And wondering-
I'm not religious. I have a different belief system. But I was married before. I was married for 3 years in my early 20s. So I mean, other than my ex-husband and my ex-fiance are the only two men I've ever been serious with. I've never ever been with I never dated just one guy at a time. So I don't know how a woman can do that. That's just, I don't know how women can do that. Like, just be one man and not even be married. Because the only way I'm not having sex with another man is if I'm married. So that's the only way that's happening. So I mean, I can.
Yeah, you expressed this on Brent's channel.
Exactly.
And I get what you're saying. See, at the Lemonade Stand, this is how we do it over here. Whatever is going on, this is how it is with me, Cammy. We as humans, we do everything that we do, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, we do it for a reason. And so whenever someone expresses that, I respect that, and I it's a reason why. And I get why you do that. I get it, because men can take you there. But when I ask people why they do what they do, I even ask them some things that I do, feel, think, say, whatever. When I sit down, I ask myself why. And then a lot of times when we ask ourselves why we do, when I ask other people why they do it, a lot of times we resort to, I don't know. And
I can tell you why I do it. I just don't think that.
Let me finish. Let me finish. When people say, I don't know, I'll say, you know why. And when they say, well, here's XYZ, I said, see, you know why? And you were very vocal as to why you do it. You're very candid, and that I appreciate. But the thing is this, over here, when we do vocalize why we do what we do, which I appreciate, because I want you to say it again, why you do what you do. But when we do vocalize in this space, we want to try to rectify, at least come up with a conclusion as to why we do it. And if we're going to come up with a conclusion, if the answer is yes, is okay. If is when and how we're going to fix that, because it's about self-accountability, and it's doing the inner work. It's suturing. It's surgery, performing surgery on the inside without anesthesia, letting it burn. Because here's the thing. All of us in this chat, or all of us, wherever we were at Brent, we as women, I'm so glad that we have this space to be able to express it. Because here's the thing, all of us Black women have pretty much the same song to sing. And we know where it comes from. And that's the reason why I get so passionate, because we know majority of us, it comes from Black men. Majority. I can't say all, but I would just say the majority of us, it comes from Black men. And a lot of us just say, you know what? If I can't beat them, I'm going to join them. But then it comes a time when we have to say, wait a minute, where's the self-accountability? Because at the end of the day, we are the common denominator.
Mm-hmm.
So whether we are right or wrong, we are the common denominator. So in order to have a better presence and a better future, we want to ask ourselves, do we want it? And if so, how do we get there and what does that look like? Because regardless of what other people do to us, and boy, I can tell you a story. We all have a story to tell. We do. But over here, I want us to take those lemons and make some lemonade and turn them pink. We can lick those wounds over here. But the thing is, I want us to simmer down, take a deep breath and just simmer down. Feel safe. Not to attack one another, just feel safe. Ask any question. It may be a big question, small, medium, it doesn't matter. Over here, there's no bullying, which I'm not saying you in particular. I'm just saying no bullying. Nobody is no stupid question, no silly question, no juvenile question. It doesn't matter. But we are here to find a solution as to why we respond to certain situations the way we do. Mine is me, why I respond. Like last night, I get triggered because over that black male, I didn't. You saw it. You know, I can't.
Yeah, I looked at it today.
Yeah, okay, I can't rock with that. And
yeah, I told Brent that they were gaslighting you, and
yes.
That's kind of, messed up. You know what I'm saying? Because the data is showing that it's collective and you're up in here. How is the data showing something and you're sitting here saying that we're bashing these men? The data shows what we're talking about. Hello? So, you know what I'm saying? So I said that to Brent. I said that, some people have to heal. Well, how are you going to heal when every time you say something, you got to be checked or somebody is saying that you're bashing them? But you know what I realize? A Black woman is never going to stop being a mother, especially to her son. So, and that's really what it is.
Very true.
And you understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm connected to the men in my family as the men in my family, but I'm not connected to them as Black men. So whatever happens to them as Black men has nothing to do with me. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how I feel because I separate.
For clarification,
it's on our own.
For clarification,
on our own.
So for clarification, Camille, are you saying if we are the mother of a Black son, we're going to always hear the voice of someone bashing? We're not going to hear that this is a situation that we're talking about. Is that what you're saying?
I would say it's 50-50.
Okay.
I will say 50-50, but unfortunately, when Black women have sons, and I know this because I have a Black mother that has a son, you know what I'm saying? And the fear of what can happen to them, and especially what white men can do to them. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. You understand what I'm saying? But I really do feel that, listen, we've seen it on television that these men can go shoot up a place and they'll sit there and talk about how good of a men they are. So let's not, you know what I'm saying? So no matter what they've done, their criminal record is a mile long and they're still good men. So what is that? I mean,
when you say they, who are you talking about? The Black men or white men?
I'm talking about the Black male worshipers.
Wait a minute, Kevin. Wait, I can't.
I'm talking about the Black male worshipers.
I can't.
I say if once they have a Black son, they cannot see clearly.
Yeah, that was the clarification. That's what I was trying to get, the pathology, because I hear exactly what you're saying, because I'm running into the same thing. See, I share a lot of the content with a lot of people, but so many people were raised, first of all, before they had sons. They were raised, especially when I'm talking about my generation, before they had sons, they came up, some of them, in households that shaped a hate pathology when it came. See, I didn't.
But you know what I don't understand about my mom? I'm so cutting you off. My mother's father is a white man, so I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, my mother's father is a white man, so yeah, and she shows no loyalty to her father being around. She shows she has no loyalty to her father. She never talks about her father. And what I've realized is that she resents her white father because of what Black men wasn't able to do. That's what I've realized when I was growing up. I know that sounds really weird, but my grandfather was a white man in America. He went to Jamaica and he met my grandmother. And they got married in Jamaica. My grandfather had a business out there and everything, had property out there. He died in Jamaica, got buried in Jamaica. And when he died, my mother and my grandmother came here to America. But that's what I've learned there. So even if they have a white father that showed a pride to them, cared about them, they're still Black male worshipers because they care about their sons that do nothing for them or their daughters or their mothers.
And you know what? Here's the thing. There's a lot of pathology to unpack there. I'm not going to unpack it all here, but I see exactly where her pathology, because see, this is what goes back to what
Cammy is hurt, as she should be.
Yeah, this is what Sunkiss was saying. Remember, Sunkiss was saying we need to unpack the reasons and rationale, because see, we living in the effect, but we need to know the causation, how we got to these pathologies, because wherever we are, we literally can heal ourselves. We don't really need someone. If we live in a state of consciousness of self-awareness, we can tell when someone asks you why you do that, and you say, I don't know. You should see, children will say that because they typically, depending on your tone, they'll lie because they're afraid to tell you the truth. But when we become adults, we are supposed to be more self-aware. I think that's what Sunkiss was saying. When we come into her space, this lemonade space,
right?
We need to, when we operate in a certain space and we do things that we do, we need to acknowledge why we do them. Now, if we don't want to unpack them here, we should be unpacking them in our journals, so that we can look at the person that we see in the mirror and know why we do what we do. Because it is a hard thing to admit. I know, because this is not a perfect person over here. This is a mess. Okay. It's a filthy rag. Filthy rag.
Same here.
And I've had to unpack why I do the things I do, and I had to start doing it because I had to ask myself, why am I accepting certain behaviors? What is it? What's wrong? Why am I doing this? Even if it's because I'm living for the expectation of another person, because sometimes we want to please a person that ain't even in the relationship, to show that we can. All somebody has to do, whose opinion matters, is to yank our chain. And then if that opinion matters so much, we're falling in line and doing exactly what they even. I had to admit, really, I love my mother. I have to admit, my mother doesn't have a lot of experience with men. She only had one boyfriend, one husband. I mean, it's a beautiful thing, but you don't get experience with men with one person. You don't learn the whole pathology, especially if you come up in a certain time, because this is your husband. You don't have any rights. His signature has to be at the underneath, all undersigned. Everything you do, you can't even get your tubes tied without his signature. So what I'm saying is, when the rights came in for women, that's when the veil got lifted. Women could be able to not only know and express, but be able to start owning. That came also with responsibility to own your decisions, because you no longer have a man to stand behind to be the reason why you do, act, think, breathe, whatever that you do. And I think a lot of women don't want to come into the responsibility that came with those rights that were fought for. And I realize some don't want those rights because they want to get back behind someone so they can have someone else be responsible. That's up to them. Whether you want those rights or not, those rights are written into law. So you got to either, it's sort of like with a dividend. You gonna get the dividend. If you don't want to spend it, you donate it, but we cutting the check to you anyway. So the truth is that it's a similar situation. And now we living in a time where, especially Black women, we want to continue to massage Black men in a way that kind of, and it's not about talking about Black men. It's just when we do things that we do, whether the man is Black, he's white, or he's Chinese or whatever, we got to own why we do and operate in the way we got to own our pathology. And we can open it up in our own private closet, write it in a journal, type it in a little file and call it recipes, and nobody will ever know what it is, and stick it in our cloud. But we have to have a space where we open up ourselves to our own truth.
And you know what, Cammie? Here's the thing. I look at you, and in that aspect, I see me, because you're hurt, because and I could be wrong, but I'm gonna take a chance at this. The average Black woman puts more emphasis on the love of her Black son than she does her Black daughter. And we as Black women always have to take the back seat, the back door.
Well,
when you can feel that love, but you can tell that there's more energy over with the Black sons or the Black uncles or the Black, you know what I'm saying? Is that it?
It's not really that. It's just, I remember growing up, my mom would always tell me that I was selfish, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as I got older, it wasn't that I was selfish. It was just that a lot of Black women would tell me that, or even Black men will tell me that. And it wasn't that I was selfish. It was that people are not used to a Black woman being pro her.
Mm-hmm.
Self-preservation.
Because Black women are not.
What did you give me? Just a small, you don't tell me your business. Give me like the gist of why they give me an example, a small example. You don't tell me your business. Just give me a small example as to why they will call you selfish unanimously.
Because I'm pro me. I'm pro me. I'm pro Black woman. I'm pro me. It's about me. How you know what I'm saying? I'm not thinking about, you know what I'm saying? I think very highly of myself. Mm-hmm. And I realized as I was growing up, my mother didn't really think highly of herself. And I realized that about a lot of Black women as well. They don't think very highly of themselves. Mm-hmm. But I was always very confident. That's just how I was. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? But, mm-hmm. But it's not about, it's just that I know from growing up that my brother is a lot more important to my mother because my mother does not value herself. That's really what it is. And a lot of Black women do not value themselves.
No, they don't.
They value the men because the men are the women of the community. So that's what it is. So we are the men of the community.
It's something to hear other people keep to say it. This is why I keep saying what went down yesterday. Why I get it that there are people going to be triggered because they got Black sons, but that doesn't make that safe space. That safe space should not be corrupted because we have to keep letting in people or allowing people to come in and be comfortable with saying we shouldn't say the things we say because they got Black sons.
I mean, I say it and I say it again.
Because we all know that I've had conversations with Sunkiss. Sunkiss is not bashing Black men. She is speaking about her experiences, and she, like a lot of people, we're trying to change our experiences, but you can't limit what you hear of her, you know, because I saw that situation be taken care of, but it's someone always in the midst that has to make it a comfortable space for Black men. Because, and I'm saying that because it's coming on the back of the situation with the Clark situation, and I'm pretty sure if one other person was up there, they would have threw him a rafter. Another.
Well, listen. I said this and I said this again. A Black man is always going to be a Black man. I'm not going to exclude the members of my family because they're the members of my family. They're still Black men, and Black men are always going to be Black men. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm very aware of that. You understand what I'm saying? Because my connection to them is as a family member, but I don't have no connection to them as Black men. That has nothing to do with me because I'm not connected to people that I know collectively is not connected to me and the women that give birth to me. You understand what I'm saying? That's because what you see, what they don't understand is that we are the Black community because it's our choice whether this race continues or not. That's what they don't really understand. You understand what I'm saying?
That's right.
And what they also don't understand is that we can let these other groups of men just kill your sons if we wanted to.
Mhm.
They don't really get that as well.
That's
and I
right.
shouldn't say that. That's wrong. I definitely shouldn't say that. But I'm
but
just telling you what it is.
If you chose to, it's a possibility, but not to say to happen. But you could. But no, we get what you're saying. We get what you're saying.
Well, this is one of
Because
the reasons
this
why we
community
get
is so
back to
used to this community is so used to us working and laboring and doing this, and they really think that we have to do this.
right.
We don't have to do nothing. They don't really get that.
Right.
Mhm.
That's
But
why it
it's-
irritates them when we don't have a Dusty living in the house, a Dusty got us waiting for a ring and a wedding, or 10
Mhm.
babies by a Dusty who got 10 more babies. They're okay with that. They would much rather us be in those spaces than to be living the way we're supposed to be living with a husband, someone who's committed in family, because they are so committed to that pathology. I mean,
You know why?
I know people who told me you need to get married so you could be knocked down a peg or two.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's like,
You know why? You know why? Because listen, they know this is the thing, right? Once they're never going to accept that these men are the problem. Because I realized talking to my mother, because every time I talk about Black men, my mother would always talk about me because she sees me as the problem. She sees herself as her problem. She sees other Black women as the problem. So you understand what I'm saying? So I separated myself from that, because if that's the way you feel, then guess what? Since I'm the problem, then I'm going to separate myself from you. But when something happens to you, don't call me. You better call your son.
Yes,
You understand what I'm saying?
Mic drop.
But it
Hold on.
doesn't work like that.
Wait, Cammy. Wait. Mic drop. Go ahead. Now go on. Finish.
But
But
I
it
think
don't
that
work like that.
you
Like
understand what I'm
the
saying?
same
But
one.
that was a rocket launcher, man.
That you better, Cammy, high five it. Boom. That's why mine is out in Texas, and your golden son. Well, I'm a PC it. That's where you gonna go.
I don't have to give birth to people that don't like my Black ass.
There you go.
Don't. Let's not cuss on here. But you know what?
I'm sorry.
That part. No problem. That part. Because you know
Why
what?
should I? Because I'd rather go deal with the other people, and at least I get a job. At least I can call somebody for protection. At least I get something out of the deal. That's what I prefer to do.
And you know, it's always like I've heard that story so many times with that type of like whatever in a relationship. But I've come to find out like a lot of those same women or those same parents, when they favored the sons over their daughters or the children that were actually there for them, a lot of times when they get elderly, when they get down sick, or when they're in a destitute situation, the golden children are the ones that's out living their lives, can't be bothered. But the ones that they need to call on are the very ones that they've kind of made the black sheep of the family.
Yep.
And that's always like mind-blowing and crazy to me.
The scapegoat.
Because you know what the problem is? Because they think you're supposed to be there, and you really don't have to. That's the problem.
You're
And
the candidate by default.
Yeah,
You
it's a good
understand what
thing
I'm
we only
saying?
get. It's a good thing that we only get one mother. Because I tell you, if we had to go through that again, anything like that again, can you imagine at the end of one mother you get another one just like the one you had with that pathology? Because the reality is that it's not. Just like she delivered it. It's not just sons. It's picking. I've had to tell my siblings as y'all are getting older. So let me tell you something. I only had one mother, and I'm not going to the cross for another one of y'all. Okay. So I'm going to tell you right now, when you look at your children and grandchildren, you better make some wise decisions based upon who you know going to be there versus who you wish would be there. Because I am not getting involved in trying to untangle some mess because you put somebody in charge who is only there because they your favorite. Drop that whole favorite thing. I never liked it. One thing my students never even said, my Miss Moore, is always fair. When a child can look at an adult that they don't live with and don't just see them a few hours a day and can say that, that gives my heart joy, because at least they know you can't buy me. I see y'all all the same. I don't care if you do your best or you just struggling like the little engine trying to turn your wheel. You all are equally loved. And I know parents, I know grandparents who have no problem telling you who their favorite is, and you tell them, you know, you doing something kind of, you are showing preference. And I am telling you, if I tell you I can see it, you can sometimes make the preferred not even like you because they don't want to be constantly called out. This is what I said about being a teacher. I didn't just always call out the hands that was always up in the air. I looked around and see the ones that was hiding from me. The ones that was afraid to say something. The reason why, because if you got a struggle, I'm going to take one of my preparation or coordination periods. I'm going to work with you. But we all are a team. I want to see, when I ask a question, I want 29 out of 29 hands going up. I want the arms to be so high I can't even see the heads. Because at the end of the day, I want everybody to know and operate in this space that we are all pulling the same weight in here. When I see parents do that and see grandparents do that and stuff, I think I have to try to remind them. Sometimes they don't hear me. They don't want to hear me. And I just have to remind them, you don't know. They'll literally try to pick the one who they think is going to be the this, then the other. And I'm like, you have no idea about that. You have no idea how life is going to shift and flip and turn all this upside down. And the very one you think is the wisest, the smartest, the most, with the most common sense is the one who's focused so much on pleasing people and can't get out of their own way because they're so busy trying to please someone. That's something they got to work on. So they might have a sibling who might not be as academically strong, but they know how to tell people exactly what they need to tell them and won't care what they think about it. So it's become like a yin-yang situation. In other words, don't discard the one you don't like, because the one you don't like might be the one that keeps the one you are in love with afloat. Because in families, especially when you got more than one child in families, it's hard to tell when you got one kid. But when you got multiple 3, 4 kids or whatever, 2, 3, 4 kids, sometimes there's an energy there that's balancing them, because we're not perfect people. So you got one might be low here and the other one might lift them up over there. So it's kind of like almost like a seesaw that stay, or a pendulum that stays in some kind of a balance. So when you put, so that's why I didn't kind of understand when parents do this, they put one person in charge. And then you got to analyze and say, okay, let me take a look at that one in charge.
And those wounds are everlasting.
Oh, yeah.
Because I can speak from, like, not personally, because I mean, I'm an only child between my mom and dad. But when it came to, like, my grandmother, whom I was raised by the time I was born, I got a totally different version of her, than however she was when she was, like, in her 20s. But between my mom and my uncle, they always had, like, a rivalry. And according to, like, my uncle, my mom was the favorite, so I guess he perceived that she got more poured into her and, more favors and all of those things versus himself. He felt like the black sheep. But my mom was the one that hurt my grandmother the most. I mean, they both hurt her, but I think that my mom did her in a lot worse than my uncle did. And even till this day, these people are dead and gone, have been for over 10 years. He is still affected by it mentally and physically, as to that same nepotism that was distributed in front of him. Like, he still goes back to that little boy that felt like his sister was lifted up higher than he was. And this man is almost 60 years old and he hasn't gotten over it yet.
That wow. I just, I cannot. And I understand that, it says that when Jehovah said to Eve that you will crave for your man and he will dominate you. That's what we see. I get it. But we don't have to accept it. Not to say we have to accept it. But I sit back and I go, this is exactly what was said. But I look at Black women. If you wanted my egg donor, #mother, if you wanted her to become unglued and she thought she was covering it up well, say something about one of her sons. But yet she was going around telling lies about me and my sister, mainly me though. I could go back all the way back to as far as back to 12 when she was telling lies about me, turning people, anybody against me that I had no idea. I found out 3 years within this past 3 years that she had been doing that. What mother? But she would make up lies to protect my brother's images. Make up lies to say what didn't happen to them, what did happen, and how they were. And I would go, no, that's not. No, this. She would make up lie and would argue you down with the lie, because the malignant narcissists, that's what they do. And I'm like, that's not true. Yes, it did. And I'm like, no. And she would have you thinking that you're losing your mind.
Listen, I always say this and I say this again. In the eyes of a Black male worshiper, she views herself as a problem and she views every single Black woman as a problem. You understand what I'm saying? Her son is a victim. That is the way it is. You have to understand that.
Yep.
Because that's what's being fed to them. That's it. Like I said, Black women are the men of the community. Black men are the women of the community, and they're treated like that. So you have to understand the reverse.
But you can't tell the community that, because you'll get attacked. Yeah, I tell you, better come out with their pitchfork. I said you can't tell the community.
Number one, listen. This is another thing. We need to stop saying community. There's no such thing as the Black community. That doesn't even exist. There's two different entities. There's Black women and there's Black men. There's Black women, there's Black men, and we're separate, different entities. We're not the same. Simple.
I like the way you worded that.
What would you suggest to comment?
Listen, they've already made it clear that we're not their natural counterparts. So if you separate yourself from me, I'm like, hey, Becky, come get this burden over here. I'm like, yeah,
How would you like that wrap? Bows and ribbons, or would you like lace?
Say that again.
Rhinestones or no?
You want bows and ribbons, or would you like just lace? Because I'm glad I'm standing in boxes. I will wrap it, gift wrap it, and send it, ship it. I wish I could send that whole energy to them. And it's so hilarious because they have when they come into spaces like where Brittany is, they say, "Yeah, we don't want them anyway. Y'all can have them." Why are you?
No. I say, listen. You want the burden? I'm like all for it. Please take the burden, please. Listen, that gives me.
I'm saying the same thing that you're saying. What I'm saying is they want them. They can have them. They want the burden. They can have it, whoever it is. But what do they do in turn? They'll come into spaces like where Brent is and say we're the problem. So
because you have but you have to understand why they think that way, because that is what Black men are telling them. That you have to understand what Black men tell us and what they tell other groups of people is two different things.
Absolutely.
You have to understand that, because they're very manipulative. I've been studying their behavior throughout history. This is something that they do. Okay. So what they tell us about other groups of people, and what they tell us about other groups of people, and what they say different things. They're telling us they're telling all these other people, they're telling us that all these other people are the problem, but they're telling these people that we're the problem. You got to understand that.
We know. we most of us know. A lot of people, you do know that there are people who know, but they can't. It's Stockholm. They can't break themselves from it. Because I can tell you one thing for sure. Because I've been dating out since I was a child. And the first thing that their first feedback will be, they know they don't like you like that. And I say, how you know? You dated white men? These are black men I'm talking to. And I say it with the full share of chest. Because you know why? You can't tell me anything about what you don't know. Who gave you the authority to tell me about anything? You're not doing enough for my eyes to even elect your opinion to listen to.
But they love talking about what they don't know.
Who don't want you? Who don't want?
Yeah.
You've been married.
Let me tell you something, and this is why sometimes I feel like this is so unfair. I tell Brent all the time. I said, Brent, you could say what the hell you want to say. These men want to be you. They want to sit here and talk as if they're you. Why? You're an actual white man. Why won't you talk about what you want? Because these men are always telling me what you think and what you say. And I'm like, how could the men that's been whooping your ass for the last 400, 500 years, and you sitting here telling me what they think? Did you think that they were gonna do what they did to you? Did you know what they think, but you can't get out of the situation that you're in with these men, but you know what they think? I'm like, they don't know what to think.
It's a generational thing as well, because I'm not gonna say any names because I never know who's in these YouTube streets.
Okay.
But I have a colleague that I worked with during my internship, and he's what you would consider educated. You would definitely consider him a successful black man. You know, has businesses, has the degrees to match, and is really in the community. It came from a 2-parent home. But then when you listen to him talk on the personal, when it comes to like that human interaction and emotional intelligence, literally even somebody with bachelor's and master's degrees, property owner, has probably 100K as his figures that he's bringing in a year just off of one of his ventures. Even with him reaching that level of success that we would consider success in the community coming from nothing, he still is seeking the validation of as close in proximity to whiteness as he can get.
Oh, really?
He's not seeking his father's validation. He's seeking the Caucasian man's validation. He's trying to compare himself to them. And it was mind-blowing. I'm like, this shows me like it doesn't matter whether you're on welfare or whether you've reached it and made it on up to the top like the Jeffersons. That mindset goes with them no matter how much they've achieved or how far in life they've gotten versus where they started. That mentality is still there.
Yeah.
Very true.
It's true.
Well, like I said, if you look throughout Black male history and Black male behavior, you will see the same behaviors time and time again. What gets me when people think this whole divestment thing is new, it's not new. There has always been a small portion of Black women and 1 or 2 Black men that has always told the truth about Black men. And when those people came out and said these things, how did the Black community treated them when there was a little bit of a Black community? So we need to look at the past and see where we went wrong and try to change our behavior. Because at this point, if we deal with these men, we already know what we're dealing with collectively, then there should be no reason why we should be dealing with them or even having children with them. If you have sex with them, just have sex with them and not be attached to them. Could you do that? I can, but some people can't.
They don't even do that depending on who they are and where they are. And I mean, I am in no position to tell anyone to be celibate, abstinent, or anything else. I can only go by what the Bible says. So to each his own, because we're all having that free will
Their
within us.
their hashtags during
I
the
would,
day, they're walking penises at night.
but I would say don't even lay down with them if they have that pathology behind them. If they're a part of that group as a collective, don't even sleep with them, because then you are going to inherit those same spirits, and that same pathology at some point is going to get into you. It's going to taint the good within you. It's going to corrupt something within you, because whoever you lay down with, just like the older folks used to say, like, if you lay down with a dog, you catch fleas. In the same way, you're going to pick up those spirits that person has. So it's not even worth it just for a quickie.
Because here and Chrissy is so right. Here's the thing, Cammie. I get where you say that, because like you said, if I can't beat you, I'm gonna join you, because I get why you feel the way that you do. I can knock your mindset.
Like that at one point too.
Yeah.
I definitely did. I was out here just rough and ready with it.
We're not judging you. We get it. We get it. We do, because they make you go there. But here's the thing. It comes a time when you have to say, okay, okay, well, I'm at a point, but you have to be ready. We're not telling you when to do this, but when you're ready, and we respect your timetable. Whenever you get to a place when you're ready, just say, okay, what is my worth? What is my worth? When it comes to them. Because if, like she said, when you lie down with dogs, you stand up with fleas. And here's the thing. Would you allow someone to dip their hand? Let me give you this. If someone offered you, and I use this analogy for a lot of things, but if someone offered you a glass of refreshing water, and you know that glass of water is refreshing and it's good for you. For the moment, if you're hot and you're sweating, you've been running, you ran a marathon, and towards the end, someone hands you a glass of cold water, and you could just guzzle it down because you need that water. And at the time, that water feels so good. It's like an aphrodisiac. But while you're guzzling it, that person says, I know it feels good. But let me say this to you, Cammie. There's a hint of cyanide in it, just a little. Would you want to take in that water at that time? Would you appreciate that?
Absolutely not. I'm single. So, I've been single for now since 2008. I broke up with my ex-fiance. So I like being single. But, here and there, I just have, it could be anything. I just go out and I meet somebody. I don't see them again. Because I'm human and I need, sometimes you just want to have sex. It has nothing to do with nothing like that.
I get nobody's telling you to do it now. Not now. You do you, because nobody can knock what you do.
Rose Bell Carter. Oh, she says all the Black women supporting and defending Black men are sleeping with them. Oh,
yeah, it's the truth. But see, and that's the truth.
Oh, well, I mean, listen, you see, that's the thing. It depends on how you view sex. So I view sex as a physical action. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't, it depends on how you operate.
It's a physical action, but it's a physical action that carries spiritual consequences. And we're not telling you, stop doing what you're doing or you're wrong.
I think it depends on how you're wired as a person. But
right. Absolutely.
But like I said, listen, somebody can be racist against you and still have sex with you.
Absolutely.
So, because two things can be true at the same time. Exactly. So yeah, because Black
but here's the thing. This is what we're
still
saying,
have
Cammie.
children.
This is what we're saying, Cammie. Here's the thing. It's not about the other person at this point. Over here at the lemonade stand, it's not about other people.
Right.
It's about us. Like you said, you're selfish. Over here, we're selfish. It's about us.
Good.
Over here. It's about us. It's about accountability. It's about how we can fix us for us. It's not about a man over here.
Black female self-preservation.
That's right. And so when we talk about that, it's so that we can better us for us.
Mhm.
So if and when we decide to go and meet whoever it is that we meet, we can see him.
Mhm.
So because we're better from the outside, I mean from the inside out, because we've done the work.
Mhm.
Right.
So you're over here, we're selfish with you. We get it. But the thing is, we're not telling you to do whatever. Excuse me. Now, because can't nobody judge you. And can't nobody tell you what to do when you want to do it or whatever it is. But what we're saying is over in this space, we're just trying to elevate because life is about elevation. It is not about being stagnant. It's about sharing positive feedback to one another. It's about, it's about add a girl over here. Add a girl. All right, add a girl. That's what it is over here. That's all it is. It's not about judging one another. Because here's the thing: just because my sins look different from yours, don't make me no better than you. Our sins just look different. That's it. Because at the end of the day, in the first century, when they had to go and go to give up a bull, or give up a turtle dove, if I had to give up a turtle dove and you had to give up a bull to offer our sacrifices, guess what? We still both have to give up an animal. That means we both were sinning. So I can't knock you for what you do, and you can't knock me. So we're not here to knock.
Listen, other races of women can sleep with these men, and they don't give a fuck what their men do to these men. So what are you talking about? So because they're very strategic and they're very calculating. So like I said, you could still be racist against somebody and still have sex with them because two things can be true at the same time. So don't think because yeah. So listen, we've seen it. We've seen these women have kids with these men and they're still racist against them because they're very calculating and they're very strategic. Just like black men can still have sex with us, have kids with us, and they don't give a damn about us and our children because there's a certain mindset that comes with it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true. But here's the thing. Our self-accountability is allowing that. They can't sleep with us if we don't allow, unless it's something illegal, and then we can take that another angle.
Right.
Get from us if we don't allow it. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
They only can do what we allow them to do. So we have to own that. And we have to ask ourselves, why do we allow it? Why? Because it's like I said, whatever we do in life, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, is something we as humans get out of it. We get something from that. And we have to ask ourselves, what do we get from it and why? And if we're honest with ourselves, that rabbit can go down a really, really, really long, deep hole. And we'll end up landing somewhere and go, oh my goodness, I didn't even know it was that thing. I didn't know that bothered me. Or I didn't even know why I did that. That's what I'm saying. And so that's what this space is for, to find out why we do what we do. It's not to judge. It's not to say give anybody a timetable. It's not to say, well, if I were you. No. It's about just airing out, like we were trying to do, with Brent, but then you have, like you said, the mammies to come in or whatever to stop that. That's the premise of this. To just air out why we do what we do, and then how do we fix that?
I'm sorry to laugh. The mammies.
Well, it's true. They come over and bombard that. Why? Because they think that we're dogging the black men. And I was like,
that's not what it is. Huh? That's not what it is. I'm going to tell you what I'm sorry to cut you off. You know what it is?
What?
Black women know that once enough black women gets with white men and non-black men, these other races of men are not going to allow black men to disrespect us. And that is what they're truly afraid of, because they know exactly what's going to happen. So don't be fooled by that.
We talked about that.
That is what they're afraid of. And their consequence is going to be what their consequence will be seeing what other groups of men do to their sons. That is what they're afraid of.
Mm-hmm.
That's really what it is.
But we also have to heal, though, as women, because with life and with experience, and everybody reaches or progresses a certain level within their lives or a version of self-growth at different points. So there are some points where, let's use Sunkiss for an example. She might have already been on the boat for divesting, right? But I'm still in the thick of it. I'm still like on that lukewarm side of, yeah, I don't like what they're doing, and we have some commonalities, but I'm not all the way there yet to her divestment level. I'm saying, you know what? I'm tired of being sick and tired. So I'm still dealing with the things that are causing me toxicity, still dealing with the things that would contribute to my anxiety or whatever, like the negative aspects of it. I might come to her 5 years later after she's already been divested and, swirling and dating and whatever, what have you, for 5 years. And then I'm just now at the start of trying to do the same thing that she already embarked on 5 years prior. With that, that's how it is with everything in life. We all come to our own version of self-growth and actual self-actualization at certain points. So a lot of things what people are telling us now in the present, we're not fully there yet to receive it. Not that it's not right, because it can be some of the best medicine. And we don't realize that we ourselves need to heal. So that therefore we kind of have a mental block up. We get it on the surface level, but we don't get the depth. And the depth is the thing that makes that turnaround, that 360 change, where to have you from just yesterday, you were out here doing this, that, and the third. But now, once you've reached that level of understanding and have that depth to it, you go beyond the surface level of understanding. Now you delve in. Now your whole life has changed, or that particular area that needed changing has now changed. And now you're out here, you're doing and stepping in your purpose how you were supposed to, versus where you were in stagnation before. So we say that with love, because there's different levels to that, and everybody has their own version of truth due to our own separate experiences. But I kid you not, every one of these women on this panel that's telling you what they're telling you, as well as myself and even what you've added, healing has to come into that. Definitely, because without healing, we do not have that hindsight and insight that we need in order to be able to delve deeper, to realize the things that others are giving us on the roads that they've already traveled or have seen been traveled, and know the repercussions and the things that come with that. No matter, even if we don't view it as something that can be very detrimental to us. A lot of times we hurt ourselves without even knowing that we're inflicting ourselves with those wounds that we are talking about. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes we are our own worst saboteur, and it's not because others have not inflicted wounds on us. No, they're very valid. Yes, many people will stab you, but sometimes we stab ourselves too, not even knowing all along we're committing suicide.
Right.
Yeah, but the thing, it's like we're all in a marathon. Some are further up, some are in the
Yes.
back, some are in the middle.
It's a
We have to
marathon.
respect each other's speed and length and timetable. We have to. We all move differently. Some people are wearing different tennis shoes. Some people are wearing some clothing. Some different wearing different materials. It's okay. We have to. It's okay.
We running our own race. We should.
Yeah,
We
and
not.
our
We
own
should,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because see,
Yeah.
I see people. I don't even know what these terms are until I walked into these spaces where the women were starting this movement, because I've always operated from a place where with complete autonomy when it comes to
Right.
dating. So whoever stepped to me and stepped with me with the specific energy, I just, whether if it clicked or didn't click, I mean, and we're in a time when it would not have ever surprised. It doesn't surprise me, I guess, in a way that Brent married in the 90s, because a lot of my friends married in the 90s interracially. The thing that I don't get is how social media came and upended what I already saw as a movement that was taking place evolutionarily. All of a sudden now it looks like it's a revolutionary movement. And I think the reason why it feels that way is because the internet and social media has really forced Black women, not necessarily to do something, but you cannot unsee the beauty that you see happening in other people's lives, and you wondering why it ain't happening in yours. So whether you want to make a change or not, you have to accept the fact that this is where it comes down to the accountability and whatever, because you got to operate from a spirit of healing yourself, because you can't, we got to stop looking upon, because if we look too long at what somebody else have and we're not making no changes in our life, guess what's going to happen?
Like
It's going to set up envy. Yeah, we're going to start to despise, because we're going to think that nothing is good is happening over here because I'm doing all this work and blah, blah, blah. Like we're going to get rewarded by man for being honorable to a Dusty. And Dusties, let me just say this. They come in, there is not, dust might come, may look or appear or been coined based upon originally one thing, but I've dated Dusties. And there has no race has, and from my purview, has autonomy on it from my dating perspective. Now I'm quiet about that in spaces where women date men, black men exclusively. I allow them to speak from their place. I don't get to tell Sunkiss that I know exactly what she's going through when I haven't experienced anything of what she's gone through. I don't get to tell Chrissy or you or anybody. That's why I always try to lead from my vantage point, because I want people to understand that there is a huge ministry out there for everybody. You just got to find the space. How you find the space, you got to either do the searching or you got to open up yourself so that you can, because sometimes people are not telling all that. Some of them aren't as passionate as Sunkiss. Sunkiss has shared a lot and we don't deserve it, do we? We don't deserve her all this testimony she's unloaded and unpacked. What have we done to earn it?
Nothing at all.
Not a single thing. And she has thrown herself in the line of fire for this. No matter what it is that she gets out of it, she has put herself up as a sacrifice.
Jesus said you receive free, you give free.
That's right.
I
know why you're doing it, but a lot of people are coming at you and they don't realize what you're doing for them when you're doing this. They instead of criticizing her and gaslighting her, they should be operating in the spirit where they're falling down and asking for her forgiveness. That anytime they see her bumping her out here in these YouTube streets, they should be gathering to give her a kind word, because at the end, if you operating with the spirit and you know the scriptures and you know the Lord and you are, you're in the movement, you cannot unsee what you did. I don't care how much the devil sits on your shoulder and taps you and whispers in your ear. You got to know at some point that what you did when you gaslight somebody, because even if we do it unintentionally, and I don't even believe it happened unintentionally. I know people did exactly.
No, I've been seeing it come. I've been seeing it come, but when you keep saying you see this coming, it comes across that you're paranoid or that you start getting on people's nerves. And so you have to be careful and you have to consider sources, because this has been how I've been for years. Like I said, being an old soul. So you know how you be like, well, I don't want to say too much too soon, or this is too much too soon, So a lot of times you want to be careful, because it's like being in the movie. You know how when Will Smith was in that movie with Vivica Fox,
Independence Day.
You remember that guy? And this is a horrible example, but remember when he was saying that, what's that guy, the white guy, and he was trying to tell them something that was going to come in the sky, and he kept trying to tell them, they thought he was crazy. Yeah, this is a bad example, but at any rate, it ended up, whatever he's complaining about, it ended up happening, right?
He had been building his bomb shelter and everything, getting ready for this day, and everybody thought he was just this crazy loon, with all these conspiracy theories and stuff, right? But he was able to help them because of all that craziness that was going on in his head.
Yeah, and it's a horrible example, but that's just kind of like where a lot of times you just sit back, because again, it's just wisdom from life and all that, and just because you done dealt with it already.
Right.
Been there, got two of the jumpsuits with zippers. You just know, you've been there. And so it's not like you're this psychic or anything like that. You didn't been there.
Yeah.
And so
And you've done a lot of work. Don't forget that
Done a lot of
now.
work.
You done a
Yeah.
lot of work, because you cannot see and not go completely bizarre, out of it without doing work. Because how many times have we made some spiritual movement and progress, and people have called? I've been called crazy. What about y'all?
Likewise.
Yeah, being
You really doing that spiritual work? People like, oh Lord, she's enjoying the cult. Oh God, you okay?
Right.
and that's and it's like you're deemed as being negative or paranoid or full of drama, and it's like, no, really, this you do know what I know, and it's like, okay. So when it's like to keep you from being this seeming to be this maniacal person, this drama-filled person, or this. I'm just saying in general, just throughout life, you just sit back and just say, okay.
Let them have
You
it.
just gotta let them experience it. That's how I've always been with so many people in my life. I just gotta let
write the vision, make it plain.
And once it happened, it's like people are surprised, and I'm like, well, okay. I'm always the one that's accused. And you know what I noticed too? That it can be the most narcissistic person that can do somebody wrong. And that narcissistic person is never manhandled like I am.
Right. Absolutely.
I'm always getting ran over and backed up over. But that narcissistic person is just being handled with kid gloves.
Yeah. Me, considered to be real.
We have to separate I know that's what I've had to do. I can figure that out very early. You got to step away from people.
Or even if that narcissistic person is discarded, I notice that they're discarded with kid gloves.
Yeah.
They're discarded, but it's just like an easy breezy.
People will always ask about them too. How they doing?
Yeah, and it's like
about them.
Yeah, and it's like and it's like with me, and this is how it's been my whole life. I'm just saying, my whole entire life. But with me, I've been down with you, like y'all say, like with like 4 flat tires. My whole life, whether it's been my egg don, my brother, they wouldn't call her when she was in the hospital dying. Felt like she was dying. They didn't call her. They didn't call me. There are times I felt like I was having a stroke. I was so stressed out. Not one phone call. The way that they have done her, when I walked away, you should have seen how she tried to destroy me. All of them, friends, so-called friends. And I just walked away. And you should have seen how they tried to destroy me.
I could definitely
relate. With all the rest of them that has dogged them, done them wrong, stabbed them in the back, they just treated them just.
When you come out and separate from
here's the thing. It's like they actually, well, no, I don't want to do them wrong. No, because I don't want it'll come back on them. I just walked away and I had your back for all this. I wouldn't do that to you. What have I done to you? Watch the pattern.
And there is no justification in it. They don't have a reason.
Came at me like a bulldog. Okay. All right. But I've said, this is why. But my thing is, I'm too much of a mother bear. My whole life, I have been too much of a mother bear. It's like I'm too TOOO protective. And that I own that. I'm too, watch this, watch that, because I see it all around. I see the snakes in the grass. I see it. I see them. So I'm constantly like, watch out, watch out, watch out. I'm seeing the gaslighting. I see the hating. I see it all around. I see the sneakiness. I see the indirect passive aggressiveness. I see it. This is where I come from. I see it. This is what I've dealt with. I see it. I come through the womb or the canal of this. I see it. I wipe the butts of this. I see it. I've laughed and talked and had heavenly glee. So I thought with this. I see it. I've held hands with this. I see it. I've slept with this, with my mother, with, making sure her stomach go up and down for 8 years. I see it. She wished me death, literally. I see it.
Mhm.
My own childhood best friend wouldn't let me live with her, but I gave her the key to my brand new home. I see it. And so many other things I refuse to mention on this live that my therapist don't even know. That I just now have been able to talk to my God about. I see it.
Mhm.
That I prayed not to take my pills, and I know I'm alive, to unlife myself. And was mad sometimes at my God because he allowed me to wake up. I see it. And you so-called divestors, it's supposed to be a girls' club that look like me, that has tried to destroy me for 3 years, and I never let this go. Anytime I have to bring it up to make a point to another Black woman, I see it. I see it. And my problem is loving too much, being loyal too much, being too protective, being out there saying, no, wait, let me drink the Kool-Aid first. I see it. I see you. And you think you're going to come in my lemonade stand saying, I wish you peace, or how everybody's doing, and hello, beautiful. You don't belong on my block. Don't you ever play on my intelligence like that. And don't you ever come to my lemonade stand and smear your self-hate and loathing, your demonic spirits. And don't you ever step in my space and try to sip on what we try to turn sweet over here ever again. You're not invited.
Mhm.
Don't ever do it again. Next time, I'm going to unblock you. I won't block you. I'm going to invite you in. You're not going to walk out. Because I see you. And I'm not going to raise my voice. I'm not going to become irate. We're going to have a dialogue. And trust me, you won't win. I'll get the last word. Now sip on that. Because I see you. Now, go and have the spot. Have the chair. Because there's plenty of chairs that's waiting on me.
Mhm.
That part. Lemon drops. Go ahead.
And
Yeah.
it's so true. What you said, like every bit of it, every bit of it, every single bit of it. And I wish this was like a perfect world in a sense where everybody could literally get together without snakes in the grass coming to try to tear down or spew venom. Instead of taking it as a learning experience, they want to downcast it for hitting agendas and all of that. And it's really unnecessary because nobody is forcing anyone to think in a certain way or to do a certain thing. We all have free will. We all make our own decisions, whether they're good or bad. So to see that, to even hear that people do things like that. A lot of times it's still mind blowing to me, even though I should be very much used to it as far as seeing it in everyday life, how people can be sometimes.
I said this was going to happen a long time ago. I said it from day A. This was going to happen. They're
But
not going
that
to
just
stop.
means,
I said it.
but that just means that you're on a path for greatness. That's all that means, because the devil doesn't try to use people or use soulless vessels to destroy something unless it's something worth destroying. It has to be something there that is great. It has to be something that God has destined for you that is even bigger than the platform that you're on now. And they see it. Even if you don't see it, they see it.
Right.
And that's why these agents come in lurking and spewing hate and, you know, just being straight up disrespectful, you know. But all of us do not have the decorum yet that you have. Because I myself, you know, I've had to catch myself a couple of times, especially even with the Mr. Clark situation, because I know some very colorful vocabulary that would make Marilyn Manson and Marilyn Monroe blush. I'm not all the way there yet, and I don't even
Okay.
try to pretend to be. I'm just
Okay.
me. I pray
Okay.
about it.
Sinner
And say,
saved
God,
by
use
grace.
me. Right. Like, God, take these words out of my mouth, you know, but I have no type of, you know, qualms about saying, you know, certain things in the flesh. The spirit convicts me later on, but I let that be. But you have a level of decorum that I myself have not yet quite mastered, and it's still in process. But yeah, it angers me as well. And I see that they're trying to evoke emotions out of a person. They're trying to do things to like jab, jab, jab. It's like that kid in the class that just keeps poking the bear. And you're trying to be as peaceful. You're trying to rest in your femininity. You're trying to not let anything stir up within you. But it's like they can't be satisfied until they get a rise out of someone. And that's so distasteful. And it's like, why are you here? Because they have platforms for Black male worshipers. They
Yes,
have
they do.
platforms for people that want to be in the manosphere. They have platforms for people that want to degrade one another versus elevating one another. So why aren't you there? That would be your tribe.
I love Black male worshipers, though. I do.
Why do you say that?
Because, you know, I said I love Black male worshiper because I don't even know. I mean, a lot of it is not even their fault, honestly. It's really not.
I think they amuse you, probably. Like, you can get some giggles out of it.
It's, you know what it is? It's like, how could you, like, I'm trying to still understand, what is the dedication? What are you getting out of this? I'm still trying to get that. I'm trying to really understand them.
It's not, you can't.
I don't try to. You'll make your brain hurt.
These men,
then you would be one.
They don't like you. They don't like you. They don't like you. So they don't like you. They can't give you a job. You can't call them for protection. So I don't get it. I'm still trying to get it, but I'm trying to understand them. You know what I'm saying? That's why I like to interact with Black men sometimes, because I believe you should stay closer to your enemies. I got to figure out what is the next manipulation tactic they're going to use on us.
But it's like, I don't even try to understand. I mean, I get it. You know what I mean? Like, I understand what's going to come next with that. Because even if you try to throw the benefit of the doubt out there, you know, to say, even though I know this is going to come, let me just see how it plays out. Just like Cynthia said, it always unrolls itself exactly how you knew it was going to present itself in the long run. So I personally don't even bother to entertain it, because I can't even get any amusement or sugar, honey, iced tea and giggles out of it anymore. It's just like, it becomes humdrum and boring. I understand the pathology and I see it, but I see it as a sickness now. So it's like, even trying to wrestle in my brain with their ideologies and these ideas that they definitely believe, because in order to be
You know what, Chrissy? You're hitting it dead on. I love what you're saying. Oh my goodness. That's it.
They believe it.
Finish.
Even if it makes no sense, they believe it. I mean, not just the men, the women who have that same mentality too. They literally, whatever they tell you, whether it comes from a place of hatred, ugliness, whether they're saying, oh, you're saying this and this and that, that's not true. Whatever rebuttal that they claim that they have, they thoroughly believe it. And they're convicted by that. And, you know, no disrespect or shade to them, but to try to understand what is not common sense or what is just completely dysfunctional is like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube with your eyes closed and your eyelids taped, like just taped down. How can you? You're surrounded by darkness. You can't see through your eyelids. Your eyes are shut. So how can you see past anything to actually solve the puzzle? It'll just make your brain hurt. You'll end up upset and confused as them. And that's all that they can contribute is more confusion. Not facts,
Mr. Clark.
not the Bible, nothing. Just confusion. Yeah.
Yeah.
I call him Mr. Hashtag.
Mr. Hashtag.
Wait a minute, Mr. Hashtag. Wait a minute. Are you the girl that says, what are you? And he didn't want it. I said, that's a demon.
Yes.
That's a demon.
Yes.
So what is your skin color? I was like, his skin color is probably red. That's a demon.
And we were having a good old time on his expense. And he was literally trying to deflect and then swerve around everything.
I was just mad that you guys were really falling into this trap. I'm like, really? You guys are going to really fall in this trap? Really? I already knew it as soon as I heard his voice. I said, I'm shutting the hell up. But I'm going to instigate in the background. I'm instigating in the background, though.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Going into their spaces, trying to figure them out, trying to deal with them to find out the next plot and all that, it's equivalent to eating rotten food.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not going to do. I'm not going to eat it. I'm not going to do it because
absolutely
there is no benefit. There is no. You're just going to make yourself sick. Eating rotten food is not good for you. You're just going to get sick and feel bad.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and then you'll regurgitate what they're saying. Because
exactly.
Like Chris said, they believe.
Listen.
Now they're biting folks' eyes out and trying to beat them up.
Let me tell you something. You have to know what these men are doing. I'm going to tell you why. Because a lot of people don't really know what's really going on YouTube. All right, with the Black Manosphere and Kevin Samuels and all that other shit. They were being investigated.
Cammy, please.
Sorry, they were being investigated by the FBI and the CIA.
Yeah, I heard about
that. Because the Black Manosphere is an anti-Black woman hate group. That's what they are. The increase of murders, a lot of the men that has been committing these murders against Black women, a lot of them has been linked to the Black Manosphere and Kevin Samuels. So this is a lot deeper than what. This is a lot deeper than what you think. You have to listen to them because these men are going to lose control soon. And who you think they're going to take it out on? Because they ain't going to fight no white man. We already know that. They're going to take it on us.
I mean, we do have to be knowledgeable, and I'm not even like taking away from that. I totally agree with that part.
Yeah,
but when I say
we've done a lot of damage in the last 2 years trying to fight these police officers when we need the protection the most.
Not I. I wasn't in any rally. I never went to any conventions, small groups, cult groups, whatever they want to call them. They could be barbecuing, and I love me some food, you know? So I'm usually the one who would come and get a plate if I don't do anything else. But I wasn't at any of their little events, nor was I in any of their conversations. If anything, I'm merely the fly on the wall that's just merely inspecting, like, this is sick. And I'm supposed to be the crazy one. And I'm diagnosed. Like, they have me as crazy, certified. PTSD with a host of other issues. And I make more sense than them. And I'm supposed to be the one on psychotropic medicine. You know? So you know there's a problem.
I mean, yeah, but a lot of A lot of damage has been done though to our image as Black women because all those
Screw
Black
the
girls were
image.
out there.
Screw
You
the
understand what I'm
image.
saying?
That's
Us
why I
being
say that.
defiant.
I mean, I'm not telling you like you're not right, because you're definitely right, like with what's going on. But you know what? Florida, just like Texas, is a stand your ground state. You know what else I can do? I can carry. You know what I'm saying? Like I can
Right.
taser, I can mace. So me knowing the pathology, it's not like they're coming out with new tricks. People like Kevin Samuels, the Fresh and Funky, and all of these other individuals, all they do are basically providing a cult-like group for people that are already sick. No different than if one pedophile was an ambassador for all pedophiles, and then they have like a little AA pedophile meeting, and then they're showing pictures of the potential victims that these people like. It's nothing but feeding the sickness that's already there. Shoot, I got enough sickness in my head. What I want more sickness for? I'm trying to get healed and delivered from it. I'm trying to cast out demons and walk on water like Jesus did. I don't want that in my space. So I don't even like,
listen,
you feel me? Like entertain.
All I know is that, all I know is this. All I know is this, is that this summer is going to be a violent summer. And one of these police officers is going to have to put one of these end down. And I really hope that I don't see no Black women out there. I really hope I don't see no Black women out there, because I swear to God, I trust me, any Black woman that's out there should be shamed on social media. She should be shamed of herself.
I mean,
shamed
no,
of herself.
she shouldn't. I don't think she should be shamed. She should do exactly whatever bless her heart. That's all I can say. You know what I mean? Like, you know how when you see children do things and you're like, okay, they should have known better from that, because they touched the stove 5 or 6 times and kept getting burned or kept falling off or something, but yet they still got that naiveness about them to keep doing it. At that point, you can't say anything else but watch from a distance and be like, you know what, bless their heart. And it's not because it's like, oh, yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's like, you know what, you don't even know what to say. And rather than be, mean about it, you're just like, they're going to have to find out for themselves. Eventually, you're going to keep hitting your head on the wall and you're going to get a headache or a concussion, whichever one comes first. But that has to be them. But it's speaking for itself. Every platform, every interview that these guys are on, just like they got exposed on Brett's platform, they speak for themselves and tell it all. So we don't have to say or do anything but sit back, relax, and get our fainting chairs and drink our lemonade and just be all right with everything. We can be mindful and, arm ourselves with knowledge so that we don't become a victim of something. But if we're already leaving, shoot, we are already leaving from Egypt. Why go back?
Because here's the thing, like you said, Cammie, you said you feel sorry for him. Yeah, and here's the thing, like Chrissy said, just sit back and chill and just watch them. Because here's the thing, if they don't want to learn, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. And here's the thing, if they stop following us to different platforms and trying to silence us, maybe they can learn something.
Right.
They keep trying to silence us because you keep talking about Black men.
And you see how all of us have
with getting your face to the gravel, and whatever happened to you with Tyrone, I'm sipping my pink lemonade.
Pookie, Nan, Zuki, what?
Yeah, Peanut now.
Whatever they want to call them. Like, I'm okay with that.
Now.
Like,
you
whatever they choose.
Your wig snatched off. I'm gonna catch the wig, and if it look a little decent, I'm gonna go ahead and wash it.
Praise the Lord.
And I'm gonna clean it up, and I'm gonna rock it on YouTube.
Yep. And I leave it be. I've even had friendships that I've had to part ways with, because they were like the same way. I think it was Creating One said earlier, when she was talking about how certain things are going on and you see it and you hear about it, and then you're like, why? Okay, if you said it was all of this, like a cesspool, if it was damaging, why do you keep going back to it? It's a bona fide sickness. Unfortunately, Social Security just ain't paying for it yet. But that's what it is. And I've had friendships like that. these women, they know that this person is a kidnapper or this and this and that. They beat women, whatever it is. And they still say, you know what? I'm going to give him a chance. He could pull a gun on them, slap them all the way to Sunday. And they're okay with that. So who am I to judge? I hit him with that. Who am I to judge? Because who am I to tell you if you're okay? And I've already brought up and spread the good news to you and told you what it was. And you decide for yourself that you want to keep going through this cycle of being regurgitated and then pick back up and then regurgitate it again. Who am I to tell you that you shouldn't get slapped to Sunday? I'm going to let you, be you, do you, sis, and keep it moving. You're either going to come to the light of day and get a clue, or you're not. But either way, it's what makes you happy. And if it doesn't make you happy, then I suggest you change something, whatever it is. But ultimately, they have to come to that realization for themselves. And if they don't, hey, that's on them. And it's not to say that I don't care, but what can you do? Because they'll try to attack you in the midst of it. They'll be spewing words of hate at you, and you'll become the target, even though you're not the one causing the wounds.
Right.
I already told my mom, I'm like, you're a black male worshiper. You can't do nothing to my kings. She thinks I'm trying to put her down. I said, you putting yourself down.
Exactly.
And what is it about them? I'm like, they can't be dusty enough, and y'all just worship them.
You can't do nothing. You better not. You can't do nothing. You're after my kings. You're after my kings.
Yeah. I mean, I've literally been around women, and we were all in the same economic group. You know what I mean? Like, and we had some commonalities as far as our background, where we come from. Nothing, and trying to build on something more. But how we displayed that and how we cope with our traumas was severely different. And me, after hitting my head a few times, I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I'm getting a concussion. This isn't working for me. I don't like headaches or pain.
My equilibrium is off.
Right. But for them, their conclusion and their consensus was, hey, let me keep knocking my head on this wall. This feels good. I don't like the pain, but I'm going to keep doing it. That's just like continuing to get drunk every night, but you don't like the hangovers. But yet and still you keep drinking to the same level, expecting not to get a hangover when you've already tested and tried it multiple times, and you know that you're going to get a terrible hangover. What can you do?
What? I'm at the point to where when women want to keep on being there with their dusties and whatever, and they don't want to stop, I'm like, honey, I walk past them and pat them on the shoulder and say, keep at this and keep, like they say, when you talk to it and try to tell them 2 + 2 is 4, and they say no, it's 5, just say, oh, I forgot to carry the 1, and keep it moving. Like that Richmond Jig said that thing on Facebook some years ago, said, I ain't gonna argue with, honey, you're right, I forgot to carry the 1.
What's your opinion on it? I have none.
No, I have
whatever
none.
you feel is best.
I have none.
You're so quiet. That's okay. God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth. Let me Hirsch.
Worship your king. Hirsch, Baba girl, Hirsch. Go. That's what I said.
I would have absolutely nothing to do with it. But I know I won't be there. Like, can you come to this event with me and so-and-so? Oh, so-and-so is an ex-convict. He's prone to jealous rages and fits and might potentially shoot me. No, thank you. I'll stay home. And that's how I handle that. Oh, that's not a real friend. Well, guess what? I might not be a real friend, but I'm an alive friend. Hello. Who's going to live to tell the story?
I'll be here tomorrow when you get out the hospital. Okay? I'll be here.
You need a real friend? You need to go find someone else, because if that's your definition of real, then that's not my definition.
Listen, I'm at the point. Look, if he jumping on you, you call me. I'll meet you at the stop. Meet me. If you get to the stop sign, I'll be sitting right there.
I put up my case for both.
You can be the friend be putting you behind me.
I put up my case for both.
I'm not that friend.
Exactly.
I used to be that type of chick. No,
Me too.
I need her. Peacock got
Me
the
too.
flex.
I used to be the friend that would snatch off my weave ponytail, okay, with no hairdo, throw my Vaseline on my face, put on some basketball shorts, unfitted tee, and would go over and say, beat me how you beating her. But then when they ran back to the abuser and were arguing me down over them, you know what? Sis, do you. Who am I?
And
you know what?
When I needed them to just say, I said, tell him that's not true. The guy I was seeing.
Right.
I asked my 38 my childhood ex-best friend and my sister, just tell him that's not true. You know, they both just sat there.
Right.
I said, tell, and I'm finna fight both of their husbands for them. Put them both in the back at two different times of court. I just told them to speak up to tell him, no, that's not true. To
With
this
another
day,
word.
that was in early 2000s. To this day, I'm still waiting for them to open their mouth.
Oh yeah.
And you'll be waiting forever because it'll never happen. Like, so I've been put my cape down. Like, I realized it and I saw it. It's like, hey, not only are there men like this, but there are women that carry that same thing. And
Yeah.
they can have each other.
Now, I would do it, but now it's got to be earned. That's where I'm at now. It's got to be earned, and I do it for the right people if they do it for me.
Exactly.
I got to know you got to do it. You got to do something again. Whatever you do, it's got to be a pattern. If it's not a pattern, I'm not doing it.
And they'll show you.
I did it for the wrong people.
And they'll show you. The colors will always show, and you'll see if there's reciprocity or not. And I tell people so they can even get it on layman's terms, like, hey, if you worked hard and bust your behind every 2 weeks or every week, whatever, at a job, and you went banking at this particular institution, and you just keep making deposits and deposits and deposits, and then all of a sudden you want to go there and you want to make a withdrawal, but you see that the bank is stealing your money, you wouldn't keep depositing your money there. If anything, you'll be raising holy heck all day and all night over your money, talking about where is it? It's the same way in empty relationships that aren't equally yoked. You keep depositing that check. You bust your behind for this whole relationship and you keep depositing money, but you're not getting anything back out of it when it comes time for you to withdraw. Everything's already gone and they will leave you in a deficit. So it's better to separate.
I'm telling you, you can't not have friends with women who stuck like that. I learned that 30 years ago. I'm serious. More than 30 years ago. And people would ask me, you don't talk to your godson? I said, well, excuse me, mom, whoever, but I don't come between a woman and her phallus.
That part right there. Because right there.
She will throw me over a cliff for her phallus.
Yeah,
I'm trying to tell you. And so, I wasn't even as colorful as that.
It all started, and this is why it all started. Because when this we all know, we know that this stuff didn't just start now. Especially those of us who are Gen X, we have seen it in our friends.
Ain't nothing new under the sun. Ain't nothing new under the sun.
She accepted the lowest hanging of fruit. And in order to think that they could kind of indoctrinate me, because she's been indoctrinated, they want to introduce me to one of their friends. Now, again, I don't know what makes people think, especially Black people, think that that women are supposed to automatically be impressed with somebody because of their education.
Right. Yeah.
So I guess they figure, okay, we'll introduce her to him, and it'd been cool. And I went on a date with him. We had dinner. It was nice and everything, whatever. But I'm a church girl. I got stuff to do. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I got school, I got church responsibilities. I'm not just a member who sit on the pew. I got choir, I got children's ministry, I've got usher board, I got all this stuff to do. I'm balancing my life. I'm a 20-something-year-old young woman. I'm going to school. I got stuff to do. I got a job, school, got all these responsibilities, and I keep these things balanced. I'm not trying. If I tell you I'm going to call you after I get home, because because back then when no cell phones, so I just got in. I'm gonna call you, but right now, and I'm like, I'm not that into people like that where my responsibilities take a back seat to talking to you when I just talk to you. But you got a problem with that? Oh yeah. Flip the lip, turned into some crazy something, called me, left me off, because the mail thing was in my room, to the voicemail machine. Because we lived in a town where there was machines that take these messages, not some situation on some server. We all remember those days, right?
Right.
So I'm playing back the message. I'm hearing all these curse words and stuff, and I'm like, okay, you know what? So I pick up the phone on the call. I didn't know who it was. I can't even remember if we had caller ID again, but I picked up the phone and I explained again. I just sat there and I listened. And so he persisted to give me some more cussing out. And I said, okay. Because basically he said to me, I don't give anything, no F about you. And I don't care nothing about you, no way. And I said, oh, okay. Well, I guess I just hung the phone. I said, let's make it easy for me. Because see, I ain't attached to you anyway. So, but here's the thing. See, I'm the baby girl of 9. And I have brothers that I got one brother who at that time, he had no problem carrying his Louisville Slugger in the trunk of his car. I've seen I know for a fact he's made citizens arrests about my sisters. So I didn't even bother to activate that because see, once you open up that gate, you can't let that monster back in. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Everybody got one of them in the family that you call them. My sister likes to call it the what she call it? They call in the Calvary. Mm-hmm. You don't want to dial the Calvary because they know. Mm-mm. And it didn't even have to get that way because again, I'm the youngest, so I kind of know I'm not taking them off their chain because it's gonna be some black dresses, and I'm not trying to put no woman in no black dress over her son. Okay, so I called my friend and I told her, explain her through what happened. She didn't want to hear nothing I said. All she did was tell her phallus. This is what the said. And I hear him in the background, nah. He ain't did nothing like that. And so she said, I'm going to call you back. That call you back turned into a whole year. Not from me, not from her. He's the one who took me out of that child's life. And everybody miss him, of course, because they're used to him being around. But I said, look, maybe y'all don't understand, but it's about self-preservation. When people burn bridges with me, I'm not running around collecting wood and straw and rope and mortar trying to rebuild it. Okay, it is what it is. And then there were attempts for her to but I said no, because if you could take this child out of my life a year for something I didn't do, I'm not going to be tied to somebody who I got to do. I've done too much for this child for you to. You could at least send me pictures, keep me in the loop, but no, you doing what your phallus said. So guess what? Stay loyal to your phallus. I met someone years later who said to me, I can't even believe that you would do something like that. So I said, do something like that to what? I ain't coming between no woman and her phallus. Are you kidding me? Well, you should because see, there are people with mindsets that like to see people. See, I would never have finished school, had a home, had a fiance. I wouldn't have had none of these blessings that came to me if I was stuck in that what they call it, that sunken place that some women like to go into, and it's bitter party. And this is at 22 and 20, and they're now 50-something years old, and they are in the worst mental states ever because they signed themselves up. That is literally sign themselves on a dotted line to a situation that they should have walked away from. And because they can't say, and then they mad at God. They don't even think it is one. I can see why you think that way, because guess what? Everything good God put in your life that you didn't earn, you spat on. And you sacrificed it because you had to have this thing in your life. She could have been healed from her issues with her mother. She always had my mother. I understand. This is the thing that, and we don't want to talk about pathologies. I was trying to explain to her back then. I don't know what it's like to have a 14-year-old mother, but I can tell you this. She don't know what it's like to be a parent at that age. When you gonna set her free? Because the burden you placing on her, she didn't have the frontal lobe development to give you what you needed.
Right.
You had the auntie,
she really was a baby.
You had the grandmother, you had all these support systems around you. You had the great grandmas, you had all these. I met so many people in her support system. I understand that you want that. There ain't no such thing as a child coming into this world and not wanting their mother's love. But what I'm telling you, Your mother is out here living her best life and you throwing yourself over a cliff.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't had a house. She didn't been to college. She didn't been married 3 or 4 times. This woman had been all over the world, living her best life. And you are still trying to, she even told her, you better not ever mess up with her. That godmother right there, because she wouldn't even keep the child. I kept that baby. I had that baby was born and I had that baby for the new year and he was born in December. My mother said to me, girl, what are you doing with that little bitty baby? Get baby back. It's my girl. So they can have them have them a little moment together. I had that baby before he wasn't even a month old. And you know, we come from a time where ain't nobody let no baby out no house until they at least 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to thank you. It wasn't even New Year's.
And she took him out of your life.
I would have been like you with that
because
situation.
I didn't do the party dance for them.
My egg don't. I have my niece, my great niece, from 6 months old into 8, and she just. I made a mistake and told her that's the only thing she could do to hurt me. I made a mistake and told her that, and she took her to control me. But if I had to sacrifice my niece, don't nobody else stand a chance. When I walked away, I couldn't look back. When it was time to go.
Save myself because I tried for. That's right. You cry for so long. You just have to. Because I tried. I called and I would try to check on them because it started with 3 months, and that's what it took me 3 months to get a call through. And it was like, I'm busy. I'm gonna call you right back. And then that's another 3 months go by.
And they play on that. They play on that mess.
And I just had to let it go.
And like I told her,
let it go. And then I got people asking me about him, and I have to.
Like I told my egg daughter, I said, you didn't want her. I said, you just wanted to win. You didn't want her. That was my child. Yeah. And she would look at me. I said, what you looking at?
That's what they do. They be wanting to win.
And she said, I just like looking at. She said, you're the betterest. She would always say, you're the betterest. And we were best friends. And my egg donor was trying her best to break us up. But one thing I say, that little girl, when I say she was loyal, that little girl, you could nobody break. She was they found out I wasn't her biological mother because we had the same last name. They found out I wasn't her biological mother the day my egg donor took her. And I talked to the principal. She said, well, who are you? I said, I'm her aunt. And they said, her teacher said, well, who are you? And they said, you're the best best aunt. You're better than most mothers that we had. They didn't know. From kindergarten up to the 2nd grade, they never knew I wasn't her mother. They will always say she's the best dressed kid in this school, and she was, because I love fashion. But I always taught her you to be a diva, that you be down to earth and you be good to other people, and you never mistreat people, and you always loyal to good people. And if you ever see somebody. Because if somebody in her school in a wheelchair and somebody, I think, had some on their legs, I said, you go and talk to those people. Go and ask them their name and how old they are. I said, you sit with them and eat lunch, and she would do that. But if someone in her class that didn't have a toy for show and tell, I said, you take two toys to school and you give it to them, but you don't let nobody see you give it to them. You sneak and give it to them. You tell them, don't tell nobody that you gave it to them. I said, that's called character. She said, okay, it's our secret. I said, it's our secret, But when she first, a boy that she started liking, and I was like, here we go. She told me, I said, he's cute. She said, he is, isn't he? But we were that she slept with me, and my egg daughter was real jealous, trying to break it up. But when I tell you, that was my child. I couldn't sleep in my bed for a year because I didn't feel her wrapped around me. I wouldn't move her clothes before I left, to a shelter. I couldn't because I was afraid. I wanted them to stay the way they were. And then they started losing her smell. I couldn't deal with that.
I think I made my decision in 2014 to rid myself. Like, I made it in my mind that, you know what? Doesn't matter if we were born of the same blood, we could have the same aunts, uncles, whatever, all that good stuff. If they don't pour into me like I pour into them,
That's it.
I'm gonna get the gasoline and strike the match myself.
You set them on
Like,
fire.
yeah, I
That's
don't
it.
need the
Take that whole
bridge. I don't
bridge
need the
down.
village. Yeah, I don't need any
Mhm.
of it. I don't care how long this and that person knew you, what's going on, because I realize family you can choose. Relatives you can't. Unfortunately, they're just given to you.
They by
And
default.
right. And it took for my child to become a casualty in between them for me realizing that they were never going to change. But I made up in my mind, I don't care if I was like the big bad villain. I was just going to have to be the villain because I was not going to allow her to have that same poison injected in her how it was injected into me. So I totally left all of them behind. They don't know where I live, what my phone number is, and if they do have the phone number, I change my phone number because you will not have access to me. I don't hate them. I mean,
Right.
I deal with my episodes with them because the PTSD
Yeah.
sometimes kicks
Yeah.
in,
Yeah.
but I love them from a distance because I
From a
know
distance.
who you are.
Mhm.
I accept you for who you are, but I just don't accept you in my personal space
No.
because I know that there's more damage that will be done to me, and I'm not up for taking any more war wounds that isn't my battle. So I'm good. Pieces and deuces to you guys. Oh, well, you act like that. I can act however I want to act, but am I acting like that in your space? No. So separate yourself from me, and we don't have to have this conversation. And I
We're
end it
done.
like that.
I'm done. My thing is, like I said, I gave them $1 million, and they complained because I didn't give them 2. And in that $1 million, I just asked for a few dollars so I can be a part of it. And they tore into me because I wanted to be included.
But you know what? One thing they can never take away is the impact that you had on that child. They can never separate those memories and that foundation that you gave her. You, your input, your impact, your presence, your love, all of that impacted that child. And it doesn't matter whether she's 14 or 62. She would never forget her aunt that she probably considers a mother that spent time with her, showed her that love. They will always remember that. Always remember those memories. And you know what? When somebody congratulates her or admires certain characteristics in her, she'll say, you know, my aunt taught me this from when I was in the 1st and 2nd grade, or she taught me this and this and that. So anything that you see in me, it stems from her because this and this and that. This is how I really grew up. But having her impact and having her influence in my life really shaped me in a different way. She's the reason why I wanted to be a doctor, a lawyer, or give back to the homeless. She's the reason why I am the woman that I am today standing before you. That is something that they can never take away.
That's right.
She would look at me and she would hug and say, I love you. And she would say, she couldn't let my egg donor hear because I had jealousy. I said, yes, Turtle. Because I called her Turtle. I said, yes, Turtle. She would say, I love you. And I mean it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. They don't even want the child, but they'll do it to hurt you.
Yeah. But I'm telling you that matters because I know if it hadn't been for my grandmother's impact in my life, and I got snatched away from her at a very young age. I went into the system at 9 years old. I was thrown into foster care.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I think had I not had that experience, I wouldn't
It's
be
not
the
okay.
person I am.
It's
But
not okay.
they took me away from her physically, but what they couldn't take away is what she taught me. They couldn't take away the little memories that we had together, the things that she taught me how to be a person, give me character, integrity, all things that I could never learn with the rest of my relatives because they didn't have that within them. So they couldn't pour that into me. But even though I had been separated from her for I don't know how many years, I always went back to her once I got old enough to be able to navigate on my own. And that impact stuck with me, even though I'm older now. I have my own child, but I now display and pour those things into my daughter. I teach her those same characteristics that you were inputting into your niece, and that's impacting. They're like, "Oh, that was so long ago," and this and this and that. I was like 7 and 8 years old when my grandmother was teaching me those things, and some of the stuff I didn't even know what she was talking about. Like
Yeah.
the old wives thing. You think it's old people talk.
Yeah.
But even those scenarios, sometimes I have to say, dog it, I'm turning into my grandmother because all of her impact, the positives that she poured into me, I now get to pass that positive into my daughter. I now get to show her, listen, all of those things she taught me, they really matter. They can take you farther. Character building is something very important. Looking into yourself and seeing your accountability and this and this and that. I teach her all of those things, but I am able to teach her that because thank God he blessed me with the grandmother that was able to impact me for those 8 years of my life. Because now they've lasted with me beyond the 8 years that I had her.
Yes. That's amazing.
Yes,
You are
it
so
is.
resilient. You're so resilient. And listening to you gives me hope about my child.
Yes. And I'm telling you, I don't care if they hate on you for the end of time. They can hate all they want to hate because haters gonna hate. But at the same time, they can never take away the impact that you made on that little girl's life. They would never change the fact if she called you mommy, auntie, whatever, they can never change the speech that she would use to address you. I don't care what they have bad to say about you, good to say about you, whether they're praising you or talking about you like ain't no tomorrow. That little girl is always going to speak up for you, always going to have nothing but positive things to say about you, and she's going to exhibit the character that you poured into her. And she's going to also recognize the dysfunction because children remember things. It lasts
Sure
with them.
do.
And the most lasting, just like they remember the bad, they remember the good as well. And they see
She didn't
what a
even
lot
know
of times.
she didn't even know what rap music was. I mean, she went to a predominantly white school, the area we lived in. She didn't know what rap, but I took out the CD to do something. It was playing a rap song, and I put the CD in, taking her to school. I would have her ask her Bible. Her Bible, she had 40 of them, and I called them her princess questions. But I took the CD out, popped it back in, and I went to turn the thing off to ask her question. She said, "Mommy," I said, "Yeah." She said, "What was that?" And she was in second grade, right before they took her. I said, it's raps, it's rap music, but it's a certain type of music. I said, "But don't worry about it. It's okay." And she said, "Oh, okay." And then she goes out to Texas to live with my brother, who was an ex kingpin, and he listens to that trap music. Then he let his friends move in, but his 16, 17-year-old son and daughters. My niece has never lived. I mean, she's always had her own space. She doesn't know. She doesn't know that. I always monitored who she was around. I always took her to her little functions. Every Friday we went to the library, and Saturdays we went to the park. We had our own outings. She didn't have to be. Yes, I let her have her company every so often, just not a whole lot. Every so often, I wanted to monitor her and teach her how to be okay with her own company. Love being with you. And she learned, she loved it. She got to where she preferred it. But I also let her go out. I always made sure she was balanced. And I don't know, I worry because I said, I don't know if that boy is touching her. I don't know. I don't know. Because my egg donor's not going to watch her. She's lazy. She don't care. She's a narcissist. She's a malignant narcissist. It's all about her. And coming to find her, she was trying to move to Arizona with one of my aunts. Just so happened my aunt said she not moving with me. Because she was finna leave my niece in Texas. Because she tired of it. She don't want her. She don't want her. She wanted to move out to Arizona and leave my niece in Texas. I said, why did she just leave her with me? She just wanted to win. Let me have her.
But that little girl's gonna remember all of that. You start to see like the sheltering a lot of times that our parents or parent figures, whomever raised that, was trying to keep away from us. Like, you know how certain relatives, like, they don't take you around uncle whomever because, you know, they might just say like, oh, he drinks a lot. But then there's more to that drinking a lot. But we only see the outside as little munchkins growing up. But then when you start to get older and you start to be more, you know, interacting with life and different types of people, and you so happen to go around those family members and you listen to them and you actually start understanding and breaking things down mentally, you start to say, wait, Uncle Jerome is freaking bonkers. I see why Grandma was, you know, keeping me away from them. I see why Uncle so-and-so was keeping me away from them, or Auntie this and this and that, because now you're old enough to have your own opinion about things, and you still have the things that you've learned foundational wise within you towards your development. And when you put those two together, it's like, whoa, these people are nuts, or these people have this and that going on. So you learn to separate yourself. And I'm sure she would do the same thing, because people can lie, but only for so long. Eventually, kids grow up and they form their own opinions. They see what's really going on. And a lot of times they know more than what they let on or ever speak about. But they govern themselves accordingly to what they see, and they pick up on it, whether we mention it to them or not. They pick up on it. So the truth would definitely reveal itself.
Yeah. You're right. Because she ended up trying to call me once, and all of a sudden her phone was taken. By my brother's wife, because she's jealous of our friendship too. But that's why my egg donor got to live with somebody that's just like her, his wife. And my brother put her in the rehabilitation center for physical health, and he hit the road, got a job on the road, and said he's not changing her diaper, and she's not allowed to come back to his house until she's able to do for herself.
And that right
And
there,
they said, oh,
to have to live with that.
Huh?
To have to live with that, the consequences of your actions.
Yeah, well, because I told you some of the things that she's done. My biggest concern right now is how my wig look. Because you know what? Every so often I have a moment. But I didn't know who I was living with. For 46 years, I had no idea. Well, the things that I found out, when I tell you I lost my mind. I lost my mind.
Okay. Because guess what? God is fighting your battles for you.
Yes.
It was never meant for you to fight that by yourself. He's taking over. And yes, we may have those war wounds and those scars that are healing from those things, but look at the character building. You are already a good person, but then look how much greater it made you. Now you have a story to share.
It gave me strength I truly didn't know, but I know this is not my strength, because there are days I didn't want to be here.
Likewise. I can listen. You're talking to a young lady that just got out of a nut house back in October.
Well,
literally, you know, and
It's
I
okay.
can understand. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, we're gonna have good days and we're gonna have not so good days. Days when you feel like you can conquer the whole world and probably drive a steam engine, then other days where you might not even want to get out of bed. It's a wrestling thing. But through every one of those emotions, whether we're on the ups or we're on the downside, God is always with us, instilling strength in us that we didn't even know we had. And He continues to give us even more strength by His grace. Because the
Yeah.
things that were meant to break you are the very things that are now building blocks for you. They're building up what He has destined for you.
I'm done. I'm done.
Trust and believe He brings it back full circle. All those, even though they had a task and a role to play, to do what they were supposed to do, they accomplished whatever mission they were supposed to be doing. But even with that, they always end up having to reap what they sow. So if it was a good harvest and you planted good seeds, then you would get a good harvest. If you planted malicious seeds, bad things, then that's inevitably what you will reap. So your enemies will be used as your footstool.
Yeah.
And you won't even have to lift a finger. You won't even have to say a bad word. You won't have to wish anything on them. They'll end up doing it to themselves.
Yeah. I've seen it.
And by the grace of God, sometimes we're able to see it and be like, wow, like I didn't know, it was going to happen like this to them, or I didn't know this and that was going to happen. Even when you pray for them and you wish them well and you bless them and all of those things, and you still suffer from some of what they did,
Mm-hmm.
it always comes back around full circle for us to see the impact of what's going on with them. They always reap what they sow, whether that be good or bad.
I have seen some, but even my childhood best friend, she's done some awful things. But she used to ask me, "Why do you want to be my friend?" I never knew what that meant. And they would say, "You have a good heart." And I would say, "You do too." They say, "You have such a you do too." I didn't know what that meant. But narcissists, they mirror you, they emulate you to win you over. I said, that's why they said that. That's why it was a big deal. Why they didn't understand.
A lot of times you don't know what it is about you that will make people be the way they are. But like we told you earlier, you have a calling on your life from Jehovah. You have a calling on your life from Him. And there's nothing, no devil, no principality, no people that think that they have authority or power in this world can do to stop that. Nobody can, because it was meant by Him. So it's always going to end up happening the way He wants it to happen, His will, not our will. And it will always be done. So they can't stop you because He already set a course for your life. He already set a path for you. And there's nothing, no matter what stumbling blocks or what type of hate or whatever they try to spew on you, all they're going to do is add more seasoning to your sauce. That's all they're going to do. And end up probably hurting themselves in the long run, because they don't realize that when you do things to others, a lot of times you get those things back worse than what you put out. And you might end up missing out on your blessing because you're trying to block someone else's.
Yep.
But God is using you. He's making everything that you have went through, the goods, the bads, the ups, the downs, your day-to-day struggles, He's using it and turning it into something good for you to carry out His word, His ministry, for you to do His will. And He's going to do wonderful things with you. He's already doing tremendous things with you. And it's like, you're going to be able to bring so many people closer to God because so many can relate to the roads that you've traveled. So many can relate to the things that you have been through. And had you not been through those things, how would they be able to relate? And I mean,
That's
we
right.
all have different courses in life, but the very things that other people might try to use as hate speech or whatever are the very things that he's going to use to propel you for his glory. And the same ones that may be naysayers, don't see the vision, whatever it is, those are the same ones who you will get lifted up and propelled in front of. The same ones. Because he's using you in a miraculous way to reach people that otherwise will probably be unreachable. Because who's their ambassador? Who can they say this person looks like me or she's been through what I've been through? A lot of people, they just dress things up, but no, you come on here with your charisma. You come on here with your raw, just everything that is you. You put your all into your conversations. You put your all into your interactions. We get to know the real you. And that is something that doggone near everybody can relate to, no matter what part of the world they're from, no matter what their individual experiences have been. And you zone in even more so on the people that have traveled some of the things that you've traveled through. And they end up hearing about God, whereas they probably didn't even know about him, didn't believe about him, never even heard anybody speak in the way that you spoke. And it resonated with their hearts and their souls. Now their spirit is convicted. That's what your struggles, that's what your story does for people, because you pull them in. And that's God-given. Nobody but God has given you that gift. You are a miraculous person, and he's using you for wonderful things. Screw the naysayers, screw the doubters, screw the haters. Bless their hearts. Bless their hearts. And we wish them well. But they're not going to stop anything that God has for you, because what is for you is for you. And no man alive can take that away from you. And they can't stop what God's elevation in your life is going to be and has been. They can't.
Thank you, Rafi and Rose Bill and all that. Thank you all. You're right. You're absolutely right. It's just, it's like a small sector of us. And I don't understand. I mean, I do understand, but it's just amazing how if we all trying to accomplish the same thing, then why we bump heads with each other? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Why are we scratching at each other? And I'm thinking, but I get it. As long as Satan is available, he's gonna always, nip at something. But thank you so much, Chrissy. I needed to hear that.
Yeah. And I mean, everybody doesn't feed themselves with the right things. So if I remember, I heard this pastor say, I think it was yesterday, he's from Sid Ross channel, however. But he said, if you allow the devil to even have a toe in that doorway, that's all he needs. That goes back to that you give an inch and they take a mile. Mm-hmm. Sometimes that's all the devil needs is a footing. So if a person is not seeking Christ, is not indulging in the things of God to the best of their ability, isn't putting forth those fruits that would bear more fruits and good fruits, then inevitably the devil will come in and take ownership and become a permanent squatter in their lives until they rid him and evict him from their lives. Mm-hmm. Because whatever you feed is what's going to grow, whatever is going to come from you. So if everything that they have is nothing but narcissism or bad things, or they're prideful in the negativity, the spirit doesn't convict them of anything. They've already said, without even saying, verbally hey, come on, devil, like you can come on in, let's have a party. And they might not even believe in a devil, but they've already welcomed him in, and he loves to hide in plain sight. So it's okay for
Like an
you not
angel
to
of light.
acknowledge his existence. Right.
Mm-hmm.
He hides in the new age, he hides in this, he hides in that. Something that can seem so obscure, so innocent, that they might not even see the true premise of it, because wisdom and discernment is something that we have to pray for.
Mm-hmm.
And if we don't have it, then anything can fool us. No different than how he did Adam and Eve in the garden.
Mm-hmm.
Pulled the wool over their eyes and they went for it willingly. In the same way, a lot of times we invite things to our lives without even knowing
Mm-hmm.
that we're giving welcome mats to these different entities and to these evil things. And then when they take hold of us, we spew that out.
Mm-hmm. Did you all know that what's her name had a wrench that had the wrench? She was a mom for Kevin Samuels. And no shade to her. I was just saying I didn't know. I just kind of recently found out that the pink pill, and I like her. Don't get me wrong. I'm not throwing shade at her. But you said how before long, without even knowing how you'll end up in a space that that
Mhm.
you'll be surprised that you're at. Because I was surprised because she was so against him. But I know she used to say when she had her channel, she said she should just go over there just to watch to see what his content was about, just so she could be able to offer a rebuttal. And then I do know someone said that she was talking to him, and then next thing you know, they said she had a wrench. She was a mom for him, and I said, oh, really? I was like, for him? And someone else confirmed it. I was like, wow. But at any rate,
I didn't know a lot of people were supporters of his. Like even what's her name? Tasha K. She did like a whole video on him, like dedicated to my friend or something like that.
to her
And I
friend.
watched her channel. Yeah. They
Oh,
were friends, I guess, personally, like outside of the social media thing. And I didn't know that. But when I saw it, honey, I scrolled right on by just like I do the rest of that crap. And I unsubscribed from a lot of people too,
yeah,
because it's like I want no parts of that.
yeah. I can't support that. Yeah. I didn't know they were friends. I do know she did an interview with him. I mean, I didn't watch the interview. Anything that
Me
he was
either.
affiliated with, I didn't support. So I didn't watch
Right.
that interview. And I'm not subscribed to her either. I used to be subscribed to her, but I'm not subscribed to her
Yeah.
anymore.
I
But
mean, the same way I
um,
did away with some of the music that I used to listen to. I just
mhm.
don't
Yeah.
even, because it's like I know on the one hand we might think it's a catchy tune or it sounds good, it vibes, whatever, I like the artist, but what they represent.
Mhm.
Definitely, like even with Rihanna, like you couldn't tell me a couple of years ago like Rihanna wasn't, the biz.
Yeah. I don't
I
mess with
was all for her. Right.
them.
But when I
Um,
started getting deeper into the word, like I'm like,
mhm.
yeah, no, I can't. I like her as a person. She's
Mhm.
cool over there, but I'm good.
I don't mess with her no more. But I did. Rihanna was my girl, and I love her fashion sense. So I was just like,
Mhm.
oh, I love Rihanna. But then when I started, it was a lot of reasons, and I was like, I can't. But
Right.
let me see. But let me see. It's several people that I unsubscribe to, and it's not this look down or anything like that. It's just that I have my reasons to why, and a lot of it's because of my imperfections, because I know my weaknesses, so I just unsubscribe to them because I know that I won't be able to elevate in certain ways that I know what I'm working on. I wish I
Yeah.
could be subscribed to them, but I know my imperfections, so because of my imperfections, I can't, so I can't look at them and dog them because of what they do. My sin, our sins are just different, and so I'm no
Hmm.
better than them. It's just that I can't rock with that because for certain ones, I'm like, no, because I just my imperfections won't allow it, because I end up, repeating it or
Yeah.
emulating it. So I that's so I can't. But
And I don't even want to
I
carry a
own my
weapon.
imperfections. I try to. I try to
Yeah.
own, and try to, apologize for them for whatever it is. I try to own it. So for that reason, I can't.
I
But
did not know a lot of these people were supporters of his. And I
I didn't
mean,
either.
again, no shade to them, but when I saw it, I mean, I had been unsubscribed from her like probably 2 years ago, maybe.
Mhm.
But even with saying that, I was just like, whoa, that already shows me like where the mindset is, period. So
Yeah.
for me, it's like you can have that. I mean, no shots out to her friend or anything like that. If that's what you like, that's what you like.
Uh-huh.
But I was like,
Hi,
nope.
Cece. Hi, Lemon Drop. Hi, Cece, baby. It's good to have you at the lemonade stand. But you know what? I didn't know. I just recently found out that her and Storm Monroe was. See, I don't be in these.
Yeah,
In these YouTube streets like that. Not like that.
it
You know
was
what I'm
a
saying?
whole big thing. Like, I'm really into the pop culture thing, politics, like a lot of different things. So I try to be a conversationalist. So I try to be like in the know in certain areas. But when certain stuff gets too deep and they start going into the darker side of things, like I'm out. Like as soon as stuff get weird and hairy, like I'm out straight up. So
Oh,
I definitely just skirted out. And this was before like her thing with the Cardi B and all of that. Like around that same timetable is when her and Storm Monroe fell out. But I really listen. I don't know if a lot of the people that watch their content just get it on a surface level, or do they really like dive deeper into what's being said in the interviews and the different things, even when they're just giving their commentary on things. I start to pay attention to what they're really saying without saying it, like reading between the lines and trying to get a deeper feel for what it is that they're putting out. And once I saw what was going on, I unsubscribed from him and her. And I was not on the train for it. You know, I agree with certain points that they have on certain issues or whatever here and there, but the overall picture is just not enough for me to stay including myself in those spaces at all. It's like, nope, nope, nope. This is sick. I'm good. That's weird. I'm good.
I didn't know her and Storm was beefing like that. It's just, and Storm, he put out a video saying I didn't deserve this.
Yeah.
He got a video and it was so sad to watch. It was hurtful. I was like, wow, Storm.
He ended up kind of going through something. I forgot what the fellow name is, but before there was Storm, like as her protege or under her mentorship, it was another guy who has like some of the same type of thing. Like they cover, the celebrity news and gossip and pop culture and all of that stuff. And they've had like a same falling out. Apparently, it's supposed to be like a pattern that she has, where when people get really close to her and they have like that work relationship, but then they also have like the personal thing with it, and they
Good night,
kind of become
Cammy. Thanks
friends.
for coming. Excuse me. I'm sorry, Chrissy.
No
Good night,
problem.
Cammy. Thanks for coming by the lemonade stand. You can come back. We like you here. We love having you. Thanks for your input. I'm sorry. Or for your 2 cents. We only charge 2 cents. Common sense and 2 cents, and we loves you here. Thank you. Okay, go on.
And a
Chrissy.
lot of times it seems like they paint her to be very unloyal.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, okay, if there was any truth to what went on in the courtroom with the whole Cardi B situation, how everything was supposed to be like a lot of it was lies or clickbait and this and this and that, then that means there's a pathology there. So if that's the case, then you shouldn't be surprised if it now happens to you, whereas you were on the other side of the gun. Now you are becoming the target of the gun. So I'm just like, hey.
Oh, but I know he was saying something about the contract that because he moved from, was it Alabama or somewhere, wherever he
Yeah,
was from. He
he
moved
moved
to
to
Atlanta
Georgia.
for the job,
Hmm.
and
Yep.
she didn't fulfill her contract. He has until July for her to fulfill it, and he had to teach himself everything. He didn't. He did. He did the grinding and did everything that she was supposed to have done,
Yep.
and
And
she
these
didn't
people
fulfill
are
anything.
paying her. They're
Huh?
paying her. They're
Oh.
paying her for this mentorship. Like her services aren't for free. And she literally says, like to a lot of her subscribers, like, hey, if you want to take up this and this and that course, I'm offering this and this and that. And I guess they just built a relationship outside of that. You know what I mean? Like outside of her just teaching his course or whatever. But they had to pay for that. Like she just wasn't, offering that off the goodness of her heart. So it's like whatever she's not
Oh.
contractually doing for him, I mean, some refunds or some negotiations or litigations need to be going on if he's claiming that she isn't doing what she's supposed to do as a mentor because he had to pay to get under her tutelage.
Wow. Dave said a lot of things about her, but I just kind of like read a little bit and swipe,
Yeah, same. Because I mean, I get it. And I do understand that there are some people out here, when it comes to this journalism thing and when it comes to trying to be like the hottest whatever blog or anything of that nature in their realm of doing like the pop culture and the celebrity gossip, you trying to get the best story at that particular time before anybody else leaks it or has the source or whatever
Everybody looking for
verbiage they
exclusive.
use. Right. And within that, at certain points, if you don't have certain morals within yourself or certain belief systems, you have to ask yourself a question. Am I going to be just as cutthroat and nasty in order to achieve this? Or am I going to, take the route that has integrity, care, where I
Yeah.
don't step on others in order to accomplish whatever, in order to elevate? And I think she went that other route, the left-hand side, where she would rather sometimes step on people and, do the little nasty things or what we would consider unloyal in order to be able to be propelled to get the certain amount of followers, to get the certain amount of attention. And that's what it's been showing. And some of the people that have come up under her have learned that same way of going about the business when it comes to it. And they end up becoming casualties in that because whereas they was the ones doing it, now they're the ones getting that hate back or they're getting this chaos back.
Because I know I could tell he had started to fall back a little bit after a while of being with her because he was getting a lot of backlash.
They
And
started falling out after that Jaguar Wright interview. I don't know if you
was it
remember that one.
okay? I remember that one. Yeah. Yeah.
That's when they started falling out. And then it just got progressively worse. And I mean, it was like a whole lot of ghetto mess over there where like the business and the personal wasn't divided or wasn't divided enough amongst them to really be able to still work together. Like those lines blurred. And I guess how she handles things, maybe like her business partners or like family or whatever. And some people, it can work like that. But if you already know, like, given what you do and the content that you put out, where you kind of make money and attention off of mess and gossip, it can't help but get messy and gossipy on the personal side of things when you guys are now merging business with the business aspect of things. And that's what spilled out into their work relationship. Like it got really ghetto and a lot of things that you would be like, wait, even with friends, like, why is this going on? But it's going on, huh? Like, why did you let it escalate to this? What?
But it's
Didn't
that
you have to
one
pay?
girl. But it's that one, the new girl that was dating that guy that was Latoya Forever, that was dating Latoya Forever, the one that had gotten out of jail, and she started to, moved in at Storm's apartment. She's the messy one. She's the one that's in the middle, breaking them up. She is.
And I think there was some he say she say going on, and it's just like, yep, that never works.
But Jasmine, like he said, he said it's not Jasmine.
It was her name was Chelsea, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Chelsea, that's what her name is, Chelsea. But he said it's not Jasmine. He said Jasmine has never been a problem. He said, and it's not me and Tasha don't really have a real problem. He said, just no, it's not her. He said, it's the ones that come, certain ones that's basically in your camp. Let's keep it
Mhm.
messy. But when I first laid eyes on her, I said it's something about her. I said I
I
don't like
heard that young
something
lady
about her.
speak.
Huh?
I've heard her speak, and it's
Well,
just
that's what I
like,
was feeling. I was saying her. I said when I first heard her talking in the background, I said, "Who is this person?" I said, "It's something about her." I said it's something about whoever she. If I thought maybe she was a cousin, I said something about her.
Mhm.
And then I forgot. Some time went by. Then I saw where she. I want to jump. I want to see. I want to. She said, "Want to sit in the seat." Then she want to do it. I said, "I don't like her."
Mhm.
Something about her I don't like. But I couldn't put my finger on it. I said she love attention. She
Bingo.
want to be in the mix too much. I knew it was gonna be something.
And
And
she's
she was
very
gonna be something.
young.
Huh?
She's very young. Like, I don't think that girl is even 25 years old yet. So
Oh,
she
she act
hasn't
like
fully finished developing yet.
yeah,
She's
she act like
very successful to like Tasha's and Storm's perspective, for her to be so young.
uh-huh.
But at the same time, that inner work, that groundwork, that grit that she needs to build character has not entered yet. So she's still in that, what I call the bubblegum phase that we
Mhm.
sometimes go through. She's still in that phase of things, even with the different opportunities she's been afforded. So it's not there yet. That's why the mess and the chaos and the drama and the he say, she say stuff like that isn't out of her system yet. Like, she doesn't have sense yet. Like, and I don't think we start really getting sense until we hit like 25 or better. And
Mhm.
she's not there yet. This girl is, I think, in her early 20s, if she's that.
Oh, I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. She come off as being messy and young, very
Mhm.
young.
I
She
think she's no older than 22. I could be wrong, but I don't think she's no older than 22, if that.
and Tasha better keep a close eye on her. And for real. When somebody wants your life, you can't deal with somebody that wants your life.
Right. And then you can't surpass the master. Like, you can't,
Mhm.
like, if you're learning from them, there's always something that the person that's teaching you something hasn't taught you all of their tips and tricks. They've only shared a portion with you. So sometimes these people, when they get under these mentorships, they think that they know everything that these people have taught them. And that's not always the case. And they end up later on, you know, making themselves be able to, they blackball themselves from really good opportunities and
Mhm.
also make themselves look stupid on the hindsight.
Mhm. 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 Uh, but you know what? It's people are. I cannot. It blows my mind. Kelly said that years ago with Destiny's Child. She said it blows my mind as to how people really hate to see true friendships. She said that.
Mhm.
She said it just blows my mind to see how people hate to see that.
Right.
Look, to see people do something that's legitimately honest or legitimately real or that's true.
Hmm.
They hate that.
Yeah.
They
And then you
hate
also have to question the friendship itself too,
yeah.
because if we've been rocking for as long as we have, long before this person came into the picture, whether we fall out, don't see eye to eye, whatever, like, let's just say we giving each other a timeout
Mhm,
until we collect ourselves and be able to handle ourselves better in a
mhm,
space to be able to talk to one another or get past our differences. If in between that time, when a new individual comes in and they're able to sway you about me or make you pick a side and you're going to pick a new person over someone that's been there and that has exhibited their loyalty to you, it makes you question the friendship as a whole. Because
mhm.
how can they just come in and undo what we did in 2, 3, 4, 5 years
Yeah.
in seconds?
Mhm,
What would make you choose them over me
mhm.
if I've been loyal?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, sweetheart. Thank you, creating one. Thank you. Mm-hmm. You're right. You're right.
Because I thought that those two were genuine friends and they seemed to have like such an organic chemistry. You know, like when they would do things together, you can see the back and forth with one another, the banter. It seemed to be like they were friends in real life and not just for, the show or for the sake of whatever interview that they were having. So to see that not be like that anymore, just because of a new individual, regardless of, the talents or whatever this girl has to bring to the table, it's like, how do you guys just like switch up on one another or one favors this one over the other when it shouldn't be like that? If there was true loyalty and reciprocity there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're right. It's just people. You know what? And they say grown people. I would rather hang out with kids. And I'm so I didn't got to it. I'd rather hang out with toddlers.
At least they're honest. I mean, children, they might not always say the nicest of things, but you could
Mm-hmm.
bet your bottom dollar that whatever they say out of their mouth, that's how they genuinely feel. Like they don't have like any hidden agendas or, motives or this and this and that things that they're hiding. They will bring whatever they're feeling and however they feel it should come out exactly the way they want it to come out. So I appreciate that honesty.
No drama, no toxicity. Just it is what it is with kids.
Yep. Straight no chaser.
Yep. I would rather I really deal with kids. I'm so serious.
I mean, that's why I limit myself to certain spaces and
Mm-hmm.
certain types of people. Whereas I
Mm-hmm.
used to be like, I don't judge a book by its cover. Nope. But sometimes it's pretty good to read the back end or the synopsis of it so you can
Yep.
get an overview. So you can
Mm-hmm.
make your, educated decision of whether or not to deal with that or not.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I can't. I can't. But my thing is, I'm gonna own my part, and whatever I do with dealing with people, I'm gonna own what I need to do and fix it. I have no problem with owning what I need to own, fixing it, and moving on with just whoever I deal with. I just if it's if it turns into a problem, just fixing whatever I need to fix and moving on. You know, you know how you used. Well, with me, I used to always try to figure out, well, what can I do to try? Let's do it. Let's do it. It's like I don't know if I have what it takes to spend a lot of time on trying to fix something much anymore. I don't know if that's healthy. I really don't. I don't think
Um,
I don't have no, I don't know if I have that anymore. I don't know if I have that grit.
You know what? I think those situations, it might not be worth fixing in some instances. Because I think when we ask ourselves that question, it's really about the particular scenario of the people that we're dealing with. Like, is it really worth fixing or saving? And if we
Mhm.
come up with a resounding yes, then okay. On the one hand, we see our pros and our cons, and we see the same with the other individual, and we can navigate that as long as that's on both sides, like both parties are willing to do the work on themselves and in that interaction to have a healthy relationship with one another. But if it's a resounding no, or you're the only party that feels as though there needs to be fixing, then a lot of times it's better off to walk away, or at least that's been my experience with things.
Mhm.
Because you can't fight a battle by yourself. You
Mhm.
can't, you know what I mean? Like, you can't be the one that's trying to do all the fixing, but then on the other side, and we're all imperfect, the other person is not trying to fix or do work as well, or not willing to get in the ring with you for it to
Mhm.
be a healthy interaction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right.
I had to realize that through so much trial and error when I say I'm the poster child for smacking your head on the concrete and expecting to
Mm-hmm.
get different results.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the poster child.
Well, you then too. But you have to consider what you've been through, the trauma you've been through, and that's what you relate to. That's what you gravitated to. What made you feel comfortable, and whatever that comfort was, it was dysfunction, and so that's what you gravitated to. You gravitated to the dysfunction because that's all you knew. You were the product of your environment, and so no one can knock you for that. So you, even though it may not have looked good to others, to the naked eye, no, it didn't look good. But that's what, to you, that's what comfort looked like. That's what
Yeah.
feel good looked like. That's what love looked like.
It
That's,
took for
I
me to
mean,
not be in those spaces to realize that that is dysfunction. This is not normal. Normal people do not behave this way, no matter what their issues are or where they've come from or what they've been through. This is not how normal human beings or healing people interact. This is not healthy. This
mhm,
is anything but that. This is something that's going to add more to what you already have going on in a negative way instead of a positive, uplifting way.
mhm,
And ultimately, like, we just be fighting battles that wasn't even meant for us to fight. So I exited stage left. I'm like, I'm tired. I got beat down worse than Rocky. So it's like, yep, I'm out of the ring. Put my
mhm.
gloves up, honey.
Right. You know, on Martin, he had he had that bit. He had got in a fight with uh, what's his name? The boxing, the guy that boxed Spinks. What's his? I forget his name, but Martin had them big old knots in his head. He
Oh
had that
yeah.
right. Put it like, he said, "I don't want to fight no more. I don't want to fight no more." You
Yeah.
get to a point in your life where you say, "I don't want to fight no more. I don't
Right.
want to fight no more." We all get to that point. That's the
Eyes
inside
tied.
joke with me and my son.
Eyes tied.
Eyes tied now. Eyes tied. We are not wanting peace, and we want to say, "Eyes married, y'all. Eyes
Hmm.
married now. Eyes married now, y'all." We want to say that. We want to stop fighting just say, "Eyes tied.
Yes.
Eyes tied. Eyes married now." That's what we want to say. No, but we seriously, I'm tired. I'm tired. I don't want to fight no more. And I
Mhm.
really, all I want to do is say, okay, whatever it is, okay, I'm sorry. I deeply apologize.
And I've just applied that to everything because a lot of times, like, I mean, you know how some people, like, even though it's obvious, it's not obvious to them. And I mean, you could pull out the bullhorn, you could have the marching band shout it out. Everybody around the world can see it, but them. Like, it literally has to hit them in the face a couple of times,
Mm-hmm.
and then it still has to be like right there in their face for them to get it. I was that person.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like a million people could have told me whatever. I could have seen this for myself in first person a million and one times. But literally, even though God would send me people, like, literally out of nowhere. And I mean, when I say I used to run, I used to put on my running shoes and just run from God. Like, I used to run. Like, I was on a whole marathon,
Mm-hmm.
sprinting through the marathon, trying to get away. But somehow these people would zone in on me and come directly to me. And I was like the most unreligious, whatever type of person that there was. And
Mm-hmm.
they'd be like, you know, that relationship that you're trying to make work, it's not meant to work. God keeps pulling these things apart and pulling you away from these people. And because he wants you to spend more time with him, he wants you to get to know him. And I mean, I heard it, but you know, you pass it off as some more mumbo jumbo that somebody's just
Mm-hmm.
trying to, you know, and that's how I would think of it. And so I
Mm-hmm.
just kept going through it, kept going through it. And I'm like, dang, why isn't this working? This is supposed to be a good person, or this is supposed to be this and this and that. But then it went back to, duh, should have had a V8.
Mm-hmm.
I was told well ahead of time what the scenario was going to be and the breakdown as to why these things aren't working out. So when I do get that roadblock and we keep hitting that point of no return with one another, whether it's in an intimate relationship or a fraternal, a friendship where it's supposed to be us as friends on a platonic level, I realized, okay, these bonds were meant to be broken because I wasn't supposed to be with these people in the first place, or my time has come and gone with these people. That season is over and I'm supposed to be progressing to something else. And
Mhm.
here I am, well past my season with these folks, and I'm still here. This is why it's not working. That's why I'm not harvesting or growing anything in my field. It's just barren land because I'm still staying in a barren land where I can no longer reap the benefits of what I've sowed. Nothing's gonna grow from this ground. It's desolate.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
And I never got it until I got it. So I was a fast learner in other areas, but a slow learner when it came to that. And it
Mhm.
took me to go through those war wounds and took me to get smacked a couple of times to actually get it, even though it was like a light bulb moment all along.
Mhm. Yep. But you know what? It's not. Sometimes it takes, like, you know how we talk about the marathon. We are all at different speeds, at different levels. Sometimes, you know, some people are already running, or some are still putting their shoes on.
Yep.
You know, it's not that you weren't in the process. I mean, that you weren't in the process. You were in the process. It's just that your process was a little slower than others. It's not that
Yes.
you weren't going to get it together. It just took you a little bit longer than some others.
I was
You
in the
know.
remedial classes for sure. Like, when I look back on it myself, it's not that, like I'm harsh with myself. I try to be kinder with it. But it's
Mhm.
just like for you to be smart, for you to have any type of emotional intelligence about yourself. And I could definitely resonate with that old soul because I was always that in my group of friends or my inner circles. But it's like for you to have all of those things going for yourself, for you to not realize these things, or for you to think it would be otherwise when it's already been shown to you that it won't go that way. Like,
Mhm.
how long did it take you to get it, girl? Like, get yourself together. And I
Mhm.
was like, all this time, I thought I was the one in the advanced classes, and I was right here in the remedials. Bless my
Mm.
heart. I had to give myself a bless my heart because, like, girl,
It's so funny. But no, but the thing is not where you started and when you started. You have to pay attention to where you ended up at.
yeah,
That's huge. And especially you have to consider the source, which is yourself, and where you came from. You're supposed to be a statistic.
yes,
You're not. You have
no,
to give yourself some credit. Don't be so hard on yourself. You're supposed to be a statistic. You're supposed to be in the projects with, without
15
anything.
children. Yeah, with like 15
Yeah,
children
that's
and
right.
all
Everything
kind of
been
other
done.
negative connotations. Yeah. And I
Mhm.
stopped. I mean, I realized that I was a statistic in certain ways, and I'm like, you know what?
But you didn't
I don't
stop.
care. Right. I don't care
You
what
said
forces try to come against me.
that's right.
And God had to sit me down and literally stop me from running. Because when I tell you, as long as there were running shoes provided, I was going to run. I don't know what the heck I was running from, but I know what He made me run to. And He made me run to Him. And I had to be humbled in so many ways. When I say ground zero and then start
Mhm.
back up, and He did that to me twice.
Mhm.
And I realized, like, you know what? I'm not running anymore. I realized what he was saying, and he was trying to do things for my own good. Whereas I thought this mumbo jumbo of my will and my way, as long as I persevere. Yeah, I'm persevering in the wrong areas. So now that I'm persevering in the right areas and I'm actually not going to be a statistic anymore, I'm not claiming that. I
Mhm.
started holding myself accountable for the decisions and the people that I allow
Mhm.
into my life and into my space, or just even having my energy and back and forth. And when I did that, I was like, yeah, we're not entertaining this. We're not doing that. And it's not because I see myself as better than those people, because I don't see myself as better or under anyone. But it's like we're better than those decisions that we were making. We've outgrown those types of things. So we're not doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're right. And that's that has to be the foundation. But you just said that has to be our foundation.
Mm-hmm.
And that is good. And that is the reason why you're where you're at. Because you humbled yourself and you looked in the mirror and you didn't turn away.
Yeah.
And you looked and you extracted what needed to be extracted.
Stripped myself down naked to my bare bones. And it was not easy. Like, a lot of times people think that the healing process is always pretty, but it is some of the ugliest things that you can go through, especially when you're in that period of going through that, trying to get it together for yourself, like in your own little space without having people around you. Sometimes that could be the most surreal moment that you'll probably ever face, because it's like you are now responsible for facing the good, the bad, the ugly, and that healing process that needs to take place with those decisions, and be okay and accept that, and then accept the growth and what you have to do towards it. And sometimes that could be just as painful as when the wounds were inflicted in the first place. So it's like having to rationalize that and sit with it and then get spiritual counseling on that is like, was the hardest. It was harder than any mental breakdown or any, moment that I was having one of my issues. It was really, really hard for me to face me.
Mm-hmm. And when to admit to that, because most people say, oh yeah, I can do that. Something. It's something that person is not doing, that woman is not doing.
Yeah.
Something she's not doing right. Because the average, I know, Black woman, to do that exercise, it's usually not easy. That's hard to do.
Yeah. It would have you ever seen the withdrawals, like on the movies and stuff, of people that are going through that detox?
Mm-hmm. That's what happens.
Yeah, it's just like that. Like, you never had to have had any drugs in your life, but it's exactly like that. Like, you go through periods of withdrawals where you want to relapse, where you want to say, you know what, forget this. Like, I don't want to go through this because I don't like the way this makes me feel. Because if anything is going to get you out of your comfort zone, that definitely will. Whether it was lies that you were telling yourself, bad decisions, whatever it is that you have to face as a person and sit in your own mess, to actually have to own up to it and sit in it, whether it's pretty or ugly, at the end of it, going through that withdrawal and that detox is always the ugliest. It's always the most growth, though. It's like that nasty medicine that your grandmother would give you as a kid, that it was going to make you feel better, but you didn't like the taste of it. It was good for you, but it didn't taste good. And a lot of times we like the things that taste good versus the things that are actually good for us, because we don't like that nasty taste in our mouths. But I realized that's exactly what I needed.
Yep. And that's the thing, because like I say, if it doesn't hurt, it's not a sacrifice. And that's truly it. Sometimes we have to do things that doesn't feel good, that doesn't taste good, that doesn't, that's not comfortable, in order to readjust. It's like going to the doctor, and if we have a broken leg or arm, they'll have to pull it to reset it. And when they pull that, it's painful.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel good. But when they pull it to reset it, it's going to benefit us, so we can continue to use it. But if they don't pull it to reset it, it's going to work against us later on. But they have to line it back up so that we can benefit from it. So that's the same thing with life. We have We have to be reset or calibrated so that we can everything can line up so that we can benefit in life later on.
Absolutely.
It's not going to
Because
feel good while we're being reset.
yep.
It's not going to feel good.
Because the quick
But even
fixes
though,
darn
Mhm.
sure don't do it.
Huh?
I said because the quick fixes sometimes and the little band-aids that we try to put on things, sometimes it just makes it bleed out worse.
Yeah.
So it definitely doesn't do the trick.
Mm-hmm. And that's the truth. You can tell the ones that have try to put band-aids on bullet wounds. You can see it. But but I don't never, I'm like, I always respect those that doesn't, that wants to wear the bullet on the band on the bullet wound. That's fine. I respect that. But you can tell that they're still bleeding out.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're
Because it
bleeding out
shows.
over everybody. Huh?
Yeah. Because it shows. Even when we try to hide it, that's
Mm-hmm.
something that always ends up rearing its ugly head. No matter how much we try to hide it, we could put on the world's best makeup. We could put on the finest clothes. We could have a vernacular to the guys and back, and it still will always show through all of that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. It's the truth. Because that's a part of it's a part of the mask
Mm-hmm.
to walk a certain way, to talk a certain way, to dress. That's the exterior. That's that mask.
Yeah.
Because a serial killer can go to prison. I mean, go to court, and as long as they look good and they got a certain amount of money, you know the old saying, "Money talk, the BS walk."
Yep.
As long as you have the perfect mask, you can pretty much get away with anything.
Mm-hmm.
But that don't mean that's going to stop him from murdering or her.
Exactly.
That's not going to change their mindset or their values.
No. And all you do is carry that over to whatever new environment or new situation, whatever it is. You're going to end up spilling out or bleeding out on those other people who are now casualties of things that they didn't even project on you.
Thank you. So the next time they get the thirst to go and kill or they get angry, what's going to happen again? You're the next
Going to kill
victim.
innocent bystanders. Mm-hmm.
So, until that person does the work, they sacrifice something. Be readjusted, recalibrated. Do something to where
But you know what? I think Jehovah for it, because all of that, like I realized how lost I really was. It's like I understood that parable more when he was talking about the lost sheep and he left the 99 to go and get that one lost sheep. That's how he sees us. And I realized how much of a father he really is to us. Because we're like, I don't care how old we get, how much, discernment we get, or how much he covers us. A lot of times we are still spiritual babies. So he has to come in and do that intervention and correct us. And I always mentally go back to, you know what, even if it gets really rough, even if it's one of those down days for me, you know what, God corrects those he loves, because he could have just totally let me, be out there doing whatever or saying whatever and acting however. Like I could have totally got lost in my bad decisions or whatever life threw at me, or even the handout that I was dealt. But it's like through the thick of it, even through the goods, the bads, and even things that sometimes I can't see what's supposed to be on the other side. I know that as long as he has anything to do with it, that it's always for my good and for my betterment, either as a person or because he wants something better for me altogether.
Yep. And it's true. A lot of people don't see it that way because they have the mindset, well, it's my life. I can do what I want to do. Yeah, it is your life, but he's your father. You're his child. He has the right to tell you what you can and can't do. He has that right. Now we
No
are free.
different than
You
parents.
can do it, but it's going to be a consequence along the way and at the end. It's going to be a consequence.
Absolutely.
But the thing is, if we listen to what he says along the way, Isaiah 48:17-18, it mentions why he wants us to follow him. He said, oh, if you only pay attention to my rules and to my laws and to my regulations, your peace will be like the waves of the sea. Your peace will be like the waves of the sea. And we'll ask ourselves, and I ask you, can we count the waves that's in the sea?
Nope.
That's how abundant and exquisite our peace will be. We read that earlier in Psalms. I'm sorry. Have an exquisite delight. Have an exquisite peace. That's more than enough. It'll be amazing. That's how much peace we have if we do it his way.
Yeah.
Don't follow what's popular. Because if you look in these YouTube streets, that's what's popular. Is that fun? You and I just discussed that. Do we want to? It's just the YouTube streets alone. Do we want it?
No, not at all.
Not at all.
Because you see what it leads to, and you see where it can go. And if
It's
we already,
it's Sodom and Gomorrah.
And we already have temptations. Like it's different. That looks different for each one of us, but the devil knows the Bible. He knows our temptations, just like God knows our heart, regardless of what we say or how we try to project ourselves into the world. Like he knows the real us.
Yeah.
The same way the devil knows our temptations and what to put in front of us to try to get us.
Yeah,
so it's like
he sleep. He don't have to sleep. He studying up while we sleep.
Right. He's that much more clever and cunning in his ways. So it's like he will dangle something in front of us to each of us that is significant to us because it's something that it tempts us. It tempts our flesh, our nature. And for everyone that looks different. But it's like if we flee it and we resist him, he'll have to go. He can't stay. Because we're no longer inviting him in. So once I started doing that, I'm like, yeah, no, that ain't for me. I'm sorry. My flesh be like, no, it's a little bit interesting. Yeah, but it's not interesting enough to go back down where I came from.
Yeah. And that's what you have to think about. Remember because sometimes we forget. And like the scripture says, I think Rothy said it earlier. I think it was Rothy that came up. Scripture she mentioned she had found a scripture. It was the scripture where it says it's like equivalent to a dog going back to its vomit. She found a scripture, Proverbs 26:11. Dog returns to its vomit. So the thing is, if we remember where we've been, and that was a hard place to be, and once we've been called to peace, after we have, learned better and we want to do better and all that. And then, although it may be tempting, because it is. Sometimes you do want to go on, and adventure some of the things, the places you've been, because it was fun. That's why you were there at one point. There's nothing wrong with that. You acknowledge that's fun. It's easier to do wrong than it is to do right.
Absolutely.
We have to admit to that. Some people don't want to admit to that. It is fun to do wrong. We're imperfect.
Absolutely.
That's why we gotta have the Bible. Because if we don't have the Bible to remind us, we're gonna go back and do it. It's just keep it about. We have to fight with tooth and nail to do what is right. That's how hard it was for Adam and Eve to do wrong. That just like we have to fight to do what's right, and then we still have a bad thought while we're trying to do right. That's how hard it is. But that's how hard it was for them to do wrong. They fought hard to do wrong.
Absolutely.
So the thing is, we have to fight hard. The Apostle Paul said to pummel your body. To pummel your body means to beat it into submission. To beat your body, figuratively speaking, we have to constantly fight to do what is right. That's why he said, Jesus said in Matthew that broad and spacious is the world leading off to destruction. Because how many people that are not willing to fight to do what is right. And cramped and narrow is the road that's leading to everlasting life.
Yeah.
It's not many people that's gonna find that that wants to find that path. And he said it's cramped. It means you gotta fight to get in there. That's pummeling your body. It's cramped. And you have to fight and squeeze to get in there and get through that door.
Mm-hmm.
It's not many making it through there, but you gotta fight to get through there because it is hard. Because our body members, people like women like you and me, you think we don't crave a man? Yeah,
Of course we do.
people be
We're
saying,
living, breathing people.
when you get the line and say, "Well, no, my body," you lying. Shut up. I'm done.
And
If
for
you're
me,
you craving something, keep it a box.
for me, that was my thing. That, like, how some people, they have to have their alcohol, or they have to have their crack, or whatever it is.
Yeah,
Like, that was my alcohol, or that was my whatever.
that's
Like, that was my
right.
pipe.
Whatever your vice is, we all have some type of vice. We all
Mm-hmm.
do. Being perfect. That's why
Yeah.
Paul said to fight.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, Satan, he knows the scriptures. James 2:19 says, "You believe that there is one God, do you? You are doing quite
Absolutely.
well." And yet the demons believe and shudder. They believe too. And when they hear his name, they shudder. Why do they
Mm-hmm.
shudder? They get scared because that's how much they believe that there is a true God.
Yep.
When they hear his name, Jehovah, they tremble. But do they do right, even though they scared? No.
Nope.
That don't mean it's gonna make any day ain't scared enough to do right. So just because you believe that there is a true God, okay, good for you. That's not enough because the demons believe just like you do, but they ain't doing right.
Exactly.
So you can't stop there. Good. That's good that you believe because a lot of people don't. But guess what? Is that enough?
Nope.
No. Okay, we got to start somewhere. You believe, but now we got to act on it because the demons believe too. They actually shudder. Do you shudder when you hear God's name? No. Well, guess what? The demons do. That's how much they believe.
Mm-hmm.
So now we got to do a little bit more than just believing. We got to get some actions going. Now,
Mm-hmm.
guess what? The Apostle Paul, he said here, that's why we can't judge. No one can judge each other. That's why I don't knock nobody for messing up, or just because I ain't done what you didn't done, I ain't no better than you. But listen, and this is why Apostle Paul said here in Romans chapter 7 and let's just start with 23. He said 22. No, let's start here 22. 21. He said, I find then this law in my case, when I wish to do what is right, what is bad is present with me. This is the Apostle Paul speaking.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I really delight in the law of God according to the man I am within. He said, I delight. But I see in my body another law warring against the law of my mind. He's talking about imperfection that wars against what is in his mind. See, I know what's right because I know what I read and what I study and what Jehovah requires of me. But what wars against me is what's in my body. He said another war against the law of my mind and leading me captive to sin's law. He said leading me captive. I'm captivated by sin's law that is in my body. Notice this. He said, miserable man that I am, who will rescue me from the body undergoing this death? Thanks to God through Jesus Christ, our Lord. So then, with my mind, I myself am a slave. He said, with myself in my mind, I am a slave to God's law. Because what the law is to require to do what's right. This is what he's trying to say. What the Bible says is to do right. But to my flesh, it's to sin's law.
Yep.
See, my flesh is weak, is what he's saying. That is the reason why So many people say, but man wrote the Bible, so it can't be right. Do you honestly think there's one imperfect pure person on this or earth is going to write a book that's going to go contradict, contradict what we want to do? That's going to write a book that's going to mess with everybody's conscience worldwide, earthwide?
No, because there's not one of us that is that intelligent to be able to, number one, prophesy and foresee the future, tell about things that were current in that present time, nor to be able to say something that would actually make people turn against you, because the Bible has stuff that would conflict and convict your spirit. Yeah.
Your
And
conscience.
most of us, we want, our inner nature is carnal and we want to please others. Why? So that we can get that pat on the shoulder to say, hey, I like this. We want approval from others. So in our nature, we wouldn't ever be able to come up with something like that off our own strength. Why? Because we care too much about what other people think.
Yes, you're absolutely right. So people always think about, oh, man had to write the Bible. Here's the thing. It's no different, as I've said before. If I worked for you, you owning a company, and I was your secretary, and you were saying to write something, and you walking around the room saying, write exactly what I'm saying, word for word, verbatim, and I'm writing everything that you say. And let's just say you were writing something because you were writing a book, and then after you were done, you gathered all the information, and you published the book. And the book did well. And it was on New York Times. It sold, bestseller. Who's going to get the accolades? You and me.
The person that actually wrote the book, that actually gave the dictation.
Exactly. Just because I physically typed it, I'm not going to get anything. No acknowledgement. Because it didn't come from me. I just physically wrote it. Now, I was inspired to write it physically. You told me what to write. So I don't get any accolades. Let's just say you get some type of awards, and somebody had to go and get the awards. Do I go up all excited to pick up the accolade and say, thank you very much? I appreciate it.
No, because it's not for you.
Who gets that? Who goes up there on the stage and get it?
The actual person who put forth the work to be nominated for it in the first place.
Exactly. That would be you, because they were your words. That's how it was written. Exactly. Jehovah's God words, the prophets that he chose, the 40 men, to write the 66 books, put them all together into one book, which was on scripture. They were just used as humans to write it. They were inspired to write it. That's why if you read Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, you can find places in there where they pretty much say the same thing. It's kind of like saying tomato, tomato.
Right.
And some of them are thousands of years apart. Some of them are hundreds of years apart. And one says, well, how did they know to write that? Because it wasn't their word.
Exactly.
They were just inspired to physically write it.
Yep.
But do you honestly think you or anybody else is going to write a book that's going to contradict how we really feel or what we really want to do? No. Make a prophet, apostle Paul, that's going to make him so miserable. So when he feels that, and they were writing this stuff, and they wrote it about themselves. They wrote stuff that they wouldn't have written about themselves. Trust me.
Exactly.
They wouldn't have, because some of it was humiliating. You honestly think that David wanted that stuff in the Bible about what he did with
No.
somebody's wife and what he had somebody's husband put on the front lines and killed? Do you honestly think he would have he was writing the book of Psalms, sobbing, depressed, the Song of Solomon? He was begging Jehovah, please make them back off of me. I'm so sorry for what I've done.
Mm-hmm.
And having to actually chronicle all of the things that happened in the threshold of his house after Jehovah said, this is what's going to happen. And hundreds of years later, it happened. It played out. And he had to
Mm-hmm.
live down to his son trying to take him out. His best friend too. You think
Mm-hmm.
he wanted that chronicle? Come on now.
Absolutely not. We like to hide our failures.
We like
and
to have
our
what goes on in
mishaps.
our house stays in our house.
We only
Stuff
want to
like
come out of
that.
hiding when the good stuff comes.
We only
We
want the
don't.
good stuff to show. If
Yeah,
we want the history to show, we don't want, come on, we're known for smudging the history. That's what man does.
absolutely. We always want to show ourselves in the best possible light. So there's no way that man would have wanted any of his discretions to be put out there for everybody to see, even generations and generations after him, yet alone for the people in his time period.
Thank you. Thank you. So, do you honestly think Apostle Paul wanted us to know that he murdered Christians?
Nope.
You honestly want Moses to know? Moses wanted us to know that he didn't make it to the promised land because he took the credit when the water came out the crane. You want
Nope.
no?
He
Because
would
you
never wanted
know
anyone to know.
egos here. These are real men.
Right.
Think about it. They had to write the good, the bad, the ugly, and the nasty.
Mm-hmm. All of the things that made them human and all of the things that exemplified how our nature truly is and why we need God in the first place.
So the thing is, these were men that wrote it. They had to put down the good, the bad, the ugly, and the nasty. And they had to put it there. Like I said before, Romans 15:4. For all the things that were written beforehand were written for our instructions, so that through our endurance and through the comfort from the scriptures, we may have hope.
Mm-hmm.
Do you honestly think you think they wouldn't have smudged history like men do today?
Of course they would. Of
So
course
my
they would.
thing is, what makes you think that this one inspired by the true God?
Oh
He
yeah.
made them write this. They ain't had no control over this. The Holy Spirit did this.
And it is the one book that no matter what translation you get it in, no matter if it's ESV, NIV, KJV, like it all is saying the same
Same thing. And
thing.
I got every last one of them Bibles that you just read. And guess what? I use
See, I got
all of them. King James,
me.
I use all of them because you know why? They almost pretty much say the same thing. It's just like tomato. That's it.
Mhm.
And the New
It's
World
like the
Translation just have Jehovah's name put back in. That is the only thing.
right,
But all
right,
the rest of them say Lord, but I still use them. They
Mhm.
still say the same thing. Just New
exactly.
World Translation, but Jehovah's name was put back out of respect. But the rest of them say Lord. I still use them. So
Mhm.
because they're still good.
It's like the difference to me between Old English and New Modern Day English. They're
That's it.
literally saying the same
They
thing,
say the
whether
same
it was cursing you out or quoting scripts of like passion to you. It's
Mhm.
all the same thing. The only difference is the verbiage that's used to convey the
That's it.
same doggone
That's it.
message.
It's just thou shalt not murder, you must not murder.
Exactly. That is
It's
it.
just this is the way we speak today. It's just so we
Mhm.
can better understand it. That's all.
Absolutely.
That's all. It's no different. So my thing is, people, they look at the Bible like it's a bunch of stories just needs to be told, and we supposed to just get entertained by them. No, we're supposed to no.
Because I think they feel that way because if they tell themselves that, even though that's a form of denial, if they tell themselves that, then they also get to do whatever they want without having to have any form of remorse about anything, or without having to take true accountability and acknowledgement of God. Like they want to be able to do whatever it is that they want to do without any type of consequences or repercussions, or to actually have to look inside as to what they did and how they did it. We don't want that breakdown.
That's it. And you know what? I love you. You're good. Here at 2 Timothy 4:3, notice what it says. For there will be a period of time when they would not put up with the wholesome teachings, but according to their own desires, they will surround themselves with teachers to have their ears tickled. They will surround themselves with the ones that tell them what they want to hear.
Yep.
What they want to hear. They will turn away from listening to the truth and give attention to false stories. You, though, keep your senses in all things. Endure hardship. Remember, we said if it doesn't hurt, it's not a sacrifice. Do the work of an evangelizer. Fully accomplish your ministry. For I am already being poured out for a drink offering, and the time for releasing is imminent. So the thing is, we have a certain period of time to make sure that we keep our senses. That means we can get too lethargic, get too comfortable, get too relaxed. We can get ourselves to where we just kind of like, I'm good. We got time.
It's so easy. Yeah, and it's so easy to get caught up in it.
Get
just
caught
from
up.
Day to day.
Get caught up, and then we can get to where we be like, well, you know what? I'll just rather go over here because they saying what I want to say, or I can convince them to say what I want them to say.
Like
get our ears tickled, because someone tickle us if it's a feel good.
Yep.
You're not
And
saying
what
I want you to say what I want you to say. It's a feel good.
And how I want you to say it. Yep.
See.
And we don't realize that time is winding down. That's why I think he's raising up more and more people in order to be able to preach his ministry, to preach his word, so it can reach those ears that may not have heard or didn't hear it in the way that they need to hear it, so it can resonate with them. Because the time is going by quicker and quicker and quicker. So a lot of people thinking that they still got time, even though it's been clearly displayed that you can be here today and gone today.
That's right. And people don't that blows my mind too. People think that they have more time. It's like, you do know we're not promised tomorrow. You do know that. That's what I be thinking.
A lot of people aren't even promised the next moment. Every moment is a gift, because time used to be like, oh, you're here today, gone tomorrow. Now it's you're here today and gone today. A lot of times,
there you go.
Like, look at KS. Nobody knew that this man would be gone. You know what I mean? Like, he had just made videos, I guess, like that week before he passed. And then he had other things planned. So nobody knew, because we didn't know of any, like, as far as the public or even his inner circle, didn't know of him having any type of conditions or anything like that, that would say like, oh, he's going to be gone soon, or we have to rally around him, etc. No, he was perfectly fine. And then he wasn't.
But that knocked me off my feet for a minute, where I was like, that's they lying. Whatever.
Yeah, I thought it was clickbait too. I really thought like it was clickbait. And then when I started seeing like a list, I mean, people that I'm not even subscribed to, don't even watch their videos. It was just all down my feed of, oh, it's been confirmed, or his personal friends or whatever coming out saying that, yeah, he passed away. And I mean, these people were like crying bloody murder, like in tears. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's actually true. Like, I didn't know.
I heard people were crying. I
Wow.
mean, I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, but I'm just saying I heard people were like men were crying.
Yes. His
Really?
friends and the people that did not know him. Like that was the part that was weird for me. Like I understand his friends crying for him because that was their friend. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
regardless of the mindsets, like they actually knew him in real life and had some type of, established relationship there. But for the people that never knew this man, probably only saw him on social media, on a video or two, they were the ones that were crying the hardest. They were crying harder than his mom. They were crying harder than the people that actually knew him and got to hang out with him. So that was the part that was weird for me. And they were verbally lashing out on women that were like, oh, he's dead and this and this and that. We've gotten rid of this and this and that type of mentality from the earth. Like they were literally like having hate parades for these ladies. Like, oh, you should die and this and this and that. Like, I'm like, oh Lord, this is so weird. Like,
Wait a
this
minute.
is weird. Yes, like, listen, on either spectrum, right? The women that don't like him, as well as the men that worshipped every word that this man uttered. On both sides, they both had their own versions of what they were going through. So on the one side, right, the women that outright straight up hated him, not just didn't care for him, but outright hated him, they were having like witchcraft parties, girl, and celebrating the man's death. And then on the other side, yes.
It used to be that stuff used to be so hidden and tucked away. That's just
not anymore. Not anymore. Like there are groups on here. When I tell you that the Lord has brought me far, he's brought me far because I used to dibble and dabble in a lot of things that were not of God, that would be outright abominations. So I know about the little groups and stuff. So again, I'm not even on these people's stuff anymore. Like totally unsubscribed, don't have anything to do with them, but you still see it because it was like everybody was talking about it. The esoteric groups that practice like the witchcraft stuff, the women that put out, the conscience type TV about, Black women divesting and all of that. Like everybody was talking about it. And then you had his manosphere group that was also rivalry with the women that outright hated Kevin Samuels. Like, and they were going at it. They were wishing death on one another. Aha, that's why he dead. Like, just craziness. And I'm just like, wow, like this is weird. All of it's weird. I understood the people that really knew him, family members, whatever, that said their 2 cents, or people that were just doing general commentary on it. I understood that. But it got weird for me when people started throwing the death parties and grown men crying that never even knew this man, never even paid for a one-on-one counseling session with him. Like, so they had no real attachments to him other than his videos. But he had, I guess, that much impact on them that they were crying like as if they lost their mother or father.
Wow.
And willing to probably commit violence in his name. That type of thing. I was like, this is just too much of too much. Dark. Like, very dark. Keep it.
Wow. It's like that?
Yes, and I was seeing the chat in real time. Like when I tell you, when it got weird, I exited. It got super weird really, really fast. And I mean, this wasn't even halfway into some of these commentary shows that these people had all of this going on. But the live chat was on swole, and the people were just, you saw a mix of everything. You saw people talking about the voodoo work. You saw people talking about that's why he's dead. Other ones, you should be dead.
That's why when it gets dark in certain areas, I go.
Yeah.
Because see, that's why I unsubscribe. I don't deal with them. They said, and they were doing what?
Yes. I don't know if these women actually like did voodoo for real, like in order to wish this man dead or not. But I know they were darn sure celebrating it, talking about the witchcraft work. And I'm just like, yo, like, where, why? Yes. Like whatever hex or voodoo curse. I'm just like, where, why, how? And then I stopped questioning everything.
They be using that mess.
Yes. But I know for sure that it don't work. Like, to be real with you, like, And I come from family, like I've had aunts that it was like rumors when I was a little girl that they were, into the dark arts and stuff like that. Some of them didn't outright like try to put hexes on people or anything like that, but it was still evil, period. Like, even though it might have been for this purpose to gain money, whatever, and not hurting other people, but they were still practicing dark magic, dancing with the devil, period. So, I mean, I can't even dress it up any other way. And for
Yeah.
them, I just titled them as witchy poos, as a kid, and they terrified me. So to see that all over again, and I myself having my own experience with it, the devil dressing himself as, a angel of light and all of that, trying to lead me down that dark tunnel, I had to get out of it. So it's like, I know that stuff means no good. You invite evil entities. Everything from the Ouija boards and the this and the that, and contacting the dead, like whatever weird stuff they want to get into, it's not good. And the backlash from it is even worse when it comes
It
to
is.
repercussions.
But no, look, because here's the thing, like at Deuteronomy chapter 18, verses 9, it says, when you have entered into the land that Jehovah your God is giving you, you must not. He didn't say if you want to or just try not to. He said you must not. That was a commandment. Learn to imitate the detestable. He said detestable. That's equivalent, again, to a dog eating its own vomit. He said, learn to imitate the detestable practices of those nations. There should not be found in you anyone who makes his son or his daughter pass through the fire, anyone who employs divination, anyone practicing magic, anyone who looks for omens, a sorcerer, anyone binding others with a spell, anyone who consults a spirit medium or a fortune teller, or anyone who inquires of the dead. For whoever does these things is detestable to him, to Jehovah. And on account of these detestable practices, Jehovah your God is driving them away from you, away. He mentioned the word detestable, I think 3 times.
Because that's how much he hates it.
That's how much he hates it. He didn't say I hate it. He said it's detestable. That's the equivalent to, like I said earlier, eating rotten food or a dog eating his vomit.
Yes. So
he said, I'm driving this away from you. I don't even want this in your space.
Yes, because we, in essence, would be no different from the pagans that were doing all of those things that he totally obliterated and wiped out their cities, destroyed all of the people from the evilness that was delving and dealing with those types of things. So we would be no different. So to see these people modern day, like actually celebrating it, like it's one thing to be happy about somebody dying. It's a whole nother type of darkness and sickness to actually be like, oh yeah, we put a hex out on them. Like, huh? What do you be like? What, huh? Like, what are you doing? Do you not know you would get that back?
Yeah. Because he said, get away, because that stuff is real. He said, I'm driving it away from you. It's detestable. Because that stuff is real. Now, what they're trying to, what some of them, the thing that they do, they be doing it quick, fast, in a hurry. And they just, like Roseville said, witchcraft is a scam making money. Yeah, they do that to make money. Excuse me. They do that to make money. Wait a minute. Don't make me laugh. I'm going to go back to this. Wait a minute. See.
And they bringing demons into people. Like, folks that...
Huh?
And they're bringing demons into people that don't even know it. And those demons are waiting and lurking. And they will bring back friends. This is why, like, me having lived through certain things, I try to tell people, like, listen, you don't know what the heck you're inviting. It's the music, it's what you read, what you watch, and even the things that you get into because of curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat.
It killed the cat.
And that couldn't have been more true, because you're engaging in these things thinking it's harmless fun or whatever. It's just, let me go and get my palm read and all of that, and you don't see anything wrong with it. Cool. Okay. But then when things start to attack you, when things are in you and you have this darkness surrounding you and you don't know where it came from and it wasn't in you before, it's because you've invited a new host. And even if it gets exorcised out of you, prayed over you, and it may go away, but if you still don't feel yourself or ask for the Holy Spirit to come into you, guess what? They left. They're going to come back with friends. Now you got 7 squatters instead of 1.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to wreak havoc on your whole life and your
Yeah.
beat.
Yeah. And the thing is, here's the thing. It doesn't matter. I can't rock with that. Doing witchcraft parties over that man's death.
Yeah,
That's
listen.
some dark stuff. See, and that's
And it
why
was bold. Sunkiss, it was bold. It was bold and brazen. It wasn't even like just in the chat. Like if you saw some of the actual headlines, like when you make the videos of what the video is going to be about or whatever. Yes, they had it on the front end. And YouTube does not block or filter out those things because there are a lot of people that want to know how to do esoteric and new age, whatever. So it's something out there for everybody, no matter what you believe in. So this was on the front line of some of these people's videos.
But we can't say, we got to say unlive somebody. Pedia Bear.
Yes.
But
see, things like that.
That's not watered down.
No. It's brazen and bold. They tell you it's a curse or we work the hex and all of that. And they use that exact verbiage. They don't dress it up to be something else. They don't make it seem really nice and like it's one thing, but it's really another. No. Stripped it.
So you
point blank.
Even with the when we were going through the pandemic, we couldn't even say the C word. What
And again,
something as simple as that. You've got
the C word, talking about DM, with relationships, any of that will change the algorithms or they will demonetize you, right? But you can put out a whole video about how to kill your ex with witchcraft or how to curse someone and steal someone's man with witchcraft and blood rituals and sacrifices. Like literally, there's no filter on that. They're not going to demonetize you for that. If anything, you may get more traffic. And that just shows me even more and more what type of world we're living in.
Because see, that's what that energy was last night.
Mm-hmm. Demonic.
And that mess works. It works.
Mm-hmm. And for me, growing up, like, and I'll say it's due in part to my Native American, history. They do a lot of rituals and things of that nature. And by my family being from the Deep South, a lot of them were into that. You know what I mean? Like heavy. They believed in the chicken feet and this and this and that. Like when I say just weird and odd, and it was handed down from generation into generation. My grandmother was the one that broke that, thankfully with me because she got into Christ and she was really into her Bible, was really into changing whatever had been before I was even born. Mm-hmm. So with me, I didn't pick up a lot of those things, but the few things that I did pick up that were ritualistic, it was like, we didn't really like, as long as you don't give it energy, right? As long as you don't acknowledge it, it won't affect you. And that couldn't be more untrue. Literally, to me, even if you don't believe, it will affect you more than you actually acknowledging that it exists. Why? Because at least with you acknowledging and knowing that it's out here, at least you have somewhere to go as far as how to handle that. Who's the authority figure over that? Mm-hmm. When you choose to say that the devil does not exist and, it's just something that we made up for cartoons, say Disney, the little red person with horns and all of this, and it's not really true. It's like the fairy fairy godmother and all of that is made up. It's going to attack you that much harder because you are not knowing what you're up against. You don't have any form of protection.
Mhm.
And I've seen it. And I've seen, I don't want to get too dark, but I've seen literally myself. I had to cast 2 demons out of myself from messing with those things.
So see,
And I
you
mean, it
see
started off
firsthand
with,
that mess. You see firsthand that
Yes.
how serious that can get, and people
Yes.
think, you know what, Chrissy, and Rosebell, CCR, all the ones that's in the chat. I have heard people actually say, "Oh, that's not real. It's really
No.
not real." It's and I'm like, yes.
Skepticism can be the death of you
My
sometimes.
egg donor was big on that mess years ago when I
Mhm.
was little. My egg donor they were big on that mess. They were all into that stuff.
Mhm.
That's
And I
why
mean, so
I know that I don't mess with that mess. I've never messed with it. Because I'm the type, look, I like for my house to be pitch black when I sleep.
mhm.
Look.
And you would think I wouldn't have messed with it because I've always been spiritually inclined. So even when I was a little girl, like there would be things, calling my name and stuff like that. And my grandmother had to pray over me 24/7. Because remember how Jesus told, I think it was Peter, the devil wants to sift you like wheat or flour.
Mhm.
That's what he wanted to do to me.
Mhm.
And even with me having those encounters, again, I was one of those ones that, even though it's obvious, it wasn't obvious until it slapped me in the face. So I turned away from all things religious, everything that had to do with God, like everything, like out on the pursuit of the truth. And the truth led me to the new age and into the occult. The same very things that my ancestors had gotten, mixed up with before me.
Mhm.
And I saw what it did to them as far as the aftermath is concerned. But I still, started out with the talking to the dead thing and then to the rituals. And it was like little by little inched me into the darkness.
Right.
Before you know it, I was consumed with issues that I didn't even have prior to,
Mhm.
started afflicting me in ways that I had no knowledge of, but God didn't give up on me though. Because he had to literally strip me down bare bones and
Okay.
had to let me see through fasting, prayer, and supplication what was really within me. Not just the things that I picked up from, people that I had been involved with, but also the things that I was involved with spiritually that did not agree with what he had assigned for my life. And when I saw those entities, I literally got to see them come up out of me and then find a new host. And it was
But you
2
know,
of them.
Jehovah will take. Listen, he knows our hurt. Jehovah knows our hurts,
Yes.
and he knows when we don't want something, and we want to, like you said, when we see that it's detestable. Because, like I said, it's a marathon. We're all in different, in different parts, in rates, different speeds in the race. And when he sees that you're ready to put your shoes on and get to running, he'll say, okay. But we have to want it.
Mm-hmm.
We have to choose it. And we have to, see what's best for us. And when he sees, then when we're ready, then he'll start the process with us.
Yes.
But we have to approach him first, because the thing is, we're free more agents again.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to choose it and want it. And once we tell him, yes, I want this, he said, okay, I'm gonna help you. I'll assist you. Just like with our kids or friends or whoever. It's best look. I can only help you if you want to help you.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't want to help you, it's no sense in me wasting my time. Why stay around? Why help you? Why stick around?
Girl, that experience was bone chilling. It reminded me when I was that little girl that used to hide up under the covers because I was afraid of, like the boogeyman or whatever, little terrible things that might creep in the night. But that right there, it was more surreal than anything I could have ever imagined just off my own strength from like a horror movie or whatever. No, those things are real. And I've
They are
seen them
real.
in people as well. Like that is so real. A lot of times people, I don't know if they know about it or if they know it's in them, but a lot of times people have these entities within them, whether they knowingly invited it or unknowingly. It's walking
Well, you
around
know,
right with
it's
them.
but it talks about the man that had the legions of demons in him,
Mhm.
and
Yep.
Jesus had to expel them and put him in a swine, and the swine jumped
Yep.
off the cliff.
Hmm.
That is true.
Yes.
That's not in the Bible for no reason. It's there for us, a lesson for us to learn,
Exactly.
because that's
And
so
people
construed.
be thinking it's just on a surface level. No.
No,
To
it's
anyone
not.
out there, it is not just on a surface level talking about like your, metaphorical demons or issues that you have with yourself. No, we're talking literal demons here. And
Yeah.
no, they do not come with horns and all of those things. Listen, leave the occult, new age, esoteric, aligning your chakras, all of that. All of that is from Satan. Do as thou wilt and all of that. Listen, nothing but Satan, inspired
Mm-hmm.
from Satan, straight up.
Mm-hmm.
And all it's
Mm-hmm.
gonna do is bring more, chaos into your life. If you think you're going through it now, you're gonna go through it even worse.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not going to let up off of you even when you decide to accept Christ as your Lord and Savior. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to be even attacked spiritually more so because you've aligned yourself with Christ and want that salvation and putting on your sackcloth and ash and asking for repentance. It's going to come at you even harder than when you was working for him as an agent.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's interesting that you said that, because does he come with horns and all that? No. In Revelations
No.
12:12, it says, on this account, be glad, you heavens, and you who resides in them. Woe for the earth and for the sea, because the devil has come down to you, having great, not just anger, great anger, knowing that
Mm-hmm.
he has a short period of time. But I notice it says woe.
Yeah. It
When
means you need to
you get on
be
a
in
horse and you
fear.
about to fall backwards, you go, whoa, because there's fear,
Yes.
great
Yep.
intense fear,
Mm-hmm.
to be alert, to be aware. And
Yep.
then two, he says, notice it says here, because the devil has come down to you, he says, woe for the earth and for the sea, because the devil has come down to you, having great anger, knowing that he has a short period of time. Now notice it says, woe for the earth.
Yes.
Be glad for you, heavens, and those who reside in, because they're gone, because they already
Mm-hmm.
had a war. Michael and his angels, which is Jesus, the archangel, they had a war in the heavens, and okay, Jesus kicked them down to the earth, and they came here.
Yes. And
They're
they've
here on
been
the earth.
living here.
That's
And I
why the
mean,
earth. So people think, oh no, they're down in the ground. No, they're here. Revelations
yep,
12:12. It
walking
says,
around.
okay, for the earth. They came down here to the earth, having great
Hmm.
anger. That's why the
Yes,
world is in chaos. Having
yes. And
great.
we haven't even witnessed half of it because God is still holding a lot of things back from us. Please understand this. Like, God is still holding a lot of things back. He has not let evil fully penetrate and infiltrate the world as it's really going to get. There is still so much good in this world, and that's all because of Jehovah. He has held a lot of things back. He has not unleashed the devil fully to be able to do whatever he want to do, how he want to do it. That's why there is still good. But when that good is lifted up and the devil has complete full range to be able to do whatever his little sick mind wants to do, it's gonna get a lot worse than what you think it is now.
Mm-hmm. Because notice, to go along with what you're saying, 2 Timothy 3:1-5. Notice it said here, but know this, that in the last days, critical times hard to deal with will be here. Critical times hard to deal with will be here. For men will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money, boastful, haughty, blasphemous, disobedient to parents, unthankful, disloyal, having no natural affection, not open to any agreement, slanderers, without self-control, fierce, without love of goodness, betrayers, headstrong, puffed up with pride, lovers
Mhm.
of pleasure rather than lovers of God, having an appearance of godliness, but proven false
Mhm.
to its power. And from
Mhm.
these, turn away.
Yes.
This sounds like today.
Yes. And I really like I saw this vision of like sunflowers, right? Like think of like a sunflower field.
Ooh.
And I had this like a year before I actually saw what it was meant. Like, because I never had real dream interpretation, like to be able to decipher dreams. So most of the things that I've ever seen in my life, as far as visions or things that God has put on my heart, He had to make it literal for me to be able to go out and, talk about it or to say whatever I'm supposed to say to whomever. But this one was symbolic, and I'm not good with that. Like I don't know. But then I heard it spoken about on Sid Roth's channel, um, as to what the sunflower really meant. Then I did some of my own research, and the sunflower, we look at it one sunflower as one individual sunflower by itself, but really it's like a combination of many flowers put together to look like that one. So
Oh,
all of
I knew
those
that.
sunflowers were actually God's people being risen up and the ones that He was going to use for His ministry and His glory. And to have that confirmation, I was like, oh, okay, now I get it. Like, I get it now.
Huh,
And I
that's
had never
interesting.
thought about it like that.
I never
Yeah.
knew that's a good that's a nice symbol to use. I never knew that it was a bunch, because that's so sad, because sunflowers are
And
one
they all
one of my
face
favorite
up to the
flowers.
sun. Like they all can't exist or do anything without the sun. Like the reason
Yeah,
for their very existence and their being and in
yeah,
them thriving
yeah.
is because they're all facing the sun. Like that is the main source of their
Isn't that something?
nourishment and their livelihood. So I was like, oh, I get it now, God. Like I get it now. Because
Isn't
before,
creation
like,
interesting? Isn't it just brings you so much closer to Him.
yeah,
Because
because I didn't get it at first.
huh?
Because I didn't get it at first. I'm like, okay, I see that, this means something, but what in the heck does it mean? Because, I mean, sunflowers are pretty and, I mean, the sun's shining on them, but, Like, what am I supposed to be getting from this? But it was a warning letting me know that more and more people are going to rise up from that body of Christ. And they're going to be used for His purpose so that He could get all the glory. And then I started to get hopeful once I got that confirmation. I'm like, okay, so how did this man know my dream? Like, he had the same exact dream as me. The only difference was that he knew more about the breakdown than I did as far as the symbolic interpretation. And when I did my research, it was that. And I was like, wow, like that just shows you right there, like how He will preach a message and you can be thousands or millions miles apart from one another. And that message is going to have a certain level of synchronicity. He's going to do a confirmation for it if it's from Him and of Him.
Wow, that's some thought.
Yes.
I like your line of thinking. I like your line of thinking. I really appreciate that. I do. Thank
That
you.
all God, because I did not like, I just see it, but a lot of times, like, I never really got into the symbolic part of it. So most of my visions have always been literal. Like I've seen things before they happen and I could understand it because it was so literal. It was like you couldn't miss it. You could not understand what was going on. But to see it symbolically like that, it was like awe-inspiring to really have Him even share that with me and to be able to understand the premise of it, what He was saying. And I was like, you know what? That makes sense. Wow. Like I never thought about it like that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's something. I'm gonna have to. I want to do some more research on that too. Thanks for sharing that with me. Thank you.
No problem.
Um,
Pleasure.
yeah, we're gonna have to finish this. I really am. I have enjoyed this. I really have.
This whole thing has been a blessing. Like when I tell you, like when I would come on and say to you and Brett, like this space, y'all commentary, like the way you guys speak, like that power, like I knew you guys were from God. Like I just knew it. The spirit, the fruits you bear,
Mm-hmm.
it's there. And it's meant so much to me because in real life, IRL, I'm like a whole certified hermit. So I mean,
Okay,
I don't really
I
do
get it.
much and all of that.
Yeah.
So I love this and that struggle to find like a godly place and people that are really into it like I am as far as the fellowship, regardless of where we are in that journey.
Mm-hmm.
Can't find that too much down here where I'm
No.
at. Or maybe
See,
I
that's
don't
how
go
it
out
is.
enough to find it. But yeah, that's
Mm-hmm.
been my experience. So I would rather not, a lot of times engage or interact. And this has been a place to do that. Like, and
Mm-hmm.
girl, I've been going through it. And this has been like such a blessing.
Mm-hmm. Wow. This has been such a blessing. I am so glad that you came on Brent's channel and came up and we got a chance to, have a dialogue and then to game this with each other. And then you came over here to be a lemon drop. I'm still learning how to, because Brent tried to teach me yesterday how to make you guys my eliminators, and something is going on. I got to take my computer somewhere else to find out what is going on. And it's not nothing real funky that's going on with it. It's just, it may be just a little, it's just a little something is off. So I'm going to take it to somewhere. I took it somewhere, was it yesterday? So I got to take it somewhere tomorrow and see what is going on so I can be able to mod you all. Because I've been trying. So then once I get that situated, then I'll just find a way to set you all up for mods, because I haven't forgotten about you all. I'm going to oh, I gotta I'm physically ready to, in fact, hold on. I'm physically ready to email you real quick.
Okay.
Make sure it goes through while I got you on here. See, why am I not seeing you? Are you under your name, Chrissy?
Mm-hmm. It's Chrissy Arlena.
Okay, what email did hold on, you probably wouldn't know. Oh, you know what? I bet you're under my other email. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna give you this email. Email me here. It's fashion
Mm-hmm.
dot
Mm-hmm.
iz
Mm-hmm.
dot
Mm-hmm.
my
Mm-hmm.
dot
Mm-hmm.
dna
Okay.
at gmail.
Okay. Fashion is my DNA. I like that.
Thank you.
Okay, got you locked.
Okay, now shoot me an email. Let me see if it come through. Because my other one I gave you all, it wasn't synced in. I thought it was, but it wasn't synced in on this phone. It's not coming. Oh, did you fall off? Or you fell off by mistake?
Yeah, my silly
You got your okay.
connection.
What is wrong that I'm not getting my emails? I don't know why I'm not getting my. Why am I not getting my emails?
I just sent you an email. It didn't go through.
I didn't get it. I don't know why. That's weird. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Hold on. This is ridiculous. I know I'm too old to be trying to have more than one. See,
Why do you put it like that?
I don't know. Just trying to be young, knowing I ain't nowhere near young. Just
Listen, that does not mean anything. Okay.
and knowing my brain raggedy. Lord have mercy. Bless it. I don't know what. Did I even get this thing? Chrissy, I'm in trouble.
What happened?
I'm trying to I don't know what I put this under.
Is it like two different accounts?
Yeah, I had it under. Okay. Oh wait. Watch this be wrong. What in the world? I don't know why this is not. This gets on my. I get on my own nerves. Okay. Okay, so they know it's me. It said Google knows it's me. Ooh, thank you. Knew it was me in the beginning. My nerve. Hold on. I gotta make myself eat something. I ain't ate in 2 days. Yeah, get him out of here. I want him on my thing. Oh Lord. You know what, Chrissy? Don't they have us going through all this stuff to prove it's us, right? You know, like you gotta make sure you have all these codes and stuff, right? And somebody can come right on and get all of our information. Where is it? It's not even here. They sent me a email to prove it's me. Oh, maybe. My phone is full of junk. I'll never. Okay, Chrissy, I'm almost done. You know what? I don't even see the text that they sent me to prove. Oh, wait, is this it? Okay. Oh, shoot. Just 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
This ain't it. Yeah, this was it. I don't know. That ain't it. Oh, this ain't it. Okay, this. I give up. Oh, maybe they. Okay, you know what they. No. Why didn't they text it to me?
Sometimes they send the codes to text message, and then other times I know they use like your second email, like the backup email.
Yeah, because they said Google just sent a text message. Oh, they sent it to my phone, to the wrong phone number. That's fine. Okay, they sent it to the wrong number. Okay, I'm sorry, but give me 1 second, because I ain't gonna say it on live. Hold on. There we go. What? This thing. This is not right. Dang it. What am I doing? Oh, Chrissy, I'm so sick of this. I'm old. I'm old. It's official. I'm just old. It shouldn't take this long.
You are not old.
Girl, okay, I'm seasoned. Okay.
Listen, I don't even be into technology like that at all. Like, I know the basics, and that's about it. Everything else, it just be frustrating the mess out of me.
Mm.
My daughter knows more about the tech stuff than I do.
My niece used to do that. Tell me, she used to say, "No, all you have to do is this." I was like, "I don't know about that." She said, "Just hit this button." I was like, "Oh." I'll be all over the mulberry bush. She said, "Just hit this one button." I was like, "Oh."
Great. I wish for the good old days.
Mm-hmm. I hate that they keep doing this. They keep putting my old number in here. Okay. So okay. See if you can text. See if you can. Email me one more time, Chrissy. Go ahead.
Okay.
I get it from certain people, and then some people I don't. Okay, did you email me? Chrissy? Oh, she got me at home.
You can hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. Did you email me?
Yes, I did.
Oh. What in the world? Let me do it. You know what?
Hmm.
Oh, it's turned off. I don't know if that means something. I'm trying to figure out why. Forget it. I don't know why I can't. Why I can't get your email. Is it CR or is it CH? How is it spelled? CR?
CHRISSY. And then Arlena, ARLENA.
Okay. I'm just look, what I'm gonna do. I'm trying to figure out how can I get in. How did I get to you? What email did I give you? Because you emailed me to in one of them, didn't I? Didn't you?
Yes, the original one. Not the fashion is my DNA. The
Was
first
it
one.
it must have been the You're Right.
No.
Dark.
Hold on. I'm gonna put it in the private chat for you.
Okay.
I think I spelled it correct. I might have been botching your name. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Okay, so that was the okay, yeah, that's my name. Is it the let me see. Is that the email?
Mm-hmm. If I'm not mistaken, let me double check what it says. I know that's the header on it.
No, it should have been.
Yeah, you're right.
Was it you're right? Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. So let me see something. Let me check you're right. Okay. I got it. Really?
I didn't even know I had
Did
a
you
big
send it?
glass of Monet.
Did you
Yes,
send it? I
yes.
love it. I am going to screenshot this.
My
This is
emojis have upgraded.
OMG. This is super duper. I'm so going to keep this. I absolutely love it. I love it. Okay. This is okay. I'm gonna make sure you got it. This is super duper cute. I gotta save this. Oops. Did you get it? Did you get it, Chris? Oh, I forgot about the folks.
Yeah, I got it.
You got it? Okay.
Hmm.
So that's mine. Yeah, that's Darling Anthony. Hi. How long have you been here? Hello. We were getting ready to get off, darling. How are you, my lemon drop? You came to the party late. We've been on for how long? Oh my goodness, we've
About
been on
eight
for
hours.
9 hours. Huh?
Yeah, 8 and
We've been
9
on for
hours.
9 hours, darling. Can you believe that? I didn't
It's
know it was
mind
9
blowing.
hours. Huh?
It didn't even seem like it to me.
No. Time flies when you're having fun.
Hmm.
Oh, you're so sweet. Look at Liam.
Oh,
Liam
he's still
said,
there?
he just came back. He said, hi, I'm sorry. He said he fell asleep. Oh my goodness, that is so funny. That is so funny. Look, why should black women settle down for nothing? She said, wow. Look, that is so funny. Oh my goodness. We were getting ready to try to get ready to log off. And you guys are like, look, y'all done had y'all second and third win. Chris and I was just like, okay, all right, okay, all right. That is so funny.
I'm not gonna lie, I had forgot all about the people. Like,
I did too. Look, we just been chatting away. We just been running our mouths. We were,
forget
oh,
that the folks
oops.
who are on here.
Hello. Hello, my lemon drops and my lemon head. Hello. But look, I'm so sorry. Look, y'all probably took a nap and ate some meals and everything. That is so fun. We've been on here for 9 hours. Can you believe that? Oh my
Right.
word. That is so funny. You all are so sweet. Thank you for coming back. Look, should we do a live tomorrow?
Yeah, if you're game, I'm game.
Okay, folk. We'll be back. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm so sorry. But I need to let Christy get some sleep. You know, I haven't even had breakfast. I haven't had anything. I have
Oh
to make
wow.
myself eat. I know. I have to make myself eat something because
You were
I'm like,
fasting without even knowing it.
I know, and I need to gain some weight. My hair is not right. That part, whichever. Okay, it doesn't matter. Yeah, that. Chrissy, is it right?
It looks good either way. Like
What's love got to do? But look, he says your calmness. Yeah, the calmness in our voice is sin. Oh, your calmness. My voice is calm. No, Chris, he's talking about your because he can't be talking about my voice. My voice is
no.
so
I'm very
boisterous, so
monotone
loud.
though. I think he's talking about you.
My voice, Liam.
Yeah, you have more character and charisma in your voice.
My voice is so big and so all over the place. My voice is not calm. But thank you so much if you're talking to me. You're so kind. You're so kind. And I like it a lot. Oh my word. That's
I'm
so
not gonna even
funny.
lie. I forgot that it was Mother's Day. Like, to be honest, if people
He said,
hadn't reminded
all of you
me,
ladies. Huh?
I wouldn't have even remembered that it was Mother's Day. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
Really?
yes, people had to remind me.
Oh, really? Look,
Yes.
listen, because I don't do holidays, I didn't know. I had no idea.
Me neither. Like,
Mm.
literally, I don't celebrate anything.
Mhm.
I just do a little something for my child,
Mhm.
and that's about it to make it special for her and give her
Yeah.
that wonderment and whatnot. But for me,
Mhm.
it's just like, hey, every day is just another day, and I'm supposed to be thankful for it regardless. So
Oh, okay. Okay. So you said you just kind of like was like, "Oh, okay." But
yeah, like really the only thing I kind of sort of acknowledge is my birthday, and not really even that.
mhm.
It's just like, I'm a year
Mhm.
older. Hey, thank God, and keep
Yeah.
it moving.
See, and that's what I'm saying. I'm like, made it to another one.
Mm,
Ma- You
I'm just
know,
thankful just to be here.
hey,
Like,
that part.
I,
I'm grateful to be here. Rosebell, you said we still here. Okay. All right. Still in the building at the lemonade stand. That's what we like. Okay. That's what we like. Get it? Get it? You said you need to lose some? Lose some what? You
that intermittent fasting will do it to you.
you trying to lose some weight? I'm not doing it in a healthy way. I got to look before I go see my doctor when I to go get my yearly checkup. Listen, I got to put some weight on because other than that, last time he told me either that you're going in the hospital. I was like, where is the nearest McDonald's? Let's see here.
No,
So, so because it's not in a healthy way. So if it was
but you
healthy,
know
I'll
what?
be
You
like,
look tall though. You look
I'm 5'7".
tall.
I'm 5'7". Let me stand up. I'm 5'7".
See, like I'm a whole midget.
I'm you guys can't see it, but yeah, I'm 5'7". I'm tall. I
See,
look
that's
gigantic
why.
on this computer, but I'm 5'7". Mm-hmm.
But see, your height, that's why you're evenly distributed. Just so tight, like I don't know what, distributed
Mm.
as you
You
should
know
be.
what?
You're proportionate.
Mm-hmm. And that's yeah. Um. Oh, she said me too. I forgot. Yeah, yeah. But you know what? Okay, I'm 5'7", and so my clothes, because I'm so tall, I'm like in the size. I can wear like a 5 or a 6. That's only because I'm so tall.
You know what?
If I weren't tall, I wouldn't be able to wear such a small size.
You know what? Listen, you put me to shame just right there. Like, you put me to shame. I'm done. I'm 5'4.5".
Oh, you're
Like,
short. You're short.
yes. And I've been this height since like 6th grade, and I
Really?
haven't grown since. Like, it's
Uh-huh.
just without the cards for me.
Mhm.
But my problem is like, if I could get the clothes to fit like in the butt and the hip area, they're
Mhm.
literally too long for me otherwise. So,
Okay. So you're
flooding
really
pants.
shapely. See yeah. I think, you know what? See, that's how it is with me. Like if I go and find some jeans, usually if it fit in the hips and all that, it's like the waist in the back part, like around the back, you know,
Mhm,
it'd be loose. But then you got to get the
mhm.
belt to try to, or either if I saw it, but sometimes I'll be like, I'm forget that. I'm finna, throw a cute scarf around it or a belt or something, because if I'm too lazy to do it. Are you talking
I
about weight?
resorted to activewear. Activewear
Do you?
is
Okay.
my best friend. That and
Yeah.
dresses. Like,
Mhm. That's the way to go, honey. Because I mean, that's in style, anyways. I mean, everybody, is
I
wearing it.
got tired of rolling up my jeans. Like, so if they're not knickerbockers, like,
Mhm.
I literally don't wear jeans anymore because I just get so disappointed. Like, hey,
Mhm.
the rest of your legs that didn't come in,
Mhm.
that's what it's not covering up right now, or
Right.
flooding over it. Like, I
Mhm.
just can't.
Mhm. You know what? You could, but you know what's in style though? That taking the jeans if they're too long and putting a really
Mhm.
long, tall cuff in them, because that's like the boyfriend style, you know. So if
I
you get
have to.
a long jean and get you some cute heels or something, or whatever a cute what do you call that? A mule or either a I forget the name of that shoe, but it dawned on me in a minute. But yeah, and cuff your jeans where it's like that, that they're about that high or however tall they are, and just cuff it real tall, make it nice and neat, and throw on your heels or either your tennis shoes, whatever you want to wear, and rock it out.
I
Hmm.
gotta try that
Yeah, that'd be cute. Yeah, just do one tall cuff.
because I'm so
Yes.
tiny.
Yeah, that'd be cute. That'd be super cute. You could dress it up. You can throw on a cute little top, or either, if you want business wise, throw on you a blazer with your top, or a cute blouse with the collar with your blazer. However yeah. Um, she said, I'm 158. Girl, you're not. Uh,
And she
okay,
thought that
I'm
she
back.
was what, fat?
Yeah,
Like,
too much. She need to lose some weight. You better go on. You're not
it
losing
must
no
be a
doggone
mental
weight. You're a
thing.
beautiful size. She's 5'7", 158. No, you do not.
Wow. That's what's wrong with that.
You
That's not
look
fat.
beautiful. What are you talking about?
That's not even close to being fat.
No, no.
Sounds like an in-shape person to me. Like, I don't,
What do you need
I
to
don't know.
lose? Besides your mind, you need to run and grab it. Your mind is gone. The thrill is gone. They'll get you go. Your mind is gone. Going away. Get your mind. If you don't, your body is tight.
Hmm. Probably got abs and all.
She said, "Oh my, I hate you." She is so funny. No, your body is great. Yes, a beautiful size and height. No, you do
Yes.
not. I cannot believe her. N-
It's a mental thing. It's
No,
gotta be.
it's got to be. Rosebud, didn't you say you a mother and a grandmother?
Because
Didn't when
nobody else would
what
call
is
her
that?
fat. Nobody else would call her fat. Not with those proportions. Not at all.
That 5'7" is a beautiful height.
Mm-hmm.
And she's
Tell her
one
if she don't want the inches, give them to me. I've been
right.
trying to grow for a very long time.
You are not. You a beautiful size, sis. No. Mm-mm.
I want the
I'm trying to
inches.
Right, you and Chrissy says you just email her the inches. She'll take.
Because I've been trying to grow since the 6th grade, so I really need those extra inches. My daughter's taller than me, so I can use them.
Oh my goodness. Wow. It's amazing what our minds will tell us. I don't know. Wow.
Mhm.
I'm sitting here just looking. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful size. I'm sure in her clothes she's probably a 6, 7, 5, 6, 7. No more than an 8.
Yes.
If
And
that,
I
any of that. Yeah.
I can't even imagine being those sizes, okay? Not even before the baby. So I'm trying to like I'm jealous of you guys. I'm not gonna lie. I'm jealous. I've never been able
But it's a way you can get around that though, Christy. You can wear um okay, the mules are in and the clogs are back and the what do you call those? My mind keep going blank. I'm looking at the shoe.
wedges.
Wedges. And you could, those wedges are shoot, girl, you can rock those wedges. And
And I
put,
like those.
yeah, get you some sharp wedges, girl. Do you go on you know where I get my wedges from? A lot of my wedges from. And you can get them
Yeah.
for really cheap on there, especially right now. Shoe Dazzle. Not Shoe Dazzle. Not Shoe Dazzle, but Shoe Fab. One or the other. Shoe Fab. I like Shoe Fab better.
Okay.
Their shoes,
I'll
their
check that
shoes.
out.
Huh?
I'll check that out because I
Check
need some
Shoe Fab
wedges.
first, and then Shoe Dazzle, and get you some, girl, that you can get your first pair. You can get them for $10. Your
I
first
like
pair,
that.
yeah.
And I
Get 'em
have
for
small
$10.
feet.
Yeah, yeah. Then you definitely could. Yeah, yes.
They're small and fat. Don't even like they're
Yeah.
not even the dainty kind. They're like
No, what they'll do is put you in your own. They call it a boutique, and what they'll do is they'll question you, ask you all of your likes and dislikes. You can just click the shoes that's more you. And then they ask you not the width, the size of your feet. Do you wear wide, double wide, or they just and get your style, and then you rock it out from there.
okay. I like that. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
I'm in the
yeah.
best place for them too.
You're
We
yeah.
don't
And
really get
you
much
know what's gonna be your problem? You're gonna
what?
be like, some kids play too much. You're gonna be like, I got 1,000 pair of shoes by mistake. Girl, it's
No,
addictive.
but I
And
need
what they'll do is take your credit card number and all that. Now, if you don't want to buy, you don't want to be on a rotating every month getting the shoes, you can
Mhm.
call before that month is up and tell them I want to come off. And then they'll try to say, well, you will do there. It's going to stop this. So just say that's fine. Cut it off.
Okay.
Because they're trying to make you feel like you're obligated. No, you're not. You're not obligated. Trust me. But yeah. But anyways, girl, you can get $10 and get another pair for 20 or something. You just, girl, or another pair for 15. Listen, and then don't go on their sale area in that on Shoe Dazzle. Y'all hear me, Roseville? Y'all, I'm sure y'all familiar with it. Girl, y'all better check it out. I'm telling you, look. And do y'all ever go to what do I love to get my shoes for? Oh, do y'all go to Ross and all them Marshalls and TJ Maxx? Yeah, okay. Well, they got better shoes than them, but just not as quality as theirs. But not a whole lot far off. It's just they're not going to be name brand. But some of their shoes, you'd be like, these made nice, And who else I just said that? Oh, go to do y'all have an H&M?
Yeah. No, we don't have a store. We have the online
You
thing.
better get an H&M, girl. You better. Yeah, if you don't better, girl.
See, You're the fashionista between us, because I'm so plain.
Get. My mother did come out. Get. Yo, get on H&M. Girl, I got chill bumps. Listen. Y'all lean in. Listen. Lamb, you listening? Y'all don't know. Listen, because they got me and stuff in there too. Lamb, get in here. Get in here. Get. If y'all don't listen. Get on H&M. I just told someone else about H&M. Oh. Hold on, let me die. Hold on. Okay, listen, I'm back. Get on H&M as of 30 minutes ago. And I'm telling you, I went in there, I said, if I come, I left, put my stuff in and went back in there, put my stuff back, went back in there. I kept hearing something call my name. Every time I left, it was an outfit that called my name, and I had to listen to it and answer it. And I had no control. I had to obey it like it was my man. Do you understand? And it was going to be a D-I-V-O. I had to give, it was going to be a divorce for me and my soul. And I know me and my soul the same. Hi, you know about H&M? The God! Y'all hear my baby daddy. Y'all hear him. Listen
Liam, he knows about it?
Huh? He said,
Liam knows about it?
And listen, Liam, don't they have their thing? Okay, I'm about to stop. I can't, hold on. Let me die. Read the comment while I die. Read this comment. I'm resting in peace. I'm resurrected. Listen. H&M, they got the greatest. And when I tell you their things are nicely made, now I'm big on Dillard's and and on Chico's and things like that. But when you ain't got Dillard's and Chico's money, no, I'm sorry, money. Sometimes that feels like cheddar. It's a difference in money and cheddar. Okay, I ain't got neither one of them. So here's the thing. Their things are nicely made, and I don't care if I even had money or cheddar. I will still go in there. Their things are nicely made. Only thing it is, they're just not. They don't have the brand names attached, and other folks' names don't impress me.
See, I don't care about name brands. Like, I care about the quality.
The quality, and
that's all I really care about.
That part,
to be honest.
And and I like Belk, because Belk, when they have a sale, Belk can rip it wide open. Go in there and Belk and go straight to the sales rack. Don't look at nothing but the sale rack, Baba Girl. It's Baba. BUBBAH. HHHH. Go in there, Baba Girl, too. Because when I tell you they know how to have a sale, Belk, they know how to give a sale.
Yes. And people be in there fighting.
Huh?
The ladies down here be in there fighting.
Don't go on Belk, because I don't want you on. Don't go on. If they fighting, just start with H&M. I don't want you in there fighting.
Because of themselves, like the real fashion people.
Girl, yeah, I might be in there bucking with them. So I'm just, when I come visit, I'll be in there fighting. I got about 657. Well, I don't know if I had about 750. Okay, listen. If I go in there, I might save some money to the side and let you know that's my bail money. But I'm telling you, I might be in there swinging on them. Because they got some good sales. I understand why the women are fighting. I get it. Get the dress while it's on sale, and somebody grab it, swing on it. But I'm on live, ain't I? I'm sorry, but anyway, they're great. Get on the H&M. You saw my baby. Listen to Liam. That's my husband. That's my baby daddy.
Yeah, he said they have great stuff and great prices.
Yeah. They got their shoes. I got so many of their shoes. Listen, I went in there. I kept going back. I said, this is what PTSD will do to you. You find a vice and you just smear it all over you.
Yeah.
And you do. That's the one time I blame it on my egg donor. It ain't got nothing to do with hers sometimes.
I'm like that with food, though.
Okay. You're going to have to find another vice. Find shopping. And it is so good. Okay, it's not. I'm sorry. It's not. But find that vice for right now and listen. And if you want to eat a little bit and shop.
Yes.
Shop some more. It's a secret. Shop some more. And some more. Bon appetit. Tastes better than food.
And I really need to, like, I don't really have a wardrobe. I just have pieces of stuff. So
You just
and
learn
it
how to
just
piece them together. That's okay. You just piece them together. Learn how to just you grab what you have and you add to it. Like wardrobes are about pieces. You just
you
find
would
what it takes and you add the pieces together and you go, oh, this is cute. Oh,
Sunkist,
I didn't know it would
you
look like
would
that.
you would
Hmm?
fall over and just flatline. Like if you saw my closet, you would just fall out and flatline. Like
What is
literally,
it?
you know how certain people they may have something like from years and years ago, like it's still in decent condition or it looks good or whatever.
Mhm.
But they've had it for so long, it's like this is now a family heirloom at this point. That is how my wardrobe is. Like
I
it is now a
that a
family
family heirloom.
heirloom at this point.
I'm not doing this with you.
So many antiquities, like stuff that they don't even really make anymore, or that you probably wouldn't find it online too much. Not even on eBay, preferably. Like, yeah, and I
I
mean
can't.
sneakers and all. Yes, just
I'm
clean
not
them
doing
off.
this with you. You know what?
Like when I was in high
Some
school, that long, that
of the stuff
long.
may be back though. It all depends. And if it's not, we're gonna donate it. We're gonna
I
donate it.
mean, some of
But
it
some things may be
is I
back.
guess it's new nowadays to the kids, even though we had it way back then. But
But
yeah,
see, it's
like
back.
some of
You
my
can use it.
sneakers, it's new to the kids. But it's like, no, that
Okay.
is so old. Like I remember when they first came out, and
Mhm.
yeah, and I
Are they
still
still
have
in
them
decent condition?
pristine. Like I
You
literally
better
left my
keep them.
favorite shoes in
Yeah,
bags. Like, you know, the little plastic wrapping and all of that. Like, yeah,
yeah.
they're basically bubble wrapped.
Girl, you keeping those shoes. You gonna rock them shoes with some jeans, them jeans that I told you about. You gonna get a night. You gonna go get. You gonna go to look to some yard sales or to some Goodwills and get some nice, cute belts.
Yeah.
And you gonna go get some nice dress shirts from H&M and like them shirt dresses with the short sleeves.
I love
Take
those.
belts and put them around your waist with your tennis shoes on, with your jeans with the big cuffs. Get you some cute little hoops. Throw your ponytail on. Boom. Mess with
And the
it.
money. See?
Who?
Yeah. We could do some shopping together because you know
Oh,
what you're doing.
okay. I'm back. I'm sorry. Yeah, we could. See how I got excited.
See, I
Endorphin.
can help you in the food department because see, I'm a food connoisseur. But when it comes to fashion, like I am so simple. So
Oh,
simple.
that's okay.
So
We
simple.
can make sure you stay simply adorable, simply cute, simply fashionable. I could. Ooh, I love it. Yes, I would love. I would love to. And yes, you're gonna have to make me eat because I have so much food, and I'm like,
You won't have a like down here, you wouldn't even have a problem with it. The problem would be more so like what should you eat and what should you not eat because you'll just be fascinated by everything. We have so much
really?
seafood down here and all kind of cultures and stuff, so it's a little bit of everything. Whether you're feeling for Mexican, Thai,
Mm-hmm.
Bahamian food, Jamaican food, Haitian,
Oh.
authentic Creole food, like
Mm.
literally a little
My
bit of
mouth is
everything
salivating.
down
Now, see,
here.
this sounds good. It's my mouth is salivating. It really is salivating.
Now you
Mm.
understand my ordeal, like that like some people spend in fashion, I spend that in food. I make it rain at these food establishments. Like all of a sudden, what I didn't have money for, it just became available. Like all of a sudden. So you never lied when you said we all have our vices. Like, yeah,
I'm not doing this. Chrissy said I make.
yes.
I'm not doing this with you. I'm not. Nope, I'm not.
I'm so serious. It's
Nope.
like the money wasn't there. I'm broke, and all of a sudden I'm not broke anymore. I'm
I'm not.
spending more than what I thought I was gonna spend, and then it be calling my name. Like the food, everything calls my name. The full
Look,
meals, the desserts, everything.
I'm not. Okay, we're definitely going to have to exchange, because here's the deal. I went into a store until I was 18 years old, and they literally had to take my credit card from me. I stood in the middle of the store and cried because I couldn't stop shopping. I'm that
What?
bad.
Are you serious?
I kid you not. The manager had to walk me to the car.
No.
I'm that bad. I used to be that bad. I'm not that bad anymore. Kind of, sort of.
We can
I have
switch.
control. I have control over that. Seriously, I don't, because I mean, I'm, you know, I'm by my, you know, I got to make it happen now.
Right.
Well, I always had to make it happen, but you know, I had other people around me. But it's all about me now, so I have to, you know, I have to budget and things like that.
We can switch habits. I promise you. Like, we can switch,
Yeah, I'm gonna
because
need
I
you to
don't
make me
need.
eat.
I don't, like, in my family. You know how you can kind of get a good analysis of what your body would be like based on the ones before you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it all goes to the lower region, so it can
That's
become
good,
pool
girl.
table status.
You tell me
No,
what that
I
problem.
mean,
What's the problem with that?
I
That's
mean,
the right area.
it's not until it is. Like, when you can't fit anything anymore, and then you're like,
In this day
listen,
and age, how is it possible to not be able to fit something in this day and age? What are you talking about? How is that
just
possible?
like certain things, and it's like, for me, maybe it's a mental thing with me
It's the
too.
mental thing. You ain't shopping in the right place, girl. Let me tell you
When
something.
I see, no, like, when I see my aunts and stuff like that, like great aunts at that, like not even just like my uncles, sisters, and stuff like that. No, great aunts. And I saw where they used to be versus where they are now. And I mean, they look good. Don't get me wrong. They look doggone good, but I don't want that much junk in my trunk. Like, I like some,
Okay,
to fill out my clothes and,
I see.
curvy, all of that. But it's like, I still
You know what
want
we
my
about to do?
waistline.
But that's accountability. So that's what we're gonna do. We finna work on that. That's what we're gonna
But the
do.
fool be calling me. It calls me.
I
It
know,
says,
but look,
come
Baba girl, I
here.
know.
Okay.
The clothes be calling me too, Baba girl. Every time I went to the car, some said, son. I said, huh? It said, come kiss me. I said, all right. And I bought some now. Baba girl, I get it. I'm with you. You see what I'm saying, Baba girl? I get it, Baba girl. I'm owning mine too. I get it. I get it.
I'm like,
You
I
see
ain't
me
gonna
go?
spend no money on this. I
You
ain't
see me
gonna
go?
do it.
Huh?
Yes.
I get it. Hey, J10 times. There go my lemon drop. I got my lemon drops in the chat. Rosebell said, hope they're cheap though. Listen. Like my Tisa Tales, I love her. Listen. H&M, yes. I don't pass up a Goodwill, because the Goodwill where I'm at, out by me, I'm telling you, nothing but the upper crust,
And name brands. Like, nobody's
yeah,
business. I got a
look,
Chanel bag from there.
yeah. I got
A big Chanel bag.
what you get, jig boots, some Dolce & Gabbana boots from the Goodwill for $25.
Yes.
Mess with it. Seriously,
Mm-hmm.
I mess with them. I mess with the Goodwill. Don't trip. I mess with y'all sales. I do.
And it was in good condition. Like, I don't know who these people were that decided to donate it, but I definitely brought it, and it was only $5. You know, the old school vintage Chanel bags,
Ooh,
the
did you
ones that you can
really?
use for travel. Yes,
Get out of here.
great condition.
Sure,
No, like,
J10. Ask your question back. Yeah. Yeah, is that what you were talking about, Rosebell, about the H&M and all that? And like I said, even with the Just Fab and Shoe Dazzle, they got some good quality shoes. They do. For like the first pair would be 10, and then you can get some for 15, 20, 25. Yeah.
oh, see, we're getting matching pairs then. Me and my baby
Don't
are
trip.
getting matching pairs.
Let me see. We
No, I put a good
are.
jewelry
We
on.
are. We are, Jay. Look, we were getting ready to get off, and then Lyndon came in. We didn't got hyped again. Hey, must be the money.
When was the last time you had some good conch? If you eat seafood,
What minute? Say it again, sweetheart.
do you eat seafood?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do you like conch?
Conch. You know, I've never had. Did I? Wait a minute. No, I've never had any.
Are you serious?
I promise you. But sounds like I'm about to have some though.
Yes.
I
Conch
want.
balls. Listen, conch balls are where they're at. Way better than conch fritters. Get way more conch in it. And the dress conch is even better. Like if you're into like the conch salad thing or whatever, or you can
Yeah.
eat your stuff a little bit more on the fresh side.
Yeah.
Awesome. Down here, straight Bahamians, like it comes from the Bahamas and real Bahamians making it. Like, listen, I could put you onto some things in the food department. Like, you're gonna love it. I don't know if you'll be like addicted to it like me, but you'll definitely enjoy it.
I'm about that life. I'm about that life.
And I mean everything,
And I
eating
love
stuff.
anything seafood. I love it. I love seafood. Yes. Yes.
See, I'm
I'm
not
about
big
that.
on the crabs and the lobsters, but I love me some conch and fish. And they have stuff down here that's even like from New Orleans, like the Creole, Baton Rouge type feel for it. So you can definitely find a little bit of everything. Sweet potato pie. Lord, give me strength.
Well, sweet potato pie. Wait a minute. Hold on. Do I got to get me a sweet potato pie. Do you like? I just love sweet potato pie. But do you like the one?
Love.
What's your name? What's her name? Patty LaBelle. You know Walmart don't
Patty
sell her
pies?
sweet potato pie. Huh?
They don't sell them anymore there?
Not her little small ones. I think they have a big. No, they do have the big ones. They have the
Oh,
big ones. They don't
wow.
have because I used to go in there and just like stack up like 2 or 3, 4 of them, just like walk through the store and just swallow them whole.
Hers was
Okay, I'm back.
the
Huh?
best on the market as far
Girl,
as
they
pies
don't
that
make. I
taste
said y'all play
homemade.
too much. Y'all wrong. That I said, but you know what? That's the time I did gain some weight because I was sniffing them up like Tic Tacs. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. Let me calm down. Now that was the closest you can get to making them at home.
Yes,
And
yes.
don't pop them in the oven and let them get a little warm. And then throw you some.
Listen, put a little
Don't
put a
dress them
little
up
of the
that
whipped
way.
cream on the top with some ice cream on the side, preferably vanilla bean, and it's a home run. Like you're in heaven
I'm finna
on
die.
earth.
Let me die. Hold on, let me die. I'm back. I'm weak. I'm limp.
We ain't even talk about the pecans on there, you know.
I dressed mine up like that before. But I have just vanilla ice cream, and I put the nutmeg, and I put the little sugar packs of sugar, the whatchamajig sugar. Hold on, my mouth salivating. Hold on. Baba girl. My eyes watering. My eyes watering. Baba girl.
You couldn't have been my friend when I was like pregnant because my
Yes, I
appetite is
could have.
already like eating
Yes,
for two
oh, we would have
without
been.
a baby.
They'd have put us on
With
the
a baby.
news. They would have put us on the
Yes.
news.
Yes.
They'd have put us on the
Every
news.
place I wanted to go out was food related. Like everyone. And I would
That's so
sit
sweet. Look,
there.
but listen, Baba girl, what'd you do? Say it again.
I would literally go out on dates by myself when I was pregnant, like, and just have meals that were meant for 2 or 3 people. And even if I invited company, it was like they weren't there because I was so invested in my food and my plates. It was like, yep, I'm happy. The whole world could have been crashing around me. But I was happy because I had my food. Like, who knows what's going on out there? But in here, we're happy.
Chrissy, wait a minute. I've done that before. Of course, I've never been pregnant, but I've done that before because I've wanted several meals, but I was embarrassed. So I'm going into places. I'd be like, this is how I've done it. I'd be like, okay, let's see. What did she say she want? Okay, she wanted that number. Let me see, such and such, and she wanted this. Add this, and can you take that off? And I think, let me see, and be like, hold. And I'd be like, looking at my phone, ain't looking at nothing. I'd be like, let me see, what else she say? Okay, so and so, and then he wanted. I ordered 3 meals, pretending like I'm looking at my phone, saying what somebody wanted. And I be me saying she wants such and such and such. Okay, and then I'm gonna take us on, so get 3 meals, and just fronting all of them for me.
But
And
listen,
now
at
this is
least
when
you
I
had
had an appetite
decorum.
before, losing a lot of weight.
But
3
at
meals.
least you had decorum about it. Like you wanted
You
to
didn't
at
care,
least.
did you?
No shame. Like I'm the girl at the barbecue that I don't care what cute outfit I have on, as long as no barbecue sauce gets on the actual outfit, like I'm good. Like I'm okay. I will mess up my lipstick for this, my makeup for this. It's okay.
When you said earlier how you don't support that, but you said I was the type, at least I would stand in line and get a barbecue plate, but not even this.
And that says a lot coming from me because I mean, me and food, like we're inseparable.
You
So
said
for
I
me to
would at least
not want
stand
to
in line
go
to get a plate.
just for a plate of food, like
When you said
it's
you
really
wouldn't get a
bad.
plate, you were D-U-N done. You were done.
Yes, because if I don't at least want to go for a plate of food, that means I don't want it. Like you can have
Well,
it.
now I realized that you were really divested from this. You were like, I'm done.
Yes,
I'm not even getting a plate.
completely.
Now I realize I really applaud you. You were serious about it. You stood 10 toes down.
And I love me some food. Like that's my baby, my other baby.
Okay, I'm so, okay. That is so funny. No, JT said, she said, how do you get all these men to propose to you, but I can't get a stable relationship? I know you're awesome, but what use you got?
I'm done. The secret sauce. It's like McDonald's secret sauce.
Cannot, wait a minute. JT, you ain't finna have me about to tinkle on myself. Wait a minute, girl, you are crazy. Wait a minute. You are so funny. JT said, what juice you got? You know what? No, it's called dysfunction. Okay? It's called dysfunction and it's fine.
I'm done. Which is why. Lord.
It's called dysfunction and it's fine. No, actually, you know what? To be perfectly honest, because you know, and this is the truth. I'm a runner. Okay, just keep it a buck. I'm a runner. I'm really am scared. I'm just gonna be honest. I am. I'll own that. But in retrospect, I'm very happy that I said no to those guys. So happy I said no, because even in my gut, you know, their intuition, you know that they're not the one. Hi, baby. I know, right?
Liam over here talking about cheese platters and wine, and I'm just like, yep.
Wait a minute, hold on. Y'all got me cracking up. But hi, why should black women? Why should black women settle down for nothing? Hey, I'm gonna say why should? Hey, must be the money. But okay, what Liam say?
He says, what I do sometimes is a cheese platter includes strawberries, grapes, etc. with wine.
Woo!
And to my palate, that sounds delectable. Like when I say everything.
Yes,
I
that's
love
very
food.
romantic too.
It ain't romantic if you just sitting there eating it all by yourself, though.
Not yet. Something like that you must share. You must share with someone that's significant. No, but what I was saying, J10, okay, she said, I'm worried about you. You and I and most of us, if not all of us, have the same experience in Black community. Please, please, please take care of yourself. Okay, thank you so much, White Shirt. I will. I will. And you know what? We have to help. Oh, hold on. Let me put this up here. Oh, look. We're gonna have to if we're gonna have to help each other. And here's the thing, you guys. I'm going to do that, Why Should? And here's the thing. I want you all to help me to do that, as I will help you all to do that. How about that? Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you for that. And you are right. We all have that common thread as Black women. You're right. You're right. Here's the thing too. What was I gonna say? Oh, answering J10. But I don't have any regrets. Let me put J10 down here. I don't have. Let's get you down here. Oops, you're not Liam out the way. I'm trying to get all y'all in. Okay, I don't have any regrets not marrying them. You know, you have some men that move really fast, you know, in the honeymoon phases of a relationship. I have had some of those. And the answer was like, no. Then there are some that I made to chase me a long time. And they wanted to marry me because they knew that was my requirement. But when I looked at it, I was like, no. They asked me. So there were different reasons at different times for different, you know, at different aspects in my life. And I was like, no. So it was different reasons. But I still look back and I don't have any regrets, JTN. I don't have any regrets. So here's the thing. I'm single now, but this is like the best time because I'm doing the inner work, and I look back in retrospect, I realized that it wouldn't have worked. Had I married those guys, I would have been divorced that many times. So it wouldn't have worked. So with us, you know, doing the work now, and even if those relationships that you're in, if you can't get a stable relationship with these guys, this crowd right here, this lemonade stand is perfect for you. Because right now you're 30, you give it not too much longer from now by you willing to do the inner work. You're around women that want to help you, older women that want to invest in you, not take away from you or not be jealous or hate on you. We want to pour into you. This space here, we want to pour into you. We want to help you to find that one. We want to help you. And so when you do find him, when you're with him, he's going to sense your security. He's going to sense that chick that knows what she wants and she's not bending. He's going to sense, and not to say that you're not, but you're going to be 10 toes down with that. He's going to sense that you know that you're not that grateful chick sitting there like, oh, well, what can I do for you? Or should I, or are you? No, you're going to be walking with your backbone straight. And he's going to sense that he's in a space with the woman that's making him feel grateful to be in your space. And he's going to sense that if he doesn't open your door, he's going to sense that, okay, I can tell she didn't like that. He's not going to say it, but he's going to be able to sense it. He's going to be able to sense that, oh boy, I better do something real quick because I don't think I'm going to see her again if I don't impress her real fast. He's going to sense that. He's going to know that I don't do text messages.
Mm-hmm.
She's I better call her type chick. Or better yet, lady, classy woman, classy lady. He's going to know I can't take her to this type of restaurant or no, I got to take her over here. Unless she asks to go over there.
So right.
He's going to sense that. See, when you're amongst the wise, like when Jesus, when his parents couldn't find him, he was 12. And they were looking for him. He was in the synagogues amongst the older men discussing the scriptures. He were amongst the wise, looking for something to better himself. So when you align yourself with those who are wise and women that wants to pour into you, rather than the ones that want to take and to have your ears tickled, you will learn. And you'll be able to recall some of the things that we said over here. And you're not going to settle for less. Because you're going to say, because Chrissy said XYZ. No, why should said so and so, so and so. I remember she put it in the chat. Now, Rosebell, I remember. No, because I remember Lamb, he said something about me and such and such. Sunkiss told me so and so. Okay, I got to remember. And as you can try to balance yourself, it may be training wheels. See, right now, you're in college, getting all the information. And when you go out on a date, it's like you're on an internship. Some things you may know, you may not know. Certain things you may kind of stumble on. You know, you may think, dang, I didn't get that right that time. I messed up. That's okay. You're not going to get it perfectly every time. You're in an internship. You're learning your job, the trade. Where you're going to be in your career. You're learning. But the more you learn, practice makes perfect. The more you go on the job, the more. And all of a sudden, you're going to be able to master it, knock it out the box. Because that's going to be a part of your garment. The fabrics of your skin. It's going to be you. And anybody that goes against that is not going to feel right. It's going to be like cheap material. And if they don't fall in line, got to go. Can't be in your space. You got to go. That's what it's going to be like. Will you align yourself with the right older women? Allow them to pour into you. And watch, give it some time. You're going to surprise yourself.
Rosebell, I don't agree. Because if that is what this young lady wants, like, I think marriage may not be for everybody if that's not what they want. But if they want marriage, I do agree that it is for them and they should look into it, but not without doing that inner work, so that if they do come across the person that is meant for them, the person that they've been praying for or wishing for, that they will be able to have a healthy, functional relationship within that. Now, if it's not for a person, then they should totally not invest in it and they should just do casual dating or whatever tickles their fancy. But if a person wants marriage, they shouldn't settle for anything less, and they shouldn't settle for just being single. They should work towards whatever it is that they want.
Oh, I'm not even at the comment. Oops. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on. Look, I don't know what I call myself doing. Oh, hold on, y'all. I don't know what I'm doing. Hold on. Okay. I wasn't down about the comments. I was like, I don't know what they're talking about. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm all off. I don't know what the comments about. Hey, CC. Okay. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, JTN. I hope that helps. Did you see that, Chrissy?
Huh?
Did you see Liam? He added you.
Oh.
Did you see it?
Hold on, yeah, please. Okay. He likes the vinyls more. Live the music is the better it is. Okay. I'm definitely into the vinyl records. And I mean really, really old school. Like,
you know
30s.
They're making them again. Did you? And record players, they have them at Walmart.
See, I have to get me some.
Yeah, they are.
And I know I shouldn't be listening to it, but I love like the old school Muddy Waters, Little Richard, Chuck Berry. Like, those are such classics to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Those are nice. Um, but they're making them again. I said, oh my goodness, they're bringing them back. And all the people that saved theirs over the years, I know they're happy that they did. But it was
Yes.
one guy who said his wife threw his away. I said, oh, how could she do that?
I know he was heartbroken. I would have been heartbroken.
I would have been too. But so now it's now you can walk into Walmart and get a record player easy, and they're so cute too. The record players they're making now, they're super duper cute.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta get me some cassettes again and all of that. Like over the years, all of that stuff has just gone away and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Even CD players are throwback now. Like
Yeah,
that dawned on me.
I know they're throwback. Can you believe? I still have some of my CDs. Certain
I do
CDs, I'm
too.
not, because I still can play some of my CDs, and I'm like, I ain't getting rid of them. I'm keeping my CDs. I'm sick of looking back and saying, I wish I had kept them. I threw away all my cassettes. I said, and then I saw some of the boy with a cassette player, it's a cassette tape around his neck, and now they got them. You can get them for hair bows for the little girls, For I said, now they're finna start making cassette players and all that stuff.
Yes.
Watch.
And I miss the days when we used to actually sit there and make our own cassette tapes, like the little mixtapes. I love that. Oh my gosh. I had a mixtape for everything. Yes. I had a mixtape for everything. Good moves, bad moves, sad moves, like everything.
I know.
That's why I just be busting off like with the ADHD and just singing randomly. Like, yep, I got a song for everything.
I know, right? But those were the days. I tell you, times are slower, but we can still think back and find some good times, to reminisce on. But girl, you have me cracking up. You are so, Chrissy, you are so funny. Oh my word. Okay, Cece. Oh, yes. JT, I put your comment up. I meant to say something. Yeah. If those are your standards, those are your standards. But excuse me, being that those are your standards, then like I said, you stand on the 10 toes down, but that's what it is. It's just and guys will gravitate to that. And here's the thing: the right one to stick. He'll stick around. The right one will stick around. And here's the thing: I know that for a fact that he'll stick around. Me, once all that happened with me, with my relatives and all that, I had so much going on. I had in my mind, heart, so much I couldn't, it was too big, so much. And I'm big, I'm like, I didn't want to do that to him. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to put that off on anyone. So I had to, like I said, strip myself completely. And it was a process. So, but the right one, if he's meant to be there, he's going to stick. Trust me, you don't have to worry about running him off, because if he's the right one, he's going to give you what you need. Even if someone else may look and say, man, I'm sorry, you can put up with that. Not to say that, we want it to be dysfunctional. But the thing is, the right one that wants you and he feels that he can give you what you need, he's going to stay there. To someone else's naked eye, they might not understand it. It's not for them to understand it. But if he feels he can give you what you need, he's going to stick. Just know that. So you don't have to worry about running off the wrong one. The right one is going to stick. What you say? That's right. If you don't like R&B, something's wrong. I know that's right. Hey, to me, that was from that era, from the R&B, when R&B was big and on back, that was real music, if you ask me.
Yes. Anita Baker, Earth, Wind, and Fire. I love me some Etta James and Millie Jackson. Even though she was raunchy in her style, Millie Jackson is my girl. She was so blunt and so ahead of her time. Like, loved her.
Yeah. Did you see that, Chris? You see that?
Hold on.
Oh, you said you answered that, didn't you? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. Okay. Hold on one sec. Okay, hold on, Rosebell. I'm gonna come to you next. I'm gonna get Liam's really fast, okay? Liam said, did anyone make up your own words for certain songs? Yes. You know what I used to make up? Okay, this is really corny. It's corny, but I did. Oh, Nikki, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey, Nikki. Hey, Nikki. That's my name. My name is Nikki. So that was my okay. So, anyways, let's go to Roseville. I did. And so did you remember that song? Y'all remember that song? Hey, oh, Mickey, you're so fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was
I think that was what, from Bring It On or something? Oh,
Bring It. You know what? That they may have used a song, but that goes back to the early 80s. It was a Caucasian girl. I think she used to bounce around in a cheerleading suit in the early, like 82, I think. 81, 82, 83.
I gotta
Yeah.
check her out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You know, it's so funny. Remember when we were younger? Well, you know how you used to make up words to answer his. When I didn't know the words to a song, you know how you just ad lib and put your own little words in there. I used to sing. What's Marvin Gaye song? And everyone I would tell people that they would hit the floor laughing. Well, how was? Let me see. Oh, I think I gotta let it go. Oh, I used to sing.
Love TKO.
I used to say,
Yes.
how did I used to say? What I used to say? When I was a little girl, because kids make up their own. I used to say, I think I got a nanny goats. And when I got older, I would say, I thought he said, I think I got a nanny goat. And my sister slid down on her knees. She said, you're lame. I said, I know. You don't have to confirm it. And then she used to sing some song. And she used to sing some song, and she would put some words in there. And when she was singing, and I said, that's not what that says. She was like, I said, no. She was like, yes, I said, no. She was like, I was like, no, baby. Yes, it does. I said, no, it's not. Yes, it does. I said, no, baby, no. It's not. And when I was singing a song and started singing it, and she was like,
it's like you just crushed her dreams.
And I said, no, baby, it's okay. Lean into me. Lean it. It doesn't. It doesn't. She was like, you sure? I said, I'm positive, baby. What you're singing is way off. No, it doesn't say it. But she was singing and blowing it out the water and didn't say nothing as to what she was singing.
Was adamant.
She was blowing it out the water. Okay.
You know the song by Puff Daddy and I think it was Biggie. Mm-hmm. Now, the chorus was really the only thing that I could get the gist of, right? And I still murdered the song terribly. Mm-hmm. I always used to sing and say that these people were celebrating because they were going to Walmart, girl. Like, literally.
What's that? You thought they were saying they were going to Walmart?
Yes.
What was the song? You can't remember?
I don't remember. I just remember it was like a lady singing the chorus, and I know P. Diddy was on the song, but it was Biggie's song, and he was in the chorus as well. But I literally thought that one part of the chorus was talking about these people going to Walmart, and I used to be like, well, I like to go to Walmart too. Like, I used to sing that song with all my heart, and those were not the words to that song at all. At all. I think they were talking about his like come up from rags to riches. Mm-hmm. But yeah, you couldn't tell me they weren't singing about a trip to Walmart.
See,
literally couldn't.
Whatever works. Okay? Whatever works. Put my lokes on. Okay. Rosebell said, I am not, she said, I am not saying not to pursue marriage, but when you're in a marriage long enough, you realize that it's hard work. Let it pursue you. Yeah. And the thing is, and it is, marriage is hard work. But here, this is what I want us to understand. This is what I need us to understand. And it is, marriage is work. Marriage is work. But if it's hard work, if we go into it with mindset of hard work, and not to say those who have to work hard at their marriage that they're doomed, that they're with the wrong partner. That's no shade to whoever. This is just so that over here in the lemonade stand, those who are wanting to pursue marriage, that's what we're over here for. This is what I want us to understand. Karma! Hey! Hey! Go on, Lemon Drop. How you doing? But welcome to the lemonade stand. So here's the thing. It's not prior to getting into marriage. That's why I said we need to do the inner work. So that if we go into anything that we do with the mindset of, ooh, it's going to be hard, we've already defeated ourselves. Oh, okay. I thought you, okay. We've already defeated ourselves. So we have to, whatever we want to go into, and if it's something we want, we have to go into it with the mindset of, this is going to be forever. This is going to be an investment. This is going to be good. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, so if we go into it with the mindset of, oh, this is going to be hard, that is true. It's going to be work. But when you dealing with an opponent, it's hard.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's hard with an opponent.
Not with an ally.
But not with an ally. So when you go into something with the mindset, this is going to be hard work, you might want to check who it is that you're with. Because when you go on a dance floor with your partner and you have practice, and you've done the inner work, your mindset is, I'm going on the dance floor with my partner, arm in arm, and we're about to waltz together. So when a person walks together, they practice. Now, behind closed doors, when they are doing that dance, when they're practicing, they're sweating it out. They're stepping on each other's toes sometimes. They may get mad every so often. They may have to stop and go into different corners, different rooms. They may have to do that, but that's okay. They may have to call it quits, sometimes. Not right now is not the right time. We need a breather. That's human. That's just being a human. They may even say, oh, he gets on my nerves, she gets on my nerves. But 9 times out of 10, they're still in love. They're still calling each other partners. Or this partner may be a little bit more mad than this one. Or this person may storm out the house, which may be the man, because that's what they do. They retreat. But before you go into that dance, you need to sit down. First of all, you need to get a third party involved. But then you have to sit down and you have to learn how to communicate with your ally and say, when you do this, or when you say that, this is how you make me feel. So when I'm upset and you retreat, you make me feel discarded or alone or not enough. You make me fear. I am fearful. You bring back some childhood trauma or whatever it may look like. You need to tell them, not get on your high horse and try to be hard and coarse and try to be the angry, strong Black woman. I'm not going to tell him, no, I'm the way. No, we need to humble ourselves and tell our mates that. We need to do that. And when we tell our mates that, see that work is not so hard because they understand us better. So then if he really is in it, if he really is our ally, he'll say, I'm not going to leave you again. When I get mad, I'm not. So when you all,
fight for you.
yes. So when you get out on that dance floor to dance, to do that waltz, figuratively, and onlookers are around, they'll look and go, ooh, they look so good together. So, you know, when a couple is, when they're dancing and doing the waltz, the way they have their backs arched and their heads situated and their arms, and they're holding each other's hand, and she has to lean into him. And the way she has to lean into him, she almost has to be up off her toes. But she has to trust that the way he has his hand, the small of her back, and her back is arched. In the beginning, they said that that's very painful. But the more they do it, it begins to not hurt so much. So the more you do it, that dance look that much more easy. And it becomes easier. So then when you go to practice is not so much, it's not so grueling after a while. You can show up to practice, you can knock it out, boom. Why? Because you've been practicing. You're not stepping on each other's toes as much. You're not really sweating it out as much. Not so many words flying. You don't have to retreat from each other as much, or whatever the case is. He knows how to handle you with knowledge. And you know how to talk to him in a certain way. And see, the more you do it, the more you dance, the better it is. And guess what? Onlookers or the guests show up to watch you, and they use you as an example. And they all stand around to applaud you and beat your drums even when you're not watching or looking. And they say, look at that couple right there. Oh, you know who's a good couple? You know who I want to be like? You know who I use as an example? You know who couple goals? Yeah. Because you're dancing, and the way that you waltz, you look good together. You're strutting and you're gliding, even when people you don't even know people watching.
Mm-hmm.
That's what marriage should be like. Yeah, it's work. Some days a little harder than others, but should it be hard work all the time? If you are with someone that you have to look at as being hard work with, it's not yours. That's not your partner. That's your opponent. That's why we need to do the inner work. Not just you, him too. But over here, I work with ladies, with us, me, starting with me. And then we talk to the limit heads too.
Mhm.
So the limit heads can come in because they can give the thought. But we have to be accountable for us so that when we go to look for him, we know we're looking for a partner, not our opponents. If that makes sense. Yeah.
Because when you see healthy displays of love, it's
Mhm.
not that those people don't go through anything. I'm
Exactly.
sure they've weathered their battles and whatever they
Yes.
had to go through. But the
Yes.
difference was they weren't working against one another. They
Yeah.
worked together in order to get through those humps and bumps that life had, along
Yeah.
with the good and the bads, the
Yeah.
sads and the tears and whatever they went through.
Exactly.
And that's why it looks so loving from the outside looking in.
Exactly. Exactly.
And equally yoked matters. Ooh, that
Mhm.
matters. Because a lot of times we clash with people where one is a little bit more mature than the other,
Mhm.
whether that be due to life experience or one just was, has more natural old soul wisdom about themselves or not. But a lot of times when we're not equally yoked, we're more combative with one another
Mhm.
because we can't understand each other. It's like a foreign language. There's
Mhm.
a mental block there. You might
Mhm.
have to get someone that's more on your same wavelength, that's actually on your maturity level or surpasses your maturity.
Mhm. Mhm. You're right. You're right. And so that's that without having to say to others. I mean, but my thing is the person has to want it.
Mm-hmm.
The person has to
Definitely.
want the answer, wants to be able to apply the answer. But it is what it is. That's it. You have to do the work so that you can see your partner and not your opponent. And that's the crux of it all. What'd you say, ladies? I don't care what kind of man you've got. You okay? Oh my. Mm-mm. Oh, you
I'm
maybe
colorblind.
you okay?
Listen,
Mm-mm.
even for like, I remember, not to make this about them, but part of that self growth, I guess. I remember like I had a black guy. I said to him, "Oh, I don't know if I told him I was divesting or what, but I basically implied that I wasn't interested, in evolving to another type of relationship with them other than platonic.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, I'm interested elsewhere. And the first thing it was, oh, you're going to be with those white people and this and this and that, like derogatory. And I said, well, if I hate them, then I would have to hate me. And I don't hate me by far.
Mm-hmm.
Because when I look down my family line, like everybody that came before me, they were with the swirling way before I was even thought of, way before my
Mm-hmm.
mom and my grandmother was thought of. So it's like for me to deny that is to deny me. So it's like, why should I see color when they didn't see color? And they were, in relationships a time when it was very taboo. I mean, they could have possibly gotten killed for it.
But the thing is, when they say, "Oh, you went to," just say what they say. Just say, "Oh, I'm not racist." That's what they
Exactly.
say.
I'm
They say, "Well, I'm
colorblind.
not racist." So,
I'm
I'm not
Stevie
racist.
Wonder to it all.
So how about that? I'm not
They've done
racist.
nothing to me.
Mm,
Nothing.
absolutely nothing. So who is this? I think me. I'm trying to get somebody's email address, girl. Should I sleep on your email address?
Ooh,
I
go
think
for it.
no, I'm
Uh,
talking about slipping on your email address.
Yeah, I'm saying go for it. I'm
Okay.
single. I'm unattached.
I think Chrissy's want. I think Chrissy want to slip you her email address, Mr. Lamlin. What you do? You flirting for Chrissy? Huh? Look, I got hair all in my eye. I'm trying to talk junk. Huh? Look, I'm trying to do. Look, I'm messing it up for you. Huh? Lamb, boom, bam. That's right. She's colorblind. Whose email address are you trying to get, Lamb? You trying to get Chrissy's email? Whose email address you trying to get? You trying to get somebody's? Oh, I tell you what. Can he put it in the private chat? Does he know how to do that?
I think he has to come on the panel to do it.
Okay.
Come on up to the panel, Leo.
Come on up to the panel so you can slip it in my private chat. Whatever. That way it can be in my private chat. It can be private. Do I have to put my thing in? Let me. Do you want me to drop my my link?
Yeah.
Do you want me to drop my link?
Awesome.
Hold on. And you put it whatever your response in my private chat. Because if you don't want people in it. Hold on. Let me see if I can. I hate this thing. The link is in the chat if you want to come up, and that way you can put it in my private chat where I can get it. There he goes, girl. Hey, Liam.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. What
Hi,
you been
Mr.
up to?
Liam.
Not a lot. I fell asleep earlier, because all you ladies.
We were Chrissy and I were just talking away. We just talk. You know how us women are. So can you drop whatever you want to drop in the private chat, your email and stuff in there?
In the private one.
Oh, is it in there?
Yeah, it's right by the chat. You click on that, and then you'll see two sections. One says comments, and the other is private chat. Click on private chat.
Yeah, it's come up. Your email address.
Huh?
Yeah, your email address has popped up.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, Chrissy's did or mine? What did he say?
Chrissy's.
Yeah,
Mine.
Chrissy's did.
Yeah.
Who's?
Hmm?
You want Chris? Would you just say? Did you want Chrissy's email address?
Yeah, I've got it.
He says
You
he's
got
got
Chrissy's.
it.
You got it. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, he okay. Here he comes, Chris.
Oh, I clicked
Oh,
them
you
all.
fell off for a second.
Yeah, I pressed the wrong button.
Okay. So you got her address, email address. That was quick. I'm so brand new to this stuff. I'm like, dang, that was quick. That's all it takes.
Yeah. I mean, once you get on the little private chat, like you can just type in whatever.
Wow.
Hmm.
Y'all see, I'm so brand new.
See, we were
Okay.
playing with this earlier today. Some of us, we were having a private chat or whatever, about the scriptures and stuff that we were discussing. So I'm like, oh, this is a handy little nifty tool right here.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I do good to get on here. So
Oh, you far exceeded everything. Like I remember when you were first starting and you were testing everything out, like you've learned all the handles. I mean, your knowledge surpasses my knowledge, to be perfectly
well,
honest with you.
I,
Yes.
but I still need to learn how to mod, and how to put the mods and stuff. I'm gonna figure that out. How to make people mods and stuff. So
Yeah, I think you turn around and set it before you go live.
Huh?
I think you set the mods before you go live. He won't be the mods on there.
He said he thinks that you have to set the mods before you get on.
Before I get on, yeah, I was trying to do it before they got on, but it wasn't working. So I might have to go and look at my computer and see if something's going on with it. So I'm gonna go and take it tomorrow and have it looked at, and then take it from there and see if I could, get it done. Hi, Michael.
Michael Pennick.
Michael wants to know if you have a Scottish accent. He said, in fact, someone else said that first time you came on.
No.
We heard you. No?
It's more of an Irish
but,
accent to me.
No, we said Irish. We didn't say Irish.
Well, my background is British and Irish / Gypsy.
Interesting, Gypsy.
Yeah, but like my extended family of mixed race. Well, I'll say about 27 of them are.
Let me ask you this: why do gypsies have that bad reputation? Explain that to me. Why? I mean, I've seen them on TV, but where did that stem from?
Well, basically, they just like live their own like rules, you could say. They don't really basically really pay like council tax, anything like that. Because the majority of them obviously like live on the road.
So it's because that they were like grifters. Is that why they were?
Well, I don't know too much about
I think I heard
because I didn't really know. I didn't really know my gypsy family. I didn't really know them that well, to be honest with you. But what I know was they do have a bad name for themselves. But like certain things, I can understand because they obviously mess up like parking lots and stuff like that. They really obviously like tidy up after themselves. But they are a grafter though, when that comes to like work and stuff. They are.
I think they're just like really a misunderstood people. I think because so many people hear the name and the stigma that's attached to it,
Yeah.
people don't really educate themselves on it. But really, they're nomadic people, no different than the Native Americans when they first touched down to the Americas, when they were living off the land, moving from place to place as the food was there. So to me, gypsies aren't really that much different.
Mm. That's a good way of looking at it. I mean, yeah, it's a good comparison, I would have to say. But even now, they still have this, like you said, the stigma that they carry. From what I saw on TV, a lot of
Mhm.
they have to downplay they're going to use certain facilities and venues, and if they get
Yeah.
married or whatever, huh?
Yeah, I was agreeing with you.
Yeah, they
And
do, and
they
I'm
seem
like,
to be very traditional as well. Like they believe in marriage, they believe in being family oriented, and they hand things down from generation to generation, especially the women in the family. So I watched a great deal about them actually. Like I've always been interested in all things like from everywhere all across the world. So it was really like eye-opening to see like a different side of them versus what we generally see. I
yeah.
was like, oh, they're not that much different from us.
Yeah, and I know the girls they're taught to be serious housewives. They are really, and
Yeah, that's
when the
really
guys
true,
are
guys.
taught to be, the guys are taught, I mean, they're partiers and all that. They have a 50s mindset, but the guys are hard workers too. I have to say, they teach them how to go out and make some money. But they do have a 50s mindset. They very traditional. Okay, Rosebud, I'm sorry. Okay, she says, where are my glasses? She says, I might be the negative one here, but I do see color and I valued. Is that it? Like you said, valued the past tense. Okay. She said, I valued loyalty over love. For me, love is a choice, evident by actions, not in. Oh, you bet. That's my drop. Boom.
And it's
I'm my mic up.
when we
Listen.
say that we don't see color, it's not because we don't know that racism and every other ism out there that seeks to divide us isn't there or isn't prevalent. We know that. We're just saying that we decide not to judge people based off the color of their skin or to acknowledge those negative connotations in a way that would be basically self-sabotaging, because in that way you're kind of cutting your own foot from ever having any other opportunities. And if you aren't getting, how should I put it, if you aren't celebrated in one area, let's say you've only been race loyal, in a sense, you've only ever had experience with a certain particular race and you have negative experiences, I mean a plethora of them, and then by you only recognizing, oh, this stigma and that stigma, this generalization, that generalization, it will literally mind block you from being able to see what else is out there, or even from you receiving what else is out there, because it might not even be you pursuing. It might be happen just by a chance encounter, you coming into the one that might be meant to be your husband or your wife. But if you're only recognizing color, you'll shut them down before you even get a chance to know who they really are as a person. So it's meant to be about the content of our character, not because we don't acknowledge the things that are going on in the world.
And it would be like, nothing but black would keep me from it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm acting silly. But you know what? Here's the thing. And to piggyback off what you just said, Chrissy, and no, you're not being negative. You're not being negative in this. You're just being candid and you respect. It's okay. We can agree to disagree over here. It's okay. But and you're right. When we say what I was saying, and what to go along with what Chrissy was saying, when we say that what we do, we acknowledge that. But I'm not racist, because that's the first thing black men would say when it comes to if anybody were to have anything with them being with white women. I've had black men to say that to me, and I didn't care way one way or the other who they. I mean, I ain't racist. Okay, go. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not racist either. So when they come at us like the Mr. Clarks, you have a problem with me, I'm not racist. So if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. I ain't racist either.
Absolutely.
So in that sense, I don't see color, boo. That's what I would respond to him and saying that. It's kind of like being facetious. I'm not. I don't see color. It's the same as when they say, "Who hurt you?" It's in that sense. So and right, loyalty. I value loyalty. Over love. Color. Let's see. I see color, and I valued loyalty over love. Okay. She says, for me, love is a choice evident by actions. Exactly. And the actions needs to be consistent. So I agree with you. Not an emotion. So yeah, because a lot of times we dive in and we ask, and I've asked some women, well, why is it when he treats you this way, if he hits you, cheated on you, whatever the case is, why is it? Not to judge her, I just want to better understand her. And I say, well, why do you stay? Just to understand. And she'll say, because I love him. Mm-hmm. See, that goes back to what you said, Roselle, and I appreciate that, because I love him. It is not about because he loves me, or why are you marrying him? Because I love him. Mm-hmm. Where is the part where he loves you? Because that needs to be the answer, because I know he loves me. Mm-hmm. Because that his actions lines up with the emotions. So that's huge. So you're not being negative. That's huge. That's good stuff. It's good stuff. Mm-hmm. I'm glad you made that comment. Very good stuff. So thank you for that. You like it, Michael? Hey, must be the money. Thank you. So no, that's good stuff. We like that. We like that. But yeah, so yeah, that again, gotta have that perfect partner rather than an opponent. So yeah.
And I think it's important to discuss, like, when you're dating someone, especially during the vetting process, like, it's definitely important to speak about what your love language is.
Yes.
You might not have to tell them like what you're looking for, or what your type is, or whatever it is that you will want for your person. But definitely expressing what the love language is, I think it could stop things short and nip it in the bud way before it even starts.
Yes.
So you can definitely enjoy your meal. But if your love language or your affirming of love is through materials and his is through touch, there might be some problems there. You need to have someone that is on a similar wavelength, or at least has enough emotional intelligence where they can compromise and love you the way that you need to be loved. And you have to be also mature enough to the point where you can love them the way that they need to be loved, in the way that is affirming to them.
That's right. It is, CC. It's another one. And another one. Yes, it is. Another marathon. Oh no. But thank you. But you know what? And you're right. That is so huge. That's another goes back to what we're saying again. This is good stuff, because that goes back to that finding your dancing partner. Practicing. That's a part of that practice session, or that dating process. Mm-hmm. The more you practice, the less that waltz hurts. The more you practice, the less you will have to take a break. The more you practice, the less you'll sweat. The more you practice, the less you'll get upset with one or step on each other's toes. You get better at it, and better at it, and better at it, and better at it.
Because a lot of times,
the more you communicate. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, a lot of times I don't think these conversations are being had. So it's like, in the end, when we feel like we've been hoodwinked or bamboozled, a lot of times we just didn't read between the lines and listen exactly to what these people are saying. Mm-hmm. We find commonalities, and because we have the same color or the same zodiac sign, menial stuff. And I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but those commonalities are not the things that are going to get you over that hump if you're talking about long-term relationship, marriage. all of that. Because what happens when your zodiac sign or you loving the same color as him isn't going to get you over the hard parts of the relationship, the ones where you might not can't stand his face at that point in time, when the feeling of love has passed well beyond the honeymoon phase. So that's when that love becomes an action instead of just I feel. That sense of euphoria has long gone.
Yeah. And the thing is, and Jehovah forbid for this to happen. See, we have to get past that. Oh, he looks so good. Oh, he smells so good. Now that helps.
Definitely.
I'm gonna grab my invisible pearls. That helps. But the thing is, the thing is this: what's gonna happen if somebody's in a car accident and he don't look so good anymore? We got to get past the shell. What did you fall in love with? Not this. Now you got to read deeper, and then read a little deeper. Read the room a little deeper. Go in.
Into the soul.
Ooh, ooh, you speaking like a baby daddy, Chrissy. You hear that baby daddy yours? You hear? You see that girl?
Into the soul.
And he said into the soul. Got a little Barry White in there.
I listen, even his music choices, he has some soul in him. That's why I had to tell him, like, oh, I see you. I see you.
He in this chat. He ain't in this chat for nothing. Look, Michael, get on up here. You see me too, Michael. All right, Mark. What you working with? Okay, let me see what you say. Hold on 1 second.
Ooh,
he said, my gated community suburban cousins are definitely, no, they elitists. Okay. Here we go with that. One birthday and one funeral is all I
I'm done. I'm done. I can't. One birthday and one funeral. Now those are some occasions right there together. Okay. So that's twice a year.
I can't.
That's about twice a year. One birthday and one funeral. That's it. He said no more birthdays, no more other funerals, just one birthday and one funeral. Max. Done.
I cannot.
But he's still better than me because I don't even show up for the birthdays or the funerals.
I can't handle my lemon drops and lemon heads over here. Y'all just be squeezing all kind of juice over here. Listen, he said he said, listen, he said one birthday. He like, now I don't know whose birthday coming up, but you bet I'll stand in line because I'm only doing one.
Just pick one. And whoever died, just pick one.
Whoever died, y'all better let me know. Whoever died, stand in line. I don't know who's gonna die, but you let me know. Because it's only gonna be one.
It reminds me of that commercial. You only get one.
And they get one chance.
So look. And y'all look, if it's in the same week, y'all in trouble. Okay.
Right. Because you used up your one.
Oh, my stomach hurt. Michael, look, I did not expect that.
Michael, you are a better human than myself.
Me over here dying. Y'all are crazy. I love it. I love it. I love it. You know what? I just had an aunt die a few months ago. I don't know what she died of. A friend of mine said his relatives know they want you to call. I said, delete that mess. You know that little boy that be saying, delete that mess. Delete all that mess. He don't say mess. I say mess because that's the right thing to say. Delete it. Didn't I tell y'all the next time if y'all my friend, I said if they contact me, if y'all let me know, didn't I tell y'all that I was gonna press charges for harassment? If y'all called me for a funeral or if somebody was dying, I was gonna press charges. Oh, we sorry. That's your first and last one. I'm pressing charges.
I literally.
We apologize. You ain't apologized yet, son.
Y'all are
Yay!
hilarious.
Must be the money. What you say, Chrissy?
Y'all are hilarious. But I still think you guys are better human beings than myself because I don't even do that. Like, I literally went into my own form of, what they call it, witness protection program. I invented my own witness protection program.
You know what?
So
Chris,
you'll definitely
listen.
get, this number is no longer in service. We've changed locations, we've changed numbers. Didn't change my identity because I have too many things attached. But
it was a friend of mine. Well, not someone that I know. They know him. Know a relative that lives somewhere somewhere in this region, and said, "Oh, your brother contacted me and said if it was okay if you can call him." Nope.
They're right there.
Contact me again, and I'm pressing charges for harassment. Tell them that.
I only got that funeral call once, and it was about an aunt. I mean, I knew her. We weren't the closest or whatever. I had nothing against her, but I was just, do you, boo? Like, that's what I was doing, me. So it's like, oh, she died. Oh, I'm like, oh, she died? I'm so sorry. Deepest condolences. Oh, we'll let you know when the funeral is. Please don't. And, I clicked. Like, I didn't know what else to tell them. I'm like, hey, my grandmother died like years ago. Like, I don't know what you guys want me to do. Like, I'm not going to the funeral.
I told them this is what one aunt called. I dealt with her for a brief second. She don't know where I live though. She still you don't know where she don't know where you don't know where I live. She don't live too far from here. You still ain't gonna know where I live. She was like, because her husband brings something over here. I said, no, I'll come get it. But and I didn't. But at any rate, she said, yeah. And my aunt, we grew up, she's my egg donor's sister that's under her. They live with us sometimes. So we all grew up together. First cousin, her daughter's first cousin. When I say I'm done, they know how I am. She said she done. Y'all know how she is. Y'all, you don't. No. That's when I was a little girl.
Ooh.
I'm a full-grown woman now. Quadruple that. And so now that I know how y'all are and the things that y'all allow to happen, y'all rather gossip about it rather than to help get me out of that mess.
Yes, we don't do bar mitzvahs,
No,
graduations, nothing. No. Like, I don't care, like, what's going on.
I don't care what's going. It could be, they can be getting ready to walk the queen to her palace. You get a golden ticket, tear it up. I'm gonna set it on fire. Here's the thing. My aunt said, well, I know you don't want no bad news. I just want to tell you that XYZ, she died. I held the phone. All she heard was me breathing. And I'm exaggerating my breathing so y'all can hear it. So I'm exaggerating it so y'all can hear it. You there? I said, uh-huh. Oh, I just wanted to tell you in case you wanted to know. All right, well, you take care. Yep, click.
Mm-hmm.
She blocked.
Absolutely.
You're blocked. Because I said, this is my space. And you violated. See, I tried. But see, they jealous haters. They to see them baby boomers. You think I don't want your husband. You see his van? He still got an Astro. I'm back. I left her.
I was just gonna say that. No, I wasn't ready. I was not ready. Not with the Astro.
The first kind they made back in the 80s. You had to upgrade him and get him in your place.
You can fit everything in the Astro van. Okay, I'm back.
Okay, my eyes got stuck. I tried to come out that stair a little sooner than that. They got stuck. I'm so sorry. Look, let me tell you something, little girl. I told her, look, but she thought I couldn't read the room. You think I'm finna to deal with you anymore? I went out there to decorate her place, and he walked around. He said, "Oh, this is beautiful. See what it is? You think your man is starting to notice? Well, all the women around me starting to notice. You think you finna be in my spot? You and King come to my house, but see, I went out there to do you a wonder. You blocked. I read the room. You're blocked because you too busy trying to look me up and down and see what I got on and see what this asked me the wrong questions. You haven't asked me how I've been doing. Oh, I lived in a car after my neighbors gave me a hard time because the guy wanted to come in and sell. Yeah, you see, but you don't want to know about that. You just want to know how I'm looking and all that. I know I'm looking good. Too bad for you. But the thing is, see, this is why I don't deal with y'all. And you want to know if I want to know if she dead. I don't listen, Baba girl. Let me tell you something. No respect. Y'all lean in. Lean in. Shh. Lean in. You in there? I want to ask her, are you in there? Huh? You in there? Are you in there? You think am I her daughter? Because they don't even like her. If I could come out her loins, you think I want to know if she dead? Was she good then? I don't need to know. Clearly, she's doing good. She's getting plenty of good rest. So I don't need to know.
Right. And
she's sleeping well. So don't hold me with that. She gonna say something. Oh, I just thought you want to know. No, I didn't. I thought maybe you wanted to know how she was doing it. I mean, how she died. No, I don't. Because at this point, my child, I don't even know. Don't even call me if she passes. If I can't celebrate her life, I don't want to celebrate her death. So that means y'all know the rest of y'all stand.
I couldn't deal with the whole falling in the casket. I think the last funeral I attended was my great aunt. We were super close. She passed away like right after my grandmother. That's how close they were. Ooh. So when I go there, they actually like the one, like how we were talking about earlier, like how the ones that were their favorites that didn't pour back into them, they needed at the end. Mm-hmm. My cousin that's along my age, she was the one who was my aunt's favorite out of her and her other grandchild. So she was also the one who was never with my aunt in her last days. Like we didn't know she was sickly or anything like that. It happened sporadically. But she was never home with her, period, like to spend time. Literally, she was only there with her when it came time for her to spend money. So when we are at the funeral, the same one that always hit the streets and was always gone or too busy to be bothered, girl, she fell all in the casket on top of my aunt. Okay. She was in the casket. Then they had to pull her away from the casket because she tried to get in with the lady and it was only a casket meant for one. And then she's on the pews and she's no bigger than a number 2 pencil. She slid up under the pews and I was done. I was embarrassed for them. So I was like, this is why we don't go out in public together. We're not doing any more family functions, even under these circumstances. So after that, I didn't attend any more funerals, birthday parties, weddings, or anything else. I was good.
I stopped at the age of 12.
So I was about maybe 15.
So we were okay.
Yeah.
And I used to look at them. I used to say, I came from that gene pool.
Right.
I used to wonder. Just go into a deep trance and just stare at them. And they used to be like, oh, Nikki, you just sit up there, just stare, you enjoy yourself. And I used to say to myself, and you, how
I'm telling you, like, I was done when sis slid up under the pew.
Don't be the silliest one. No disrespect to you. I'm just saying.
No, listen, I was embarrassed because I was just trying to understand. Because logically speaking, my whole brain like compartmentalized to just logic at that point in time.
Chrissy, listen, look what Michael put. He said, hold on, let me get my notes. It's getting dark. I can't see. I lose my eyesight around a quarter till. He said, one more year.
Exactly. You get it. You understand. You get it.
I can't.
Because I couldn't handle it. Like, I really couldn't. Like, get this lady up off the floor. Like, why? Like, you sliding under the pew isn't going to bring her back. You getting in the casket isn't going to bring her back. We've confirmed she's dead as a doorknob. Like,
no. I will mute.
I'm so serious.
I will mute.
I'm so serious.
Okay.
Yes.
No.
I think logically, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm not the one like there for the deepest condolences and gonna let you put snot bubbles on my shirt. Like, I can't. Like, I can console you. I can be, empathetic in a sense, but I'm not with the foolishness.
I cannot with you and Michael. I'm not doing this with y'all.
No, because my grandmother said give them their flowers while they can still smell them, while they're alive. Dead people can't smell any roses of any kind. So it's like you putting on all this tomfoolery. What is this going to do except make a great video clip for somebody to put on the internet or talk about you? Like, it's not going to bring these people back. They don't know how you feel at this point. They're dead. They're ice cold. We know this.
I don't even want this on my lips. I just need to do something with my hands. I just need to do something with my hands. I don't know what else to do. I can't. You and Michael, what y'all gonna do? I don't know what to do with my hands.
I didn't even do that at my.
I don't even know what to do with my hands. I cannot do this with y'all.
I didn't even do that with my own grandmother. And like, to me, you couldn't separate us and tell me like that wasn't my mom. So even when I went to her funeral, yes, like I was grieving, I was mourning, all of those things, but I wasn't trying to get in the casket with her. I wasn't slipping up under the chairs or the church pews because I felt like I had given her flowers while she was here. So other than just straight grievance, like I was not on any of the other antics that they had going on. And I wasn't about to stand around for anybody else to perform. It just, to me, it showed like the fakeness of it all.
I cannot. I'm D-U-N done. I'm T-H-U through. I'm not.
I didn't do it.
I'm not doing this. I didn't know you were this crazy.
I'm so serious. Like,
you are a silent storm. You a silent storm. You know what? I can't.
Listen, I didn't say anything. I just looked and I'm just like, I'm done. You know the church pause? When you put your finger up and you excuse yourself in the most polite manner? That's what I did, the church pause. And I did not go back in that church. I literally stood out in the parking lot until it was time to go to the repast. I was not on that. And at the repast, I was in my own little corner with my plate of food, of course. And I didn't really interact with anybody. I let them cry and snot bubbles and whatever they wanted to go over through yesteryear, but I was not signed up for it. Like, I was not there for any of it.
Let me tell you what my silly people. I'm back. Let me start over. Let me tell you what the relatives did. When my egg donor's mother, and I reference it that way for a reason, when she died. Hold on, I'm back. Hold on. Let me fix because I was told my emotions in it. I realized it. Okay. So they go to Michigan to bury her. It be the ones that do she couldn't act. These be the ones she can't ask a cup of sugar from. It's like narcissists. They compete on who can do this. They compete in every. I said to my egg donor, I said, I don't know how y'all compete with each other. Why do y'all compete with each other? Y'all are siblings. Y'all are sisters. I said, I couldn't imagine compete with my sister. I couldn't imagine. Why?
What do you get
Y'all
out of
compete
it?
with each other like y'all don't know each other. Y'all try to compete with who can have the best house, who can be the house can be decorated the best, and who can do. Really? That's sick. And I said it. I was like, that's sick. That's sick. I can't even compete with my friends, let alone my sisters. That's who? Why? That's wasted energy. Okay, clearly I need to talk to my therapist because y'all can see I'm not okay at all. I said, I don't understand. So they go to the funeral. The one that died, her nickname was Buki Fufu. The name says it all. Okay. That was her
What?
nickname. Her ex-husband named her ex-husband named her Buki Fufu.
Oh wow.
Oh,
And she owned it. This was her. She was trying to adopt some kids. Let me just tell you all this, and then I'll tell you the backstory on that. Because it's a whole bunch of it. All. She gonna say, my egg, Buki Fufu was the one that died. She every time I turned around, something was wrong with her. So, you know, when a little boy cry wolf, people get tired of coming, and they stopped going, and then she died. Okay. So, anyways, they go to bury her, their mother, in Michigan. My sister had everybody at the funeral cracking up laughing. This is the type of person that she is. My sister is. Okay, Buki Fufu. She was the type that could never get it quite right when it comes to fashion. Every time she would wear something and rock an outfit and never be in fashion. Never, ever be in fashion. And as soon as it come in fashion, she'd be right out of it. She's done. She's back in something that's outdated. She's rocking that. I'm just like, you almost was in style. You missed it by 2 days.
It's close.
She missed it by 2 days. So I didn't go. You know, they would, Nikki, please. No, y'all know I don't do film. I don't do this, family. So besides, I was probably was depressed, couldn't get out the bed. Yeah. Anyways, hold on, I'm getting a tick. Every time I talk about it, I just get a tick. But anyways, so they out in Michigan. She at the funeral with this slinky dress on. This dress, you know, with the lycra and the slinky polyester, the dress on their own. You just hold them up and they just bounce on their own. You don't remember because they're not in style. But anyway, you better get them from Fashion Sense and Rainbow and all them.
They still sell those down here in dollar stores.
Well, those. She had one of those on. It came to the knee. And it was the middle of the summer and she had on some black pantyhose. Okay? She wore pantyhose with everything. Okay? So she had on some mules. Mules were not in style. Okay? Mules are just not coming back. So just picture it. She had on some mules, some pantyhose, and her legs were this big. And then she had a big gut, no behind, no hips. She was built like the father on King of the Hill. Boom. So she will always wear this. She wore this wig. This bang was underneath. And this part was flipped up. And this was just, I called the wig Flip Wilson. Okay. So she at the funeral and she moving on, and the bang they said was just bouncing everywhere. And she always got to be extra. So the funeral was nice and calm and just really, you know, it was a calm atmosphere. She the only one not just screaming. My sister said, she looked at me, what's going on with Buki Fufu? Yeah, Hank, that's his name. Hank, thanks, Michael. You all right with me? Hank Hill, that's his name.
Yeah.
Bobby, yes, him. He said, they said they dragging her. She went up, she trying to get over in the casket. Why do they do?
See, I don't know.
They're trying to grab. So they trying to hold her to keep her wig from falling off.
I'm done.
Her slinky dress is all over which way.
I'm done.
The dress is bouncing. The wig is bouncing. All of a sudden, she done lost her shoe. Hold on. Her shoe underneath the casket. Because they dragging her, and she holding on to the casket. So they trying to keep the casket from flipping.
See,
So my sister, she's a comedian. All majority of the relatives are comedians, but it's a few. I don't think I'm funny. It's 3 of them that are just will have you pin on yourself. So my sister said, get Bookie. She was like, damn it, Siobhan, tap Hunter on his shoulder. And she said, Sherelle said, huh? She said, tap Siobhan. She tapped Siobhan. Siobhan said, huh? Tap Hunter. She tapped Hunter. Hunter said, huh? She said, get Tammy. So everybody laughed because they know she finna say something stupid. He was like, what fool? She said, get Tammy. Tammy said, huh? She said, get Bookie's shoe. They said, what? She said, Bookie left her shoe at the pew. They said, what? She left her mule. She left her mule at the pew. Get Bookie's mule. Her mule is sitting lonely at the pew. Get her mule at the pew. Everybody is crying tears, laughing. Nobody's sad at this point. Everybody is cracking up. They done dragged her all the way they literally dragged her to her feet. These are her toes. This is the top of her foot. They dragging her over by her shoulders. She done went limp. They dragging her. I said, and the ones that were doing the funeral and the eulogy and all, they looking like, well, what? Because it's a calm atmosphere. Why is she screaming and acting silly like this? I mean, we know that you said, but and then here come another aunt. At the time, she was 500, almost 500 some pounds. She had on a mini skirt.
Oh God. No, I'm done.
With the control top pantyhose on. And the skirt had a split. So she had a sachet up there by herself because she needed to be seen. So people could see her crying. So she can get her moment. She bent over.
Lord.
Bent over to kiss her mother. And the top wasn't in control so much anymore. Everybody got a witness.
I can't breathe.
Or the control top.
Can't breathe.
The skirt shifted in places it shouldn't have shifted. And everybody was like, oh, she was like, well, everybody. It became a belt. This is the type of stuff that's a part of my legacy. Wait a minute. Then I had another one. The crackhead. I couldn't say that, can I? She walks in like everybody owes her son. What? What she? Her wigs are never right. I've always been concerned. About her. Well, she borrowed it from my cousin that unlived, that died, that of cancer. That's the one that actually got me into wearing wigs. I started wearing them to support her back in the 90s when they weren't popular, but I was able to, my stuff was always on fleek. They always look natural. So I started wanting to support her. And when she was unlived because of cancer, she took them. Started wearing them and never stopped wearing them. So she come in, what? With an attitude like, first of all, we can't help it because you decided to go that route. And she come in with an attitude during a few. How you gonna come to that? And she come in with an attitude. I'm like, I said, this is why I don't deal with them. And I said, it's time to go under. I don't know when I'm gonna go underground. And I used to say this years and years ago, and they thought I used to be like, honey, because I always stayed to myself. You gonna go? No. We going out to eat as a family? No. We going to the movies as a family? No. We finna have a family? No. We finna go to the beach? No. We all going to the park? No. My sister be like, Nikki, please go. No. We all going to the time? No. No. Whip, no. Whip, no. Before they, no. I'm not going. But I put the money for my egg donor here. See ya.
Enjoy.
Not going.
Mm-hmm.
But I got to where I said, one day I'm going to go underground and y'all ain't going to know where I'm at. And I used to just be running my mouth thinking it would be nice. And here I sit. They don't know Nathan about me. When I say they're sick, they're sick. If you're not and I'm not playing, y'all. If you're not dysfunctional, and I'm so serious, if you're not dysfunctional, you can't sit with them. Something is wrong with you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not playing.
Mm-hmm.
If you are not dysfunctional, dating guys that are in their teens, well, keeping stuff that's illegal underground, they're dysfunctional. Mm-hmm. And they look at me, and I'm granted, I got papers to prove it. I'm not a rap type. But they look at me like something is wrong with me. How dare you not sit with us? How dare you go on your own and live your life away from us? Even though
because you want no parts of that.
And the things that they go for and they gaslight, they're crazy. So I said, y'all would never know. I'm done. Y'all would never know nothing about me. Y'all are sick. Y'all are sick. I can't tell y'all some of the things right now because I mean we on live, but when I tell you they are sick, it's some sick individuals, and they'll look at you like something wrong with you.
Mm-hmm. And
So
you're
now
the normal one.
Yeah, I don't go to, and I applaud anybody that steps away and says, these are my boundaries.
I've never even had anybody that I really cared about even meet them. If they've ever met anyone that I've dated, it's definitely off of pure coincidence. We just happen to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. And if so, I'm trying to put my head down. I don't know these people. Who are they?
Chrissy.
And I pretend like I don't even know my name. Yeah, definitely. And it's not because I'm ashamed of them. It's because I know the toxicity. Like there's some funny points there because it's so incredibly ridiculous that all you can do is laugh. But yep, nope, I don't know these folks. Like, huh? Who are they? Me, I've never seen you a day in my life.
Yeah. And if you don't get away, I'm gonna mace you. Yeah.
About
like
face.
Said, it's like the uncle that can walk around with a wig tied around a rope and dragging around. That's normal to them.
Oh wow.
And calling the puppy. that could be perfectly normal.
I can't.
That's normal. That's perfectly normal. They can rock with that. But how dare I walk away to find my sanity as much as I can? How dare you? That's normal.
I don't know.
But
I'm happier this way though. I can't lie. Like I'm happier with what I chose. When I chose to like separate myself permanently and made that a choice because I value my mental sanity, my overall well being, my child's, like what she's gonna get as far as examples and role models, and me saying like, nah, that's not it. We reject all of those deposits. I was okay with that. Like I had gotten comfortable in my own skin to be okay with that. Like I acknowledge this is where I come from. Somewhere. I don't know what part of the funny farm I'm from, but I know these are the people that I've come from. But yeah, no, we're not claiming any of those dysfunctions. We're good.
Mm-mm. And my egg donor, I will be so. I have watched how the things she's done to keep. I'm so glad that I didn't have children because I would have left my kids with her, thinking they would have been safe. Mm-mm.
The last normal one from my family passed away in 2008, and that was my grandmother I told you about. The rest were yeah, they're a bit off. That's all I can say. Like they're a bit
Mine are
off. Just a
way
bit. Like we had I know when I think I was probably a couple of weeks from delivering. Um they forced me to have a baby shower, which I did not want to have because typically at baby showers there are friends, there are definitely family members there. And I just cringed inside. I'm like, yep, nope, I can buy my own cake. I can, put a sash on myself and just celebrate like that. Let me invite the people that I know that are going to behave and act accordingly. But you guys can keep it. They do this thing, they do the invitations and everything. And I can't like fake anything because my facial expression would definitely tell it, even if my mouth doesn't say it.
I've been
So these
accused of
people
that.
come. Yeah. So these people come. And mind you, the people that came, they didn't put in for any food. They maybe purchased some little trinkets that you could get maybe from Dollar Tree or Family Dollar, but definitely came from a 99-cent store.
And that's my
this is I had my friends here, okay? And my friends had only heard like, old wives' tales. They had only heard about these people, so they were fabled at this point. And I'm like, listen, set your expectations extremely low. They're like, no, it's not that bad. You're just exaggerating. I'm like, no, listen, it's that bad. Please listen. I let you hear because, you're my friends and I care about you, but listen, don't give it too much as far as expectations with my family. Just take it as it comes. You'll see. Just let it all play out. You'll see what I'm talking about. So they go in, they have like these high hopes and whatnot. My family, the worst of the worst, comes. They bring their own grocery bags. Ask me what the grocery bags were for. So it's like
Those weren't with the gift. Those weren't gift bags, were they?
No, girl, they
What?
brought grocery bags from any local grocery store. So the ones we have down here is like Publix and Winn-Dixie. So they brought Winn-Dixie and Publix grocery bags from their houses, I may add.
For what?
And then went
Oh,
in
no.
and cut the cake before it was time to be served. And they served themselves plates and wrapped them up in tinfoil with these plastic bags to take as carryouts because nobody had a carryout plate with them, even though we had carryout plates. Okay. And these were the people that brought the 99-cent gifts. They piled up their plates so that they can not only have plates to eat as far as there or for home later. No, they made sure they had a week's worth of food because we had a buffet style table and a very big cake. They cut my baby's name from the cake before it was even time to be served. Yes. So when it was time to be served, and we got finished playing the party games and whatnot, and all the guests are going in, to get their plates of food. They're like, wait, why is there a big gash in the cake? Why are half of the food options gone? And then you see this big table on the side where they didn't hid their food in the corner, wrapped in these plastic bags that they brought from home with these $2 socks on the table. Listen,
Oh my God.
That's
I
the
was
ghetto.
like,
It's just the
this
ghetto
is
of it
what you
all.
get.
That's
Yes.
the ghetto
And
of
these
it
are the
all.
ones that try to be as highfalutin as possible. That's the kicker. Like, so contradictory. You cannot tell them that they should not shop at Bell Harbor. They should not shop at this place or that place. They will drive up in the latest Mercedes Benz. You know, they're pretty well to do people for the most part. They're not rich, but they're not broke either. But these are the people that came with the grocery bags from Publix from their houses. These are the people that cut the cake, no decorum, serve themselves with plates and plates of food that could last a whole week. Never again.
It's like secret eaters or something, isn't it?
Wait a minute. They're not,
Oh my God.
So my embarrassment, like my friends were like, wait, why? I'm like, what do you mean why? You can't put any logical explanation to what they do, and don't try it because you'll hurt yourself. I told you guys this. It's like we had no idea it was that bad. I'm like, but I told you they were, yeah, it's real. Like, but we just thought you were, exaggerating. No, no, no. I'm not adding anything in there to make it more interesting. No, that's how they are. This is them. This is normal. And if you don't act like that, you're not normal.
see, it's that. It's that. It's that right there. Mm-mm. And those are the ones you can't get a noun-later out of, a popsicle from. Those are the ones.
I couldn't even fake it. Like I gave them back their gifts, me personally. I don't know who's gonna deal with these $2 socks or whatever it is in here, like these janky gifts. I wasn't trying to be ungrateful, but it's like I knew people who were there that were my friends, now related to me, and they were working menial jobs at the time. You know what I mean? Like every dollar really counted for them, and they put in more thought with their gifts and spent more than the people who came with the $2 socks that made their own plates. They actually participated in the activities that were going on at the baby shower. They were actually acting with civility and respect. My relatives just like, I don't know, it was like somebody put catnip out there and they just went, wow.
I can't. I can't. I'm speechless.
And every Black household, at least, even if you were growing up, if you yourself don't do it, like we all have that one aunt or uncle that has a
Mhm.
bag full of bags or that turns a
Mhm.
butter container into a serving dish later on. Like we all have someone like that in our family. And
The crocker, the brown,
right.
yeah, yeah, or either
It,
yeah, I know yellow
yeah.
bowl, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
My
They are
my
them.
my aunt, Bookie Foo, that was her cabinets were full of. I'm like, do you ever? Walmart got them for cheap. You do know that,
Right.
yeah. She
Dollar
had
stores,
Miracle Whip
anywhere.
bottles and mayonnaise bottles for drinks for
You,
drinking.
mhm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, and the ones like in Georgia, they're not so bad. Like they have way more respect, but they're very country. So, it's different with them too. We're still drinking out of mason jars over there. But yeah, like the ones down here is way different. Like you would think they would have more decorum, but no. It's like we don't take them anywhere. No, no. Mm-mm. Not at all.
Well, now which ones are you talking about? The
My family down here in Miami, we don't take them anywhere. Well, at least I personally don't. Like whatever family functions they have as a group with one another. because I stay out the group. Like, I don't want to know. You don't have to call me, at me. Like, I'm good.
Mhm.
Good. Last family function that we had together was my baby shower, and that was over 11 years ago now.
Wow.
So I'm like good.
Let me now. These are the ones that these are biological blood relatives.
Yes. Hmm.
Oh wow.
On my mom's side,
So
very
none of them saw the need to take you in.
no. Um, a few of them, like, they try to be bougie, but they're very ghetto. That's
That's
the
what it.
best way
Yeah.
to put it. Yeah.
Bougie
So
ghetto. Bougie ghetto. They
yes.
call it bougie
And
ghetto.
not even the ghetto fabulous where there's a little bit more, there. No. They're just like, I call them the backyardigans, respectfully.
Wait, the
Because
what?
they're the
You call them the what?
backyardigans. The backyardigans. Because anything that you would see, like, for instance, give you a vibe, Honey Boo Boo, right? And how they'll be like, oh yeah, we're about to eat some sketty, you know? That's how they are, you know. But they just try to dress it up in name brands and designers, even though their real core is just like the Honey Boo Boo child, like her family. They have that going on. So it's like super embarrassing. And
I'm sorry.
their activities and their antics, a lot of times, like they will get into criminal activities and whatnot. So you can't really have all that going on when you're trying to get somebody out of the system. Like, they look up your background. They see how much money you have. They see, whether or not you were in and out of the penal system, all of those things. So they couldn't get me even if they wanted to. Thank God, because who knows how I would have turned out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. See, that was a blessing. That was a hidden blessing.
Yes. Hmm. And my family is all about money, like literally all about money. They don't give any, but they love to receive.
And that's how mine is. Mm-hmm. That's how mine is. All about, give me,
The
give me,
money,
give me,
money,
give me.
money. Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And it's never enough. So you could give them one meal, they need two.
That's my sister said. She said they have a hole. You can't fill them up. That's how narcissists are. Not saying that your family is, but that's
Oh
how
no, they are.
my relatives, huh?
They are. That's why I
Oh.
can totally relate
Mm-hmm.
on a lot of those things, because it's there.
Mm-hmm. You got me cracking. I'm trying my best not to fall out of respect, but that I didn't
That's the
know.
code name for them. Like, I literally call them backyardigans because there's a separation. Like, the ones that stayed down here in Miami, that came from Georgia or whatnot, like, their children are, they're out there. That's how I put it. Like, when it comes to their behavior and their personalities, like, they're really just, it makes sense to them. It just doesn't make sense to anybody else. But the ones in Georgia, they're more like the Southern sophistication. They're very, very country, very small town folk, but they actually have, a way of carrying themselves with respect and sophistication. So it's like night and day. And they all come from the same lineage. They're all from my mom's side of the family.
Mm-hmm.
Why? And they think we have the problem. Right. Corey, hey,
Okay.
Oh,
Hey everyone. How's
How can I help
everyone
you?
doing?
I'm well.
we're doing fine.
good.
Where are my M&Ms though? This is the dilemma. Where are my M&Ms?
I emptied the bowl already.
See, and I thought we were friends. I really thought we were friends.
I do have more, but they're in the refrigerator.
Only the originals.
How's everybody doing?
We're doing lovely. How are you guys doing tonight?
I'm doing good. Boy, are you guys
My
going for a marathon record or?
I think we pretty
Michael,
much have.
yes, you're right. My lemon head, they do. They think we have the problem. But the joke is on them. You're right. Yeah, they do. That's because that's how narcissistic they are. You're right. You have me cracking up, by the way. You literally had me rolling. How you hanging in there, Liam?
Yep.
Or you barely hanging?
To know.
We're so glad you're on the panel. We're having fun with you. We're doing good, Corey. We're doing good.
Good.
How are you doing?
Oh, I just spent the whole day just cruising around YouTube, just having fun.
Okay.
And then I went shopping earlier. I don't like going into town on holidays. It's always too busy.
Let me
Oh,
ask you
yes.
something, Corey. Now that you're on my channel, when Vort, because I've been having some interesting people pop up all of a sudden since all this drama happened on Brent's channel. The ones that like Vortex, when she know I don't like her, and she knows Thelma, and and I know they don't like me. First of all, I know they don't like me, and they never liked the fact that I was with Brent. And it's a lot of other jealous women. And what's her name? Child's child, whatever her name is, it doesn't matter. How are they all of a sudden now they want to pop up on my channel today? Well, they haven't been on my channel at all since all this has happened. But they're blocked because I called them out and I put her up here. I'm sorry, Empath Eulogy. After she said those very disrespectful things and you were aware of it. So I called her out and I let everybody see her. Said she wanted to try to blast me and I had never done anything to her other than the fact that she's jealous because I'm me and she's not. And the fact that I got along with Brent and for some reason they have a problem with that, which I don't know why, don't care. But let me ask you this. When they were putting that, when she was, Vortex was putting that stuff, or at the time, well, now that her new name is, what's her name? Empath Eulogy, which that's demonic, was putting that mess in the chat. And nobody, not one mob blocked her. I was wondering why was that the case. I never said anything, but I was, a lot of things I spoke on and a lot of things I didn't speak on. I want to ask you, why wasn't she blocked?
I think she's a mod. Mods can't block a mod.
She's a mod?
On Brent's channel, she's a mod. Yeah, we can't block each other. We're on equal ground as a mod. Yeah, she's got a wrench.
She doesn't have a wrench.
On Brent's channel, she does.
She still has a wrench.
As far as I know.
Because
but I know as a mod, we don't have the power to do that. Only the host does.
Has the host to do what? I mean, that has the power to do what?
Yeah, just the host of the channel. Because as a mod, you're limited to what you can do. All the power rests with the host.
Even to block the channel? I mean, to block her comments?
Yeah, we can't block anything that another mod has. It's almost like an immunity between the mods. You can't do nothing to each other.
No, because she had left. She wasn't a mod. That's why that night Brent called her out. He said, I think this is Vortex that's coming through. And I kind of smiled. And I guess she got mad because I kind of grinned. And I guess she got mad, so she started saying all these nasty things. And
Well,
And that's
when it comes to Brent's personal stuff, um,
no, not his
you know,
personal. I'm
well,
saying
when he's dealing with a mod or somebody that he's changed from a mod, I'm not going to assume that I'm going to deal with
no,
his business. I'm not going to interfere in that.
no. I don't expect that. I was just wondering how she was able to come through and be able to say all those things, and nobody.
Yeah,
Not Brent,
I
because
think
Brent always rely on his moms. Because Brent, if someone doesn't make anything bold, or a lot of times Brent don't pay attention to stuff like that, we have to bring things to his attention. So it wasn't Brent. I was just like, wow, how was she able to say all these things and nobody? Which it didn't bother me because I got under her skin because I tossed it back at her by just rubbing, my beauty in her face, and she hated it. And so then she comes over here today. I hope everybody has peace and is blessed and all that. And
So
so,
she goes under 2 different handles.
when she changed her hand,
Oh wow.
she was Vortex. Now she's Empath Eulogy. Isn't that sick? Empath Eulogy.
Yes, that's like
That's dark.
giving some homage to dead things.
Sick.
yeah, it's
Empath to empaths. That's sick. But
when it comes to Brent's personal business, with whomever, I mean, he's a decorated vet. It's his show. If he's got a problem with somebody, I'm
that's
going to
not what
stay
I'm
out
talking
of it.
about. That's not what I'm talking about.
I understand
I
that.
was wondering why, if by you being a mod, because you said you noticed it, and I never said anything. I never said anything to Brent.
I know she's a mod, but I don't remember any of the comments. But she's kind of a wild card. She makes comments that, are unlike other people.
Okay, I just wanted to know.
I mean, that's common for her.
Okay. Reason why I asked is because I don't want no toxicity over
Yeah.
here.
Oh yeah, no, sure.
That's why I asked, because I want to make sure that this is a drama free and just a free space, and I want everyone, to feel safe.
Well, yeah,
That's
you
why.
have to protect your peace.
That's why I left last night. Because my peace it means a lot to me now. I'm not jeopardizing my peace anymore. Not for no mammies. I'm not doing that anymore. Not for Mr. Clark's and not for mammies anymore. I'm done. So with that being said, right now we're talking about Rose Bell said hi, Corey.
Yeah. Yeah, I got you on 2 different I got the desktop from my wireless headphones, and then I got the iPad in my hand.
Okay. We're talking about dysfunctional I'm gonna say mammies. That too. Dysfunctional family member or relatives, I should say. And Chrissy and Michael have
I thought dysfunctional family was normal.
nowadays that's what's going these days. If families are functional, it's normal families are the crazy ones. That's the way it's looked at and perceived.
There are levels to that. Like, I definitely think there are levels about how far on that meter of dysfunctional is really, really bad.
You had me cry. I have never heard you said she was trying and you said her shoe was under the casket. I cannot. If that's not a black funeral, I ain't sitting. We had one time I was like, I can't remember how old I was. I might have been 12, 13. No, yeah, no, I wasn't 12. I might have been 11. We had to go to, no, I might have been 10 or 11. We had to go to a funeral, and we had the one we had I don't know whose funeral it was. I don't know. I don't want to think about that. I can't. I'm starting to get a twitch. But it was somebody's funeral, and we were in there, and the preacher was talking about. He didn't know who this person was. He didn't know who it was that was in that casket. Okay, he just got paid. I do remember that he just got paid, and he was like, "Yeah," and it was a woman. And I do know it was a female, and one of my female relatives, I think, yeah. And he got to preaching about her collard greens.
Polygrip.
Her collard greens, her like spinach, but they're greens.
Oh, collard greens. Okay.
And he was like, "Yeah, her collard greens was just good. They were good to the soul." And I said, "Yes, there was, Lord." I said, "What the? What has the collard greens got to do
with her life, with her as a person?
What scripture is that? Collard greens, what? Is that in about collard greens chapter what? I don't know what. So we were looking around like, what is he? Collard, he liked her collard. He never did. He had none. He don't know her. He never had none of her collard greens. He lying. Okay, I just wanted to check. Go on, sir. Preach, wrap it up. Just hurry up and get your money up. That's all I got. Just get your money up. He was going on and on about, and I said, somebody must have told him this, because he didn't know. He didn't know nothing. Who told him this? Because she didn't know how to cook that well. I had some of her food. Her collard greens wasn't clean. I spat them out. They all kind of grit in them. But, okay, sir, get them up. Get your money up. Get it how you live. Get it how you live. You know he's doing that, right? Okay. Get it up. Get it. Work it. Work the pole, the bench, the pew, whatever. Work it. Whatever you do.
See, you just took me back.
I'm going running. And my uncle, his name was Big Bro. I don't know what was on his birth certificate. All I know his name was Big Bro. To this day. You know, black folks don't call each other by what's on their birth certificate. Whatever they call you from when you were birthed, you're going to live that name until you die. We never know each other's names. That's the government's name. His name was Big Bro. If he had got caught by the police and they'd have said, "What's your uncle's name?" I would have said, Big Bro. They'd have said, "No, his government name." I'd have said, "Bruh." I'd have just dropped the big. I don't know his name. Big Bro. If your name Kool-Aid, you okay? His name is Lil Kool-Aid. If his name Peanut. Butter. That's his last name, Butter. I don't know. That's what we call it, y'all. His name's Shawshank. Last name Redemption. Look, I can only go by what they tell us. Okay? Mustang. That's what they call him, Must. Because he stunk. And we embrace dysfunction. If you stink, okay, your name is Must. Stink. We embrace things that hurt us, our feelings in the hood. If you are unattractive, your name is Ugma. And it's okay. It's the guy, his name is Shrek. He went and got a t-shirt made. He got Shrek airbrushed on his shirt with an arrow pointing to his face. He was proud. He embraced it. Big ups to Shrek. If you ever watch this.
And they answer right.
You just went green. But anyways, where was I? Going back to the church. Let me tell you something. Big Bro had on a suit that was 3 times too big. I said, that's not Big Bro's suit. I was too scared to say something because he'd cuss you out. He didn't have to know you, or he could know you. It didn't matter. He just cuss you out. That's all the language he knew. That's all he knew. He never went to school. So he didn't even know Ebonics. That was too big for him. That language Ebonics was too much for him. So he just cussed you out. and you just answer to it. And then he busts out laughing. That's dysfunction. And it was quite all right. And his kids were as bad as corn cob. They were tough. He'd been his little girl. I was scared of her. I was 11. She was 3. I was scared of her. Scared she would beat me up. Because she had to hang with her little brothers. Let me tell you something. The whole funeral, he beat them little kids to death. He was socking them. Sit still. He was, and they never budged. They looked at him and laughed. That was the little girl. I said, I was watching. I said, y'all gonna no, you gonna call 911? No, 911. Yeah, he good. They good. Are they bleeding? No, they can take it. Y'all,
Those are a different set of children. They can handle all of that for some reason.
He was sucked. They come from down south. They came from down south to the funeral.
Makes sense.
To Michigan. He beat them little kids through the whole funeral. Did not tell you to I said, oh my. I said, what is he asleep? Oh, he's just comatose for a minute. Is he gonna wake up? I said, oh, he's standing up. That's how I said, excuse me. Excuse me. I'm gonna leave. I said, get me out of here. Get me out. Is it if somebody's car I can sit in? They're crazy. They're crazy. I know I am not Kent. I'm gonna do, you know what? I know I was adopted. They put me here to torture me. I don't know who had anything to do with it. Just get me out. I promise you, I will not tell nobody. Just get me out of here. Get me away from this family. I don't know who it is. They're all crazy. They're insane. Get me out. They're crazy. And you know, they all sat there in that funeral and watched him hook them kids, flip and die. Them kids flipped. He beat them kids through the whole funeral. And I'm looking like, stop him. Get him with them kids. That was normal.
No, with other folks, that's
That was normal.
Mm-hmm.
And you take my child from me? But y'all are okay they were okay with that.
It's called good discipline in Southern people's terminology. That's what they call it. That old school, my grandmother used to call it that old school religion. And they took that spare the rod and spoil the child quite literally. And you better hope that they don't pick up a rod, because some of them will pick up whatever and beat you with it. So
see, that's where that's not the only way you discipline kids. And you don't pick up a whole rod, but that's not what that literally meant.
No, but they took it down.
I can't see. They picking up whole trees and landing it on heads. I'm like, oh
stitch of cords, like the extension cords that you use. Yes, yes. That is a thing. Yep. And it gets worse. You think that's abusive? Think about what they call. I think my great aunt used to call it the wet showers, or straight out the bath whippings, or something like that. But it was literally like when you thought everything was okay, and it was literally the quiet before the storm. Because before you could even put any clothes on your behind, and you're literally still wet, so you haven't even pat down dry with your towel yet, they would come out with those belts or either those extension cords, and they would whoop you. And we used to call them Jello. We used to call my cousins Jello, because every which way they would go, that either that extension cord or that belt would follow, and you better not run, because if you run, there are more belts.
Wait a minute. Huh? You're kidding me.
No, every one of my cousins can tell you this, and some of them are under me, some are right there with me, but I was thankful that I did not have their grandmother as my grandmother, because they were just nuts, like nuts. And I mean, it could be something big or something small. The cherry switches weren't that bad, like you would have to go and pick your own switch, and they will whoop you with it. But the extension cords, I've witnessed those, and didn't look pleasant. And we were trained not to run from those whoopings. So I would do all of my foolishness or all of my bad behavior around my grandmother. I would not do it in front of any of my aunts. If so, it's so that you guys can take me home because I knew they were bonkers. And I literally saw them beat one of my cousins. He was a runner. So instead of laying down to take his whipping or, just prepping himself, he would literally make you go on a mini sprint. I mean, hopping over beds, hopping under the bed, you name it. He's going to give you a run for your money. And they had them old school belts, the old Western style with
Yeah.
the thick belt buckle, and it's like a wicker pattern into it. She had a whole collection of those. So whenever she had to run after him, however many times she had to run, that's how many belts from her collection that she was going to add to her hands and wind them up and beat your tail with it. So, yep.
Hmm.
He moved
See, and
around so
you know what?
much.
Some of them got kicks. They would get like, it's like it was endorphins. It was like they get this high
Yeah.
off of.
And a lot of them got it worse. So by the time like my generation showed up, me and my cousins, a lot of times they thought that we had it easier because people like my great grandfather and my great grandmother and their parents, when they had to babysit them and they were young, a lot of times they got like smacked down. Like think of Ike and Tina type of relationship. They got the Ike and Tina. So by default, because we only got hit with belts or in their case, extension cords, thank God that never happened to me. But yeah, because they had those types of things as alternatives, they thought it was still okay or it wasn't as bad. But yeah, to me, they were all crazy. So I mean,
They were.
I never got any of those whoopings.
So now we started off getting, because my egg was just, but she
The
started
cherry
off
switch and the
hitting us
belt.
with extension cords. She did with me and my brother, with me and my older brother. But she did, and then she stopped because she said she.
I just got the cherry switch and the belt. And my grandmother didn't buy the same belts as my crazy aunt. So there were no like old school Western style with the wicker patterns in it or thick belt buckles. It was like maybe a cloth belt because she tend to, wear a lot of them to coordinate with her outfit. So my whoopings weren't that bad. And I never got whooped out of the shower. Never had any like, welts or anything like that on me. But my cousins, they can tell a whole different tale. And I've seen them, have all kind of blisters and all kind of things on them.
That's
yeah.
Sick. That's just
so,
sick. It's sick.
I got the better grandmother.
Yeah. My egg daughter's mother, I don't think she ever put her hands on. And if she did, she probably got like a house shoe and smack, and we bust out and
right.
start.
Normal
she
stuff.
was just a wimp when it came to stuff like that. She was just whatever it took to hold on to her man. That's just how she was. But she didn't invest in us, because she didn't care. She didn't care about stuff, She was a pushover. But but I was the granddaughter that she loved to have around because I was always trying to help her do something or take care of her. I was just that again, that fixer or that nurturing empath. So she never even had to hit me with a house shoe. It was my brother or my aunt, which was in our peer, and that was only because we were laughing at her ex-husband. He was standing up there, and we said he looked like a bug-eyed frog. And of course, I'm goofy, so I was like, and my aunt, that's the one that had on the control top with the mini skirt, but that's when we were kids, and so we had the giggles, and that's the only time she ever really got mad. And she said, "Look," she was like, "Look at him, Rabbit," and every time. And it was like an inside joke, but because the way we were laughing so hard, that's the only time she really got mad. And whenever she used the S word or the D word or something, she was ready to kill then, But she wasn't like, she wasn't the typical, old school Southern grandmother like that for his disciplining.
Oh yeah. And they were
mm,
all crazy. Like literally, like I literally think I lucked up with my grandmother because she came from the same, era as them, the same, they all had the same mother and father. And my great grandmother had, I want to say 21 times she was pregnant, but 15 out of the 21 lived to be adults.
mm,
And out of all of them, my grandmother had to be the most sane and most progressive one because I didn't get beat for everything. Like I had to really do something like really bad for me
mm,
to even get to that point of, having a physical punishment. Most of my punishments were like go stand in timeout, or you get something taken away from you,
mm,
that you really love, or you can't get to go to this particular place because she's not going to reward bad behavior. But all of those stitcher cords and wet shower, whoopings and chasing kids around and stuff like that. Like I didn't have to deal with any of that, but I witnessed a lot of it. So it was
mhm.
terrifying.
Wow. Okay, Liam or Corey, did y'all ever get spanked?
What's the matter?
Did y'all ever get spanked when y'all were coming up?
Oh, I was just listening to you talk.
Yeah, did you never got spanked?
Me?
Yeah,
You know I got spanked.
I know. I know. Yeah, I know you did. I don't even ask you
Okay, yeah,
because I can only imagine how. Yeah, you got spanked. Lamb,
yeah.
did you get spanked?
Yeah, but I got to a point where when I was a certain age, I got used to it. I didn't really feel the pain, if you know what I mean. And I used to turn
Huh?
around and laugh.
That wasn't a spanking then. If you laughed, that wasn't a spanking.
No, because obviously, because like when you get used like someone like hitting you and that, like
Mhm.
after a period of time you get used to it because like your body's like immune to it.
Mhm. You got used. See, I wasn't that type to get. No. See, a lot of my, well, okay, there were times that she would do certain things to me, but um, mine was more psychological and emotional. And there were some times that she would do things to me. Like one time she walked up to me. I was 12, I think, and she just walked up to me and just slapped me in the face. I mean, the worst thing you can do is get slapped in the face without expecting it. And I hadn't done anything. Literally, I hadn't done anything.
Hmm.
I
Also,
guess.
I didn't know if sorry for cutting you off, but
Okay.
I didn't know if you had it or not. When you set to carry like certain objects and put it above your head.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you had to do that?
Yeah.
That's
And
torture.
like if it even like the wherever it was slightly offline, slightly offline, you used to get in like a belt, like a quick whip.
Yeah.
If I was like slightly offline,
Hmm. So
I used to get them here and there as well. Like certain objects, I used to carry above my head, but
oh,
slightly offline.
I know someone that still does her kids like that. Just make them carry stuff over their head. And as soon as she get the old school phone book, those old school phone books,
Oh
she still
yes.
has those to this day.
Oh my
And she'll say, "Go
gosh.
get the phone book," and they go, and I was like, "Why are you crying? Why? Because you can tell me to get the phone." She said, "They know what I'm talking about," and they come out and just hold over their head, and they be, "Mom," she said, "Get it over your
Yeah.
head." Oh, I don't know what's worse.
I think I prefer, like, if out of everything that we've discussed here, I think I would prefer the books to the
Well,
Yeah,
I'm a
stitchy
chicken too.
I
chords and all of that.
Yeah,
I think I would have preferred the book too.
yeah, I think
I
so
wouldn't
too.
have survived. And I was one of those children, like, not with my grandmother because I was selective, but I would give all of my aunts a run for their money. So I was definitely mischievous.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And I was bold with it. Like, I would do my dirt, but then I
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't try to hide it. I'd just like sit there and wait for like that big boom factor to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And I would get like literally a thrill out of it. Like I would just laugh. So
Oh.
thankfully, most of my little, I would get like the aunt that I told you that passed away. Like when I was really, really young, me and her, we didn't get along at all
Hmm.
because I would always do stuff. So I would like, for instance, she had like a collection of church hats that were embroidered. And don't ask me what made me do it, or I don't know. I think I was just getting get back at her, to be honest. And I literally peed on her hats and then went and hid in the closet. Yes. And these were like expensive hats, like the old school ones that they still have them inside the little hat boxes and whatnot and all of that.
Yes.
Yeah, like I peed on all of them and I just went off and hid in the closet because I knew she was gonna whoop me. And then I waited to hear her voice, like her shock. So when she went into her closet, it of course smelled like urine. And she called my name, like my whole government name.
Oh
And that's
no.
when I knew it was serious. But instead of whooping me, she drove me back to my grandmother's house. So I was thankful for that. But that's probably why I did it, to go back to my grandmother.
You peed on her hats.
Yeah, like I was.
You peed on her
was
hat.
up to
That's
yes.
different. I have to admit, that's different.
I mean, I
So
tried to keep
listen,
it interesting.
That's almost like what a feline would do.
hey, listen. Maybe she had some of that in her. Listen. Wait a minute. Michael said, "I can verify." Let me see. Michael be cracking me up. He said, "I can verify that was normal if raised in the country." About the spankings, yes. That if raised in the country, yes.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, you answered him, Chrissy. Yes. Wait, listen. Let me put what Rose Bill said. Hold on. Look what she said. She said
Corey
Corey
got to beat down.
That's funny.
Well, I will say that
She said, when do y'all sleep?
I will say that I did have it coming though.
No, we don't. That is so funny. That is so funny. Look, y'all. I was the type. I try to tread real easy around. I'm like, look, this woman already don't like me. Okay, she's just looking for a moment because whenever she got a chance, whatever she made up for the time she didn't. So,
I would always challenge that theory. Like definitely. Like with my crazier aunts, I probably should have been afraid of them. And part of me was, but my fear didn't outweigh whatever thing I wanted to do. So I would definitely like push the envelope, and it usually ended with them like dropping me back off to my grandmother, which was like a win for me. Definitely like it irritated their souls, but for me, I was happy. I was like, yay, I'm gone from the crazy people.
yeah.
I got what I wanted. I just had to, irritate their nerves in order to get it done.
But you know what? That's probably why they took you back, because they probably was like, first of all, I'm done with you. You leaving, but
oh yeah,
they probably knew, like, you know what? I'm gonna take you where you want to be, where you belong, and where you want to be. Anyway, they probably knew that.
And my grandmother would just look and just put her head down, like, why? Just why did you do this? Like they'll tell her, and my aunts were pretty much cursing at that point because every button that I knew of to push, I pushed. And they were cursing, like, here, we had to drop her back off. Here, don't do this.
JT said, when do y'all eat? Look, Cece said, when do y'all sleep? JT said, when do y'all eat? That is so funny. We don't do that around here. Clearly we don't.
I gorge. I'm not gonna lie, I gorge from time to time.
I need to. Look, that's my
I've already had my M&Ms, so I'm good.
No, you are being so petty right now.
He said rub it in your face.
Yes. And he has the ones with the peanuts too. And he said that he brought them wholesale.
All on the
Yes, and
vine.
those are the best. Oh my God. Like,
Mm-mm,
I'm totally jelly.
mm.
Hmm.
You know what? I can eat. And the thing is, I go through times when I'm like, okay, I want some sweets. And all of a sudden I'll be like, I don't want no, so I can't. Ugh. And then all of a sudden, like right now, I want me some of them M&Ms with the peanuts in it. Ugh. Right. So
I
I'm like,
can't
man.
even have them in the house. Like, I don't buy them too much because if I do, I'm the type like too much of a good thing. My mind just says go for it. Like it doesn't say, yeah, that's too much of a good thing. I will literally eat it until I'm sick and tired of it.
Mm.
And it would be no more in the house.
So
Yeah.
you go to the extreme on everything that's good.
I mean, not everything. Like I have my picks, but definitely when it comes to like the candy and I have a thing for guava and queso, like the guava
Mm.
pastelitos, those, and I'll say cheesecake. I would eat those things like it's going out of style. So it's
Do
like
you really
can't be
use
here.
what
Yes.
flavor do you like with cheesecake? Look, I'm leaning into them.
Ooh,
I'm like, what flavor? Look, I'm
I like
I'm
to
about to
get
go in
the
that business with you.
variety, the one with the variety.
From
I
Publix?
think it's by yes.
Ooh, they
And
got the
they
best.
also have the variety kind from the Chocolate Factory, or
Oh yes.
yes, the Cheesecake Factory. That's what it's called. And it comes
Cheesecake.
like
We
with
have it.
the
We have it.
regular, the one with the strawberry toppings, and then it
Mhm.
has like chocolate and